I clearly awakened a hidden profession that is rare to see in 100 years, but I became the biggest laughingstock in the entire school, just because the damage my skills can cause is not even as good as the normal attack of a healer's relic. However, when the demon gods of various races launched a large-scale invasion, everyone discovered that they dared not approach within 100 meters of me. Just now, the whole school was exclaiming that someone had awakened an extremely rare hidden profession, but when they saw that my displayed profession damage was fixed at 1, everything became a joke. You must know that the lowest level monsters have hundreds of health points. In the later stages, the health of any monster is measured in tens of thousands. This 1 point of damage, even if it's multiplied tenfold, isn't it just pure scratching? Ignoring everyone's ridicule, I reluctantly opened my profession panel again. Name? Young Ling. Profession. Domain: Enchanter. Talent: Ability. Intrinsic domain: deploy a domain during combat, and all enemies within the domain receive fixed damage of 1 point per second. This damage is affected by level increases. The fixed damage cap increases by 1 for each level gained. Profession skills. None. No profession modifiers. The above panel is a very ordinary panel. Looking at the 4 basic attributes alone, Young Ling's 4 basic attributes have exceeded the average, and he can completely enter the ranks of top students. But the damage this profession can cause is so pathetic that even dogs would shake their heads. Because of this, the principal and class teacher had previously talked to him, asking him to give up the path of being admitted to the guild as a professional, and instead improve his liberal arts skills at university, and become a useful member of society in other positions. What do you think Young Ling thinks about this? Besides being unwilling, what else can he think? And what he is most worried about now is how to tell his parents when he goes back today. He is the only child in the family, and his parents, as ordinary employees, are waiting for him to choose a good profession to bring honor to the family. But now, what should he tell them when he goes back? Tell them that their son has been transferred to a rare, useless profession with fixed damage of only 1 point. Going to a dungeon, he probably can't even beat a rabbit or a chicken. What hidden profession? Are you kidding me? He didn't even blink. He grabbed a handful of grass and vented the resentment in his heart, barely calming down his mood. Suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby, and then a figure came in front of him. So you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Standing before him was a youthful and beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth and a slender figure. Her name was Xu Meng, and she was the class monitor, not to mention his childhood sweetheart. If you ask whether the relationship between the two is good, you can't say it's good, but you can't say it's bad either. In the words of both sets of parents, it would be convenient to become in-laws when they grow up. But in reality, the relationship between the two was very close when they were young, but after they grew up, because of the differences between boys and girls and the reasons of puberty, they were actually slightly estranged. Meng, it's you. Yes, it's me. Now other students are forming teams of 5 to prepare to challenge the novice dungeon tomorrow. What about you? What are you planning to do? Me? With a profession with fixed damage of only 1 point, do you think anyone would be willing to team up with me? Are you planning to give up being a professional? Being asked this, Yang Ling told the truth. The principal and class teacher just talked to me. In my situation, going to a dungeon is just asking for death. For safety, they hope I can be an ordinary person. Xu Meng gently bit her lip. I'm asking what you think. My liberal arts skills are not bad. In this situation, I can only listen to the principal and class teacher, and be an ordinary person. Although that's how he answered, how could he be willing in his heart? Yang Ling stood up, patted his butt, and continued, it's getting late. I'll go back first. As for you, you can go find other students to team up with. With your profession and performance, I believe you will definitely be recognized by the Alliance's Greed Wolf Guild. I wish you a bright future. Seeing Yang Ling about to leave, Xu Meng became a little anxious. Are you just going to accept your fate like this? Yang Ling didn't turn his head. He didn't know how to answer. I'll take you. I'll take you to the novice dungeon to level up. Suddenly hearing Xu Meng say this, Yang Ling was a little surprised. You'll take me? Are you going to team up with me tomorrow? He turned around and stared at the girl in front of him for a long time. Yang Ling finally shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't understand accepting kindness, but he was self-aware. First of all, tomorrow's novice dungeon is actually the college entrance examination, which is related to a person's future. Secondly, Yang Ling knew that Xu Meng was a rare puppet master, who could summon puppets of different attributes to strengthen herself and assist in battle. According to the school's evaluation, this profession has great development potential, and in the future, if there are no accidents, she will most likely become an adventurer in the Alliance Guild, which is better than the average. So why should he team up with her now and deliberately hold her back? After all, no matter how you think about it, his damage is only 1, and he has no skills or modifiers. Even if he levels up a few more times, it's still in the single digits. How could he have the nerve to team up with others? Meng, forget about teaming up. Me going there is no different from a landmine. I won't delay you. Yang Ling, I'm serious. I'm also serious. Can't you just accept other people's kindness? Yang Ling sighed in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't know, but he couldn't. If he had a normal profession, even if it was ordinary, he could team up with such a powerful childhood sweetheart, and then he would be carried. But he just happened to have such an exaggerated profession. Even if his skin was thick, he wouldn't have the nerve to freeload off others. Could he freeload once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, countless times? The key is that even if his level is raised, he still doesn't have any damage. So why bother dragging others down? So Yang Ling resolutely rejected Xu Meng, and then returned home somewhat, because he didn't know how to face his parents. Fortunately, he locked himself in his bedroom. At this time, she lay on the bed and thought a lot. Among them was Xu Meng, a childhood sweetheart and a great beauty, the object of countless boys' confessions and desires. He didn't expect his profession to be so downcast that she was still willing to help him. In addition, more thoughts were still on his profession, with some disappointment. Yang Ling looked at his profession panel again and again. However, it was during this period that when her finger unconsciously touched a point on the profession panel, suddenly the whole person was like being stimulated by an electric current, and she suddenly sat up from the bed. It turned out that there was actually hidden information on the Domain Enchanters panel. The profession panel doesn't seem to have anything special on the surface, but when Yang Ling's finger unconsciously swept across the last column of profession modifiers, a line of light-colored prompts suddenly appeared after the original none. When your level reaches level 2, you will definitely awaken a mythical modifier. What mythical modifier? Yang Ling couldn't help but be shocked, because the impact of profession modifiers on a profession can be said to be at the heart level. The same profession can have a world of difference between its upper and lower limits due to different profession modifiers. As for profession modifiers, they are also divided into qualities, from low to high. Ordinary, potential, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical. Mythical is the highest level, which means the best of the best. Let's put it this way, there are so many professionals in the Alliance, but very few professions have mythical modifiers. They are extremely rare. And generally speaking, even if a mythical modifier is useless, it will basically not be too bad, but the premise is that it must be suitable for your profession. You can't need an attack modifier, but get a cooldown modifier. What's the point? Excited? Yang Ling is definitely excited now, But soon after thinking of something, his heart immediately calmed down a lot. Being able to get a mythical modifier is definitely a good thing, but his upper limit is really not optimistic. If the mythical modifier still can't change his upper limit, then it seems to be still useless. But this is also his chance. What if the modifier that appears has a considerable effect on him? What if it can change his situation? After thinking for a while, young Ling decided that he must go to the novice dungeon tomorrow. This is the college entrance examination. He doesn't want to team up with others. With his stats, who would want him? Why bother asking others and making himself embarrassed? Meng Meng said she would take him, but she also has teammates. If he really has the nerve to freeload, it will inevitably cause Meng Meng to make things difficult for her teammates. So at that time, he will just come by himself. Isn't it said that the novice dungeon is very simple? Then he will try to find monsters that are alone to kill, and level up to level 2 steadily. If he really feels that it's not working, he will just quit. Just as Yang Ling was thinking about leveling up, his mother's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "You brat, it's dinner time. What are you doing locking the door? Come out and eat quickly." "Okay, I got it." Because of the hope and expectation, Yang Ling's energy and spirit were much better than when he had just returned home. When he came to the dining table, he didn't expect the dinner to be quite rich tonight. He had just sat down when his father, Yang Ji, who had a serious face, opened his mouth and said, "You brat. I can tell from the way you came back today that the profession you awakened is not very good, right?" "Ah?" Yang Ling was shocked. He didn't expect his father to take the initiative to mention this matter. He was thinking about how to answer when his mother, Zhong Yu, frowned immediately. "Lao Yang, how many times have I told you? The child is in a bad mood. Don't talk about this matter. Why are you still taking the initiative to bring it up? Am I not concerned about the child? I just want to persuade him that it doesn't matter if his profession is not good. Aren't so many people not professionals and still doing well? There's no need to lock yourself in the room because of this." Hearing this, Yang Ling was more than just moved. He had been worried about how to tell his parents, fearing that his parents would be disappointed and sad. But he didn't expect his parents to think more than he did. Not only did they not complain about him, but they were so considerate of him. He scratched his head and then heard Yang Ling say, that, "The profession I awakened is indeed not very good. It's said to be a very powerful rare profession, but in reality, it's a bare commander without even skills or modifiers. It's difficult to achieve anything in the dungeon." "So what?" His father waved his hand. "If it's not good, then it's not good. Then go to a liberal arts university and work hard. You may not be able to have a good future in the future." "Oh?" Yang Ling responded, feeling much more relaxed. But he didn't expect his father to suddenly change the topic. "It's just that in this way, the matter with the family across the street may not be possible." "Dad, are you talking about Uncle Shu's family?" His mother said with some emotion, "You brat, who do you think your dad can talk about? Originally, we were going to find Uncle Shu to set your marriage with Meng Meng after you and Meng Meng awakened your professions. Now it seems that even if we want to set it, they probably won't be willing." Yang Ling was a little embarrassed. "Mom and Dad, I'm only just an adult. It's too early to talk about marriage. Early or not is not the main thing. The main thing is that Meng Meng is a likable child." His mother was very regretful. "I also met Meng Meng's mother when I was buying groceries earlier. I know that Meng Meng has awakened the rare puppet master profession. It seems to be very powerful. Meng Meng's qualifications are also good. At that time, there is a 90% chance that she will be recruited by the Greed Wolf Guild." "Mom, that's true. Meng Meng did awaken the puppet master. The school praises her very much. So you brat, don't you have any hope at all? People are very likely to make a name for themselves in the future. Our family is not worthy of them. It's just as well that I don't have to go and propose marriage with your dad. Yang Ling was definitely a little disappointed in his heart, but the main reason for the disappointment was not in the marriage aspect. The main thing was that Xu Meng was his childhood sweetheart. He now has a promising future. Before long, once the Greed Wolf Guild recruits him, then they will definitely arrange for their family to move over. At that time, his family and their family will probably have nothing to do with each other. If I could also be recruited by the Greed Wolf Guild, that would be great. That is one of the 8 strongest guilds in the alliance. Yang Ling thought to himself. And in the following dinner, his father and mother should be taking care of his mood, so this topic was not mentioned on the profession and Xu Meng. It can only be said that they are worthy of being his parents. They care too much about their son and take care of their son's emotions too much. Until after dinner, Yang Ling returned to his room again. At this time, she unconsciously took out her mobile phone. In her mobile phone's standby screen is a photo of a beautiful girl with a charming smile. Needless to say, it is Xu Meng. The photo was taken a long time ago, when the two had a good relationship. To say something that makes people laugh, it may be because he coveted Xu Meng's beauty and pestered her, so he kept it at that time. But now, let's hide it first. If they become strangers in the future, then it will be completely sealed. But if he can change his fate against the sky later and take a better one, what's wrong with that? Also, thinking of his father and mother, Yang Ling felt very ashamed in his heart. They clearly expected their son to be promising, but he just didn't let them get their wish. But he really wanted to become a professional, to become that kind of powerful professional, not for fame, but simply to make money. In this way, he can let his parents worry less and let them live happily. So Yang Ling took out his profession panel again and took a deep breath. He still has a chance. Maybe when he reaches level 2, that mythical modifier can adapt to his profession and allow him to change his fate against the sky. For now, he should sleep well and rest. He will go to the dungeon tomorrow and fight desperately. The next day at 8 o'clock in the morning, this is the lunch for all colleges in Yuchuan City. Let's talk about Yang Ling again. After he went out in the morning, he didn't go directly to school. Instead, he went to the nearby market of the General Affairs Department. You ask him if he will participate in the novice dungeon. He will definitely participate. The reason why he didn't go to school is because he knows that no one is willing to team up with his profession. Although Xu Meng offered to take him, Yang Ling knew that even if he agreed, Xu Meng's teammates would definitely not agree. Yang Ling can't do this kind of thing where he has to let Xu Meng abandon his original teammates and specially take him. His skin is thick, but he can't do this kind of thing. After all, this is the college entrance examination, which is related to everyone's future and destiny, not the country. In addition, if you want to go to the novice dungeon, you have to go to the General Affairs Department. There is a teleportation array to the space dungeon here. The school will come over after gathering, so anyway, knowing that no one will team up with him, Yang Ling came over one step ahead. As for why he is in the market, it is because he is buying some cheap and simple props, just like the low-quality animal traps he is currently selecting and the very cheap landing grass that can be wrapped around. He thinks it is very useful to him. After he finished buying, he couldn't help but feel distressed. 10 low-quality animal traps and 10 landing grass actually cost 500 yuan. This is the pocket money I worked so hard to earn. At this time, the phone rang. When he saw the caller, it was Xu Meng. Yang Ling didn't answer. He guessed that it might be because of his childhood sweetheart status that she wanted to help him, but he still said that he was already like this. Is it fun to delay others? Yang Ling didn't answer, but Xu Meng seemed very unwilling. She made 3 calls in a row, not to mention that even the communication information came over. Yang Ling, where are you? Don't you know that today is the day to go to the novice dungeon? Come to school and meet me. I'll take you. Why don't you answer the phone? Reply to me quickly. Yang Ling thought for a long time. Although he didn't answer Xu Meng's phone, he still sent a message back. Meng, I don't want to delay you, and I don't want to make things difficult for you in front of your teammates. Sorry. Finally, Yang Ling took a deep breath and turned his phone to silent. Until 9 o'clock, he groped towards the hall of the General Affairs Department. It should also be explained that although the General Affairs Department has a teleportation array to the dungeon, because the novice trial dungeon is relatively special, a separate area is set up for the convenience of the students every year. Here, you can not only see the student level and kill situation in the dungeon on the public screen, but also specially reserved a place for the school principals and others to rest. When Yang Ling came here, the students from various schools participating in the novice trial were almost finished entering. In a corner of the hall, the principals, deans of political education, and others from 6 schools were talking in a corner. Among them, Zhong Yanghui, the principal of Longting School where Yang Ling is located, and Wang Lan, the dean of political education, were there. It should be said that it was a coincidence that Yang Ling came here and actually heard a group of people talking about him. Lao Zhong, I heard that your No. 3 high school has a hidden profession. Do you know that I was scared to death before? I was afraid that your No. 3 high school would have another talent this year, and then throw us No. 5 high school a big sister Li dwarf. What do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to make trouble with me? Principal Zhong Yanghui's fat face trembled. If Wang Lan, the dean of political education, hadn't been holding him, he would have had a real PK with the principal of Wu High School. Look at you, Lao Zhong, just this one sentence is enough. I actually feel sorry for you in several of our schools, you know. Sorry for what? Don't I know what you are thinking? You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Lao Zhong, that's not right. The principal of No. 1 high school said, when I heard that your school had a hidden profession the day before yesterday, who didn't feel a thump in their heart. But according to the experience of the past 100 years, this hidden profession is very easy to have 2 extremes, either so powerful that it is outrageous, or so weak that it is impossible to use. It seems that you, Lao Zhong, are really unlucky. It's rare to encounter a hidden profession, but the result is like that. It was as if he had been poked at a sore spot. Principal Zhong Yanghui of No. 3 high school was also very uncomfortable. When he first heard that the school had a hidden profession, he was more excited than anyone else. At that time, he was thinking that as long as this hidden profession was not bad, it might be favored by the Greed Wolf Guild, and then the entire school would shine with this hidden profession. Next year, the Greed Wolf Guild would give his Longting School a sponsorship and reward, and everyone would be happy. But he never expected that the fixed damage of that hidden profession was only 1. Even if it can increase the fixed damage by 1 for each level increase, what's the use of that? As everyone knows, the lowest level monsters generally have 7 or 800 health points. By the later stages, any ordinary monster has tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of health points. This fixed damage, let alone 1, even if it is 10 or 20, isn't it still useless? Zhong Yanghui was very uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was that he knew that these grandsons in front of him were teasing him, but he couldn't find a reason to fight back. If a miracle happened to that kid, that would be great. Thinking of Yang Ling, Principal Zhong Yanghui could only pray like this in his heart. However, What he didn't expect was that, taking advantage of the fact that they were not paying attention, Yang Ling had actually touched the front desk. "Excuse me, I was delayed because of something, so I didn't act with the school. Can you help me register now to enter the program? My teammates are waiting for me in the dungeon." "Little brother, the novice dungeon is equivalent to your college entrance examination. You have to be careful." Yes, I'm really sorry. It's mainly because something happened on the road." "Okay, don't say anything. I'll help you register now. The college entrance examination is very important to you students. You must take it seriously." "Thank you." After registering, Yang Ling quickly took the pass to the teleportation town. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Lan, the Dean of Political Education, who was next to Principal Zhong Yanghui. As the Dean of Political Education, how could Wang Lan not know the situation of the school's only hidden profession? So he quickly said to Principal Zhong Yanghui, "Principal, something bad has happened. I just seemed to see Yang Ling register at the front desk and then go to the teleportation town alone." "What are you saying?" Yang Ling registered alone and then went to the teleportation town of the novice dungeon. Because he was too shocked, Principal Zhong Yanghui's voice was a little loud, so that all the other high school leaders, who were originally gathered together, heard it. Because of the hidden profession, Yang Ling had actually spread among the high-level officials of several high schools. Even if they hadn't seen Yang Ling, they were still familiar with this name. So the conversation between a group of high school leaders suddenly exploded. "Lao Zhong, with a fixed damage of only 1, didn't you persuade him to stay at home? Now you're still letting him go to die. I can only say that you, Lao Zhong, have a big heart. You're a bit derelict in your duty as principal." Zhong Yanghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I persuaded him, okay. And it wasn't just me who persuaded him." After speaking, he turned to Wang Lan, the Dean of Political Education, and said, "Did you see clearly? Are you sure it was Yang Ling who took advantage of us not paying attention and then went to the dungeon?" "Principal, I just glanced at it in a daze. It seems a bit like him." "Then what are you still doing? Hurry up and ask at the front desk. What is he going to do in the dungeon with a fixed damage of only 1? Is he going to die?" "Oh, I'll go ask at the front desk." Wang Lan, the Dean of Political Education, smiled bitterly in his heart. In order to prevent the principal from getting angry, he almost ran to the front desk and then learned from the front desk staff that the student who had just entered was indeed named Yang Ling. Because he had his ID card and school-related information, it was impossible to fake it. After he told this news to Principal Zhong Yanghui, Principal Zhong Yanghui almost lost the light in his eyes. Nonsense. Too nonsense. With a fixed damage of only 1, what dungeon is he going to? Is he really courting death? The other high school leaders were also dumbfounded. Your school student is quite bold. He actually dares to go to the dungeon. Although it's not impossible to understand his unwilling mood, going to the dungeon with a fixed damage of 1 is really asking for trouble. Don't worry. Although entering the dungeon and dying means death, the novice dungeon is the only exception. It is the only one that provides a chance to be resurrected once. Even if he dies inside, as long as it is the first time, he will not really die. Instead, he will be forcibly kicked out of the dungeon. Yes, I almost forgot that the novice dungeon has a death tolerance rate, because I was too excited just now. Zhong Yanghui kept touching the cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he instructed Wang Lan, the Dean of Political Education. "Wang Lan, you keep an eye on him. Once Yang Ling enters the dungeon and is kicked out, press him down immediately. Absolutely do not allow him to take his life as a joke and enter the dungeon again. Don't worry, Principal, I will be watching." As long as he is kicked out, I will press him down immediately. Absolutely, absolutely will not let him continue to take risks. Okay, that's what I said. You must keep an eye on him. Understood, Principal. At this time, let's not mention what the high-level officials of several schools outside think. Yang Ling has now successfully entered the novice dungeon. What he sees is a dense forest. According to Yang Ling's known information, there are not many types of monsters in this novice dungeon. The most common on the periphery is a monster called the kitchen knife rabbit. Speaking of this, don't think of a white rabbit with two ears standing up. This is called a monster in the dungeon. Since it is called a monster, it is definitely different from the rabbit we usually know. Just like the kitchen knife rabbit that Yang Ling found not long after coming to the dungeon, each one is walking upright. Not to mention that the body is nearly 1 meter high, but also holding an extremely sharp kitchen knife in his hand. Overall, it is a bit funny, but the pressure on the novice is definitely not ordinary. Yang Ling definitely does not dare to go to the core area. He is now wandering in the outer area. However, for a full half an hour, he has not found a suitable opportunity to attack. These kitchen knife rabbits often come in groups of 3 or 2. As long as the number exceeds 2, Yang Ling knows that he will definitely be courting death if he rushes over. In this situation, Yang Ling is also complaining in his heart. My profession is too difficult. It's still a hidden profession. What domain enchanter? The name sounds cool, but in reality, he can't even beat 2 rabbits. In addition, although the novice dungeon has a death tolerance rate, Yang Ling definitely does not have the idea of trying the law. First of all, let's not talk about whether there will be an accident and he will not be able to live. Even if he can really be resurrected, being kicked out of the dungeon will be on the file, and the college entrance examination is equivalent to a direct failure of half. So not taking action for half an hour is indeed very sad, but he has not given up and continues to wander on the edge, continuing to look for kitchen knife rabbits that are alone. About an hour later, his eyes lit up. God does not disappoint those who have a heart. Finally, I saw a kitchen knife rabbit monster that was alone. Kitchen knife rabbit. Level 2, Health 625, Damage 22 to 28. The information is very simple. As long as you are an awakened professional, you can see the basic information of the monster. In this case, after confirming that there are no other adventurers and monsters around, Yang Ling carefully approached the kitchen knife rabbit. After a distance, he finally took action. Intrinsic domain. Finally, I can officially confirm my talent ability. Immediately, with the place where it was standing as the center, a square area of about 10 by 10 was circled. Within the intrinsic domain, any enemy recognized by Yang Ling will receive a fixed damage of 1 point per second. Through Yang Ling's perspective, he now sees the word 1 continuously popping up above the kitchen knife rabbit's head. However, this kitchen knife rabbit is obviously not a vegetarian. After feeling that it was being attacked, it immediately locked its target on Yang Ling, who suddenly rushed out. This rabbit is in position, but the kitchen knife in his hand flew out with a whoosh, spinning first. Yang Ling was startled. He didn't expect that when the distance was a little too far, the kitchen knife rabbit would also throw the knife, and it was still a spinning knife. Seeing that a spinning knife failed to hit Yang Ling, the kitchen knife rabbit caught the spinning knife, and was already frantically holding the kitchen knife, and rushing towards this side. In this situation, Yang Ling will definitely not let the kitchen knife rabbit rush to his side. With the agility of the 4 basic attributes that are not bad, Yang Ling dragged the kitchen knife rabbit, and ran backwards. Anyway, he must keep a distance from the kitchen knife rabbit, otherwise, with the kitchen knife rabbit's attack, even if there is no critical hit, it will only take 3 or 4 hits to kill himself. He doesn't want to receive the lunchbox at the speed of light. There is no technique. Yang Ling is now purely trying to buy time. The kitchen knife rabbit has more than 600 health points, and it loses 1 point per second, which means it takes 10 minutes to kill it. Of course, during this period, Yang Ling has not forgotten the animal traps and blue silk grass he bought for 500 yuan. Judging the kitchen knife rabbit's attack route and finding the right opportunity, he first threw a low-quality animal trap. Very good, the low IQ kitchen knife rabbit was easily hit. Not to mention anything else, this low-quality animal trap is enough for the kitchen knife rabbit to struggle for 10 seconds. And Yang Ling will naturally not let go of this hard-won time. He quickly took out an ordinary iron spear from the professional space and quickly came behind the kitchen knife rabbit, stabbing the chrysanthemum of this thing fiercely. Damn you, see if you die. Also, with this shot, after hitting the monster's weakness, critical hit, and fatal bonus, looking at the 62 health points floating above the kitchen knife rabbit's head, at this moment, Yang Ling's heart was so sad that he almost broke down. Look, look. The professional damage reduces 1 drop of blood to the kitchen knife rabbit every second, but even if he is not a spear professional, without other people's professional damage multiplier, he stabbed the kitchen knife rabbit's weakness like that, and suddenly dealt a terrifying 62 damage. However, Yang Ling also knows that this is, after all, a novice early-stage monster with low health. Moreover, he can manually aim at the weakness. If he really waits for the later stage monsters with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of health, his ordinary attack will only deal dozens or hundreds of damage, which is probably not even a hair of the monster. But no matter what, at least now, he must take advantage of his illness to kill him. Seeing that the kitchen knife rabbit was suffering fatal damage and struggling more violently, about to break free from the low-quality animal trap, Yang Ling dodged another crazy spinning knife from the kitchen knife rabbit and stabbed the kitchen knife rabbit's back fiercely again with the second shot. It may be because of the cumulative fatal injuries that the damage caused by this second shot was even more crazy, reaching an astonishing 83. A low-quality animal trap exchanged for 2 attack opportunities, dealing 145 damage to the kitchen knife rabbit. For others, let's not talk about whether it's worth it, but for Yang Ling, it's a big profit. Because in this way, he can reduce the kitchen knife rabbit's pursuit by more than 2 minutes, greatly improving his killing efficiency. When another 3 minutes passed, the kitchen knife rabbit locked by Yang Ling finally exhausted its last drop of blood and fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing the kitchen knife rabbit and gaining 36 experience. In addition, with the death of the kitchen knife rabbit, it also dropped a dim magic crystal the size of a fingernail. It is a low-quality magic crystal. Because it is too low level and it is low quality, it is worth at most 2 cents. But even if the ant is small, it is still meat. Collect it, and don't let your 500 yuan be spent in vain. You have to recover some of the cost appropriately. By the way, Yang Ling checked his panel at this moment. After killing a kitchen knife rabbit, the experience bar has increased by 5%. It seems that after killing 19 kitchen knife rabbits, he can level up to level 2. Good, very promising. Yang Ling felt that his fighting spirit was about to burn. He began to look for the second kitchen knife rabbit that was alone non-stop. At the same time, in other places in the novice dungeon, hundreds of teams from 6 schools were frantically mapping and revealing the kitchen knife rabbit. They were much easier than Yang Ling. When they encountered 2 or 3 kitchen knife rabbits, they basically swarmed up and chopped the kitchen knife rabbit into scum in minutes. If there were more mags in the team, they would not give the kitchen knife rabbit a chance. With a wave of the staff, they could easily turn several kitchen knife rabbits into ashes. Among so many teams, there was a 5-person team that was all girls. They were also frantically harvesting the lives of the kitchen knife rabbits. The magic puppet more than 2 meters high next to one of the girls was particularly eye-catching. Needless to say, this was the puppet master Xu Meng. Xu Meng can currently summon only one magic puppet. The name of this magic puppet is Vajra Magic Puppet. The Vajra Magic Puppet is not only invulnerable to swords and guns and has infinite power, but it can also provide the master with the ability of invincibility, allowing the master's armor and strength to be greatly improved. Because of this, Xu Meng is now the core of the team. In addition, his 4 teammates are not bad, so killing monsters is even more extraordinary. However, Xu Meng is not happy at all now. There is still a trace of worry in her originally beautiful eyes. I don't know how he is doing. Is he really going to give up this novice trial? Damn guy, why doesn't he answer my calls? He doesn't even reply to my messages. I clearly invited you to team up. At this time, suddenly hearing his teammates say, Meng Meng, these kitchen knife rabbits on the outermost periphery are too simple. Why don't we slowly go deeper into the core area? The experience inside must be higher. Xu Meng replied, okay, then let's kill towards the core area now. A group of girls all agreed and then killed towards the core area irresistibly, looking for new monsters. It can only be said that anyone with a little strength will definitely not stay on the periphery for too long. There are too few monsters on the periphery. It takes a long time to encounter 3 or 2. And the more the level increases, the more experience is needed. Staying on the periphery all the time will take until the year of the monkey to level up. Basically everyone thinks so. But there is only one person who is still complaining bitterly that the kitchen knife rabbits on the periphery are so terrifying. I can't imagine how powerful the monsters in the core area must be. Moreover, 3 or 2 or even 4 or 5 appear in groups. It's not giving people a way to live. Needless to say, the one who can say this must be Yang Ling. After he successfully killed the first kitchen knife rabbit, he complained, but his actions were like a small universe being ignited. The scene of frantically looking for the second kitchen knife rabbit that was alone was really tearful. There is nothing to say about his fighting style. He is just trying. Wang Lan, were you negligent? After he was kicked out, did he use the second chance to run directly into the teleportation array again? Principal, believe me, I have been watching the teleportation array very carefully and seriously, and I haven't seen Yang Lin's figure at all. It shouldn't be. It's been 4 hours, why hasn't he been kicked out yet? Strictly speaking, other students formed teams before entering, and Yang Lin himself was the last single person to enter the dungeon. Even if he enters the dungeon, he will randomly appear on the periphery. It is unlikely that he will find teammates. Can he fight monsters with his Jiyu Shangyi profession? Principal, how would I know? Maybe he's hiding somewhere inside. Okay, let's assume he's hiding. Next, you must keep a close eye on the teleportation array for me. Nothing can happen to Yang Ling. If something happens to him, what will the principals of the other schools think of me? They'll say I don't care about the safety of the students, and let them go to the dungeon knowing their profession is so bad. How can I continue to be a principal in the future? Yes, principal, I will definitely keep a close eye on the teleportation array. Don't worry, as soon as he appears, I will press him down immediately and bring him to you personally. That's it, you continue to watch. Okay, principal. Time continues to pass. Soon, the 5th hour passed, the 6th hour passed, and until the 8th hour, not to mention what happened in the dungeon, the 6 principals waiting in the hall must be the most excited at this moment. Just because of the novice dungeon event, the hall's public screen will summarize every 8 hours who killed the most monsters, and whose level increased the fastest. These are all clear at a glance. If this were in previous years, this time slot would definitely be when the 6 principals were together, comparing whose student was the strongest and showing off whose student was the most powerful. But now, when they see the public screen summarizing, although the 6 principals still care about these things, the one person they all want to see the most is Yang Ling, who has the hidden profession of Domain Tremor Master. All 6 principals know that Yang Ling ran into the dungeon alone, and a full 8 hours have passed without seeing Yang Ling being kicked out of the dungeon. How can the hearts of these 6 principals be calm? Zhong Yanghui of Longting School wants to confirm whether Yang Ling is still in the dungeon, and make sure he doesn't disappear. The other 5 principals are deeply worried. As mentioned earlier, hidden professions are either the strongest or hated by everyone. Yang Ling, as a hidden profession, has been in the dungeon alone for 8 hours and hasn't been kicked out. Could it be that this kid has discovered the key to the hidden profession and is already killing monsters in the dungeon? If that's the case, wouldn't one of the places in the Greed Wolf Guild this year fall to San Gao Longting School? This is definitely not what the other 5 principals want to see. So, as soon as the summary came out, these 5 principals hurriedly started looking for Yang Ling's name in the list of personnel. Fortunately, that kid hasn't discovered the key to the hidden profession. Anyway, Yang Ling's name isn't in the top 10, 20, or even 50. At this point, all 5 principals, including Zhong Yanghui, breathed a sigh of relief. As for where Yang Ling's name is, looking at the list from top to bottom, even Zhong Yanghui and the other principals couldn't hold back. Yang Ling, alone in a team, spent 8 hours killing a total of 20 monsters, and his level rose from level 1 to level 2. What? You ask why it took 8 hours? Please, do you think this is playing a game and fighting monsters on the road? Don't you consider your own health, defense, environment, monster attacks, attack methods, and numbers? Looking at Yang Ling's name at the end of the hall's overall evaluation, the 6 principals had mixed feelings. He is clearly only a Jiu Shangyi, oh no, upgraded to level 2, which is Jiu Shang. But why is this student still so persistent in staying in the dungeon, and still alone in a team? Although they can imagine this student's unwillingness, is it necessary to be so persistent? Or is it really meaningful to continue to persist like this? This young man is quite headstrong, but it's a pity that he is burdened by his own profession. Yes, he is already in this state, but he stubbornly stays in the dungeon and refuses to give up. It's impossible not to feel sorry for him. The 5 principals sighed separately, and finally, they all went to comfort Zhong Yanghui. Old Zhong, your student is a bit of a pity. Why did he awaken a useless hidden profession? In the current situation, even if he continues to struggle in the dungeon, he won't achieve anything. Old Zhong, I actually admire your student quite a bit. He acted alone, and with the initial Jiu Shangyi profession, he was still able to persist in the dungeon for 8 hours and kill 20 monsters. This is actually very exaggerated. Listening to the other principal's words, Zhong Yanghui also felt quite uncomfortable. Yang Lin, this kid is really a pity. Why did such a headstrong student awaken a useless profession? This is completely unworthy of this kid's efforts and hard work. Whether it's Zhong Yanghui or the other 5 principals, they are all quite curious about when Yang Lin plans to come out of the dungeon, and whether he will be kicked out or take the initiative to come out after recognizing reality. Could it be that he really wants to stay in the dungeon for 48 hours? Can he handle it? If you want to ask if Yang Lin can handle it, you have to look at his condition first. After working hard for 8 hours, Yang Lin successfully killed 20 cleaver rabbits as he wished, and successfully leveled up from level 1 to level 2. He also obtained 4 free attribute points. At this moment, Yang Lin's mood was cheerful and excited. All the suffering he had endured before was now transformed into his expectations. He had never expected that he was just trying to improve his level and get a mythical entry to see if he could defy fate. In reality, he was directly given a double surprise. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 2, and you have comprehended the first professional skill, super compression. Because your level has been raised to level 2, the first professional entry has been unlocked. Unexpectedly, professional skills have come out. Yang Lin didn't dare to think about this at all. In his understanding, if you want to obtain professional skills, you either have to have your own adventures, or you have to have a sense of the profession. But now, he was clearly only expecting the first professional entry. Who would have thought that he would also comprehend a professional skill along the way? However, what is this super compression? After taking a look at the skill introduction, he understood that it was to apply gravity to the enemy to limit the enemy's mobility, thereby weakening the enemy's offensive ability in a corresponding and indirect way. And the most important thing is that his super compression can not only apply gravity to one object, but as long as it is within the inherent domain he unfolds, all enemies recognized in it will be subjected to the same gravity. The most commendable thing is that there is basically no consumption when using skills, whether it is single or group. Speaking of the inherent domain, it was 10 by 10 at level 1, and now the range is a bit larger, becoming 11 by 11. Not bad, very good, just don't know how the actual combat effect of this super compression is. Although he is very concerned about the actual combat effect of the new skill, Yang Ling is now more concerned about the professional entry that he just unlocked. The first professional entry, negative amplification mythic level, in the inherent domain unfolded, for every personally applied negative state on the corresponding enemy, the fixed damage received by the enemy per second will be doubled on the basis. At first glance, Yang Ling thought this entry was very ordinary, but after thinking about his professional skills, he couldn't help but gasp. He had to verify it now, quickly verify it. Almost like crazy, Yang Ling began to look for new corpse objects. In 15 minutes, he found a lone cleaver rabbit. Then, he unfolded his inherent domain and applied super compression to the cleaver rabbit in the domain. First of all, the professional skill, as expected of super compression, the gravity was only applied, and the weak rabbit immediately felt like it was carrying a boulder on its body. Its mobility was at most only 1/3 of what it was before. And what's even better, is that the cleaver rabbit would originally throw a spinning cleaver, but now forget it. Super compression is equivalent to directly cutting off one of its attack methods. Seeing this, Yang Lin was immediately happy. Wasn't it very crazy before? Why is it so weak now? In the current situation, if the risk factor of facing a cleaver rabbit at level 1 was set at 100, then the risk factor now drops by at least 70%, or even more. For example, now Yang Lin dares to take out a spear from the space, and doesn't need the auxiliary of a low-quality beast trap, and the entangling lanlin grass to directly stab the cleaver rabbit's chrysanthemum. The poor cleaver rabbit screamed frantically, but because it was subjected to ultimate compression, even its counterattack seemed so weak. In addition, the continuous damage received by the cleaver rabbit itself also changed from 1 point at level 1 to the current 4 points per second at level 2. Why is it 4 points? That's because the Jiu Shang is 2 at level 2. Then, because of the super compression, it is amplified by the professional entry, becoming 4. In summary, Yang Lin completed the kill of the current cleaver rabbit almost very easily. Although most of the damage was caused by the spear, there is no doubt that his monster-killing speed is at least dozens of times faster than at the beginning. He doesn't have to be chased around in a mess, and he can despise the struggle of the monsters under super compression, easily sinking them. So refreshing. If this wasn't a dungeon, Yang Lin would have to take out his mobile phone and play a song by Da Apple to cheer himself up. Oh right, I forgot to mention that he also obtained 4 free attribute points when leveling up. Now Yang Lin has already considered how to add them. He divided them evenly, adding 2 points to constitution and the other 2 points to agility. His profession doesn't need to add strength to increase output, so adding strength is useless. He also doesn't need to add spirit, because he has observed that there is basically no energy consumption when using professional skills. He can just add a little spirit later, when he feels it is wasted. Therefore, constitution, which is related to health, and agility, which is related to speed, have become Yang Lin's first choice. After a series of operations, the current professional panel has become like this. Name: Yang Ling Profession. Domain Array Demon Master Level. 2 Health. 245 or 245 Blood Chi Energy. 137 Talent Ability. Inherent Domain Professional Skill. Super Compression Professional Entry. Negative Amplification O. You ask why the 4 basic attributes are not displayed on this panel. That's because Yang Ling casually hid them. He is sensitive to numbers and can't stand a series of numbers. That's it, don't think too much. In addition, it was also at this moment that Yang Ling finally put down some of his worries, found a close place, and decided to take a good rest. During this period, he began to ponder his professional skill, super compression. It's quite good. Even if he doesn't mention his inherent damage, he seems to be very qualified to be a support just by relying on this skill. It is said that the ironclad support is the flowing sea. If he really can't make a living, he can completely rely on professional skills to eat. However, as a man's romance, Yang Ling is more willing to be a big sea. He feels that his domain and this model still have a lot of potential to be tapped. Looking at the professional panel he summoned casually, he subconsciously touched the professional entry he had just comprehended. At this time, a hidden prompt appeared again. When the level reaches level 5, you can activate the second mythic entry. Yang Ling broke out in a cold sweat. He was now frightened by himself. Activating one professional entry is already very good. He can actually activate a second one at level 5, and it's still a mythic level. In an instant, Yang Lin's passion for killing monsters surged up again. He said that he is a hidden profession. How could a hidden profession be bad? Just a mere dungeon monster, see if he will kill them next. In order to test the current limit, Yang Ling, because he has a reliance, is now not satisfied with dealing with one cleaver rabbit at a time. He wants to deal with 2. It just so happens that there are 2 cleaver rabbits traveling together nearby. The same old trick, under the super compression, the mere cleaver rabbits are almost ready to surrender. Little rabbits, weren't you very fierce when you chased me before? Now let me show you how fierce I can be. While letting the 2 cleaver rabbits continuously lose health, Yang Ling held a spear, and constantly greeted the back of the cleaver rabbits fiercely. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 cleaver rabbits died one after another. Killing the cleaver rabbit gained 35 experience points. Killing the cleaver rabbit gained 37 experience points. Seeing that the experience bar only increased by 6% after killing 3 cleaver rabbits, Yang Ling is not anxious about leveling up now. Compared to other professions, he is not so violent at the moment, but his advantage lies in being able to control it safely. Wait until there are more professional skills and a few new professional entries are unlocked, and then everyone will realize what the hell is called a hidden profession. Do you know the gold content of a hidden profession? Under the ambition, seeing that it is so easy to deal with 2 cleaver rabbits at a time, Yang Ling's courage continues to grow. She began to try to greet 3 cleaver rabbits at a time. The result is still not difficult. The only drawback is that the killing is a bit slow. Because she wants to improve her monster killing speed, she has to carry the spear that does not belong to her profession and stab it fiercely most of the time. This leads to her being quite tired after continuous actions. Yang Ling couldn't help but think that it would be great if someone could help her stab after she restricted the monsters. Originally, she just thought about it like this, and what she is more looking forward to now is to reach level 5 quickly to see what benefits the second professional entry can bring her. But unexpectedly, just after she used her professional convenience to stab 3 more cleaver rabbits to death, a girl suddenly appeared in her sight. How could he have thought that he could meet Yang Ling in the dungeon now? As for Yang Ling, although she is not very familiar with Wang Qianqian, she remembers that Wang Qianqian's awakened profession is not bad. If she remembers correctly, it seems to be a druid, who should be able to summon the souls of animals for her use. The growth limit is very high. But why is this girl appearing on the periphery now, and still alone? Seeing Wang Qianqian's somewhat disheveled appearance, Yang Ling had to guess that Wang Qianqian's team was destroyed, right? Otherwise, why would she appear here? For the sake of being classmates, just when Yang Ling wanted to ask Wang Qianqian what happened and decided to express her sympathy, Wang Qianqian opened her mouth first. Yang Ling, just now when I saw you killing 3 cleaver rabbits, how were they so docile? Why are the cleaver rabbits I encounter so ferocious? Docile? Yang Ling was a little surprised. When did the cleaver rabbits become docile? Just thinking about it, he immediately understood that when he was killing monsters, because he applied super compression, the speed of the cleaver rabbits became slow and the attacks became sluggish. In the eyes of uninformed outsiders, wouldn't that be the cleaver rabbits becoming docile? You're talking about this? Yang Ling replied, actually, I just restricted their abilities. I don't think this thing is docile. Wang Qianqian was quite surprised. They say your profession is weak, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you can restrict them. Hey, I'm a hidden profession anyway. It's not too much to restrict a few cleaver rabbits, right? Not too much, not too much. You are very strong. I am very envious. Hearing these words, Yang Ling's mood was also a bit complicated. Thinking about when he knew that he had awakened the Jiu Shangyi profession, basically everyone avoided him. But how long has it been? Someone actually said they envied him. The development of things is really a bit incredible. Oh, I almost forgot. Seeing Wang Qianqian appearing here alone, Yang Ling was still quite curious about this. Wang Qianqian, didn't you go to hunt monsters with the team? Why are you here alone now? It's okay if Yang Ling didn't ask. As soon as she asked, she immediately saw Wang Qianqian's eyes turn red in an instant. Almost all the little pearls of grievance were about to fall out. Are you okay? I'm okay. Wang Qianqian quickly rubbed the corners of her eyes. I'm okay. Since you're okay, then I'll go. I still have to hurry up and level up. She said that she wasn't too familiar with Wang Qianqian, and seeing Wang Qianqian like this, she was afraid that this girl would have trouble on her body. Yang Ling thought that it would be better not to get involved. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she thought that Wang Qianqian had actually chased up from behind and grabbed the corner of Yang Ling's clothes from behind. Yang Ling, can I team up with you? Yang Ling was speechless. Don't you have a team? Why do you want to team up with me now? I was kicked out. They said I was a burden, and then they voted to kick me out of the team. Hearing this, Yang Lin really couldn't believe that a druid, a very powerful profession, would be said to be a burden. How is this possible? According to what Yang Lin knew, druids were definitely not ordinary strong. According to his understanding of this profession, the druid's combat style would be different depending on the creature summoned. But no matter what kind of creature, the main body would definitely not be too weak. Even if a druid was lucky enough to summon flying creatures such as flies, they could fly in the air later. This kind of thing is something that other professions wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Wang Qianqian, she would actually be kicked out of the team. Wang Qianqian, you're not kidding, are you? I'm not kidding. I really can't kill monsters well alone. Yang Ling, please, let me team up with you, okay? Yang Ling was still thinking about how to open her mouth, but Wang Qianqian was obviously more anxious behind her. As long as you take me, I won't complain about any dirty work or hard work. I promise I'll be very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. As long as you open your mouth, anything is fine. In the current situation, Yang Ling couldn't leave even if she wanted to. With no other choice, she turned around and said, "You're a bit exaggerated. You suddenly asked me to team up. I have to understand the situation in detail, right?" But Wang Qianqian nodded repeatedly and told the story one by one. According to what Wang Qianqian said, Yang Ling quickly understood the reason for the matter. The reason why Wang Qianqian was kicked out of the team was not because her profession was not strong enough, nor was it because her personality was not compatible with others. In fact, it was because her profession consumed too much. As a druid, Wang Qianqian can now summon a powerful grizzly bear spirit. Once the spirit is added to her body, she herself will become violent and fierce. Needless to say, her combat power is like this. The cleaver rabbits she currently encounters, 1, 2, or 3, are really just a piece of cake for her. But the problem also appears here. Druids need spirits to possess them, which requires a huge consumption of blood and energy. This also leads to Wang Qianqian being very strong, that's right, but after every 5 minutes of strong combat, she has to rest for 15 minutes. At first, the people in the team didn't say anything when they saw her so powerful. But as time went by, when they found that the monsters in the novice dungeon were not strong and Wang Qianqian was wasting so much time, a group of people gathered together and simply kicked her out. Even if Yang Ling is an outsider, her mood is still quite complicated about this matter. Although the novice dungeon is indeed related to the future, you can't see that someone is very strong and quickly pull them in, and then find that the monsters to be killed are weak and think that they are wasting too much time. Isn't it typical to bully people by kicking them out at this time of life changing? Just after Wang Qianqian finished talking about her affairs, she grabbed Yang Lin's clothes even tighter. Yang Lin, please, let me team up with you, okay? This assessment is very important to me, really very important. This? Let me see your panel first. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't refuse on the spot, Wang Qianqian was overjoyed and quickly attacked her professional panel. Name? Wang Qianqian. Profession: Druid level 3 health 226 for 226 blood chi energy 108 a 108 talent ability. Spirit summoning non-physical professional skill. Exposed Sangxiong first spirit professional entry. Destiny's Prayer epic level. Every time you can summon a spirit, your own basic damage will permanently increase by 5%. Then, after reading Wang Qianqian's professional panel, Yang Lin sighed at 2 points. First, her professional panel is really strong. Although the professional entry is epic level, and cannot be compared with legends and myths, it is good enough. I can't imagine what level her basic attack will be against the sky if she can summon more spirits in the future. Second, Yang Ling sighed at herself. She deserves to be a hidden profession. Her current attributes at level 2 are much stronger than Wang Qianqian's attributes at level 3. Even if it is the same level up and adding attributes, even druids cannot compare with the large increase in their own profession. Yang Ling, can I join the team? Yes, you can, but are you really willing to do anything? I promise, I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. I will definitely listen to you. Very good. Yang Ling nodded. I just want to tell you in advance so that you don't think I'm bullying you when I ask you to work later. No, you can let me join the team. I'm already very happy. Okay, then I'll find you work to do later. Yang Lin is now saying that finding work to do is definitely to let Wang Qianqian help stab the cleaver rabbits later. Although she can restrict them now, she still has to keep carrying the spear and stabbing them. Now that someone has less work to share, it is very reasonable, right? Thinking that things have been decided, Yang Ling sent a team invitation to Wang Qianqian. Just like seeing hope in Wang Qianqian's eyes, Yang Ling has now become a radiant sun. In addition, let me mention that the gold coins for killing a monster are fixed. If several people kill in a team, then several people will share the gold coins. Except for some special props that will increase a certain amount of extra gold coins to a certain extent, basically the gold coins divided by each person will not be too different. Now that there is a teammate, although some gold coins are divided out, since it is a helper, then the number will definitely be made up for later. Yang Ling said that she would go find the cleaver rabbits now, and let Wang Qianqian assist in the cooperation. However, her stomach couldn't help but growl after only 2 steps. At this time, looking at the time on her phone, Yang Ling was shocked and hungry. She had only killed a few cleaver rabbits, but she didn't expect that 8 or 9 hours had passed. No wonder she was hungry. It's okay. She put a few bottles of water and steamed buns in the professional space when she came. She will just make do with it for the time being. However, Yang Ling never expected that just as she took out the water and steamed buns from the professional space, Wang Qianqian had already handed over a lunchbox with quick eyes and hands. This? I heard your stomach growling. This is the bento I brought for you to eat. No need, what will you eat if I eat it? It doesn't matter. I made several bento, and they are all in the professional space. And I have already eaten before. I'm not hungry now. Yang Ling wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Wang Qianqian already enthusiastically opening the bento box. Seeing the white rice and rich side dishes inside, Yang Ling was even more hungry now. I don't like to be pretentious. Since you want to give it to me, then I really have to eat it. But it's been a long time and it's a little cold. If you don't mind, I'll make a fire to heat it up for you. No need, no need. It's fine now. Yang Lin's eyes lit up as she ate a bite of side dish and a bite of white rice. This taste is not ordinary good, it's quite good. How is it? Does it suit your taste? It's delicious. That's good. Because I made it myself, I was afraid it wouldn't suit your taste. What are you talking about? The mushrooms and tofu in it are simply amazing. Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to be able to cook. It's okay. My mother used to be a chef. I learned a lot from her. After a period of time, Yang Lin was full of energy. Naturally, she had to kill monsters. First, in order to test Wang Qianqian's limit, Yang Lin didn't take action when she first encountered the cleaver rabbit. She was observing this girl's state. As Wang Qianqian transformed, she could clearly see a huge and fierce grizzly bear appearing behind this girl. That was her first spirit. The furious grizzly bear, it must be said that this girl's destructive power is really strong. 3 cleaver rabbits besieged her together, and she slapped them all away in an instant. Then, Wang Qianqian launched a pursuit. In 3 or 2 strokes, all 3 cleaver rabbits were killed. Cow, really cow. It was just that after this, Wang Qianqian was already sitting on the spot with a red face and panting heavily. Maybe she was afraid of being disliked by Yang Ling. At this time, she looked at Yang Ling with more than ordinary panic in her eyes. Yang Ling thought for a while and thought that it seemed that her energy consumption was really high when she was fighting. But I asked you, if you just do ordinary attacks after the Holy Spirit family, will the energy consumption be drastic? No, but in that case, the attack damage will be greatly reduced. That's fine. When you are rested and we are in action, change your form as much as possible and do ordinary attacks. Unless there is an emergency, you must retain a certain amount of energy. Okay. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't abandon her, Wang Qianqian relaxed all of a sudden, and a beautiful glow appeared on her pretty face. It was also after a period of rest that when the two of them acted, Wang Qianqian was so surprised when she saw the skills that Yang Ling displayed that she directly covered her small mouth. Yang Ling, she just used super compression to restrict the cleaver rabbits in the inherent domain. But in Wang Qianqian's eyes, watching the originally ferocious cleaver rabbits suddenly unable to move an inch, it was almost as if she regarded Yang Ling as a god. What a powerful ability. Don't be so powerful. Hurry up and transform and use ordinary attacks to kill all these cleaver rabbits. Wang Qianqian did as she was told. In a short time, the experience of several cleaver rabbits was easily obtained. During this period, since someone was helping to kill rabbits, Yang Ling was definitely idle. Although she didn't want to say it, Wang Qianqian was invisibly pulled over to do hard labor, and Yang Ling became a ruthless boss who was cheating. You said you were willing to do anything. I didn't bully you, right? No? Wang Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, her expression still quite excited. Killing monsters with you is very fast. I don't have this ability myself. Then I hope we have a happy cooperation. Strive to give birth to a few more. Because she had Wang Qianqian as a helper, the 1, 2, 3 scattered cleaver rabbits on the outer guard could no longer meet Yang Lin's needs. So soon, she decided to take Wang Qianqian to the core area. During this period, even if Wang Qianqian changed her state and only did ordinary attacks, her energy would still be forced to release her state due to consumption. At this time, if you want to ask what to do, then Yang Lin will definitely throw the spear to Wang Qianqian to stab the back of these monsters. Can you change the place? Are you stupid? What we are pursuing is efficiency. You have to remember that no matter what monsters, maybe they have other weaknesses, but the back is definitely one of them. Then. Watching Wang Qianqian carry the spear to stab the back of the monsters, Yang Lin herself felt her scalp tingle. She didn't feel anything when she did this kind of thing, but watching others do it, she really felt quite cruel. When another 8 hours passed, Yang Lin's level had risen to level 4. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, had reached level 5, just one level away. Then, like in movies and novels, she would kill wantonly. We 5 schools will have one less. Who cares about you? Zhong Yanghui spat and said, can you 5 stop putting gold on your faces? Even if Yang Lin can't truly awaken, are you sure your schools can get the quota? When the Greed Wolf Guild comes down to recruit people, they also have their own indicators, okay? You're really a bunch of shameless old guys. Hey, don't think we support you. As long as a student can be recruited by the Greed Wolf Guild, there will be plenty of sponsorships next year. Whatever you want, a bunch of old things. Don't say you are much younger than us. You're over 60 years old and still think you young and vigorous. Go. I'm too lazy to talk to you. After chatting with the other principals, Zhong Yanghui's heart was now somewhat relieved. It was indeed beyond his expectations that Yang Lin could find a teammate. But no matter what, thinking that Yang Lin would not easily go to his death, at least he, as the principal, felt more at ease. Also, because it had been implicitly determined that Yang Lin's hidden profession probably had no chance of standing out, the discussion of the next few principals finally turned back to the topic of whose school's students were the most powerful. And for this question, Zhong Yanghui definitely had candidates in his heart. For example, Xu Meng, who is currently in the first echelon like other schools, is quite good. He, as the principal, must understand such an excellent student. The Moou master is a rare profession. As long as he can reach level 10 in this novice dungeon, and then pass the special trials above, the Greed Wolf Guild will probably not be able to run away with one of the places. But speaking of rare professions, Zhong Yanghui's subsequent attention subconsciously fell on Yang Lin's partner, Wang Qianqian. He must also have some understanding of this student. The druid is also a rare profession with great potential and a promising future. The only thing he can't figure out is how Yang Lin ran into the dungeon alone and then got together with Wang Qianqian. Thinking of this, he simply called Wang Lan, the director of political education, who was guarding the teleportation array. This time, without waiting for Wang Lan to open his mouth, he directly said, "Wang Qianqian, you should have some understanding of this student, right? Principal, why didn't you ask about Yang Lin this time? We'll talk about Yang Lin's matter later. I'm just asking you, Wang Qianqian didn't have a fixed team when she entered the dungeon, right?" "Yes, of course she has a fixed team." "Principal, what are you asking this for?" "It's not that I want to do anything, but I can't figure out how Yang Lin teamed up with Wang Qianqian." "What? Yang Lin teamed up with Wang Qianqian? When did this happen?" "It's impossible, right?" "What's impossible?" "I just saw on the overall evaluation that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian teamed up. He's already level 4, and Wang Qianqian is only one level higher than Yang Lin. Even if you ask me, Principal, I don't know. Maybe Yang Lin has some charm that attracted Wang Qianqian." Forget it. I can't ask you anything. I'll take a look later and see what Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian can do in the dungeon. The communication finally hung up. Wang Lan, the director of political education, who had been exhausted from guarding the teleportation array, was very speechless. The principal is also like this, asking himself everything, making himself seem like an omniscient person. But it's really a bit incredible. Yang Lin was actually able to get in touch with Wang Qianqian, who has a rare profession, and even reached level 4. This kid has some skills. I was still worried that he would have an accident in the dungeon in front of the teleportation array. Let's talk about Yang Lin's side. He has currently reached level 4. Although he knows that the second mythic professional entry will be activated at level 5, even if his body can hold on after being in the dungeon for 16 consecutive hours, the psychological and mental fatigue is simply increasing. He really can't hold on anymore. He began to discuss with Wang Qianqian about setting up camp. "You can arrange these things. I'll listen to you." Hearing Wang Qianqian say this, Yang Lin was a little speechless. "You are quite obedient. I say what is what." "Yes." Wang Qianqian nodded with more than ordinary seriousness. "I said before that I will listen to your arrangements." "Okay, let's find a quiet place to rest and relax." That's what they did. Although the dungeon doesn't have the setting of day and night alternating, for example, the novice dungeon is set to be daytime, so no matter how long it passes, it is daytime. But the heart and spirit can't stand it. If you should rest, you must rest. After finding a good place, Yang Lin proposed to take turns resting and sleeping, but Wang Qianqian refused. "Don't worry about me. Even if I don't sleep for just one day, it's okay. You are an iron body. That's not the main thing. I'm used to staying up late." Hearing Wang Qianqian say this suddenly, Yang Lin was quite curious. "What are you used to staying up late for?" As she inquired, she actually asked about some other situations of Wang Qianqian. It turned out that Wang Qianqian's family now has a weak mother and a 9-year-old younger brother to take care of. So usually after school, or during holidays, she would find some part-time jobs to subsidize the family. Because of this, she has done a lot of work staying up late to work overtime. What is it for? Isn't it just to earn more money so that the family can have a better life? Because of this, she actually values this novice dungeon more than anyone else. She doesn't dare to expect the recruitment of the strongest guild, but she also wants to have the conditions to go to other good guilds. In this way, her mother and younger brother will definitely be well taken care of later. Yang Lin can't understand the above mood. No matter what, compared to Wang Qianqian, she is already happy enough. Although her parents are just ordinary employees, they are stable and don't need her to go out to work part-time. But Wang Qianqian, she has to take care of her mother and manage her younger brother. It is indeed quite difficult for a girl. No wonder she seemed so humble when she asked herself to team up before. What is the purpose? Isn't it just to level up a few more levels and strive for favorable conditions so that she can go to a good guild later? Just when Yang Lin was thinking about these things, Wang Qianqian asked, "What's wrong? Didn't it's not like I can't reveal a little when necessary? After all, who would pay attention to you if you don't flex your muscles appropriately? You wouldn't think that just by shouting that you have a promising future, others would stick to your face and help you for no reason. Why should others be cheap horses?" Yang Lin unfolded his professional panel amidst Principal Zhong Yanghui's doubts. After that, the lounge was silent for a long time, and Principal Zhong Yanghui's expression was nothing short of wonderful, from the initial stunned look to the subsequent shock, and finally the shock. 2 super auxiliary abilities, this is a big deal. Oh my god, there are 2 mythical entries. 2 mythical entries in a row. You can buy lottery tickets. Even if you don't sell lottery tickets, you won't have better luck. Seeing Principal Zhong Yanghui so excited, Yang Ling slumped and said, "Principal, do you think my current panel has any problems participating in the trial of the Greedy Wolf Guild?" "Don't worry, let me calculate it first." As for what to calculate, it's of course Yang Ling's damage. Yang Ling is currently level 7, so the basic fixed damage is 7. Because of the linkage entry of 2 super auxiliary abilities, the damage per second is doubled to 21. So 21 per second is 1260 per minute. And the monsters in the dungeon, level 7 and level 8, these monsters, except for those with very special health, are often just over 1,000. In short, under suitable conditions, Yang Lin can kill these monsters in 1 minute. Because it is a domain formation demon, it must be a range attack. Such a calculation is really not inferior to those popular violent professions. Among them, Principal Zhong Yanghui did not calculate, because he did not know that Yang Lin's second mythical entry would cut 25% of the enemy's health and energy with 1 knife. Therefore, Yang Lin's actual kill must be 25% faster than Principal Zhong Yanghui's calculation. Okay. Very good, I understand now. Huanzhen is not Wang Qianqian leading you, but you are leading her. Wang Qianqian said hard for Yang Ling, "My profession consumes too much and cannot support long-term combat, so I have been helping Yang Ling along the way." Okay, Principal Zhong Yanghui nodded, and then she began to pace in the lounge. She was thinking about Yang Ling's profession and panel. How should I put it? The professional panel displayed by Yang Lin is indeed amazing. Even without any damage, he can be pulled out as a strong auxiliary existence with just 2 super skills. However, there is no pure auxiliary in this world. The so-called auxiliary are all attack professions that have 1 or 2 limited abilities relatively speaking. And to put it bluntly, let alone the real world. Is this damage of over 1,000 per minute really enough? Moreover, with Yang Ling's current state, it is difficult to fight back once targeted by the executor. For example, archers, musketeers, qigong masters, and other ranged professions. How can this domain profession fight? Will it be consumed to death? Seeing that the principal hadn't spoken for a long time, Yang Ling tried to ask, "Principal, is my panel really not good?" It's not that it's not good, just looking at the same level, even if you can't lead the way, you can still be among the best. However, there are too many shortcomings. Once targeted, it will be easily defeated. Principal. Actually, I have seriously considered my professional situation. There are some shortcomings, but as long as I grow, I may be able to comprehend or activate new professional skills and professional entries. Isn't any profession gradually completing all aspects in the improvement of levels? That's true, but you want me to intercede for you to participate in the trial. Principal, I'm just here to try to fight for it. If it really doesn't work, I can go to a similar guild. Young Ling, since you have come to me, I, as the principal, will try it for you even if it costs me my old face. Principal, thank you so much. Don't thank me yet, after all, I can't guarantee success. Also, I know that the trial dungeon of the Greedy Wolf Guild is a special dungeon with selectable difficulty. If they agree, with the characteristics of your profession, you can completely bring a teammate to slowly grind through the abyss difficulty, but correspondingly, the risk factor will also be doubled. Yang Lin was a little surprised. The admission dungeon of the above guild can also bring teammates. Ordinary, difficult, and nightmare difficulties are definitely not allowed, but if you choose the highest difficulty, abyss, you can naturally bring one. But generally speaking, no one does this because it is really too difficult. However, thinking that you can limit monsters first and then deal continuous damage, if there's a partner to assist, I really suggest you be bold. Principal, even if you say so, the people above have to agree. Yes? If the people above don't agree, it's all for nothing. In short, wait for my news later. I will take a trip for you tomorrow. Principal, then Qian, and I will wait for your good news. Okay, let's talk about it later. Wait for my notice after you get home. Okay, Principal, thank you. After Principal Zhong Yanghui left the lounge, Wang Qian became anxious. Yang Ling said so much to the principal just now, so I can also participate. Yes, if the above agrees, then you will fight the abyss with me. The reason why I didn't mention Qingmai Shumeng at this moment is because Yang Ling knew that Meng Meng would definitely pass. So, if you choose a partner other than Qingmai, it must be Wang Qian, who is the most compatible with him. Am I so bad that I will drag you down? Qian, are you afraid? I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, I'm very at ease and won't be afraid. That's fine. If we can really participate, then let's be together. After all, the abyss difficulty sounds scary. Even if I have the ability to limit, it's true to pull a teammate for the sake of safety. Wang Qian is very happy. If possible, I will be with you. Okay. That's it. Let's leave the conference room too. Let's go home and have a good rest for now. Seeing Yang Ling kicking his feet and going out, Wang Qian suddenly thought of something at this time, but tried to open her mouth several times, but hesitated to speak. Seeing that she was about to leave the hall, Wang Qian finally spoke out. Yang Ling, if the above doesn't agree, which guild will you go to later? Yang Ling replied, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll consult the school and make plans then. Then, can I go to a guild with you then? So you want to be with me? Yes, I want to be with you. Of course, if you mind, then forget it. Why should I mind? So you agree? Great. Maybe realizing that she was too excited, Wang Qian's pretty face couldn't help but blush afterwards. It's not early, and now the novice dungeon is over, so I have to hurry back, otherwise my mother will worry. Okay, after you go back, if the principal gives me information, I'll contact you. Okay. Seeing Wang Qian leaving, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at her graceful back. This girl asked herself if she minded being with her. As a normal man, what do I mind? Seriously thinking about being with Wang Qianqian, sucking, pinching shoulders, hammering backs, and rubbing legs, it's addictive for a man to be able to ask for it at will, okay. Just as Yang Ling was thinking about this, a nice voice suddenly sounded next to him. What a gentle and beautiful girl. Why are people walking away, and still unable to extricate themselves from looking at their backs? Yang Ling suddenly came back to his senses. Meng Meng appeared next to him. Isn't that Xu Meng? It's like a warm breeze blowing under the warm sun. The clear eyes and clean temperament will make people intoxicated just by appearing. Especially her fair skin with a faint pink. The peach blossoms blooming after level 4 are beautiful. However, Xu Meng's mouth still has a hint of grievance. No wonder she didn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. It turns out she was rushing to pick up girls. Meng Meng, you're wrong. Wang Qianqian and I met halfway. It's just that we got along well by accident. Xu Meng shouted. Yes, very good. We even agreed to go to a guild in the future. Yang Lin spread his hands. I told you, but you don't believe me. I believe you a ghost. You haven't answered me why you ignored me. Do you know how much pressure I endured to leave a place for you in the team? In this regard, Yang Lin said seriously, to be honest, if I knew my profession could be saved, I would have shamelessly been with you. I invited you, and I don't mind. But at that time, I was afraid that you would fall out with your teammates because of me. Also, I didn't plan to participate in the novice dungeon at first, but I still came because I was unwilling. Xu Meng is in a better mood now. You and Wang Qianqian really met halfway. Yes, he was kicked out of the team by Li Yang and others, and then I met him, and then we two formed a team until the end of the dungeon. Who told you not to ask me at the beginning? Otherwise, I would definitely be able to take you to level 10. Yes, so my level is not up to standard, and I can't even participate in the subsequent recruitment trial of the Greedy Wolf Guild. But I told the principal. He said he would help me fight for it. Really? But is your profession okay? It's still very good after comprehending 2 professional skills. The two walked home together while talking. Because of the help to the neighbors and the relationship of more than 10 years, otherwise how could it be said that they are childhood sweethearts? Along the way, the topic slowly came to the relationship between the two. I said before that although they are childhood sweethearts, the relationship is not too bad, but it is not very good. I really didn't expect that we would say so much today. Yang Ling, you still say that it's not because you inexplicably alienated me that I thought I did something wrong. Don't accuse me first. It's obviously you who alienated me. Nonsense, where did I alienate you? When I was at school, you didn't even want to say hello to me. How dare I? I'm afraid that a bunch of people around you will eat me. Speaking of this, the two looked at each other and smiled playfully. They are obviously adults, but their relationship is still so close. Now they are still entangled in this like children. All the way to the door, just when the two were about to enter their respective homes, Xu Meng suddenly thought of something and heard him say, speaking of which, I have been calling and messaging you, but you didn't answer or reply. I have a good reason to suspect that you deleted me. No way, the phone has always been there. I don't believe it. Look at it yourself. It's okay if you don't look at it. After looking at Yang Ling's phone, I don't know what's going on. Xu Meng's cheeks are bulging. Meng Meng, what's wrong with you? Are you still saying that you are not picking up Wang Qianqian? Go find your Wang Qianqian. Yang Ling looked at Xu Meng walking into the house and closing the door with a puffed-up face. She was very confused. Isn't the phone number still there? Why did she mention Wang Qianqian again? Sure enough, although they are childhood sweethearts, I still don't understand what this girl is thinking sometimes. Just when Yang Ling was about to enter his own house, a mobile phone message prompt suddenly sounded. When he looked at it, it turned out to be from Xu Meng, who had just entered the house. She actually sent a photo of herself wearing pajamas. TSK, as expected of Meng Meng, her figure is so predictable. How can thin pajamas block her arrogance and surging? But why send me a photo? And it's so furnished and private. Just when Yang Ling was still wondering, Xu Meng's second message came. If you delete me again, I will bite you to death. After the message, there was also a puppy grinning expression. Yang Ling understood at once. I thought something happened to Xu Meng just now. It turned out that she saw that she had deleted her previous Pingbao photo, so this was to give herself a supplementary photo, as a standby review. Is this related to Wang Qianqian she mentioned earlier? Okay, I'm already at the door, so I won't say this. Thinking that although I didn't reach level 10 in this novice dungeon, level 7 is more than 10 million times better than the original expectation. I should hurry in and tell my parents the good news. Time needs to go back to 30 minutes before Yang Lin entered the house. At this time, Yang Ba Yang Ji and Yang Mu Zhongyu were discussing a major event. Hearing Yang Ji said, "Wife, do you think it is necessary to write 2 more letters of engagement for our son?" Zhongyu replied, "I have already written 12 letters of engagement. That's enough. There's no need to write more." Okay, then let's use these 12 letters. After he comes back, we'll give these to him. As for who he wants to marry, let him choose and decide for himself. Okay, let's arrange it like this. But you said, will we still resist? After all, we are also interfering in his marriage. Isn't this because there's no way? You saw how uncomfortable he was because of his bad profession. Since that's the case, he can only eat soft rice in the future. But Lao Yang, what if we are still wronged outside? Don't talk nonsense. Who dares to wrong my son Yang Ji? If I am wronged today, I will let the family he belongs to be removed from the alliance tomorrow. Okay, why are you so excited? I'm just saying it casually. It's just that there's one more thing. How should we tell him about these marriage matters? This question is really a bit difficult. If it really doesn't work, we can say that we had various opportunities and coincidences to get close to these families. Wouldn't it be reasonable to marry their daughters? Okay, let's just say that. Also, it's not early. Calculating the time, he should be back soon. You put these 12 letters of engagement away first, and I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Okay. I'll put away the letters of engagement, and you go to cook. Even at this time, I still heard Lao Ba Yang Ji say, I still think we should write a few more letters of engagement. This will also make it easier for the child to choose. Isn't 12 choices too few? What if none of them catch his eye? Wouldn't that be bad? You can do whatever you want. I have to hurry up and cook, otherwise I'll come back hungry. Okay, then I'll write a few more to give our child a wider range of choices. Young Lin, she opened the door and entered the house with high spirits. Dad! Mom, I'm back. As soon as he shouted, Lao Ma's voice immediately came from the room. Lao Yang didn't hear it. He's back. Hurry up and take the food out of the kitchen. Okay, Young Lin wants to help now, but there's no chance. Not only is there no chance, but after he sat down at the dining table, he suddenly found that his father and mother's eyes were full of meaning. Dad! Mom, do you have anything you want to say to me? Yes, why not? Lao Ba Yang Ji said with a serious expression, actually, before you came back, your mother and I were discussing your future. Lao Ma Zhongyu echoed and nodded, you brat, your mother and I know how worried we are about you. So you're talking about the future? Yang Lin smiled darkly, Mom and Dad. I know you want to comfort me, but don't worry, I'm not the kind of person with a fragile mind. The most important thing is that your son is not as useless as you think. Yang Lin suddenly became radiant. Lao Ba and Lao Ma looked at each other. What's going on? Why does my son look so excited? Dad and Mom, let me tell you, my profession is not very bad. If I hadn't wasted some time in the novice dungeon, I would definitely have reached level 10. But it's okay. I can't go to the super guild at level 7, but a similar guild is still possible. Lao Ba Yang Ji was stunned. You said you're level 7. Yes, I didn't have any expectations at the beginning, but even I didn't expect that my professional potential is 100 times stronger than I expected. To put it this way, those ordinary professions outside dare to clamor in front of me. Whether it's one or a group, I can get rid of them in minutes under the same level. Lao Ma is very happy today. You're so powerful. Mom and Dad, you don't have to underestimate your son now. I would like to show you my professional panel, but you can't understand it, can you? In short, I am very strong now. I dare to guarantee that even if I don't go to a super guild, I will definitely be able to make a name for myself in the Alliance in the future if I go to a similar guild. Lao Ba and Lao Ma were completely stunned. And this situation is completely different from what Yang Lin imagined. Hearing that his son is so powerful, shouldn't Lao Ba and Lao Ma be happy? Why are they all in a daze now? Unable to figure it out, Yang Lin said, Dad, don't you want your son to become a dragon? Mom, you have to express something too. Why do I feel like you are both a little weird today? Lao Ba Yang Ji took a breath and said, it's not that your mother and I are weird. It's mainly that we have already thought about your future for you. Now you suddenly say that you are promising. Aren't you making your mother and me worry for nothing? If your child is capable, can't he create a future for himself? I know Mom and Dad, you have worked hard, but believe me, it won't be long before I will definitely let you live a comfortable life. Lao Ba Yang Ji was a little at a loss. Child, let me ask you this. If I give you a chance to eat soft rice now, do you want to eat soft rice, or do you want to work hard? Yang Lin was shocked. He never thought that he could hear such words from his father's mouth. Test, this must be a test of my mind. Dad, I am also a 7-foot man. What soft rice are you eating? You are underestimating your son. That's what I said, but Yang Ling also committed a low estimate in his heart. With his ordinary family, what kind of soft rice are you eating? Dad, this question is not realistic at all. Even if your son wants to eat it, you have to be able to get this bowl of soft rice. You really decided to work hard yourself. That's a must. Not only do I want to work hard, but I must also let you two old people live a relaxed and comfortable life. This is my promise to you. Lao Ma Zhongyu was obviously moved. You brat, it's not in vain that I worked so hard to raise you. You will definitely be more promising than your dad in the future. He's promising now. Then what am I doing drinking by Mao and causing 15 storms? I picked and chose a total of 15 storms. You say a few less words. You can't suffocate you. Don't disturb my child's interest. Lao Ma Zhongyu happily added food to Yang Lin. But Yang Lin is now very interested in the 15 storms in Lao Ba's mouth. Dad, what 15 storms? What 15? What did you do today? You hurry up and eat. Don't listen to your dad talking nonsense there. Nonsense. Yang Ling wanted to ask again, but he heard Lao Ma forcibly change the topic with a little complaint. When you went to the novice dungeon earlier, didn't I prepare dry food and lunch boxes for you? Why did you forget to bring them? Look, it's only been 2 days, and people have lost a circle. Mom, I was only thinking about other things at the time. I forgot to bring dry food and the like. But it doesn't matter. The novice dungeon is over. What's next? Yang Lin wanted to tell Lao Ba and Lao Ma that the principal might help him fight for the opportunity to try out the Greedy Wolf Guild, but on second thought, Lao Ba and Lao Ma are just ordinary people. They don't understand these things. Even if they are fought for, they will definitely worry about themselves when they hear that the trial is dangerous. So I won't mention this. Let's eat seriously now. After a while, Yang Lin was full and full. Then he went to wash up and took a bath. Then he returned to his bedroom. He accidentally saw the mobile phone screen. Looking at Shumeng's somewhat seductive photo, he couldn't help but. She also reminded her of Wang Qianqian's soft thighs in the novice dungeon. Sucking rash, I'm going, young people, don't think wildly. You should think more about the bright future. As for the next time, I'll wait for the principal's notice. If it works, I'll go to the trial to see if I can pass the admission of the Greedy Wolf Guild. If it doesn't work, I can only consult the school and go to other relatively good guilds. Yang Lin is thinking about these things at the moment. Lao Ba Yang Ji and Lao Ma Zhongyu are discussing again in the hall. He's still excited after seeing us come back. This shows that his profession seems to be not bad. It should be not bad. Looking at how confident he is in his future, I'm actually quite gratified. You're gratified, but it made me work so hard to consider 15 big girls. I don't know how hard it is. He's more promising than you. He doesn't hesitate to eat soft rice when he comes back. Lao Yang, let me ask you, are you afraid that you didn't eat soft rice when you were young and now you want to compensate for your regrets? Wife, you're going too far. What do you mean I didn't eat soft rice when I was young and let her compensate for my regrets? Am I that kind of person? You actually think I'm that kind of person after all these years of treating you with all my heart? Who knows if you have any ideas in your heart all these years? I'm wrong to death. You shrew, what can I say to you? Look at our current status. Even if I have ideas, who else can look up to me besides you? You're really sensible. We are an old married couple, and you still test me at every turn. I can't live this life with you anymore. You sleep in the hall tonight. Wife, I'm wrong. Wife, listen to me. Wife, don't do this. In a temporary office in Yuchuan Inn, there are 2 people working in front of the computer. One of them is a woman with a light temperament. Her white and slender fingers are typing quickly on the computer keyboard. Her eyes are sharp and her body is as straight as a pine tree. Her serious appearance. It has its own aura, making it even more cold and beautiful. The other is a man with a handsome appearance. His mouth seems to have a faint smile, and he looks more approachable than the woman. He is sorting out the information, and will occasionally transfer the information in his hand to the woman. Occasionally, he will also make some comments and annotations on some information. These 2 are 2 deacons from the Yuncheng Greedy Wolf Guild, namely Sun Yanji and Shu Guan. The deacons have a high status in the guild. Except for the president, vice president, and secretary general, the highest authority manager is the deacon. As for how many deacons a guild has, it depends on the size and specific situation of the guild. Originally, a few auditors would be sent down to recruit students, but some problems occurred in the guild and there were not enough people. Therefore, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were temporarily sent to Yuchuan. Currently, the two are compiling the talent information of the 6 universities here, who have emerged from the novice dungeon. They will make notes for those who are particularly valued and judge whether these students are qualified to be recruited based on the upcoming trials. After a while, Xu Guan said, I have reviewed the personnel information. I feel that Yuchuan this year seems to be a bit unsatisfactory. Same feeling. Sun Yanji simply responded and said, although there are 22 people who meet the trial standards, most of them were brought out by strong people after looking at their novice dungeon information. I'm afraid they will show their true colors soon after entering the subsequent trials. Yes, except for a few who are considered to have potential, it is a bit difficult to select enough 10 places. But Nianji, did you see that there is actually a hidden profession, Domain Formation Demon Master? I saw it, but I have already screened it out. It is a profession that deals damage, and the basic damage is so poor that even if the professional skills and professional entries are good, it cannot make up for his innate defects. This is really a pity. It is rare for a hidden profession to be said to have no limit. This is strange enough in previous years. There is nothing strange about it. Although hidden professions are rare, how many hidden professions that can be used have been produced in so many years? Not even 20%. So don't have too much expectation. Xu Guan nodded. Is there no hidden profession that can kill the sky and the earth? It would be great if it appeared in our guild. You think too much. You should do your current work first. Just as Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were finalizing the information, the office door was suddenly knocked. Please come in. As the door was pushed open, an old man with a wide body and a fat body walked in. This person was Zhong Yanghui, the principal of Sanguo Longting School. Needless to say, he came here today for Yang Lin's matter. 2 directors, sorry to disturb you. Sun Yanji glanced at Zhong Yanghui and then opened his mouth with a frown. Zhong Yanghui, the admission trial of the Greedy Wolf Guild will begin tomorrow. The time is so urgent. Don't you gather your students to say more about the arrangements? What are you doing running here? Zhong Yanghui smiled and said, actually, I'm here mainly to mention a student's matter. Then you can go back. Don't. I haven't said anything yet. Zhong Yanghui, the admission of the Greedy Wolf Guild is very strict. The information of qualified students has been statistically analyzed. As for whether to admit them, it depends on their performance later. You know that the guild only looks at strength and performance. Private intercession is useless. No. Director Su, you misunderstood me. I'm not interceding. I just want to give a student a chance. While Zhong Yanghui was speaking, he could feel Sun Yanji's cold gaze. Under the huge pressure, cold sweat was dripping non-stop on his forehead. What's the difference between this and intercession? Seeing that you are the principal, I will pretend that nothing happened today. If there is a next time, you don't have to be the principal. Zhong Yanghui wanted to cry without tears. He looked up at Sun Yanji and then looked at Xu Guan next to him. Xu Guan spread his hands, indicating that he could not help. After all, although he was also a director, he was just here to help. He had no right to speak. Zhong Yanghui couldn't stand Sun Yanji's pressure now and wanted to retreat, but he was still a little unwilling. At least he had come, so he had to fight for it. Director Su, I'm talking about that hidden profession. He is very strong. Double skills, large amplitude, double mythical entries. The moment Zhong Yanghui insisted on speaking, Sun Yanji had actually made a gesture to signal Xu Guan next to him to throw Zhong Yanghui out directly. But with Zhong Yanghui's sentence, double skills, large amplitude. After the birth of the double mythical entries, both Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were stunned. What did you say? Double skills, large amplitude, and double mythical entries. That's right, Yang Lin's potential is very high. I dare to guarantee that all the potential students in the 6 universities in Yuchuan are probably not his opponents. Although there are some shortcomings, I think he has considerable plasticity. After listening to Zhong Yanghui's words, Sun Yanji retrieved Yang Lin's information from the computer. However, this information, it did not show that Yang Ling had any skills and entries, only because most professions had just awakened, and the skills and entries that should have been there had already appeared. Even if they relied on comprehension or activation, they would have to wait until after the actual situation. But Yang Ling, during the period when he was promoted to level 7, actually comprehended double skills and double mythical entries. Moreover, not to mention the double skills, just the double mythical entries alone felt quite terrifying just by listening to them. Zhong Yanghui, have you seen his professional panel? I have seen it. I guarantee that I saw it with my own eyes. Because I was afraid of taking pictures and leaking secrets, I handwritten a copy. The 2 directors might as well take a look. Seeing that things were a little loose, Zhong Yanghui quickly sent a piece of paper over. Super pressure, super paralysis. Nianji had to say that these 2 skills did have the qualifications to be large amplitude. I would like to see what level a mythical entry of a profession with extremely low fixed damage can make up for. The first mythical entry, linkage negative state, increases fixed damage multiples. Sun Yanji and Xu Guan pondered. Not to mention that Yang Yin's 7th level linkage of 2 negative states caused continuous damage that was indeed considerable, at least at this low level. As for the second mythical entry, this is definitely another large amplitude entry. The enemy in the field has all attributes reduced by 25%. As expected of a mythical entry, it is indeed terrifying. 2 directors, what do you think of Yang Lin? Zhong Yanghui asked cautiously while wiping his cold sweat. Sun Yanji pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, if you don't look at his attack ability, just look at the 2 skills and the second mythical entry, he can completely be a full-time assistant. However, precisely because of this, if you want to use him in the future, the guild needs to spend a lot of manpower and material resources on him. It's just that in this situation, once the team overturns, he basically has no possibility of self-rescue. Zhong Yanghui smiled kindly. Then, in Directus's opinion, can he enter your eyes? Sun Yanji nodded slightly. I think it's good and has the value of cultivation. After saying that, he looked at Xu Guan. What do you think? I also think it's pretty good. To be honest, if Principal Zhong is telling the truth, these 2 mythical entries are really rare. Ordinary professions should burn incense if they have 1 mythical entry. I didn't expect this kid to have 2 at once. Is this the ancestral grave emitting green smoke? Zhong Yanghui was overjoyed. 2 directors, since you said so, then Yang Lin, I will focus on reporting to the guild. If they don't object, I will take her back and train her as a full-time assistant. Principal Zhong, do you have anything else to say? That's right, Yang Lin's intention is to participate in the trial because she has a partner, Wang Qianqian. Therefore, she will choose the abyss difficulty when participating in the trial. The temperature in the entire temporary office dropped by more than 10 degrees. Sun Yanji looked at Zhong Yanghui with a cold expression and slowly opened his mouth and said, Zhong Yanghui, is your recruitment to my guild a child's play? I will tolerate you interceding for 1 person. Now you say he wants to go to the abyss and also bring an egg. What are you kidding me about? Get out, I'm going out now. Seeing that Sun Yanji contained anger, Zhong Yanghui didn't dare to stay in the office for a moment and left here. Seeing Zhong Yanghui leaving, the coldness on Sun Yanji's face did not completely dissipate. Young people don't understand things. Forget it, this Zhong Yanghui is so old and the principal doesn't understand things either. But Xu Guan, he was very interested in retrieving Wang Qianqian's information at this moment. After a while, he said, Nianji, I think it's okay to give this opportunity. This Wang Qianqian is also a rare druid profession. Even if she is given a special admission, she should not be bad after being cultivated. So you agree that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian will team up to challenge the Abyss difficulty trial. What's the matter? Anyway, after entering, if the behavior is not right, you can completely choose to retreat and leave. With Yang Lin's 2 restrictions, even if the behavior is worse, they can probably still save their lives. Xu Guan, are you serious? I'm very serious because I have considered some issues. Tell me about it. This Zhong Yanghui came to help Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian intercede. It seems that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian are likely to have a good relationship. According to this point, your initial idea was that you said you wanted to pull Yang Lin alone to the Greedy Wolf Guild for auxiliary training. I'm afraid that if Wang Qianqian is left here, she may not be willing to go. Is there anything else? Yes, even if you ignore the relationship between Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, do you think the current Yang Lin will agree to be a full-time assistant in the future? Her current level and damage are completely enough to get the dungeon. If you treat her as an assistant, how do you know she doesn't have the star of a big C? Moreover, you need to know that a full-time assistant is very easy to be betrayed and thrown away in a dungeon full of crises. At least if I were Yang Lin, I would never agree to be a full-time assistant. Su Nianji was silent. He thought for a while and said, I admit that her current ability is indeed enough for dungeons around the same level. Not to mention how it will be in the future, just talking about using this profession to output, aren't there too many disadvantages? Yes, I'm afraid of ranged kites, and can't stop the fatal blow of close-range raid enemies. But it is precisely this kind of profession that you are now throwing into the crowd of professional students in Yuchuan High School, and you can kill many people in minutes. Even powerful professions can basically not achieve this effect. So from some aspects, this domain town demon master is really terrifying if there are enough negative states. Su Nianji entered a state of thinking again. After a long time, he made a compromise. Since that's the case, then let him and Wang Qianqian team up to challenge the Abyss difficulty. Anyway, there is a lack of talent here this year. I want to see if he can create some surprises. I'm also looking forward to it. I'll notify Zhong Yanghui now. Okay. After Zhong Yanghui left the temporary office of the inn, he was quite helpless. In the end, he didn't know whether he had completed the task or not. How should he notify Yang Lin later? Just as he was still struggling in his heart, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but after hearing the voice, his whole person was greatly shocked. It turned out to be Shujisha. That's right, I have discussed with Shujisha here. Poli allows Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian to participate in the subsequent trial as partners. Great. Thank you for your help, Shujisha. Don't say help. I didn't help much. It's just that you, as the principal, have the confidence to recommend students. It's best if the result doesn't disappoint everyone. Shujisha, don't worry. Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian will definitely not disappoint you and Shujisha when they participate in the trial. Then wait and see. After hanging up the communication, that kill speed is insane, basically overwhelming the top students from the other 3 schools. Besides Shumeng, the Longteng school also has 2 students with pretty good scores, basically in a close competition with the students from these 3 schools. You beasts! Does Longteng Academy have to be so crazy this year? Because it's really possible that their school might take 3 to 5 of the Greed Wolf Guild's 10 admission slots this year. Are you even leaving any room for other schools to survive? What's Principal Zhong Yanghui's reaction to this, you ask? Well, let's just say that his back has never been straighter than it is now, listening to those other 3 old geezers discussing his school. Humility is still necessary to some extent. And you, don't worry. The trial hasn't even finished yet, has it? Steady now. We principals need to learn to be steady, and not get alarmed at every little thing. Steady, my ass. The other 3 principals' teeth are itching, but there's nothing they can do about Zhong Yanghui's old ass. Who told his students to be so awesome? And on the overall rankings, after some time, Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian first increased the number of Sand Ice Waste swordsmen killed by 2 in the Abyss difficulty dungeon, and then, not long after, another jump, increasing the number of Sand Light Gold flying beetles killed by 13. The total number of sand kills is getting more and more outrageous. Xu Guan, who was also watching the data, couldn't help but sigh and say, although Yang Ling's professional shortcomings are significant, you can't deny that she does have the ability to kill a lot of enemies right now. That's right. Seeing her and Wang Qianqian kill so many light gold flying beetles in such a short time, I suddenly have a question. What question? Her fixed damage should ignore defense and directly deal true damage, right? Xu Guan thought for a while and said, most likely. Although the great light gold flying beetles are powerful, their health is very low. If they encounter a profession like Yang Ling that can limit them, and if she can really ignore defense, then it's like they've met their natural enemy. Sun Yanji pondered for a moment, but after thinking it over, I still think we should position him as support and train him in a specialized manner. The higher the level, the harder it is to comprehend or activate professional skills and professional entries. Letting him develop on his own might bury him. What's the rush? There's plenty of time. Just observe slowly. It's easy for you to say. For those special students, we often have to take special training measures so that we can deliver talents to the front lines of space sooner. You know we don't have that much free time. Xu Guan spread his hands. Even if you think so, you still have to ask for his opinion. After all, you also have to know that once you forcibly intervene and carry out specialized training, it's easy to cut off his understanding, thoughts, feelings, and opportunities for the profession. Forcing growth is not a good thing. I've thought about it, so I'll wait until it's over and ask for his opinion. After 2 hours of dungeon time, students had already begun to teleport out of the dungeon one after another. Previously, it was relatively easy for a team to kill monsters together, but now, having to grind monsters alone in a difficult dungeon, these students couldn't even survive like dogs. It was too difficult, really too difficult. Every monster was so strong that continuing to survive like a dog might cost them their lives. Helplessly, they had to withdraw from the dungeon. However, the students who withdrew were still quite unconvinced. In previous years, they only had to go to the normal difficulty dungeon, but why was this year an exception? Was the guild deliberately making things difficult, or did their luck just happen to coincide with the changes above? And just as these students returned to the hall, facing the disappointment in the principal's eyes, without exception, they saw an amazing scene through the overall rankings. The person with the highest number of kills was actually in the Abyss difficulty, and judging by the level, they were still level 7. Heavens, level 7 daring to go to the Abyss difficulty, not to mention actually reaching the top of the kill rankings, they've already exceeded the kill count of the second place by 4 times. Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian must have taken blood tonics. Look at the kill count notifications, they just won't stop. By the way, let's go take a look at the other students. The competition is still fierce. This undoubtedly makes the students, who withdrew early, feel deeply powerless and frustrated. The gap is right there. The more they complain about the guild increasing the difficulty of the trial and see the strength of others, the more it highlights their own weakness. Not to mention that most of the students who withdrew from the dungeon were probably shocked by Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian, who had the highest rankings. So, at the moment, they didn't choose to leave. Most of them stayed in the hall. They just wanted to observe how exaggerated these two powerhouses could be. It should be said that the special job transfer dungeon area that the students are participating in is not very large. Therefore, now, not to mention those curious students watching, even several principals are wondering if Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian are killing so quickly, they couldn't possibly have even taken care of the Abyss difficulty boss, right? Looking at Sun Yanji and Shu Guan, the two supervisors, although they didn't say anything, judging by the fact that they were just staring at Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian's names on the overall rankings, their hearts must be full of anticipation. The ordinary, difficult, and nightmare difficulty dungeons only have small bosses, but to talk about the real boss, you have to look at the Abyss level. Zhong Yanghui, the principal of Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian, is definitely the most excited. He's thinking that if his two students can take down the Abyss boss, but for ordinary families, that's about half a year to a year's income. And besides that, what definitely invigorates Yang Ling the most is Wang Qianqian. Yang Ling never expected that after arriving at the dungeon, this girl would directly change into a maid outfit, and still the kind that leans towards eroticism. Her picturesque features paired with her bare, fair shoulders or thin white stockings paired with her well-proportioned, slender thighs, made this originally gentle girl have a bit more alluring sexiness. Of course, if she was just pretty, it wouldn't be enough to completely move Yang Ling. The key is that Qianqian is so considerate. Massaging her shoulders, pounding her back, sucking on her pillow, this combination is just too lethal. Otherwise, how could Yang Ling have been so energetic all the way? Back to the present, when the two of them worked together to clear out 3 greenskin tendons, they began to take a breather in place. Originally, at this time, Wang Qianqian was about to step forward to massage Yang Ling's shoulders again, but Yang Ling grabbed her hand. Okay, it's been so long. You should rest too. Brother Yang, I'm not tired. Don't be stubborn. I also want to discuss something with you. Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then sat down next to Yang Ling. Brother Yang, what do you want to discuss? Yang Ling looked serious and said, the monsters we've killed along the way have actually already met the quota, but the reason why we are still here is partly because we want to take this opportunity to get more purification materials, and partly because I'm considering whether or not to kill the Abyss boss. Wang Qianqian looked a little shocked. The Abyss boss is not like ordinary small monsters. You could lose your life if you're not careful. I know, that's why I want to discuss it with you. Speaking of this, Yang Ling seemed to be trying hard to recall something. After a while, he said, according to the information I've found, this special dungeon only counts as officially cleared if you kill a small boss, or the Abyss boss. If we are level 10 professions and need to transfer jobs, we'll most likely get an evolution prompt after officially clearing it. Brother Yang, but we are only level 7. So, Qianqian, aren't you curious? If we kill the Abyss boss at level 7, and if we trigger evolution and job transfer again, what do you think will happen? Wang Qianqian shook her head. I think it's difficult to trigger. First of all, the probability of triggering is already low, and secondly, our levels haven't reached the requirement. You're right. Our basic conditions are insufficient, but there's one more thing that makes me feel a little itchy. What is it? Whether it's a small boss or the Abyss boss, there's a high probability of dropping rare omnipotent purification materials, malachite. Even if there's no chance of triggering job transfer, if we can get a piece of malachite, it's worth at least 30,000. If we are even luckier and get a rare item, then this trip will really be a complete success. Wang Qianqian smiled. Brother Yang, you're thinking a lot. Why, don't you want to? I don't have that strength, but if Brother Yang wants to try, I'll go with you. It's very dangerous. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid as long as I'm with Brother Yang. TSK, how much does this girl trust me? Okay, let's not talk about how much Wang Qianqian trusts me, but to ask whether or not to kill the Abyss Boss. Yang Ling seriously thought for a while and made a decision. Special dungeons generally only last for 8 hours. In other words, we now have an hour and a half of action time. We've already roughly turned the dungeon over, and most of the monsters have been killed by us. Now, if we want to kill the Abyss Boss, we can now go to the deepest core area. Okay, so we are going to act now. Hearing Wang Qianqian's question, Yang Ling took a deep breath. Of course we are going to act. If we don't take down the Abyss Boss, I feel like this Abyss dungeon trip will be for nothing. Of course, if we feel it's really dangerous later, we'll find an opportunity to retreat. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Yang. Let's go then. Just as the two were heading towards the most core area, Yang Ling felt a little excited. She was excited because when she checked her professional panel earlier, she didn't get a prompt to obtain the third professional entry. As for the first and second professional entries, she had obtained hidden prompts, but the third entry didn't have a hidden prompt. She was not discouraged by this, but instead speculated that not giving a hidden prompt might mean that it could be obtained through normal means. And what is the normal means? It must be killing the small boss, or the Abyss Boss of the special job transfer dungeon. So, Yang Ling is now extremely expectant. She needs to verify, that is, thinking about the above questions. Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian have already stepped onto the area where the Abyss Boss is located. Although they haven't seen the main character yet, the monsters in this area have already appeared. Swamp Soul Summoners, 3 or 2 ginsengs in groups, holding soul summoning sails, level 10. Their health is around 1400, and their attack is directly up to a terrifying 150, which is much higher than the monsters encountered before. Not to mention anything else, for most professionals with just over 1000 health, just seeing the Swamp Soul Summoner's terrifying attack, they would definitely be scared. Qianqian, the weapons these things hold don't seem like physical attacks. Pay more attention to observation. Don't worry, Brother Yang, I'll pay more attention to observing the situation. Get ready to act. Just as Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian began to act, the 3 Swamp Soul Summoners in front also discovered the 2 of them. The low swallowing sounds in their mouths were slightly ear-piercing, and at the same time, the death energy around the entire hell suddenly became much thicker. Yang Ling didn't dare to be careless at all. She approached quickly in an orderly manner, then unfolded her domain, and then used super heavy pressure to give the 3 Swamp Soul Summoners enough pressure. Seeing these things shake their soul summoning flags, she then used super paralysis to interrupt their spellcasting actions in a timely manner. Wang Qianqian was also not idle. Having acted with Yang Ling for so long, even if they didn't have a telepathic connection, they were still quite tacit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood energy around her body suddenly burst out. After that Sangxiang spirit was added to her body, the whole person was like a stimulating arrow leaving the string, rushing towards the monster like wind and thunder. In the deathly silent hell, the cold light of sharp claws bloomed in Wang Qianqian's hands. Using the fastest speed, Wang Qianqian finished a set of combos. Although the Swamp Soul Summoner had thick skin and flesh and also had a defense bar, it wasn't taken away by Wang Qianqian's set of attacks. But at this time, Wang Qianqian didn't choose to entangle with these things. She quickly retreated and returned to Yang Ling's side. The rest was slowly consumed, which was enough. About 30 seconds later, the 3 Swamp Soul Summoners' health was cleared and they died. It wasn't as difficult as expected. Qianqian, let's continue to go deeper, and kill the Abyss boss. When the special dungeon reached its 5th hour, except for Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian, all the other students had already come out of the dungeon. Most of the students had withdrawn on their own initiative, and there were also 3 who wanted to fight hard, but almost lost their lives in the dungeon. They had already been taken to the emergency room. As for the students who cleared the love dungeon, there were a total of 5. Xu Meng was one of them. The difficulty was very easy for him. Just like he said, if he wasn't afraid of his family worrying, he would have at least chosen the nightmare difficulty. When he came out of the dungeon, he immediately ran to the hall to look for someone. When he didn't see Yang Ling, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. But when he saw that the overall rankings showed that Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian were still in the dungeon, his mood improved slightly. As for the atmosphere in the hall, if it was in previous years, it would have been time to celebrate the celebrations and be sad for those who should be sad, but only this year was different. It was very solemn and serious. Basically, no one dared to speak loudly. And the root cause of the solemnity and seriousness was Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian in the Abyss difficulty dungeon. How many years has it been since anyone passed the special trial dungeon of Abyss difficulty? And this year, Yue Chuan's Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian not only went to the most worrying place, but each of them was only level 7. According to the information on the overall rankings, the 2 of them had just killed 4 swamp soul summoners, which just showed that the 2 of them were in the final area. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 of them would continue to fight to the end with the Abyss boss. Can they succeed? No one could guess the result, but the most concerned person had to be Zhong Yanghui, the principal of Long Teng High School. He was just looking at the overall battle situation, but his upper body clothes were soaked through, and he was still constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Not to mention that the nervous expression on his face was slightly exaggerated. Principal, I know Yang Ling too well. He doesn't do things that he's not sure about, so you don't have to be so excited. Xu Meng, you're still talking about me. Aren't you also quite nervous about this kid? That's for sure. Our 2 families have known each other for more than 10 years as neighbors. But I believe that if he insists on challenging the Abyss boss, even if he can't beat it, he will definitely be able to come out of the dungeon safely. I hope it's as you said. At the moment, besides Zhong Yanghui, the other 3 principals, although they only consider the interests of their respective schools, looking at Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian still killing swamp soul summoners in the Abyss Nanda dungeon, their hearts were really mixed. They thought that Yang Ling was just a scrapped hidden profession, but now they had to believe that the kid's so-called hidden profession had definitely awakened a part. Although they have always said that hidden professions are prone to polarization, the appearance of a hidden profession will still make people look forward to it very much, just because the probability of a hidden profession appearing is really 1 in 10,000. If they can completely grow up in the future, join the alliance, and enter the Hall of Fame, what else is needed for the school to brag about her for 100 years? So why isn't Yang Ling a student of his own school? So uncomfortable. The perspective now turns to the 2 supervisors, Su Nianji and Xu Guan. Su Nianji's expression is as cold as ever, listening to her say faintly, I think the 2 of them are still too rash. They have obviously already met the standards. Are they really going to challenge the Abyss boss? Xu Guan leaned against the wall with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and said, even if they go to challenge the Abyss boss, what's wrong with that? Xu Guan, are you so confident that the 2 of them can do it? Don't you know that Yang Ling's hidden profession is okay against ordinary monsters, but against existences like the Abyss boss, once an accident occurs in the same level state, there will be absolutely no power to fight back. Nianji, he is a hidden profession. I don't think other professions' similar auxiliary abilities can compare with his restriction abilities. Even if there are some effects, how much can there be? The Abyss boss's resistance value is already high, and the defense bar mechanism weakens the negative state. Once the Abyss Boss's actions cannot be properly restrained, then the Domain Town Demon Master profession is basically bound to die. Don't worry, isn't there still Wang Qianqian? The Druid profession's upper limit is also quite terrifying. With him there, even if he loses control, he can still help Yang Ling resist for a while. That's best as you said, but I've still decided that as long as Yang Ling can come out of the dungeon, I still have to firmly suggest that he take the path of specialized assistance. It's already great luck that he can awaken 2 skills and entries, and luck won't always only favor him. I have no opinion. Anyway, I'm just here to cooperate with you. As long as you don't think this behavior is a single person's piety, you can do everything yourself. Sun Yanji snorted coldly, you're quite considerate of others, but my decision is not considering him. At this moment, Sun Yanji affirmed her thoughts. In her opinion, although Yang Ling has restriction methods, he has no defense methods. Once the restriction methods are weakened or fail, it's a joke to really expect Yang Ling to kill monsters, unless Yang Ling has great luck to comprehend other more negative state skills. I must persuade him to take the path of specialized assistance. Although this belongs to helping the seedlings grow, his 2 restriction abilities are indeed good. The shortest time to raise his level, and then he will definitely be able to save many lives on the front line. Sun Yanji's mind has already begun to arrange the subsequent remarks. At this moment, Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian have already fought with the Abyss Boss, the Swamp Wielder. Although they are also level 10 monsters, this level 10 and ordinary level 10 soldiers are naturally different. The Swamp Wielder exudes the aura of death all over his body. He is bigger, 3 times bigger than ordinary swamp soul summoners. The death energy lingering on the soul summoning sail in his hand is even stronger, which will make people feel uncomfortable from a distance. Moreover, it should be said that he deserves to be the Abyss Boss. This thing's damage can reach up to 400. For other professionals of the same level, they will basically die 9 times out of 10 after being attacked by this thing 3 times, not to mention that Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian are currently less than level 10. All of them are level 7. However, knowing that the Abyss Boss is quite powerful, they also considered all aspects when they came, but there is one thing that still exceeded Yang Ling's expectations. Putting a reassuring pill is not wrong, but not all accidents are bad things. As it is now, when Yang Ling used her super heavy pressure and super restriction, she once again completely understood the second characteristic of the Domain Town Demon Master profession. Although the first characteristic of the Domain Town Demon Master is to deal continuous fixed damage, all of them are true damage. No matter what armor you wear, what secret technique you use, or what magical props you use, all of them are invalidated against this profession. What is cleared is your most fundamental health bar. There is no use for so many fancy things. And the second characteristic, in a sense, is even more terrifying. In all dungeons, each type of monster itself has a hidden resistance value. Because of this, the damage received by monsters when attacked by various professionals varies. But when it comes to Yang Ling, through the professional feedback prompt, she knows that her professional skills are not heavy pressure technique or paralysis technique. The actual meaning of adding a super word in front is that as long as it is the same type of monster, no matter whether it is an ordinary, difficult, nightmare, or abyss difficulty, the deviation is very small and will not affect the professional skill effect of the Domain Shock Demon Master. Taking the current Abyss Boss Swamp Wielder as an example, he is at most a mutation of the Swamp Soul Summoner. Therefore, what effect can it have on the same type of ordinary Swamp Soul Summoner? But it is the same for this Abyss Boss. Even if the defense bar and Abyss Boss slightly weaken Yang Ling's professional skill to a certain extent, the deviation value is not large. So the following situation appeared. When Yang Ling's super heavy pressure was applied to the Swamp Wielder, this thing didn't show much difference from ordinary small soldiers. And Yang Ling's other professional skill, super paralysis, was just used to interrupt the swamp wielder's every move of the soul-summoning flag in a timely manner. So the final result is that this thing, except for the fact that its health soared to 7,000 and its attack was very high, what is the difference between it and a small monster? Brother Yang, you're too heaven-defying. Is the restriction so outrageous even against the Abyss boss? Wang Qianqian was shocked to doubt her life. To ask her what she thinks of the Abyss boss, according to her common sense and the information she learned from the internet, often those with auxiliary abilities have to dispatch a group to kill the boss, or the Abyss boss, because the boss and the Abyss boss will greatly weaken the restriction effect of these auxiliary professionals. But even so, the risk is still quite high. But when it comes to Brother Yang, this common sense is obviously broken. Qianqian, although this thing is slow to move, I will also interrupt her spellcasting in a timely manner, but you still have to pay attention when killing it. Okay, I will be careful. How we killed the small monsters before is how we kill the Abyss boss now. In order to speed up the killing speed, Yang Ling rarely even personally kicked the iron spear and went into battle. So, after a period of time, the battle situation in the field became like this. Wang Qianqian, with the Tsangxiang spirit added to her body, constantly looked for opportunities to use her claw-hunting machine to make the swamp wielders but bloom. Yang Ling, from time to time, would use a spear to hit his back hard. The swamp wielder had never suffered such humiliation. But although he resisted desperately, every time he summoned the soul, his body was like a lightning strike. The super paralysis immediately interrupted the swamp wielder's attempt to directly counterattack with his own brute force, but how could the restricted body catch up with the two rabbits? You beasts! Why are you so persistent in your own back? If he couldn't speak human language, the swamp wielder would definitely greet these two people's 18 generations with the most vicious words. The swamp wielder was killed by the two of them. It was better to say that he was angered to death by these two inhuman guys. Can you imagine what it's like to be chased and ravaged in the back by two people in turns? Bah, what Abyss boss! Even if this swamp wielder died, he still couldn't escape Yang Ling's verbal contempt. In unwillingness, in anger, in despair, the swamp wielder was immediately frightened by himself. There are almost 7 double jade. How much does an ordinary person earn in a year? And as a professional, just walking around in the dungeon is enough. Although the main reason is that the special job transfer dungeon provided by the Greed Wolf Guild is really powerful, it still illustrates a problem. If you want to get rich quickly, you have to be a professional. The money comes quickly. Maybe some people will definitely think that if a low-level job transfer dungeon is so powerful, then you can directly brush materials at a high level. The idea is very beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. Going to an asymmetrical dungeon not only has no experience, but also the probability of exploding materials is impossible. This is the rule and restriction of the dungeon. Stop the above and go to see the second thing obtained, which is a video bracelet, the bond between the sea and the sky, one of the 3-piece set of flying birds and squid. After wearing a single piece, the recovery speed of its own blood energy is increased by 20%, and its own blood energy consumption is reduced by 20%. Yes, it's actually one of the sets. Yang Ling sighed in his heart that the thing is quite good, but he doesn't need it. Because he doesn't like what bloodstain energy is when he uses professional skills. It's not even a rib in his hand, it's purely an ornament. Brother Yang, although I don't know the price, since it's a set series, it might become one of the finale items if it's put up for auction. Stupid, the price shouldn't be low. Yang Ling muttered like this, then turned to look at Wang Qianqian. Brother Yang, why are you suddenly looking at me? Qianqian, we have now completed the trial of the dungeon, and we will definitely be recruited by the Greed Wolf Guild, right? Wang Qianqian looked excited. Well, thanks to Brother Yang's blessing, I can also go to the Greed Wolf Guild. Then will you follow me in the future? Wang Qianqian raised her face and flew a wink. If Brother Yang hopes, I will always follow Brother Yang. Very good, then stretch out your left hand. Wang Qianqian was confused and didn't understand what Yang Ling was going to do, but she still obediently stretched out her left hand. Yang Ling didn't say anything and directly put the bracelet of the bond between Hai Yuqian on Wang Qianqian's left wrist. This is too precious, I don't want it, and I don't have money to give Brother Yang. Do you still want to follow me or not? If you want to, then accept the gift I gave you. If you refuse, then don't be together in the future. Wang Qianqian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she hesitated and finally accepted this gift with emotion. At the same time, she mustered up 1.2 million points of courage, flattened her toes, and quickly pecked Yang Ling on the side of her face. To say that this bracelet has an effect on Wang Qianqian, it is simply a historical strengthening. Excessive consumption is the current drawback of her druid profession. With this bracelet, it is simply making up for her shortcomings in a super range. Qianqian, you are quite bold. Hearing Yang Ling's teasing, Wang Qianqian was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look at this man at all, and she was so flustered that she was a little at a loss. Okay, I'm just joking with you, don't be nervous. Well, looking at the shy girl in front of her, although Yang Ling also likes money very much, she really doesn't care about a piece of jewelry. Wang Qianqian immediately changed into a woman's clothing to give herself a surprise when she entered the dungeon. She not only provided emotional value along the way, but also took risks with herself without regard for life and death. Even if she didn't say anything else, Yang Ling felt that it was worth giving away just because she could be a teammate who depended on each other for life and death. When she came here, Yang Ling thought that this dungeon was really over, but then not only her, but also Wang Qianqian ushered in great surprises. The data panel changed. The first time, Yang Ling couldn't wait to check her professional panel. In the professional skill list, in addition to super heavy pressure and super paralysis, there is now a third item, a series of question marks. Looking down, in the talent column, in addition to the inherent domain, there are also a series of question marks behind it. After the feedback from the professional panel, Yang Ling understood that the reason why there are now a series of question marks on the skills and talents means that he has completed the special evolution dungeon, and has the lucky chance to get a reward. Why is it a question mark? That's because he has not reached level 10. If he wants the skills and talents to be displayed and activated, he will naturally be able to do so when he reaches level 10. However, this fineness has not ended. Yang Ling said before that if she can get benefits in the dungeon, it should probably be in terms of professional entries, but now the professional entries are silent, but she has obtained professional skills and talents. With his subconscious touch of the professional entries, this time the panel's hidden prompt has a response. When the level reaches 15, he will get the third mythical quality professional entry. It's done. It is said that his professional future is boundless. How can it be stagnant? No matter what professional skills and talent abilities he can get at level 10, and what the third professional entry is at level 15, basically everything is telling Yang Ling that his domain town mode profession has a boundless future. To say that Yang Ling got a prompt and got benefits, Wang Qianqian also got the same. On Wang Qianqian's professional panel, there are also a series of question marks in the professional skills. This means that when she reaches level 10, she will be able to successfully summon the second Holy Spirit besides Sangxiong to possess her. Continuing to look down, her talent has not changed, but there is another professional entry. Similarly, because she has not reached level 10, it is not displayed for the time being, but through a series of question marks, it can be determined that there is. Brother Yang, wait for me to reach level 10, I can summon the second spirit. In addition, I can also get the second professional entry. Actually, I am almost the same. It turns out that Brother Yang, you also got this kind of benefit. Yes, because I have not reached level 10, so it is temporarily not displayed. When I reach level 10, everything will come naturally. Great. Wang Qianqian had just finished being happy, and then she found that her body and Yang Ling's body in front of her were starting to become transparent. We don't have to panic at this time, because killing the Abyss boss and getting the reward is equivalent to completely completing the dungeon. It's just being teleported out. You scared me, I thought something unexpected happened. Wang Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and then quietly waited to be passively teleported out of the dungeon, but at this time she heard Yang Ling say, "Not good." "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" "What's not good?" "Qianqian, what I'm talking about is not me, it's you, me, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were teleporting out of the dungeon?" Without waiting for Yang Ling's response, after a while, both of them were forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. When they opened their eyes, they were already outside the teleportation array. Even at this time, Wang Qianqian was still very concerned about what Yang Ling said earlier. "Brother Yang, what exactly did you mean in the dungeon? Why can't I figure it out?" This, Qianqian, look at your clothes." Wang Qianqian looked at the clothes she was wearing. Almost instantly, her pretty face burned to the roots of her ears. In order to provide emotional value to Yang Ling, she specially bought a set of emotional-made costumes that she had learned on the internet. To say that it was exposed, it was not enough. There was absolutely no situation where outsiders would take advantage of her. It can only be said that this dress looks very sexy overall. Very open and very bold. Wang Qianqian never expected that she would be teleported out directly a few minutes after killing the Abyss boss. She forgot about the clothes, that's right, but even if she remembered, the time was too short to change them at all. As for now, that's even more impossible, because the principals, students, and even the two professionals in the hall all came to the teleportation town after seeing that the overall rankings showed that the two had killed the Abyss boss. Even if the number of people was not large, there were more than 20 people in total. At this moment, it was like the music was suddenly paused, and the atmosphere in the field was too quiet. But in an instant, it suddenly boiled. The male students who came here looked at Yang Ling with envy. They didn't expect it, they didn't expect that this Brother Yang was too awesome. He actually adjusted the girl who followed him so well. "Look at the emotional-made costume." The girls said, "Don't look at most of them showing contempt in their eyes, but the deepest part is actually extremely jealous." Just because Wang Qianqian's appearance and body conditions, she used to wear simple clothes and was not too obvious, but now, if it is her face, if it is her chest, if it is her small waist, if it is her long legs, this series of hardware conditions really makes their hearts go crazy. As for asking how the four principals reacted, the three principals except for the three highs looked at Zhong Yanghui one by one with a smile. "Old Zhong, is this how you educate your own students? At such a young age, they are dressed like this." Those who know it understand that they went to the dungeon, and those who don't know it think they went to a hotel. It's a disgrace to civilization. Your three highs are simply a disgrace to civilization. Zhong Yanghui is also quite speechless now. If he had known that Yang Ling liked this style, he should have persuaded him well. Usually, it doesn't matter how you like the little girlfriend around you, but you can't pay attention to your image in public, right? Oh my God, this scene is too funny. Facing the discussions and pointing fingers of the crowd, Wang Qianqian suddenly panicked. However, she didn't expect that at this time, a strong, warm big hand suddenly held her small hand. "Brother Yang, it's a monster. I didn't remind you to change your clothes earlier, but Qianqian, you look good in this dress. I like it very much. Brother Yang, aren't you deliberately comforting me?" Yang Ling smiled and said, "We didn't come out of the dungeon naked, what are we afraid of?" Other girls want to wear them, but they don't have the conditions. Being praised so much, Wang Qianqian suddenly became much more confident. Although the maid costume she was wearing was very bold and the occasion was indeed wrong, the person next to her said so, and her nervousness had gone away by 70%. When she looked at Yang Ling again, her eyes were full of more tenderness. Yang Ling's words were not ambiguous. At this time, seeing Principal Zhong Yanghui in the crowd, she generously held Wang Qianqian's hand and strode to Zhong Yanghui. Principal, Qianqian and I have perfectly cleared the special trial dungeon. We have lived up to our mission. Yang Ling's voice was very loud, so that everyone in the field could hear it. At this moment, most people suddenly came back to their senses. Yes, they came to see the two gods who passed the abyss difficulty. What were they doing with other people's clothes just now? It seems that won't do. Meng Meng is one of us, and I'm not letting her go. Of course, the three of us agreed to act together. Soon after, Wang Qianqian was the 83rd to enter the arena. But in a few moves, she tore the scorched earth crawler to pieces. No wonder she was able to be revealed at level 7. She's so strong. I thought she was revealed because of connections. Now it seems I was wrong. Just as everyone was praising Wang Qianqian, Xu Guan shouted from the high platform, number 84, Yang Ling. Well, it's my turn. Yang Jie, it's up to you. Go, Yang Ling. Qianqian and I are watching you. Don't worry, you too. But I haven't really seen Yang Ling's skills yet. Isn't this a good opportunity? The simulation battle has already begun. Seeing the scorched earth crawler on the opposite side refresh, Yang Ling must have also launched her domain immediately. But at this moment, Yang Ling's heart jumped, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Professional intelligence feedback. The current environment is a false environment. Professional skills and entries are not effective. Yang Ling's scalp was numb at this moment. By the way, she also understood some things through her profession. If her professional field, the demon suppressor, only fights real games, a virtual, fake thing is purely insulting the profession of domain demon suppressor. The demons suppressed are real existences, not a pile of plastic. Because of this, in the simulated battlefield, except for the basic damage of the domain demon suppressor, don't think about anything else. Yang Ling was almost crying. Of course, she knew that everything now was fake. If so, so many geniuses also knew that those people would definitely not be so casual when facing real scorched earth crawlers. But even if she knew there was too much water, it wouldn't directly drain her water, right? I really made a deal with a dog. It hurts, but Yang Ling still cares about her face. Other newcomers can pass by quickly killing the scorched earth crawler. Even if she can't kill it quickly, she must at least pass. Guess what? Extremely short time. Yang Lin adjusted his mentality and began to quickly think about the current situation. Currently, he is level 7, excluding all influencing factors, and his injury is 7 points of damage. In 1 minute, he can cause 420 points of damage to the simulated scorched earth crawler. The simulated scorched earth crawler has 3,900 health points, so if he wants to simply grind it to death with his profession, it will take nearly 10 minutes. If he wants to shorten this time, he must also launch an attack on the scorched earth crawler. So, in the simulated battlefield, Yang Lin quickly had a spear in his hand. Because the two super skills are ineffective, the scorched earth crawler is flying fast without restrictions. Facing Yang Lin, this thing is extremely hideous and menacing. As for how Yang Ling should fight, it's easy to say. How did she kill the vegetable rabbit in the initial novice dungeon? Now, how to kill the simulated scorched earth crawler. There is no technical content. Anyway, when the scorched earth crawler pounces, Yang Ling quickly drops the gun and runs away. Otherwise, if this thing scratches her a few times, this simulation battle will end in minutes. This scene has stunned all the newcomers watching the battle. Seeing Wang Qianqian, who is also level 7, is so powerful, everyone thinks that Yang Ling must also be very powerful. Otherwise, how could she be exceptionally recruited by the guild? But what is Yang Ling doing now? Everyone didn't wait for Yang Ling to powerfully kill the scorched earth crawler, but instead saw this guy being chased all over the simulated battlefield by the scorched earth crawler. What's even more exaggerated is what is this 7 points of damage per second? Could this be the limit of this man's demon suppressor output? The scene was chaotic, only because Yang Ling brought these people a different viewing experience. Seeing that the scene was about to explode, Sun Yanji and Xiumei, who were directly facing the sharp instructor, also followed suit. What is Yang Ling doing? Is it meaningful to hide his secrets at this time? Nianji, don't worry. I think there's something wrong with this matter. What do you mean? From the moment Yang Ling appeared on the simulated battlefield, I have been staring at her expression. In my opinion, hearing Xu Guan say this, Sun Yanji's expression improved slightly. Soon, she heard Xu Guan say again, Nianji, don't you think that you can only see Yang Lin's true comprehensive strength now? I think it should be. You see, others in the field only see him running around, but in my eyes, what I see is Yang Lin's various just right, various like a fish in water. If another person encounters a situation where they can't exert their strength, they would have been messed up long ago. Sun Yanji did not respond to Xu Guan's words. At this moment, he began to seriously stare at Yang Lin's every reaction and action. I have to say that Xu Guan's observation is correct. The scorched earth crawler is not slow. Even in the simulation, every attack is still quite methodical. But Yang Ling, she can rely solely on her 4 basic attributes to avoid being touched by the scorched earth crawler again and again. It's very magical. Even occasionally, Yang Ling will find the right opportunity to counterattack with a spear. I saw it clearly earlier. Xu Guan laughed and said, sometimes, the talent written on the professional panel is not called talent. In my opinion, her on-the-spot adaptability is also a must for becoming a powerful professional. That's what I said, but I still think he's very worrying. Nianji, you specially applied to transfer away the original instructor. If you think he's worrying, isn't it also within your responsibility, as the head instructor, to train him? No need for your reminder. Sun Yanji said this, but his eyes have not left Yang Ling from seriously observing Yang Ling just now. He has seen every step of Yang Ling's various dodges and attacks on the clay crawler with a spear. Even if he is not weak, he has to admit that this guy's on-the-spot reaction is really amazing. Even if the skill fails outside in the future, the monster wants to kill him. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. There must be an inside story. Many newcomers are indignant. Whoever teams up with him is unlucky. Yes, even if there are no teammates, you can't team up with him. It's too. Yang Ling doesn't know what the reaction of the people outside the simulation is. He is now focused on how to kill the scorched earth crawler. Hard work pays off. When he entangled with the scorched earth crawler for 6 minutes, he finally stabbed the scorched earth crawler to death with the spear in his hand, and he was considered to have returned alive from the simulated battlefield. The whole scene was very quiet. Everyone looked at him with unusual meaningful eyes. Thinking that it took him 7 minutes to deal with the scorched earth crawler, Yang Ling was really a little ashamed. There is no comparison with the scene of others passing through like thunder, but he has experienced it in the case where the skill entry is restricted. Just as he returned to the crowd, Xu Meng said with some emotion, "You really surprised me." Yang Lin sighed, "How could I have thought that the simulation would restrict my abilities?" But Meng Meng, if I really have this kind of strength, would you still team up with me? What do you mean? If I cared about this kind of thing, why would I try my best to invite you when I was a novice? As expected of my childhood sweetheart. He moved me. Stop it. Say these nasty things to Qianqian. Speaking of Wang Qianqian, Yang Lin had just turned around when he immediately heard Wang Qianqian say, even if Yang Ji, you suddenly only have this kind of strength, I will definitely team up with Yang Ji. Qianqian, if I really do this, don't you think I'm a burden? Yang Ji, you didn't dislike me, how could I dislike you? As expected of my Qianqian. After all 100 people completed the simulation, Sun Yanji, as the instructor, began to summarize the speech. Regarding this simulation, on the one hand, it is to let you understand each other and facilitate the formation of teammates. On the other hand, I have also roughly seen your abilities. Overall, I am very satisfied. Hearing that the beautiful instructor Su is very satisfied, the stars in the field are now more upright than the other, just to give this beautiful instructor a good impression. Sun Yanji then swept around the field and said, as for the next step, it's time for you to form a team. If anyone wants to act as a lone wolf, I have no objection, but considering that the strength of the nearby monsters is strong, I suggest that you form a team of 5 people. After you have selected your teammates and decided on the name of the temporary team, report it to Deputy Officer Shu. Hearing that the team formation has begun, all the newcomers in the field have become active. Everyone has not forgotten that the base here implements a point system. If you want to live comfortably here in the next 2 months, a strong teammate is definitely necessary. So, some people who performed particularly well before have now become the object of everyone's crazy invitation. For example, Xu Meng, for example, Wang Qianqian, they are not only strong, but also have good looks and good figures. It is conceivable how many people have extended olive branches to them. Xu Meng refused all of them in an orderly manner. She took the 2 girls to Xu Guan's side very simply. Deputy Officer Xu, I want to register the team members and names. Xu Guan looked at Yang Lin with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You kid is okay. You occupy 2 beauties by yourself. Deputy Officer Xu joked, the 3 of us are from the same place and have the same aspirations. Is that so? Xu Guan approached Yang Lin and said, I think you are clearly in love with each other. Hey, okay, kid, don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you. In fact, I still value you very much. I hope to see your excellent performance in the next 2 months. The registration process of Deputy Officer Xu was very fast, but seeing the 3 people in the registered team, many newcomers in the field couldn't hold back on the spot. What? Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian actually teamed up with Yang Ling. Are these 2 women stupid? Didn't they see what Yang Ling is capable of? They actually chose to be with her. Isn't this the most exaggerated thing? The most exaggerated thing is that they seem to only have a team of 3 people. Everyone sighed at this. How did Yang Ling get the favor of the 2 beauties, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian? Could it be that Yang Ling's simulation was so bad that it caused the maternal love of these 2 beauties to overflow? Look, take a good look at Yang Ling, this man, he really deserves to be struck by lightning. He is not good, but he occupies 2 powerful beauties. Why are Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian willing to bend over for her? If you want to ask how to bend over, let's not mention it. After that, Sun Yanji announced the last thing. Everyone received the point information sent by the base on their mobile phones. For example, how many points are needed to use a facility in the base for a day, how many points can be earned by cleaning a toilet, and how to carry out point transactions. At the same time, everyone's basic 200 points have been credited. How to live in the future depends on the various measurements between the teams. Because it was already evening, before the newcomers gathered and disbanded, Shu Guan also gave everyone a suggestion. You can spend money in the base, but at this time, it is recommended that everyone first settle their accommodation. Then everyone clicked on the point-related information, followed by it is the ghosts and wolves howling from the crowd. Damn, this is too expensive. The base is really dark. It's more than dark, it's simply robbing. Just this day, the base actually charges 500 points for a full set of dormitories. This is not letting people live. Brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is forcing us to go to the nearby to kill monsters. Complaining is complaining, but it's already evening, and dormitory placement is indeed the top priority. As for what Yang Lin and the three of them plan to do at this time, after reading the dormitory-related consumption, the three of them want to live in a better dormitory, and the loss is not a star and a half. According to the point information, the dormitories are all 5-person composite styles, whether you are 1 person, 3 people, or 5 people. Anyway, it's 500 points a night, no bargaining. Of course, if you don't want to spend money, wait, let me criticize you too severely later. Good fellow, it is said that the hard bed is really a hard bed. There is no bathroom, let alone a toilet. But Wang Qianqian next to her subconsciously glanced at Yang Ling secretly, and her pretty face turned half red. This scene was caught by Xu Meng, and then her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Ling fiercely instead of Wang Qianqian. Yang Ling only felt inexplicable. She didn't know what happened. She just followed the two girls to see the environment of the full set of dormitories, and she was inexplicably warned by her childhood sweetheart. I don't know. Now that the full set of dormitories has been moved in, the next thing to consider is dinner. The cafeteria on the first floor is free, and the food on the second floor is luxurious, but it requires points. With the three people's current points, they can't afford the luxurious food package, so they can only eat the free-course tea and light rice on the first floor. And according to some newcomers who consumed on the second floor, the most basic specification of the food on the second floor is 4 dishes and 1 soup, with a minimum of 100 points per person per meal. If there are special taste requirements, you can spend more points to let the chef customize it. In a word, if you have points, you are the boss in this base. You can eat well and sleep well. If you don't have points, not to mention the above 2 basic things, what fitness, entertainment, leisure, and games, don't even think about it. After coming to the base, I just went through the check-in procedures and ate a free meal, but the impression that points give people is already so unforgettable. Also because there are no points, after eating dinner, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian chose to go back to the dormitory to take a bath without any other entertainment activities. You ask what Yang Ling is doing when the 2 girls are taking a bath. Actually, it's nothing. He is just sitting on the sofa in the dormitory hall and closing his eyes to rest. After a long time, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian came out after taking a bath and drying their hair. Originally, Yang Lin was so bored in the hall that he was about to doze off, but as 2 fragrant winds blew, his people quickly became energetic. Looking up, it turned out that the 2 girls had changed into new outfits after taking a bath. Xu Meng, his childhood sweetheart, the invincible beautiful girl, is now wearing a simple small suspender, just right to show her round pointed head and delicate collarbone. The looming skin shows a charming luster, and at the same time, it outlines her graceful upper circumference curve. And this is not all. If you really want to say what is eye-catching, it is still her white hot bone. While perfectly wrapping her upturned buttocks, it also presents the smooth and beautiful lines of her legs in a super amplitude. To say more, she is youthful and invincible, absolutely without any moisture. As for Wang Qianqian, compared to Xu Meng, she is much more reserved. A light pink silk pajamas are a bit hazy under the light. The silk-like flowing water clings to her body curve. Qianqian and I plan to watch TV. Maybe Shumeng stayed in the bathroom for a long time. When she spoke, you could clearly see that there were many red marks on her pretty face. Yang Ling nodded, it's indeed a bit early. Then watch it. Shumeng took the opportunity to sit down on the other side of Yang Ling and said, watching TV is watching TV, but before that, do you remember what you said? Yang Ling was a little confused, what did I say? Shumeng pouted her poisonous little mouth and said, who said earlier that Qian, and I haven't realized it yet when we came to the base. Don't say you've forgotten. Yang Ling felt a little funny. She first looked at Shumeng, then at Wang Qian, so you are still thinking about this? Of course. Come on, tell me your realization, and let Qian and I listen more. Don't forget, you also said that you would severely criticize us too. We all remember it. Okay, then I'll say it. Yang Lin's expression actually added a bit of seriousness and solemnity at this moment. You two, what do you say we came here to do? Shumeng replied, coming to the base is definitely to train, improve our level, and strength. Qian, what about you? Just like Mengji said, it's to improve our strength. Yang Lin affirmed, that's right. We are indeed here to improve our strength, and the spirit realm next to the base is like a copy to let us grow. Because of this, earning points is just a matter of convenience, right? Shumeng and Wang Qian nodded one after another, but the two girls were still confused. But what does this have to do with realization? Of course it has to do with it. Don't forget that the base implements a point system, and since points are obtained conveniently, then those who are capable will get more. If we can't even get the points for accommodation, eating, training, and entertainment later, then what are we staying at the base for? We might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Wang Qian said with a smile, Yang Ji, you are so humorous. Qian, this is not humor. This is called realization. I'm telling you, our goal is to obtain a lot of points while improving super amplitude. Even hesitating about the 500 points for accommodation, what kind of climate can this become in the future? It's still the same sentence. We might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Don't listen to you selling sweet potatoes. Shumeng laughed so hard that she almost choked. She gently hammered Yang Lin with her pink fist and said, seeing that you said it with such momentum, then Qian, and I will listen to you in the future. You have to take responsibility for us too. It must be. Following Yang Ji, we'll have 9 meals in 3 days. Go to yours. Qian and I just need to not starve to death following you. Then we'll take action tomorrow. Yes, we must take action tomorrow. Qian and I want to further improve our combat power, and must reach level 10, as soon as possible. Thinking of the professional skills and talent abilities that she will obtain when she reaches level 10, Yang Lin's heart is really not generally hot now. The next day, after eating breakfast, all the new teams in the base set off to the Lishan Spirit Realm. Among them, the Qianguang team where Yang Lin, Shumeng, and Wang Zhenjian were located was naturally no exception. In addition, before departure, each newcomer contacted the base's location with their mobile phone according to the instructions and downloaded a map of the Lishan Spirit Realm. If they encounter danger, they can call the base for rescue through positioning. This is easy to say, but this map of the Lishan Spirit Realm makes all the newcomers speechless. This map is actually full of blankness. In the words of Sun Yanji and Shu Guan, everything is unknown, so there is fun. If you want a map, anyway, the positioning is connected, then each team should walk out of the spirit realm by themselves. I knew it wouldn't be so cheap. Yang Lin and the 3 of them are not entangled in this now. It is most important to quickly go to the spirit realm to kill monsters and improve their strength. After leaving the base gate and separating from other teams, They walked west for about 7 miles and saw a vast expanse of white mist in front of them, like a dividing line of hell. This is the spirit realm. The essence of the spirit realm is the same as the copy. The only difference is that the copy comes from space, and the spirit realm is the source of space pollution leaking into reality. It may make the spirit realm more localized, so there will be more spirit grass and/or produced in the copy. The base is really stingy. It lets us go to the nearby to train, but it doesn't even give us the basic information of the monsters. It's too inconvenient. Meng Meng, don't complain. In fact, this is not for everyone's consideration. If so much information is made public, there will be a few troublemakers among the arrogant newcomers. Wang Qianqian agreed, Yang Ji is right. This is also to remind us to be cautious and careful. I don't want us to be too reckless. I'm not reckless, and I'm not the captain. If something happens, I'll just throw the blame on the captain. Yang Lin smiled slyly. He didn't expect that his childhood sweetheart of more than 10 years would have such a dark heart. Go to yours. Your heart is the dark one. The three of them entered the spirit realm while laughing and joking. It must be said that looking at the mist outside the spirit realm, I didn't expect the internal vision to be quite clear and basically no different from the outside. The three of them continued to move forward. When they walked about a mile and didn't find any monsters or other resources, Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something that seemed to be very important to her. Yang Ji, Meng Ji, can you wait for me a few minutes? Xu Meng was a little strange. Qianqian, what are you going to do over there? I am going to do something. Then I'll go with you. This is the spirit realm. Even if we are not far apart, we are here for the first time after all. Be careful. Wang Qianqian declined, but Xu Meng could only let Xu Meng follow. As for Xu Meng, he only thought that Wang Qianqian was going to water the flowers, but he didn't expect that just after arriving near a big tree, Wang Qianqian actually started searching in the professional space. Xu Meng was quite curious about this. Qianqian, what are you doing? I'm going to change clothes. We are here to kill monsters in the spirit realm. What clothes are you changing? Xu Meng had just finished speaking when he finally understood and remembered when he saw a set of clothes that Wang Qianqian brought out from the professional space. Wang Qianqian had a set of maid outfits when she was specially dumped before. Now this situation is very obvious. He is going to change into strange clothes again. Qianqian, is it necessary? What extent are you going to do for Yang Lin? Yang Lin, that guy actually has this kind of hobby. He wanted to persuade Wang Qianqian not to spoil Yang Lin too much, but before she could speak, Wang Qianqian became excited. Meng Ji, the previous maid outfit was indeed a bit exaggerated, but the few sets I customized later are very beautiful. What do you think of this one? Xu Meng took a closer look. Unexpectedly, Wang Qianqian actually changed into a little angel outfit, and even inserted small wings behind her. Don't say it, it's really beautiful. If the previous maid outfit was called fun, then the current angel outfit is more like pure cost. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Moreover, Wang Qianqian was already very pure, and now she is dressed as an angel, and the whole person's holy aura comes out. Qianqian and your temperament are very compatible. Great. In fact, there is also a little devil outfit that matches the little angel outfit. I was still struggling to choose one just now. Meng Ji, you said it was okay, so I'll wear this one. Seeing Wang Qianqian dressed as an angel about to turn back, Xu Meng mustered up great courage and said, Qianqian, you said you have a little devil outfit. Yes, Meng Ji, do you need it? I'm just curious. It's definitely not that guy Yang Lin. I just think the clothes are very cute. Then I'll give the little devil outfit to Meng Ji. Thank you, Qian. Mingji, don't say thank you, otherwise it always feels like the relationship is very distant. After seeing the situation in front of her again, she subconsciously straightened up. When did the two girls around her actually become angels and demons? The angel is holy and the demon is charming, and both are uniquely charming. Especially when the two girls stand side by side there is suddenly a heart-stopping beauty that transcends the mundane, contradictory, harmonious, and alternating. When did you two also like cosplay? Young Ji, do you think my angel outfit looks good? Very good. After Yang Ling finished responding, his eyes just looked at Xu Meng. Xu Meng quickly turned his face to the side and said, "Don't think too much. I just think the clothes are very cute, so it's just temporary." Meng, when did you also have the preset of being tsundere? But don't say it, it's quite tempting. Get lost. You are the one who has the preset of being tsundere. Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian were no exception. After the two girls changed into angel and demon costumes, another 10 minutes passed before they finally discovered the monster, Blood Wolf. Level 14, health 1500 to 1600, attack power around 130, and there are 8 of them when they appear, and the momentum is quite compelling. Maybe someone will ask why use head to describe them instead of item. In fact, this blood wolf has exceeded the scope of ordinary wolves. Each one is taller than a horse by half a head, and the blood color surrounding them is more like a death talisman. Ordinary people are afraid that their livers and gallbladders will be violently shaken when they see them. It is said that Yang Ling and the 3 of them are now hiding not far away. At this moment, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian both turned their attention to Yang Lin. Should they go to attack? They both listened to this man. Yang Lin's words were a bit painful. This is only the outermost periphery of the Lishan spirit realm. The monsters that appear on the outermost periphery are level 14. If they continue to move deeper, will they let the level 7 self live? It's not that they are afraid of not being able to beat them, but the level difference is too much. There is an experience penalty. If the level is 1 or 2 levels higher, the experience may still be increased, but if it is suddenly half the level higher than the person concerned, what is the point of experience increase? It is already good if the experience penalty is not too outrageous. Not to mention that coming to the nearby is to kill monsters. Since they encountered them, how could they not kill them? You two, get ready. I'll restrict them first, and you take the opportunity to break through. Yang Ling, the level of the monsters here is a bit high. Can your restriction work? It will definitely work, but it may be weakened a bit. But it doesn't matter. I'm still very confident in my abilities. Okay, Qianqian and I will immediately prepare for the initial stage. Seeing that Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were ready, she herself no longer hesitated. She rushed out first and launched her inherent domain by the way. Currently, the range of her inherent domain is still quite large. With the improvement of the level, it has increased from the initial 10 by 10 to the current 16 by 16. When the Blood Wolf group saw that humans appeared, each one was like being injected with chicken blood and suddenly surged up. Super pressure, super paralysis. Seeing that the Blood Wolf group began to riot, Yang Ling methodically used her professional skills. At the same time, she also observed the effect that the Blood Wolf could achieve after suffering 2 negative states. Good fellow, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a good fellow. Yang Ling originally thought that the effect of restricting this group of blood wolves would definitely be greatly reduced because the level difference was too much. But in fact, the effect was at least 80% stronger than her initial estimate. Half of the 8 blood wolves bared their teeth and rushed towards the side, and then each of them was like being drunk. Not only was it extremely difficult to run, but the leading ones had just rushed halfway and crashed back to the ground. This situation made Yang Lin overjoyed. Okay. You said that the restriction would be weakened a lot, but in fact, it didn't have much effect. And if you want to ask who is the most shocked at this moment, it is definitely Xu Meng. For his childhood sweetheart, he only knew that Yang Lin would restrict abilities, but after seeing the Blood Wolf, he felt that Yang Lin's restriction would at most disrupt the Blood Wolf's attack rhythm. But who would have thought that the 8 Blood Wolves are now all like they have epilepsy? Not only can they not effectively organize an attack, but even the most basic tearing seems to be difficult to open their mouths and show their fangs. Qianqian, let's take action. Yes. With such a best offensive opportunity, Xu Meng will definitely seize it. In an instant, he and Wang Qianqian rushed towards the Blood Wolf group from Yang Lin's left and right sides. Xu Meng's profession is a puppet master. He can currently summon Vajra puppets and ice puppets. Vajra puppets are Xu Meng's foundation, so his own offensive is actually a physical attack. He must add a weapon, then it must be a full set. And although the ice puppet's own attack power is biased, but it can freeze with ice and add ice cold to Xu Meng, slowing down and freezing the enemy while Xu Meng is attacking the enemy. So you can see Xu Meng, who has erupted with blood energy, is as agile as electricity. After he enters the wolf pack, the fist he throws out not only wraps the power of the Vajra puppet's thousands of troops, but also the ice cold that erupts from the fist wind makes the object of attack condense ice slag on its body. The poor Blood Wolf, which was used as the object of attack, was already crying without tears after being tossed by super pressure and super paralysis, and now its movements are even further slowed down. After the fist as big as a sandbag hits its body with full force, being torn apart is already the lightest. By the way, look at the 2 following Vajra puppets and ice puppets. They belong to the following summons, so naturally they have to guard their master and cooperate with their master in battle. Because their strength is not low and they have no pain, they naturally don't eat the Blood Wolf's tickling. If the Blood Wolf dares to bite, they will directly crack their heads and smash them into meat buns. Speaking of this, let's look at Wang Qianqian's side. Since Yang Ling gave him the Haiyushan's bond bracelet, his current state can be said to be strengthened by history. In the past, he was afraid of too much consumption and often didn't dare to exert his full strength, but now he has Yang Ling and Xu Meng and the bracelet to support him. The furious Zhangxiong added to his body, and with a claw hunt, not to mention tearing the Blood Wolf into several pieces, even the ground would be separated. In just one face-to-face, 2 Blood Wolves had already died tragically in the hands of Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, and another Blood Wolf was smashed into a meat pie by 2 puppets. Seeing that the effect was so significant, Yang Ling didn't idle either. He brought a spear out of the professional space, inserted it into the Blood Wolf group, and looked for opportunities to stab the Blood Wolf in the back. The poor Blood Wolves said there were 8 of them, but looking at the entire scene, they were completely being abused by the 3 of them. Is this too simple? Seeing the Blood Wolves being killed one after another, Xu Meng felt emotional in his heart at this moment. He knew that Yang Ling Wang Qianqian's strength is also good, but he absolutely couldn't imagine that cooperating with his childhood sweetheart and good friend to kill the Blood Wolf could be so easy. He originally thought it might be a hard battle, but now he knows that the hard battle is not for the 3 of them, but for the Blood Wolf group. However, it was also when he inadvertently swept over Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian that he suddenly felt bad. These 2 guys, are they going to be so exaggerated? Yang Ling is carrying a spear, Xu Meng couldn't help but want to cover his butt. He now really wanted to question the 2 of them. Are you 2 perverts? Why do your spears and bare claws always like to stare at the back parts of people? To say that he was emotional, but with the joint efforts of the 3, the 8 Blood Wolves really couldn't become anything. It didn't take long for them to all turn into the 3 people's experience points. Killing the Blood Wolf gains 125 experience. Killing the Blood Wolf gains 118 experience. Killing the Blood Wolf gains 121 experience. A series of killing experience prompts told the three people's combat victory results. Yang Ling sighed at this. It's okay. The experience penalty is not that serious. Wang Qianqian was excited. Yang Ji, these blood wolves don't seem to be much different from the monsters in the Abyss difficulty copy. There is not much difference, but it would be better if the experience was higher. Yang Ji is already very good. If we continue at this speed, maybe we can really reach level 10 during the day today. Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian were talking enthusiastically when they suddenly saw Xu Meng next to them looking hesitant to speak. This couldn't help but arouse the curiosity of the two of them. Meng, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not injured. I just don't understand. Do you two have any obsession with the back of the monsters? You were always silent just now, and that's what you were concerned about. I'm just asking. I always feel like you two are perverts. Yang Lin was speechless. What are you talking about? I wanted to attack the monster's face, eyes, and heart, but they didn't give me a chance. Wang Qianqian echoed Yang Lin's words and said, Mengji, we don't talk about any morality when killing monsters. I also thought Yang Ji was a bit exaggerated before, but since I have repeatedly dealt fatal attacks, I think Yang Ji is too right. Xu Meng was shocked. You can still deal fatal attacks. Of course. Wang Qianqian nodded and said, every move is a critical hit, every move is fatal. Qianqian, listening to you say this, it seems that I also have to change my offensive methods. It's just that Yang Lin doesn't understand just what. If one day we spar with other teams, let's not talk about me, won't you two still greet people in the back? Just follow Yang Ji and Meng Ji to attack. As for Xu Meng, he is undoubtedly the most shocked of the three. Of course, he knows that his childhood sweetheart Yang Ling is a hidden profession, and he also knows in advance that Yang Ling can restrict monsters, and his teammate Wang Qianqian is also good, but he didn't think so deeply. Just like when he encountered 8 blood wolves and fought just now, he still thought in advance that it might be a hard battle, but in fact, solving the 8 blood wolves was really just a matter of 3 strokes and 5 divisions. I now understand why you can easily pass the Abyss difficulty trial. It turns out that you are really so outrageous. SOSO. SOSO. I can be sure that if other teams encounter 8 blood wolves, they will definitely be caught in a hard battle in a short time. Meng, you can't say that. You still underestimate the newcomers in the base too much. You think, which of them is not a talent selected from thousands? Little did he expect that Yang Ling's hands would tremble directly afterward. Originally, he was just confirming the level 15 comprehension of the 3rd mythic entry, worried that he might have misremembered or had an illusion. But as soon as he confirmed it was true, his finger inadvertently touched the talent ability section, and he saw a new prompt. When the number of level 10 plus monsters killed reaches 5,000, the 3rd core talent ability will be activated. Current progress. 5,000. Yang Ling was so startled that he choked on his own saliva. He had just activated the 2nd core talent, intent to watch drama, and now this 3rd core talent was popping up, and the progress had already started. If he remembered correctly, the last batch of blood wolves he killed when leveling up to level 10 was 5. Undoubtedly, besides the first one that leveled him up to level 10, the remaining 4 were added to the progress without him knowing. Yang Ling. Brother Yang. Seeing Yang Ling suddenly cough, the 2 girls immediately became concerned. I'm fine. I just feel. I feel. Brother Yang, what do you feel? We awaken professions, but my awakened profession seems to be a cheat disguised as a profession. Xu Meng retorted, isn't it? Wang Qianqian agreed, yeah, isn't it? Yang Ling spread his hands, then that's it. Isn't that even more exciting? Oh right, speaking of which, it's already noon. Wang Qianqian said happily, Brother Yang, congratulations on getting stronger again. I'll make a hearty lunch to celebrate for you. It's still my Qianqian. A martial artist team had just killed a batch of blood wolves. Under Qi Xiaowan's leadership, the 4 team members were basically in a state of superburst. Because of this, by noon, due to excessive consumption, everyone's stomachs were rumbling. Of course, since they came to the vicinity to kill monsters, they definitely carried bread, milk, and purified water with them. And now the entire team was indeed in a state of rest. But during this period, a team member suddenly pointed into the distance and said, Captain, what's that smoke over there? Who's cooking? And can you smell it? It seems like there's the smell of food. Qi Xiaowan and the other 3 team members looked over, each of them quite puzzled. As for the smell of food, it really was the smell of food, drifting over with the wind. It smells so good. What's going on? They even dare to cook in the vicinity. I suddenly feel like the bread in my hand isn't fragrant anymore. Not to mention the things in the team members' hands weren't fragrant. Captain Qi Xiaowan felt the same way. The other party was really bold. Who gave them the courage to light a fire and cook in such a dangerous place nearby? Captain, I guess it might be the power of the charming and handsome family members, Soup and Love. Otherwise, how could this team be so bold? That makes sense. Since we've encountered them, why don't we go over and see what kind of people they are? So, under Qi Xiaowan's leadership, the group began to rush quickly in the direction of the smoke. After a while, Yang Lin. Not only that, as a man, he enjoyed it immensely, just like now. You're just turning Yang Ling into a good-for-nothing. Yang Ling strongly protested against this statement, Meng, that's not right of you. Qianqian cooking for me is her intention. As a good man, wouldn't it be wrong of me to her intention? TCH, don't TCH me. Look, Qianqian has already expressed herself, and we've been childhood sweethearts for over 10 years. Don't you have any expression? Xu Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. You want me to feed you too? If you're eager to do so, I won't refuse. Xu Meng was amused. I've never seen someone so shameless. Fine, I'll feed you, okay. Let 2 girls feed you. Wait, don't choke yourself. But despite Xu Meng's harsh words, her actions weren't sloppy at all. She picked up a piece of meat and, imitating Wang Qianqian, blushed and brought it to Yang Ling's mouth. Yang Ling squinted and smiled, that's more like it. Hurry up and feed me, or I'll choke you to death. I'm going to, be gentle, don't force it in. You really want to choke me to death? The meal was quite lively. Originally, the 3 of them sat at a table, each occupying one side, but because of the feeding, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian had unknowingly moved their chairs to Yang Ling's left and right sides. Naturally, Yang Ling became the good-for-nothing being fed. As for what Yang Ling felt, he now deeply understood a saying. No wonder so many men don't love heroes, they only love gentle fragrance. Surrounded by girls on both sides, which man could resist? Although Yang Ling was enjoying it now, he didn't expect to run into another team at this time. Wasn't that a team appearing right in front of him? Qi Xiaowan's lightning strike team was attracted by the smell of food. When the 5 of them arrived, not to mention Yang Ling's reaction, the 5 of Qi Xiaowan were stunned. On an open space, there was a dining table. On the dining table, besides white rice, there were also 4 dishes and a soup with generous portions. Boiled pork slices, potato chicken, mapo tofu, stir-fried lettuce, plus apple and egg soup. Even though they were some distance away, the temptation of the food had made the members of the lightning strike team swallow their saliva. People really couldn't be compared. They came to the vicinity to kill monsters, and when they were hungry, they could only eat some dry bread and drink 2 bottles of purified water. On the other hand, these 3 people seemed to have moved the kitchen over. How dare they? In a dangerous environment where monsters roamed, these 3 people were so bold. And it was a damn shame that they were eating so well. Speaking of which, the new recruits in the base didn't communicate much with each other, but 99.9% of the new recruits recognized Yang Lin and his team. Yang Ling became famous in the simulation battle. That huge amount of damage per second, as high as 7 points, was something others couldn't forget even if they wanted to. As for Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, the 2 girls were already outstanding in strength and appearance. In addition, they resolutely followed Yang Ling, so they were also remembered by all the new recruits. It was these 3 people who, while others were fighting monsters with their lives in a sword and shadow environment, were actually picnicking in the wild. Yes, they were happily picnicking in the wild. And if it was just a picnic, the members of the lightning strike team would just be shocked for a moment. But when they came here, what did they see? They saw Yang Ling being fed by Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian on both sides like a second grandpa. That enjoyable appearance was deeply engraved in the hearts of the lightning strike team members like Golden Thunder. Beast? This man is clearly useless, but why can he make Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian willingly do this for him? Could it be that this man secretly knows some kind of bewitching technique, so Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were bewitched and then brutally ravaged and used by him? Just as the members of the lightning strike team were making various guesses in their hearts, Yang Ling opened his mouth. What? Want to come over and eat something? Of course, he wasn't sincerely inviting the lightning strike team to come over for a meal. The person he was talking to was Qi Xiaowan, the leader. He was ostensibly inviting them, but in reality, he was testing them. After all, the new recruits in the base were going out. You 3 are quite bold. Just SOSO. Yang Ling, don't you think Qi Xiaowan's thighs are quite white and attractive? Yang Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meng, don't test people like that. Whether her thighs are white or not has nothing to do with me. I'm not familiar with her, and we don't have any interaction. I really don't have any thoughts. I don't even know what kind of person I am in your heart. Could it be that I have to rub against every girl? What do you think? Look at how Qianqian has been deceived by you. Yang Ling felt wronged when he heard this. As for Wang Qianqian, she waved her hands repeatedly. Sister Meng, I haven't been deceived by Brother Yang. Joining Brother Yang's team and acting with Brother Yang are all my own will and hope. And it's great to meet you. Qianqian, you're good at everything, but you're too naive. Sooner or later, you'll be eaten by some guy until there's nothing left. Returning to the lightning strike team's perspective, after leaving Yang Lin's picnic spot, one of the team members asked, Captain, why did you ask Yang Lin about the Qianguang team? Do you think they are the Qianguang team? Qi Xiaowan nodded. I think there's a high possibility. Shouldn't be. Everyone knows what Yang Lin's strength is. He's definitely someone who came in through the back door. How could he be related to the Qianguang team? That's right. I believe Yang Lin is capable, but to say he's the Qianguang team, he's not worthy. Captain, you're overthinking it. People like them, who come to the vicinity and recklessly flaunt their picnic will sooner or later suffer a big loss here. Hearing the team member say this, Qi Xiaowan scanned her teammates and said with some pity, your vision is still too shallow. I ask you, what's the score of the last ranked team? If I remember correctly, it seems to be more than 2,700. That's right, It's more than 2,700. Then think about it carefully. Assuming the last ranked team is Yang Lin and his team, if they have 5 people, how much will their ranking improve? All the team members were stunned for a moment. Let's assume the ideal standard average score is raised. It might reach 4,500 points. It can probably reach 7th place. As one of the team members finished speaking, the others gasped. Without giving them too much time to think, Qi Xiaowan spoke again. Then let's reassume that their team's ranking was originally in the middle of the 26 teams. What ranking could they reach with 2 more people? Maybe top 3. These words left the 4 team members dumbfounded. Qi Xiaowan continued, think back. When we met the 3 of them just now, did they seem nervous? It didn't seem like it. The 3 of them were eating and drinking all the time, seemingly not caring about us. Why didn't they care about us? Have you thought about it? Captain, could it be that Yang Lin and his team are really the Qianguang team? Qi Xiaowan took a deep breath and said, although I don't have concrete evidence, I guess there's at least a 70% to 80% chance. Just now, when I made eye contact with Yang Lin, I could clearly feel his confidence that he had everything under control. If he didn't have the strength, he wouldn't be so calm. According to what you said, Captain, Yang Lin really did it on purpose during the previous simulation. Lu Zhao of the Greed Wolf Guild isn't joking. How could he easily let someone come in through the back door? So I have reason to believe that they are that powerful Qianguang team. No matter what happens in the future, it's best not to provoke them. If you don't listen to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. The 4 team members all agreed. After being said by the captain, it became more and more bizarre. In short, don't provoke Yang Lin and his team. Time quickly came to 3 p.m. Outside the statistics department of the Lieshen base, a faint cold aura suddenly drifted over. Then, a figure of a clear and beautiful woman slowly stepped in. Her delicate face was like a masterpiece of art, and her beautiful eyes were like stars in the cold night. Anyone who saw her would have their heartstrings tremble. But her aura was too strong, and the coldness that kept people away was really daunting. It was Sun Yanji. Behind Sun Yanji was a man, Xu Guan. The 2 clerks who were originally on duty here never thought that Sun Yanji and Xu Guan would come over at this time. What surprised them even more was Sun Yanji's first words when she entered, give you each half a day off. I'll take over the work here today. You can rest. Instructor Su, this isn't appropriate, right? Instructor Su, these trivial matters don't need you to do them yourself. I think it's more appropriate for us to do them. It's better for you to rest. The 2 clerks were now unusually flattered. The usually cold and aloof beauty, Sun Yanji, was actually showing concern for her subordinates and even giving them a vacation. Until the 2 clerks left the statistics department, they were still dizzy. When I saw Sun Yanji enter just now, I thought we had made a mistake and she came to question us. I didn't expect her to let us rest. I'm the same. When I saw her, my heart skipped a beat. But now it's good, we don't have to work for the rest of the time. It's really comfortable. But even so, why would Sun Yanji come over and give us a vacation? The 2 clerks looked at each other. Can you guess the reason? You must be kidding me. But since Sun Yanji was mentioned, the 2 clerks' topic became heated. I heard Sun Yanji doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Seems like she doesn't. At least, that's the information I know. Shouldn't be. She's so beautiful, how could she not have a boyfriend? TSK, she's beautiful, but her aura is too strong. Ordinary men can't handle her. And I'll tell you a secret. It's said that Sun Yanji is the chairman's relative. Even the Secretary General is polite to her in the Greed Wolf Guild. Her status is already not low, and she's actually the chairman's relative. Relative? I heard a rumor that she's the chairman's biological daughter. Don't be loud. These are just guesses. But whether she's a relative or a daughter, her status in the Greed Wolf Guild is unquestionable. Did you see Executive Shu? Don't think he and Sunyenji are both executives, but Executive Shu is clearly an assistant to Sunyenji. He really doesn't have much status in front of Sunyenji. Who says no? Executive Shu really looks like a follower in front of Sunyenji. But, brother, I'm wondering, if Sunyenji is really the chairman's daughter, what kind of man will conquer her in the future? If he conquers her, he might even become the heir to the Greed Wolf Guild. All right, let's not daydream. A woman with Sunyenji's noble status is someone we little people can only look at. If you want to conquer such a cold character, you'd probably have to pick someone from the 3 departments, 8 palaces, and 12 gates. That's right. This kind of dream is a luxury for us. All right, let's not think about unrealistic dreams anymore. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Later, I will summarize the information that needs to be made public in the vicinity and send it to you. As for what specific information to make public, you can choose it yourself. Okay. You also need to speed up the progress of setting up the Sky Eye. Compared to selecting public information, the monster-slaying battle is the top priority. Nianji, I'm more concerned about this than you are. I don't want to be suspected of being incompetent. But the prizes at that time. Small matter. As long as they perform well, I won't be stingy with even bigger rewards. Sunyenji would look at the time from time to time while speaking. Seeing this, Xu Guan asked, I know you're waiting for Yang Lin to come back to confirm the Qianguang team's score. Since we are idle, why don't we make a prediction? Good. I think they can get more than 12,000 points on the first day. After another day, they should break 20,000. What are you talking about? Do you know how many monsters you need to kill to rely solely on monsters? About 400, right? Sunyenji smiled. There are 26 teams going to the vicinity. I'll assume they are strong, but if they want to kill 400 or 500 monsters, they have to be able to encounter that many. They will encounter them. Why are you so sure? Nianji, do you remember the situation of the novice dungeon that we learned about earlier? The principal of Longting said that when Yang Lin first awakened his profession, all the skill entries were blank. Xu Guan spread his hands, yes. Even when he only had 1 point of defense, he still went to the novice dungeon to adventure. In 8 hours, he leveled up from level 1 to level 2 by himself. His persistence, resilience, and desire for combat power far exceed what you think. Sunyenji nodded slightly, I admit that. But what does this have to do with you being sure that he can kill so many monsters? Of course it has something to do with it. Such a serious person, and now he seems to have an amazing killing ability. Do you think he will slack off in the vicinity? If I'm right, he may be more serious than anyone else in order to improve his level. Is that so? But in my opinion, he's more inclined to be intimate with his little girlfriends. So, Nianji, you really don't understand men. A man who can have 2 little sisters being intimate with him, a man who is so persistent and eager for combat power, how can he not do both? Sunyenji chuckled. According to what you said, I'm even more looking forward to the Qianguang team's score today. Then let's see if the 3 of them can break 20,000. Xu Guan then thought of something and said, Nianji, you said if Yang Lin is really so powerful, then he's really a genius. For this kind of talent, don't you have any special rewards? Sunyenji thought for a moment and said, in 5 days, there will be a joint auction hosted by the 3 departments. One of the finale items is very suitable for him and his two little girlfriends. If his performance these days is really outstanding and I can see his greater potential, I don't mind helping him bid for it. Xu Guan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. I know what you're talking about. As far as I know, that thing seems to start at 10 million, and the final price is likely to be between 20 million and 30 million. That's nothing. As expected of Miss Su, you're really generous. After that, while waiting, time slowly came to 5 p.m. At this time, some teams had already returned from the vicinity. After Sun Yanji and Xu Guan successively counted the scores of 5 or 6 teams, they had to say that using Yang Lin's Qianguang team to fish was really effective. Yesterday, the average score of the 26 teams was still 3,700, but today, just looking at the scores of the teams that were counted, the lowest score was above 7,000. Undoubtedly, these teams were stimulated by the Qianguang team. Without even thinking about it, they must have fought hard in the vicinity today. Seeing this, Sun Yanji, who was usually cold, couldn't help but reveal a hint of a gratified smile at the corner of her mouth. Her whole person was much gentler at this moment. Gradually, more and more teams returned, and the highest score of the teams had begun to appear several times over 10,000. Xu Guan sighed, Nianji, although I feel like you're sometimes inhumane, I have to say that it's still very effective. Don't make me sound like a demon, as if I came here to target these new recruits. It's necessary for them to suffer some hardships before they become professional players. Nianji, I see you seem very happy. Why don't you listen to my advice and talk about what the chairman told you to do? Xu Guan, if you mention this again, I really don't mind finding someone to sew up your mouth. In order not to have his mouth sewn up, Xu Guan now chose to work silently. But seeing that it was past 6:30 and all 25 teams had been counted, but Yang Lin's team still hadn't been seen, even Sun Yanji was a little anxious. Nothing will happen to the three of them, right? Don't worry. As long as they don't run to the depths of the vicinity now, what can happen? Let's wait a little longer. When the time came to 7 p.m., the reconnaissance department called and said that they had found the three of them on their way back. Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were relieved. About 10 minutes later, footsteps and familiar laughter came from the door. As Yang Lin's team walked into the statistics department, both Sun Yanji and Xu Guan perked up. After waiting for so long, they finally saw the three main characters. Instructor Su, Deputy Officer Xu, what is it? Don't mind. The two clerks on duty today have a mission, so Nianji and I are temporarily filling in. Yang Lin shook hands and then walked to the front counter. He skillfully took out the jars containing the monster essence one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When the number of jars reached 15, seeing Yang Ling still taking them out of the professional space, not to mention Xu Guan, even Sun Yanji, who was always cold, couldn't help but have a clear change in expression. And when the number of jars reached 20 and Yang Ling was still continuing to take them out, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan's breathing had begun to tremble slightly. These three aren't robbing other teams, right? No, no, no. We didn't hear about any other teams being robbed. And the previous 25 teams had already been counted. And after Sun Yanji and Xu Guan officially counted the scores, the two of them completely doubted their lives. From now on, they will do their best to update 3 times a day at the old time, 12 noon. Before Yang Lin's team returned, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan predicted the Qianguang team's score, saying that they might break 20,000. But who would have thought that these three had already stopped being human and directly raised the score to 48,000, almost 50,000. Was this really something humans could do? What kind of strength would they need to have to do this? Or, if they wanted to do this, just finding monsters and traveling in the vicinity would have to reach the speed of a sports car. And Yang Lin's team's score was really exaggerated. Even if Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were shocked, they had to suppress their emotions as much as possible. They asked from the side, and then they got the following answer from Yang Lin. It's really hard to run around in the vicinity. I can't be so reckless in the future. Otherwise, even a body made of iron can't take it. Yang Lin didn't think much about the two executives' questions, and just answered casually. But even if it was casual, he was serious. Now, if he wanted to travel quickly, he only needed to enter the guiding tour state through the second core talent. The 300% increase in speed wasn't just a joke. Xu Meng wasn't slow either. She could summon magic puppets, and when she needed to ride, she would sit on the magic puppet's shoulder. As for Yang Ling, I have reason to believe that he has probably awakened a skill talent or entry again. After observing for a while, if the Qianguang team is still so strong, then I will set Yang Lin's file as the top secret of the Greed Wolf Guild. It should be like this. If such a talent is lost carelessly, it may be the most serious loss in the guild's history in 100 years. During the conversation, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan's eyes couldn't help but fall on the pile of monster essence on the counter again. Just now, they counted a total of 681 pieces of monster essence, which meant that Yang Lin's team killed a total of 681 monsters today. Even if other teams didn't run away and only carried out continuous killing, they couldn't achieve such a huge number. It was conceivable how terrifying the Qianguang team was. Suddenly, Sun Yanji's eyes flashed. He discovered a new situation. Xu Guan, have you noticed a problem? There seems to be a problem with the monster essence they brought back. Xu Guan subconsciously straightened up. What do you mean? Sun Yanji's expression was a little excited. He didn't respond to Xu Guan's words now, but quickly pulled up the data records of the previous 25 teams on the computer. After looking at them several times in a row, the brilliance in his eyes became brighter and brighter. With his operation, a series of numbers was quickly listed separately by him. Xu Guan was quite confused when he saw Sun Yanji like this. But as he leaned over and saw the series of numbers that Sun Yanji had pulled out, he immediately understood what Sun Yanji had discovered. The monster essence that Yang Lin's team brought back really had a big problem. Monster essence is divided into levels. The monster essence dropped after killing monsters from level 1 to level 10 is level 1, and the monster essence of monsters from level 11 to level 20 is level 2. After that, it is inferred every 10 levels. The monster essence itself is divided into 6 grades. Inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, top grade, and unique. If other new recruits kill monsters in the periphery, the proportion of inferior products is basically 70%, ordinary products account for 25%, and high-quality good and excellent products are purely occasional. However, in the pile of monster essence brought back by Yang Lin's team, inferior products only accounted for 25%, ordinary products accounted for 40%, good products accounted for 33%, and the last 2% was the occasional excellent quality. Comparing it this way, it can be concluded that Yang Lin's team used some kind of item to increase the quality. It is impossible to increase the quality of drops. Items that can increase the quality of drops are extremely expensive on the market. The 3 of them are just new recruits and cannot afford them at all. Taking a step back, even if they really have that kind of item, there are also people who have the talent or magnetic strip to greatly improve the quality of dropped items. And this is still the state of new recruits. It is unimaginable how terrifying they can develop in the future. Xu Guan said twice, Yang Lin's team can really give people surprises. Sun Yanji took a deep breath again at the moment, don't be surprised. Now help me notify everyone in the base. I want to hold an emergency meeting on the issue of their 3 people's information. That's right, just like you said just now, they are likely to be talents that are rare in a century and must not be leaked out. This matter is indeed no small matter. Okay, I'll do it now. After finishing the emergency meeting, it was already past 9 p.m. Su Nianji hurriedly ate something in the cafeteria and then returned to his dormitory. Of course, Nianji, what do you want Kinyi to help you with? It's like this. Isn't the 3 departments holding a joint auction in 5 days? I want one of the items. After Ji Yuqin checked what Su Nianji needed on the opposite side, he was quite puzzled. Nianji, you don't seem to need this thing. I don't need it, but I may give it away later. You're giving away such a valuable thing. Could it be to your mister? Right? Su Nianji is usually very close, but when he is talking to Ji Yuqin, he is just a simple little girl. Please, don't test me. Where is there any mister? Right? It's just a simple friend. You and my dad are the same, you are very concerned about my marriage. Your dad only has you as a pearl in his palm, and you are already at this age, how can he not be concerned? Recently, when he sees me, he tells me about your affairs and asks me to urge you more. I think if I talk more, you will think I am annoying. What are you talking about? How could I think you are annoying? You make me seem so ignorant. The main thing is that I am not interested in things between men and women now, so I will talk about it later. You child, do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? You want to share more of the guild's affairs for your dad, which is certainly right, but you should also consider your own affairs. You are a girl after all, and it is a good thing to have someone to rely on in the future. What Su Nianji said was that Yang Ling was because he never cared about things between men and women, so he had no concept of the type of man. Because of this, when he was thinking about what his future other half might be like, he also included Yang Ling in it. But it was just included in it, and he directly gave Yang Ling a negative score of 100. Appreciating potential and strength is one thing, but to say that he wants to get along with this kind of man, who is addicted to women, and has women on both sides is definitely another matter. Thinking of this, Su Nianji also said that it was getting late, and he was going to take a bath and then rest. But when he subconsciously looked at his phone, he was immediately attracted by the number of chat displays in the base group. Since entering the base, every new recruit will join the base group. The group is anonymous, and it is for the new recruits to discuss and communicate with each other. Su Nianji, as an instructor, must also be in it. The reason why he is attracted now is that he never expected that the group would be so lively tonight. Yesterday, there were not many people talking in the group, including before this afternoon, but now it shows 999 plus messages. What are these new recruits chatting about? Are they so active? With incomprehension and curiosity, Su Nianji clicked in, and after a while, his expression began to become a little complicated. At the same time, Yang Lin sighed, because he was really tired from running in the vicinity today, so after returning to the base, taking a bath, and eating dinner, he took Shumeng and Wang Qianqian to a street to sing. He was definitely having a good time, as you can tell from the smiles on the faces of the two girls. And after singing and returning to the dormitory, the three of them are now sitting on the sofa in the hall, discussing what type of movie they want to watch tomorrow. It was at this time that Yang Ling's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a strange number. Shumeng next to him said, "It can't be a girl looking for you, right?" Yang Ling said with a smile, Meng, why don't you say it's online fraud? Stop talking nonsense. You must have hooked up with another innocent girl, otherwise, why would someone call you at night? Knowing that Shumeng was joking with him, Yang Ling would definitely not care. But what she didn't expect was that the person calling was actually a girl, Qi Xiaowan, whom she had seen in the vicinity during the day. You can find the basic information of each new recruit in the base. Yang Ling was not surprised that Qi Xiaowan knew his number. What she was surprised about was what this girl was calling him for so late. As for Xu Meng next to her, when she heard that it was Qi Xiaowan calling, she was obviously alert. Wang Qianqian was a little puzzled by Xu Meng's alertness. "Sister Meng, you seem very nervous." "Qianqian, aren't you nervous?" "Why should I be nervous?" Faced with Wang Qianqian's question, Xu Meng said embarrassedly, "I'm worried that Yang Ling will be tempted." "Tempted?" "Yeah, look at Qi Xiaowan. When she walks, all the men subconsciously stare at her skirt and thighs. What if Yang Ling can't resist and is seduced?" Wang Qianqian was still puzzled. "It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with being seduced, right?" "Qianqian, are you stupid? If Yang Ling is seduced by Qi Xiaowan, do you think he will have time to care about you in the future?" Speaking of this, Wang Qianqian finally became nervous. "That won't work." "I said it won't work. So the two of us have to constantly remind Yang Ling not to be tricked by other women." "Okay, Sister Meng, I know." Just as Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian unified their front, Yang Ling's phone call had also ended. She didn't know what her two sisters had just said. When she looked up at Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, seeing that the eyes of the two sisters were quite fierce, she was almost confused. "What happened to you two? Why are you looking at me with this kind of look? Brother Yang, what did Qi Xiaowan call you for? Sister Meng is very worried that you will be tricked by her. No matter what the two of us." Xu Meng's heart was bursting with blood. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the simple Wang Qianqian would sell herself out. Yang Ling thought something had happened and quickly said, Meng, don't worry, it's actually a small matter." "What exactly is it?" "Actually, it's like this." After Yang Ling finished speaking, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian understood that because they saw the three of them having a happy picnic in the vicinity during the day, one of Qi Xiaowan's subordinates secretly took a photo. It wasn't a big deal to take a photo, but who would have thought that this team member would accidentally select that photo and send it to the group chat when he came back and wanted to chat in the group. Although this team member reacted quickly and quickly withdrew it after sending it, who would have thought that there would be bored people in the new recruit group who saved the photo with lightning speed, and then the entire group set off a huge wave. "So Qi Xiaowan called you specifically for this matter?" "Yes, she said she was really sorry and hoped to invite us to dinner or tea later to formally apologize to us, but I refused." Hearing this, Xu Meng was relieved. "I thought she had taken a fancy to you. If anyone takes a fancy to me, if they can't pass my Mingming's test, then it's over. Stop being narcissistic. Who cares about you?" The two of them were talking here, and Wang Qianqian had already opened the group chat. Hearing her surprised voice, "I didn't expect the group to be quite lively. Brother Yang, they seem to be talking about us." Yang Ling didn't care, "It's just a photo of eating in the vicinity. What's the big deal? It's as if they haven't seen the world." At this time, Xu Meng also leaned over to Wang Qianqian and quickly flipped through the chat history. But gradually, her pretty face became more and more red. "Who knows, you and Qianqian, don't talk first. Let me answer and see what Deputy Xu says." Before he could say two words after the phone was connected, Yang Ling almost jumped up. "Deputy Xu, you're not kidding, right? 1 million for each person in a test." Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian next to her didn't know what Yang Ling and Xu Guan were talking about, but they became interested when they heard Yang Ling say 1 million. For a moment, they leaned into Yang Ling's arms, trying to hear the contents of the phone clearly. Xu Guan said on the other end of the phone, "Yang Ling, I'm still a direct subordinate of the union. Would I joke with you about this? The three of you don't go to Linjin tomorrow. Go directly to the Yanwu Arena at 9 o'clock. Is that okay? But Deputy Xu, can you reveal what the test is about?" That way, the three of us can prepare. It's very simple. You'll know when you get to the Yenwu Arena tomorrow. Okay, then. The three of us will definitely be there on time. Then, let's leave it at that. After Yang Ling finished answering the phone, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian began to ask curiously, Yang Ling, what 1 million? What does Deputy Xu want you to do? Brother Yang, Deputy Xu wouldn't reward us with 1 million for 2 cards, would he? Yang Ling tried to calm himself down and said, Deputy Xu said that we shouldn't go to Linjin tomorrow. At 9 o'clock, we should go to the Yenwu Arena to accept a test. If we can pass, we will each be rewarded with 1 million. He also said that 1 million can be directly transferred to our family's account in Yancheng on the same day. Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian thought they had misheard. 1 million. Really? Yes, that's what Deputy Xu said. But when I asked him what the test was, he didn't tell me. He just said it was very simple. Xu Meng looked excited. 1 million. That's 1 million. Wang Qianqian and Xu Meng both had blushes on their faces. Yeah. That's great. If I can get 1 million, my mom and my brother will definitely be very happy. Yang Ling still hadn't reacted. Heaven knows that Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were so excited that they burrowed into her arms. At this time, Yang Ling originally wanted to say that she didn't even know what the test was. Where is it so easy to get 1 million per person? But seeing her 2 younger sisters, that must be Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian. This has almost become a convention. Moreover, everyone in the base group is chatting anonymously, so there is no psychological burden. Therefore, these people are tirelessly doing it one by one at night, just like someone is saying in the group right now, Brother Yang, big event. Any fun? If there is, send it quickly. Yes, brothers, yes. You send it. Don't rush, I'm sending it quickly. A minute later, in the expectation of a good person, a series of pictures were successfully uploaded to the chat group. The chat group may have been shocked by the pictures. For more than 10 seconds after the pictures were sent, no one spoke until one person asked, is this real or fake? Are you sure it's not farted out? Your sister. My picture pack is real, and I can responsibly tell you that the 3 of them are still in the cafeteria. Go see for yourself. With a crash, the chat group exploded. Damn, are they too rich in points? I saw a blood rabbit on the table. I asked the chef and he said that a blood rabbit costs 10,000 points. Look at their table of food. I'm afraid it's no less than 20,000, right? 20,000. You're kidding. I asked the chef when I left with my teammates. 30,000. You might as well take a look at those drinks. They are all from the union's guest workers. Now you know the gold content of this table of food, right? Below are 20 or 30 people's shocked expressions in a row. But I know something that is 100% more violent. Don't be 100% more violent. Believe it or not. This is another 30,000 points. A table of food is another 120,000 points to buy courses. Let the good people in the group now really be almost envious to madness. Therefore, in the following discussion, everyone once again pulled Yang Lin, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian's 3 people into the Heavenly Light team. The base group has always been so lively because of Yang Lin and the 3 of them. Xu Guan has long been accustomed to this. He just flips through the chat group at night, when he has nothing to do, and finds it quite interesting to see the good new people eagerly discussing Yang Lin and the 3 of them. Just at this time, Xu Guan's phone rang. A look at the caller ID gave Xu Guan a big shock. Who would have thought that the president would call at this time? And it was a video call. He quickly tidied up his appearance and kept his expression serious. Then, Xu Guan said, "President, are you arguing with Nianji?" "Not really arguing, but I don't know what to say when I answer the phone." "Xiaoshu, you also know what I care about most about him now. The space front line is in a state of emergency. I rarely care about the Union. I'm really afraid that one day I will die on the front line and won't even see my grandson." Xu Guan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. "President, you're taking this too seriously." "Too seriously? I don't know what Nianji's personality is like. I told him to find a boyfriend, but he didn't. I told him to go on a blind date. Tell me, as a father, can I not be anxious when I'm so old?" "President, you can't rush this." "Xiaoshu, what did I tell you before? What am I doing by having you follow him? I don't think you've taken it to heart." "President, I've taken it to heart. I really have. But Nianji, he's fine." "Then you continue to follow him." "The previous vacation." "President, don't be like this. My wife and I originally planned to travel, but you insisted that I follow Nianji to Yuchuan. Going to Yuchuan is going to Yuchuan, but suddenly he wants to go to Lishan to be an instructor. Now I can't go back, and my wife scolds me on the phone every day. You're useless to me. If you want a vacation, wait until the new recruit training is over. Also, Xiaoshu, I'm too disappointed in you." "No, President, how can you say that? Stop talking nonsense. I'll also ask you one more thing. Who did Nianji give the things he entrusted to the charity auction to? Even if it's a friend, it's too precious, right?" Hearing about the auction things, Xu Guan's eyes lit up at this moment. "President, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Actually, it's like this. Nianji has been paying attention to a man recently, and the things were also given to that man." "What?" Nianji suddenly got enlightened and knows how to pay attention to men. Xu Guan was quite embarrassed in his heart, but after thinking about it, wasn't Su Nianji paying attention to Yang Ling paying attention to men? He didn't lie. That's right, he just didn't lie. "President, I can be sure that Nianji is determined to give the things to a man. If you want to ask what Nianji is thinking, I don't know. It's useless to ask me for details." Su Xingye became interested for a moment. Okay, then tell me, what is the man he's paying attention to like? Do you have any specific information? I need to see it now." "No problem. I'll send you his basic information right now." Hearing that his daughter had a man she was paying attention to, Su Xingye, as a father, was definitely interested. Seeing Xu Guan send the man's information over, Su Xingye opened the document at the first time. It's a new recruit, who was recruited this year in Yuchuan. "That's right, President, he is indeed a new recruit." "Xu Guan, are you playing with me?" "President, don't be angry yet. At least you should finish reading it first. Believe me, he is a once-in-a-century genius." Su Xingye frowned. "A once-in-a-century genius. Okay, then I'll finish reading it for now. But you have to remember, if you deceive me, don't ask me for a vacation again. Try it." "President, you read it first. Read it slowly." Su Xingye took a deep breath and then continued to read the information. The main thing is that his profession is a bit special. He is a GU merchant who deals continuous damage. I didn't think much of it before, but who would have thought that he can now kill everything in Lishan Linjin? Is that so? Then I'll take another look. Su Xingye continued to read Yang Lin's information, but the descriptions after that were not very nutritious. Basically, they were all about being excellent in character and learning in Yuchuan and Longting School. Until Su Xingye saw Yang Lin's full-body photo at the end of the document, his eyes widened to the maximum, and his whole body was like an electric shock. Gooey gooey. This scene was naturally seen by Xu Guan on the opposite side. President, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the document information I sent? What gooey gooey? Oh no, you misheard. I said it was a solid person. That's right, it's a solid person. This kid looks a bit like a solid person. I thought I saw a solid person at a glance. So that's how it is. Xiaoshu, it's rare that this is the person Nianji is paying attention to. Then you might as well tell me specifically what abilities this kid has that can make Nianji personally entrust someone to auction things for him. President, you don't know. Let me tell you, President, after Xu Guan explained, Su Xingye was shocked. Is he really that powerful? He can lead people to kill randomly at level 7, and advance to the Abyss difficulty dungeon at level 10. These are all small things. After coming to Li's Linjin, he only brought 2 people, and every day he is killing randomly in Linjin. The points earned by him and his 2 teammates every day are several times that of other teams. It's simply unmatched. Su Xingye nodded slightly. What else? President, are there any outsiders on your side now? Are you sure our call is safe? Seeing Xu Guan suddenly look solemn and cautious, Su Xingye nodded. Don't worry, everything is normal on my side. You can say whatever you want. Xu Guan responded and then guessed in a low voice, just today, Nianji and I discovered Yang Lin's heart ability. He can directly destroy the core of the art without understanding the operation rules of the art, and without cracking the art in time. What are you saying? President, you didn't hear wrong. He has the ability to directly destroy the core of the art. Impossible. How can there be such an absurd thing in the world? It's precisely because it's absurd that Nianji and I decided to have him conduct a new test tomorrow. President, you should understand that the operation of the art and the barrier of powerful magical creatures have something in common. If Yang Lin can do that, then once he reaches the space front line, to what extent can his ability change the battlefield? Speak a little quieter. Who else knows about this? President, don't worry. Why are you always thinking about vacation every day? No, President, you should at least be considerate. No matter what happens to Nianji's matter, I'll give you a month's vacation to take your wife on a honeymoon. The important thing is that Yang Ling's appearance and temperament are too similar. Although I haven't seen Gairen's face, this kid really looks like Gui Ren at first glance. Could it be that he is Gairen's son? Su Xingye looked at Yang Ling's family information, and then shook his head in relief. I'm still thinking too much. Gui Ren and his wife are unparalleled. Even if they drink the world, how could they be ordinary people in an ordinary small place for nearly 20 years? But no matter what, this kid is a talent after all. It seems that I should take some time to go to that place to pay my respects and see him in person after the beheading battle. After that, Su Xingye looked at the situation of Yang Ling's 2 teammates, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, 2 young girls, one a Mo Ou master and the other a druid. Both are rare professions. If they grow up well, they will definitely be the backbone of the union in the future. Okay, I won't think too much about other things. I hope that kid can perfectly pass Nianji and Xiaoshu's trial tomorrow. I hope I won't be disappointed. Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian came here 20 minutes early because they knew they were going to the Yanwu arena to accept the trial today. They didn't see Su Nianji and Xu Guan at the moment, but the 3 of them couldn't help but feel puzzled in the empty Yanwu arena. What kind of trial are we going to accept today? Could it be a test of our individual combat power? Xu Meng took a closer look at the Yanwu arena and returned, it may be a test of combat power. The three of us have performed so exceptionally every time we go to Linjin, so the two deacons probably want to see our true level. Wang Qianqian thought for a while and said, that is to say, we may have to fight against each other later, right? Maybe. Yang Ling said stiffly, maybe. Xu Meng's pretty face couldn't help but pout. I really don't want to fight against you two. When I meet you, I can't even touch your shadows. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Xu Meng was definitely not in an ordinary mood at the moment. Yang Ling can enter a hidden state. In front of this man, she can only be beaten. Wang Qianqian can fly and can't be touched at all. Except for being exhausted to death, there will be no second result. In fact, as Xu Meng thought, if he were to fight against Yang Ling and Wang Qianqian, he would be looking for abuse. However, although this is the case, one thing has to be admitted. Putting aside Yang Ling's cheating and comparing Wang Qianqian with other newcomers, Xu Meng's excitement ability, damage ability, and defense ability are basically T-level. Being abused is purely a matter of wit. If Wang Qianqian doesn't fly into the sky, Xu Meng doesn't say that he can beat two Wang Qianqian, at least 1.5 is more than enough. Yang Ling next to him teased Xu Meng, who looked aggrieved. Meng, don't if we really use a confrontation test, I'll be careful to abuse you and definitely save you some face. Xu Meng was so angry that Yang Ling, you're bullying me, right? When I get back to Yancheng, I'll definitely go to Shen to complain. We don't do this. You bully me in various ways at the base. I'll let Shen take care of you properly then. Wang Qianqian giggled and then stepped forward to hold Xu Meng's arm and said, Sister Meng, if it's really a confrontation, it's okay for me to lose to you. Why do you want to lose to me? I don't care about winning or losing, and I'm just taking advantage of flying. Then, I won't use the life-saving creatures. Yang Ling saw this and said, Meng, you should take a good look at how sensible our Qianqian is and how much face she gives you. Get lost. Xu Meng scolded with a smile and randomly grabbed Wang Qianqian's hand and said, Qianqian, there's no need for me to let you. The three of you don't need to be so restrained and solemn. Just relax a little. Yang Lin nodded. Then when will we be tested? What exactly are we going to be tested on? Is it a confrontation? Su Nianji said, I'm still clear about your strength that far exceeds other teams. It's meaningless to have the three of you confront each other in a test. Do you remember the lottery prizes you found yesterday? Su Instructor, is that lottery prize related to the current test? Hi, of course it's related. Xu Guan stepped forward and patted Yang Lin's shoulder and said, your team was the first to find the lottery prize, and it was still found at the very beginning when you just came out. Our lottery prizes are so hidden, but you are so good at finding them. Regarding this, Nianji and I are thinking about seeing your ability to crack the lottery prizes with our own eyes and giving you a reward by the way. Su Nianji echoed, Deputy Xu is right. The Greedy Wolf Guild will never treat talented people badly. Just like what we said yesterday, as long as your performance is strong enough, the 1 million bonus per person can be transferred to your family's bank account today. Hearing this, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian stepped back one after another. Xu Guan was very strange about this and asked, what's wrong with you two? Xu Meng said embarrassedly, actually, getting 2 lottery prizes has nothing to do with the two of us. It's all Yang Lin's ability. Wang Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Brother Yang is very strong. We just took advantage of Brother Yang. It doesn't matter. Su Nianji said with a serious expression, as long as Yang Ling shows enough strength, you, as team members, can still get the reward. Xu Meng was shocked. There's such a good thing. Wang Qianqian was also quite excited. Although I feel quite ashamed, I shouldn't have misheard, right? The two of you didn't miss here. Sun Yanji responded to the two girls and turned his gaze to Yang Ling. Yang Ling, now that all the words that need to be said have been said, whether you can get the reward depends on your ability. Oh, but Su instructor, you haven't told me what the test is about. Haha, it's simple. Xu Guan pointed to the Yanwu production card at this time and said, you should know if someone is performing martial arts. The Yanwu arena itself will activate a protective barrier, right? That's right. Then what? Then, you just need to break the protective barrier inside. Is it that simple? This is today's test. Little brother, don't say it's simple. The barrier of the Yanwu arena is very strong. Because it involves the safety of life, it's several times stronger than the state you were in when you got the lottery prize yesterday. I don't know if you still have the confidence to try after I've said this. Of course, if you think it's not possible, you can give up, but there will be no reward. Deputy Xu, let's not talk about the reward first, but as a man, how can I say that I can't do it? It's just breaking the barrier. Then this test is actually simple. He carefully studied the new characteristics of his profession, and based on the information feedback he obtained, I'm here, and ready to start. As Yang Lin fell, Xu Guan activated the Yanwu arena's barrier. As the barrier was activated, both inside and outside could vaguely see a layer of transparent cicada wings covering the Yanwu arena. This was the barrier of the simulated barrier constructed by dozens of people. Yang Lin's current task was to break the barrier, and then get the money. Simple, very simple. As his domain unfolded, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan outside were shocked to find out when the barrier, a similar invisible thing, also had a health bar. Yanwu Arena Defense Barrier Health 500, 000, a 500, 000. Gudong, Gudong. Sun Yanji and Xu Guan both swallowed a mouthful of excited saliva. When did even the simulated barrier, constructed by dozens of people, have a health bar? Even history books and science books don't dare to write like this, okay? This is incredible. If it spreads out, it will completely subvert humans' normal cognition. Just a second ago, Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were extremely surprised by the appearance of the health bar on the barrier. In the next second, the impact they received was no less than 5 thunderbolts, just because they saw as the barrier appeared with a health bar, the 500,000 health bar suddenly evaporated a large chunk. Seeing the long string of numbers of 125,000 floating up, the barrier of the Yanwu arena was visibly weakened by a layer. What happened? Let's accept the fact that the barrier has a health bar for the time being. But what the hell is it that can cause 125,000 damage to the barrier at once? Fierce. Sun Yanji and Xu Guan were both fierce. In their cognition, Yang Ling's domain Genmushi is a profession that deals continuous damage, so subconsciously, they would not associate percentage health deduction with Yang Ling. Naturally, they couldn't imagine what Yang Ling had done. It actually created such a terrifying damage of 125,000 at once. Look at the barrier suddenly thinning by a layer. It's an understatement to say that it's not scary. Up to this point, but next, seeing Yang Lin's damage become normal, they gradually began to calm down. Xu Guan whispered, maybe his ability specializes in things like warlocks. Sun Yanji agreed, it should be like this. Just like some professions are born to restrain certain types of magical creatures. Other than that, I really can't figure out why he could deal super damage just now, but now it's turned into basic damage. No matter what, today's test is still very successful. But Sun Yanji was excited in his heart. In order to better see his ability, the staff strengthened the Yanwu arena's barrier overnight. This hard work was not in vain. Originally, the matter had reached this point, and what Sun Yanji and Xu Guan thought in their hearts had been confirmed. Now, in order to test in a decent and proper manner, so wait, wait for Yang Ling to grind the barrier in the Yanwu arena. And to say that the two of them have been shocked enough today, they have already understood the horror of Yang Ling. But in the next observation of Yang Ling, Su Nianji's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. He once again discovered something that shocked his heart. Shu Guan, Yang Ling's level is now 13, right? Yes, what's wrong, Nianji? Why are you suddenly asking this? Do you remember when Zhong Yanghui first came to us? He gave Yang Ling's data at level 7 at that time. I remember. What's the problem? Su Nianji took a breath of cold air. There's a problem. There's a big problem. You should take a good look at Yang Ling's current damage and then talk. Shu Guan didn't understand, but he still turned his gaze to Yang Ling in the arena. After roughly looking at it for more than 10 seconds, Shu Guan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No way, did he comprehend another skill? According to his situation at that time, his current DPS should be 39, right? But now it's 52. A super heavy pressure and a super paralysis, coupled with his entries, are already enough to bear the existence of a large margin. Now looking at the damage situation, it's obvious that he has indeed comprehended another ability. And according to his skill type, it's nothing more than another super restriction ability. Nianji, he can really comprehend it. It's just a pity that I can't see his current profession panel. Let's not talk about whether we can see it or not. In short, he is stronger now than before. No wonder he brought Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian into the Linjin, as if they were in an uninhabited place. 3 restriction abilities plus weakening attributes are unimaginable. How easy it is to kill magical creatures with this kind of person. Shock, deep shock, shocked Su Nianji and Shu Guan to the point of being numb. As for Yang Ling, he was also a little numb, just because the barrier of the Yanwu arena was too thick. Although he took the lead in cutting off a quarter of the current health of the barrier, there was still 375,000 health left to grind. A DPS of 52 points of damage per second, 3,120 damage per second, and 187,200 damage per hour. If you want to finally get the barrier done, you need 2 hours. It's like being in jail in the Yanwu arena. It's really too difficult to endure. However, seeing his 2 younger sisters and Su Nianji, who promised a reward of 1 million per person, looking forward to him outside the Yanwu arena, he endured it. Time passed by minute. When the barrier of the Yanwu arena finally shattered like glass after 2 hours, it meant that Yang Ling had successfully completed the trial. Yang Ling, brother Yang. Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian ran forward to congratulate him one after another. Su Nianji and Shu Guan looked at each other, their eyes full of satisfaction. Su Instructor, Deputy Shu, I've completed this trial, right? Yes, very good. Your ability has opened our eyes. As for the reward we promised you, it will definitely be implemented today. Then you can check it yourself. Thank you, Su Instructor, Deputy Shu. If there's nothing else, can the 3 of us leave? Yes, go. Seeing Yang Lin and the 3 of them leave the Yanwu arena, Su Nianji and Shu Guan walked to the stage of the Yanwu arena. After some investigation, they had decided that Yang Lin was really a genius. Without destroying the dozens of cornerstones secretly arranged in the Yanwu arena, he could directly destroy the barrier. This ability is unmatched in the entire alliance. It is said that Yang Lin came here to suffer for 2 hours today, but he got such a big reward for nothing. He must be very happy. Needless to say, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian are also 2 girls. The way they look at him now is almost drooling. Brother Yang, you're great. Wang Qianqian's eyes were full of worship at this moment. The blush on her face was almost dripping with water, incomparably delicate and beautiful. Yang Lin couldn't help but reply, Qianqian, there are many places where your brother Yang is great. I'll let you see all kinds of even greater things in the future. Seeing Wang Qianqian happily nod, Xu Meng couldn't help but urge, can't you be serious for a bit? Where am I not being serious? I'm obviously as pure as snow. Okay, you're as pure as snow. Before Xu Meng could say anything, Wang Qianqian tiptoed and quickly imprinted her warm lips on Yang Lin's left cheek. Qianqian, what's wrong with you, Sister Meng? You're just fueling her arrogance. Look at how proud he is now. Meng, what are you saying? What's called fueling arrogance? It just shows that my Qianqian is sensible. It's Meng, you. What have I done privately with some people? There are not a few photos that were taken and sent to the base group. The blush on Xu Meng's face instantly spread to the roots of her ears. You're shameless. Yang Ling smiled sideways. Is that so? I'll just bite you to death. Don't you really bite? Qianqian, stop him, otherwise I'll have more teeth marks on my arm. Don't run, Meng. I'm just kidding. Do you have to be like this? That's why. Who told you to be shameless? Okay, in the end, there was still a row of shallow and cute little teeth marks on Yang Ling's arm. As for the rest of the day, it's already 11 o'clock. What's the point of going to the neighborhood? It's rare to make a big profit. Let's just take a day off for the three of them to eat something good, play something good, and go to sing karaoke, play video games, and watch movies together. It's wonderful. Of course, while playing now, he hasn't forgotten his current goal. The activation of the third core talent. The progress of killing magical creatures is almost complete. There are only 1,000 magical creatures left. As for the third myth entry, the level is 13, which is actually close to 14. As the level increases, the upgrade experience increases, but even so, reaching level 15 is just a matter of these few days. So every day next, although you broke the surprise you wanted to give him, your dad said that after Yang Lin finishes the test today, I'll immediately report to him. This is still a huge surprise. Okay, I know. Not long after, in Sunyanji's office, Sunyanji had already connected with Su Xingye for a video call. Xu Guan was also there, but he was a little guilty now. Thinking about last night, he tried his best to pull Sunyanji towards Yang Lin, just afraid that the president would leak his mouth and he would be sanctioned by Sunyanji later. After Su Xingye heard that Yang Lin had the ability to break the barrier after the special edition of the Yanwu Arena, his consciousness was full of red light. Okay, as expected of a good seedling with hidden professional potential. Nianji, I'll just tell you one thing later. Let him seal the three people's files. This will be the secret of our union in the future. You must also pay attention to it and never spread it. Don't worry, we know this kind of thing in our hearts. Oh, right, Nianji, Yang Ling is a rare genius in a century after all. You should pay more attention to him later and keep an eye on him for me. Dad, even if you don't say it, I will. It's not enough to just keep an eye on him, Nianji. You have to learn to get along more. Yang Ling is a young man after all. He is full of energy and arrogant at this age. It's normal. If there is anything that makes you dissatisfied, you must be more tolerant. Su Nianji argued, Dad, are you implying something? Nianji, what are you thinking too much about? I just know that our union has such a new person, and I'm happy in my heart. But I don't understand your personality. I'm just afraid that you'll scare him. Don't say I'm so ignorant. I always have a sense of propriety in doing things. Also, at this time, Su Xingye couldn't help but look at Xu Guan on the opposite side of the communication. Seeing this, Xu Guan quickly turned around. He didn't want to have a face-to-face meeting with Su Xingye this time. After that, he heard Sishingye continue, Nianji, Dad wants to give you a suggestion. When you have free time, I hope you can try to get along with Yang Lin. For example, invite him to have a cup of tea, take a walk and care about his private life by the way. After all, he is a member of our union. This kind of talent cannot be neglected. As his current person in charge, you must learn to make him feel warm. Dad, what are you talking about? What needs to be said has already been said. I have a lot of things to deal with. I won't chat much. Okay, then I'll say it like this. I'll let Chingy handle the three people's files right away. Okay. After the communication was hung up, Sunyenji couldn't help but rub his temples with his hands. He knew that his dad loved talent and was eager to get it, but to the point of doing that, Mom would be fine drinking tea and shopping, and even caring about Yang Lin's private life. This is too strange. Not to mention how complicated Sunyenji's mood was this time, Xu Guan quickly received a short message. Xiao Shu, I'm too disappointed in you. You couldn't help me just now when I was talking. Xu Guan wanted to cry without tears. What can we do if your daughter doesn't look for a man? If I had helped just now, my mouth would have been sewn up. Xu Guan, Nianji, what's wrong? The thing I asked Kinyi to auction will be sent over in the next few days. Pay attention to receiving it then, and send it to Yang Ling directly. Just say it's also a reward for her. Okay, I'll pay attention to receiving it and send it over for you then. And when he mentioned the auction thing, Xu Guan suddenly thought of something. His eyes couldn't help but light up. What he wants most now is a vacation. So after dealing with the current batch of Jiling beasts, Yang Ling gestured to his two younger sisters to rest with a refreshed expression. As for her, she studied her third core talent. Third core talent. Red blade of beheading current state. First level current effect. Summon the red blade of beheading to attack the enemy's soul and add a red mark to it. Duration. 60 seconds. When the enemy carries the red mark and is in the professional's domain, the damage burst is 5 times the previous total GU injury. This damage is regarded as a mental attack and cannot cause substantial physical damage. The default beheading target is the enemy recognized by the professional. People outside of the target will not be affected. Second level advancement condition. Absorb the souls of 100 magical creatures of level 15 captain level and above. The second level effect of this talent can be unlocked. Current progress. 100% looking at the introduction of the third core talent on the professional panel, Yang Ling was stunned for a long time. What is summoning the red blade of beheading? As long as the red mark is added to the enemy, the effect of 5 times the total GU injury can be achieved. Moreover, this third core talent is divided into multiple levels, and now even the second level advancement condition has been given. It is necessary to find magical creatures to try it out immediately. Meng Meng, Qian, let's quickly find the next batch of magical creatures. Remember, you don't need to take action later. I want to try out the new talent I obtained. Hearing that Yang Ling had obtained a new talent again, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian's scalps were numb. Yang Ling, are you serious? You obtained a new talent again. Brother Yang, you're too outrageous, right? Didn't you just obtain the second talent before? Now the third talent has come out. Yang Ling's mouth showed a good-looking arc and said, there's no way. My profession is just so powerful. Now my level is 14. When I reach level 15, there's still the third entry waiting for me to activate. Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were really going to kneel to Yang Ling. The hidden profession is really so heaven-defying. How can other professions survive like this? It's Ji Lin Sama. However, there are quite a few Ji Lin beasts in this batch. There are 14 in total. If it were replaced by another team, as long as the strength is not strong enough, such a large number of Ge Lin beast groups would basically try to avoid it as much as possible. On the contrary, Yang Ling was now happy. The more the number, the more the effect of the talent ability having no other choice. After finishing talking about Sun Yanji, let's talk about Shu Guan. These days, he often invites Yang Ling to have tea and barbecue. The two call each other old bro and little bro, showing their close relationship. What frustrates Yang Ling is that Shu Guan seems particularly concerned about the matter between him and Sun Yanji. He keeps nagging in his ear, "Little bro, why don't you seize the opportunity and make a bold move on Yanji? What if he's willing to follow you in the future?" Yang Ling really doesn't understand why this old bro is so keen on pairing him with Sun Yanji, but after hearing it so many times, he becomes numb. He knows Sun Yanji's personality all too well. Who can possibly win him over? So, he's too lazy to think about it for now. After finishing these digressions, let's get back to the main topic. In these 10 days, Yang Ling has often taken Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian to the nearby area. Besides leveling up, his own strength has definitely improved by leaps and bounds. The first effect of the third core talent, Crimson Blade, which is to inflict 5 times the damage in the Crimson state, has now activated its second effect after he killed 100 captains and monsters with 1 strike or more. The second effect is also in the Crimson state. When the enemy's health is less than 50% of his own, using the Crimson Blade again will directly kill them. Not only that, this second effect will also grow. Each time he kills a small boss, or a monster of the same level, or higher in a nearby dungeon or special battlefield, the kill limit will increase by 0.5%, with the highest kill limit increasing from 5% to 10%. Yang Ling knows he's a cheat, but he really didn't expect himself to be this crazy. Putting aside everything else, imagine instantly killing 25% of the enemy's current health upon entering the field, plus a finishing move that can kill up to 10% of the total health. In the future, if he doesn't act like a decent person and steals other people's monsters, he'll be stealing them accurately every time. In addition to this, the most important thing is that when Yang Ling's level reaches 15, his third mythical level profession entry, Immovable Underworld King, has become a reality. When the professional performs a full blood burst, he will passively enter the Immovable Underworld King state. After entering this state, he will establish a one-on-one death connection with the locked monster, thereby completely suppressing it while retaining various professional skills and talent abilities. At the same time, the professional damage in the third entry or above will increase the continuous total damage by another double. Yang Ling can no longer describe how perverted he has become. She only knows that if there is a boss-level monster in front of her, she will first kill 25% of its health upon entering the field, and the finishing blow will tentatively be calculated as the most basic 5% kill. Then it is equivalent to this boss-level monster only having 70% of its health. Then, with her current level 16, the basic DPS is 64, and after hanging the Crimson state, the DPS is multiplied by 5 to 320. If she doesn't perform a full burst at this time, the split damage is 19,200. If a full burst is performed, then the split damage reaches a terrifying 38,400. Don't calculate the actual damage at this time, because the theoretical actual damage at this time has reached a terrifying 2 million or more. Even monsters would have to kneel down and call Yang Ling their great-great-grandfather. However, the third entry is really not something that can be easily activated. Entering the full burst state is equivalent to a quick battle. Although it will super suppress monsters or enemies, the consumption of oneself is equally amazing. In short, use it cautiously. Finally, let's sort out the current small goals. First, the third core talent, Crimson Blade, needs to kill small bosses and above as soon as possible to increase the 5% kill to the highest limit of 10%. Second, this talent also has a third effect that requires meeting the conditions of level 25, and a finishing blow kill reaching the limit of 10%. At that time, the final effect of the talent can be activated. Third, when the level reaches 25, passing the second special evolution dungeon will definitely awaken a random skill, talent, or entry. So, what to do next is obvious at a glance. In order to level up quickly, Yang Ling simply discussed with Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian that all the small teams have already reached the depths. If they continue to stay in the depths with more monks than Gruel, when will they be able to level up? Since this is the case, then simply advance to the core depths. The three decided this way and acted this way. As today, they came to the nearby area, and the outer and deep areas were no longer different. They rushed to the core area in the deepest part, not knowing that their actions not only made Xinyanji want to kneel to the three, but even the high-level executives of his Nangong Guild headquarters were directly silenced by the three. Tree Spirit, level 19, health 4000 to 4200, attack power 250 to 280. As Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian advanced to the deepest part of the nearby area, Xu Meng's passive detection once again made frequent contributions. When white palace marks appeared on the disguised tree spirits, the three launched their actions without waiting for these things to sneak attack. With Yang Ling present, it was difficult for the tree spirits' ground spikes to suddenly kill from underground. When these tree spirits were still unwilling and tried to lock down the appearing three with the branches on their bodies, Wang Qianqian's tornado had already torn their branches into hemp. As for the two magic puppets beside Xu Meng, that was even better. Is this the core depths? It seems similar to the outside, Xu Meng said excitedly. It's only similar because you're here. For other teams, they definitely won't come to venture here in the short term, so the monsters here are temporarily ours, Wang Qianqian said. At this time, flying in the air, when white marks appeared again in front of her, the wings of the 19 spirits behind her fluttered, and two consecutive sharp blades fell, instantly killing the two green assassins, who were about to sneak attack the three. Sister Meng is right. Temporarily, no one is robbing us of monsters, so we can get more points. Good, good, good. Let's quickly farm a wave and strive to break the previous record of 100,000. The three were like dream eyes, wherever they advanced, there was smoke and destruction. A mere tree spirit, a mere spirit beast, was not worth mentioning. Just like the three said, today they had to rush for 100,000 points and break the record. But who would have thought that as they continued to advance to the deepest part, they were suddenly blocked? Yang Ling, we are blocked by a barrier. We can't go up, and we can't go forward. It's crazy, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian both noticed this problem. Yang Ling, of course, was the same. Stretching out her hand, she could feel that there was an invisible barrier in front of her. Through the barrier, the three saw more tree spirits and spirit beasts in front. Obviously, those things had now discovered the three. In just a dozen seconds, at least 20 tree spirits and 30 or 40 spirit beasts surrounded them. However, because of the barrier, these monsters couldn't come over. They could only do useless output and angry roars against the barrier. Seeing this scene, Yang Ling was a little confused. What was going on? There was a barrier in the deepest part of the core. Out of curiosity, without unfolding her domain, Yang Ling raised her hand and threw a super weakness onto the barrier in front of her. Soon, the basic situation appeared. Imitation GG Arm Guard, health 180,000. Meng Meng, Qianqian, isn't this an induction device? This is obviously not. Xu Meng thought of Nianji's explanation earlier, telling us not to touch the induction device again, and saying that touching it would be very serious. In the end, he didn't tell us what the induction device does. Wang Qianqian looked around and said, to prevent accidents, why don't we walk to the left and right to see if there are any cornerstones or something? Yang Ling and Xu Meng both agreed with this point. So, the three began to explore to the left and right. But unfortunately, they found nothing. On the other hand, the monsters opposite the arm guard heard the movement and surrounded them more and more. Looking at such a large group of monsters, the three were drooling, only because these were rich experience points. Brother Yang, what do we do now? I want to destroy it, but I don't know if this thing is set up by the base or a specific restriction nearby. If it is the former, there must be another meaning. If it is the latter, then there's nothing to worry about, Xu Meng said after a moment of silence. I remember that the health of the barrier in the martial arts field was higher than this. If the base really wants to set up a restriction, it can't be lower than the martial arts field, right? That's right. Nianji only warned all the newcomers not to go to the core depths if they don't have the ability, so as not to die. He didn't even mention anything special about the core depths. Is there a possibility? Xu Meng's expression became more excited. This is the ability of a boss. Let's do it. Yang Ling quickly unfolded her domain. The health of the arm guard was dropping crazily. Even if Yang Ling didn't go all out, with 180,000 health, after the entry kill and the finishing blow kill, plus the split damage of 19,200, it would take no more than 7 minutes to finish it. As time passed minute by minute, when the time reached 5 minutes, cracks had already crawled all over the imitation barrier arm guard. When the remaining health was at 50%, Yang Ling casually used a crimson blade and easily shattered the arm guard completely. At this moment, a faint blue beam of light shot straight into the sky. Even during the day, it was quite dazzling. It was unclear what was happening. Like a chain reaction, as the first faint blue beam of light shot into the sky, faint blue beams of light rose up in the remaining 7 directions. Yang Ling and the three saw this scene, but they couldn't understand what was happening. What's more, a large number of monsters had already surged over. It was important to harvest points and experience first. Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian were only immersed in the joy of harvest. How could they know that the reconnaissance department in the base suddenly became a mess? Director, something bad has happened. The number-style seal in the deepest part of the nearby area, I don't know what happened, it seems to be loosening. Not good. One of them suddenly collapsed. Terrible. Because of the chain reaction, the other 7 connected seals all fell into self-destruction mode. The director was about to pee his pants, because he was too nervous and collapsed. Damn it. Add manpower to re-establish the Sky Iron radar monitoring system. All your work is waiting for the official use 2 days later. Xu Guan said that everything is fine. Su Nianji nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. It just so happens that my dad might come over in these 2 days. If I can't take care of it, help me meet him. He wants to see Yang Ling in action. He values Yang Ling very much, so he wants to observe Yang Ling and his 2 teammates further. I know. If you can't spare the time, I'll go to the venue to meet him. As for now, the topic has already turned to Yang Ling. Xu Guan has to inquire from the side, Nianji, I find that you and Yang Ling get along quite well. Now the entire base is spreading rumors that you and him are already dating. I'm really curious, what do you think as the person involved? These are just rumors. What's the point of caring about these? Are you not angry? Why should I be angry? If I go to clarify, it will only make them more convinced of their guesses. Instead of making things worse, it's better to let it go. When they get tired of these gossips, they will naturally stop. Ha ha ha, that's right. But Nianji, I think you and little bro look quite compatible together. Really, don't consider it. My current identity is his instructor and mentor. I don't have that kind of special feeling like a girlfriend for him. Shuguan, I think you also like to gossip quite a bit. This is meaningless to your work. Meaningless? How is that possible? Shuguan secretly spoke, but he has been observing Sun Yanji's reaction. What he is feeling and concluding now is that it is right to let little bro have more contact with Sun Yanji. Just the topic being discussed now, if it were put in the past, there is no need to even think about it. Sun Yanji would definitely say, "Are you looking for a beating? Or do you want me to find someone to sew up your mouth?" But look now, even if Sun Yanji's words are firm, there is absolutely no invisible compelling pressure. So, he still has to urge little bro later to make a strong effort so that he can have a more in-depth and intimate exchange with his immediate superior. What's the situation? Directly say it. Regarding the warlock seal in the depths of the nearby area, I don't know what happened, it all collapsed. Through the sky eye, it is initially determined that there seems to be a small team ingesting the warlock seal's collapse, which is likely related to the small team. Is that so? Oh, I see. Shuguan didn't have a special reaction. On the contrary, his understated response made the reconnaissance department over their stunned. Deputy Officer Shu, didn't you hear clearly? What I reported was. You reported that the warlock seal collapsed. I heard it. Is there anything else? The most stunned person at the moment is actually the director of the reconnaissance department. Hearing his subordinates say that something happened in the depths of the nearby area, his legs were weak, cold sweat broke out on his head, and he even psychologically predicted that he would probably be dismissed and his future would be ruined. But no matter what, he didn't expect that when his subordinates notified Deputy Officer Shu seemed indifferent. Because of this, the director gained a bit of courage at this time. He took over the call from his subordinates. Deputy Officer Shu, in this situation, don't you issue any special instructions? Instructions? What instructions? If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. Anyway, if it's not destroyed now, someone will have to be sent to destroy it in 2 days. This saves trouble. The director in the reconnaissance department almost didn't react. He was almost scared to pee just now, but now it ended so lightly. The director once suspected that he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. When the director was a little suspicious of life, Shuguan's voice came from the communication, "Oh, right. Nianji has something to say now. Let Sujisha say it, I'm listening here." Immediately, Sun Yanji's voice came from the communication, "For the sake of insurance, allow you to temporarily use a small portion of the Sky Eye's computing power to directly lock onto the core depths of the nearby area and confirm whether there is a 3-person team over there." Okay, Sujisha, wait a moment, I'll have my subordinates arrange it immediately. About 3 minutes later, the director respectfully returned. Through the general overview, it shows that there is indeed a 3-person team in the depths of the nearby area. Very good. Don't close the trend observation plane for the time being. Record their movements and see when they will withdraw from the depths. The director was relieved when he didn't hear Deputy Officer Shu and Instructor Su get angry. As for Shuguan and Sun Yanji, they really didn't have much reaction. 99.9% of the time, they didn't run away. This little bro actually took his 2 little girlfriends into the core depths now. Maybe he felt that the experience of the monsters in the depths was too little, so he wanted to go to the core depths to pick up some bargains. But Nianji, the core depths are not simple. Of course they are not simple. They have always been restricted. The monsters of the giant dragon are beyond imagination. Even if the newcomers are strong, it is impossible for them to be at ease in it. As long as the 3 of them are not stupid. It's just that they were released by Yang Ling and the 3 2 days in advance, so this matter is really not a big deal. Naturally, neither Xu Guan nor Su Nianji were moved. However, just half an hour after Xu Guan reported his work content in detail, the reconnaissance department called again. Instructor Su, Deputy Officer Xu, we have been observing the movements of the three-person team. They have been going deeper into the core depths. It is initially estimated that they will basically reach the high-energy hell in half an hour. What are they doing? Are these three so fond of adventure? After such a long time, can't they feel the weight and number of monsters in the core area? Instructor Su, then we will continue to observe. Continue to observe and report to me every 5 minutes. Instructor Su, they are still continuing to go deeper. Instructor Su, they haven't stopped at all. Instructor Su, they are about to reach the core high-energy area. As the number of reports from the reconnaissance department increased, Su Nianji's forehead was about to break out in cold sweat. What exactly were Yang Ling doing with his two little girlfriends? Even if you are strong, can you survive in a super-gathering area of monsters that has been locked for a long time? It's a pity that the nearby area has a mist that blocks signals, and they don't have special signal enhancers on them. Even if they want to contact them, they can't. No. This guy absolutely can't have an accident. Really unable to sit still, Su Nianji called Xu Guan and the two rushed to the reconnaissance department. Outside the gate of the Greed Wolf Guild headquarters, a slender voice walked in gracefully. At this time, the originally bustling hall suddenly seemed to be pressed the pause button, and instantly became silent. Swish, 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 whether it was the public officials entering and exiting or the staff here, regardless of gender, all focused their eyes on the young woman who entered the door. The woman's eyes flowed, and there seemed to be thousands of styles rippling in them. Her vermilion lips were slightly raised, more alluring than the most delicate peach blossoms in spring. Obviously, she was just walking normally, but she still made everyone feel the most soul-stirring charm in the world. But was excited by the charming charm exuding from the woman. Even the little secretary, as a woman, was so faced with the charm of the woman in front of her. Didn't care, he just came to go through the process to cancel the completed commission. I'll go up to the meeting on the top floor since I have nothing to do now. But with such a big battle, the matter must be small. It said that his appearance, let alone the crowd in the hall below, was fascinated. Even most of the old guys in the conference room now couldn't resist it. There was no way, Liu Qianwu, he has the title of Enchantress in the Greed Wolf Guild. Such a charming jazz, so far, no man has seen him without being confused, and ordinary women can't resist it either. What happened? Why is the venue so tense? Is it at war with some force? He found an empty seat and sat down, just casually asking a question. Soon, Liu Qianwu got the answer he wanted. This has to ask the venue. For no reason, he suddenly wanted to seal the files of 3 newcomers as top secret. How could most people be convinced in their hearts that such a big thing would come to a conclusion first and then play? But seeing the high-level executives reacting so strongly, he suddenly thought of one thing. The secretary just said that Su Nianji is now an instructor at the Lisan base, and then the president sealed the files of 3 newcomers as top secret after the fact. This is indeed a bit intriguing. If such a thing is said, no one would suspect that the 3 are afraid of being relatives of the president. In terms of top secret files, it means internal top secrets. If it's just like this, there's definitely nothing to say, but the important thing is that once it becomes an internal top secret, it also means that the 3 newcomers will be the pillars in the guild in the future, the core of the core. The entire Greed Wolf Guild, from top to bottom, must open a green light for the 3 all the way. No matter what your position is, no matter how powerful you are, as long as the 3 have a request, you must open the highest authority and satisfy them as much as possible. So, at this moment, Su Xingye was contacting his daughter Su Nianji on the corridor camera outside the conference room, planning to discuss this matter. Nianji, how do you think I should tell them? Dad, I'm very busy now and dealing with a very important matter. Good daughter, Dad is now being roasted on the fire by them. If I can't say anything, I don't know how a group of people will urge me to speak. Can you spare some time to help me? Is that so? Let me think. Hearing Su Nianji say that, Su Xingye anxiously said, Nianji, think quickly. After all, I have been dragging the meeting for a while. Dad, I really thought of a great idea. Aren't they want to know whether Yang Ling and the three are worth opening a green light within the guild? It just so happens to give them a chance to witness it. Nianji, what is this? Wait a minute, you just do what I say. You don't need to explain too much unless I mess things up here. Under normal circumstances, the three of them traveled a distance in it. But now Su Nianji can't care about this. The core depths are actually very large. He must accurately locate where Yang Ling and the three are, and then send experts to bring the three back. That's what he planned and what he did. After the staff of the reconnaissance department took action, they finally locked onto Yang Ling and the three in the core depths through the Sky Eye system. The figures and actions of the three were clearly displayed on the video in the reconnaissance department. Then everyone was doubly shocked. One of the shocks was that the three were now killing monsters. Looking at the mountain-like corpses of monsters accumulated around, they knew how strong the three were. The second shock was that they were embarrassed to speak. Just because it was a little embarrassing to say. Nianji, I found a problem. You don't need to say it, I also found this problem. Su Nianji nodded, that's what I plan to do too. Immediately, a group of high-level experts, who were still on standby, received orders, and carried combat equipment, and special communication signal enhancers, to the depths of the nearby area by transport plane. As for the reconnaissance department room, Su Nianji refocused his gaze on the video screen of the Sky Eye system. Shu Guan, do you think the three of them want to kill the nearby boss? Looking at their appearance, I think it's possible. Even if they are very strong, the deeper they go, the greater the obstacles they will encounter. To kill the nearby boss, according to normal common sense, it generally requires 4 or 5 small teams to join forces. So, I still hope they don't take this risk. Nianji, I don't feel that little bro is a reckless person. You have been with him for some time, don't you know his character? You said that he previously asked me many questions about the nearby area and the dungeon. This shows that he is indeed not a reckless person. At least he should know what he is doing now. Su Nianji and Shu Guan were still chatting, but unexpectedly, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually his father. What was he doing looking for himself at this time? With confusion, Su Nianji answered the phone. Soon, he also understood the recent situation of his father at the headquarters. Looking at the time, it was currently 1:15 p.m. Looking at the image screen, Yang Ling and the three were still killing monsters. Su Nianji simply gave his father Su Xingye an idea. After Su Xingye accepted his daughter's suggestion, he returned to the conference room in high spirits. Everyone, we can now start our meeting. Hearing that the meeting was about to begin, a group of high-level elders couldn't help it anymore. Each of them decided to turn on the sprayer mode, but they were quickly suppressed by Su Xingye with a pause gesture. I know what you are thinking and what you care about. Isn't it just right that I have an opportunity here to let you also get to know the three of them? President, what do you mean by this? Why does it feel inexplicably inexplicable? Don't say it first, you'll know later. Old Taoist President, are you deliberately mystifying? Although I don't know what purpose you have. So, she was called the Dragon Girl, and because this girl's profession was to kill the sky and the earth, she was called the Zhengguo Dragon Girl. If you want to ask whether this Yang Ling can compare to the Zhengguo dragon girl, Su Xingye couldn't help but want to complain to himself. He had never seen Yang Ling's ability at all. Everything depended on believing what his daughter said. Now that he was asked this way, how could he answer? But as a father, how could he not believe his daughter? Hearing Su Xingye say, "What's wrong with the Zhengguo dragon girl? She's a hidden profession, and our 3 newcomers also have a hidden profession, the domain Zeng master." President, don't brag. We don't know that this domain Zeng master didn't even reach level 10 in the novice dungeon. Isn't it said that he finally passed the abyss difficulty trial? But we didn't see it with our own eyes. Who knows if there was anything tricky during this period? Su Xingye waved his hand. Okay, what was I saying just now? As soon as they saw the first glance of the picture, a group of old men and old ladies in the venue couldn't hold back. It was an insult to civilization, simply an insult to civilization. President, look at what you are letting us see. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not ancient. Can such 3 people be sealed as files? Su Xingye glanced at the image screen. He was shocked himself. Good fellow, this is too much. To say the specific situation, this has to be traced back to the time after Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian broke the mutual barrier. Because they killed 100 or 200 monsters in one breath, the 3 were in a very excited mood. Just when they were resting next, Yang Ling thought that they might encounter more monsters in the future, so he subconsciously said, "I hope to make some progress next." Yang Ling was just saying it casually, but Wang Qianqian, who didn't understand her sister, understood it instantly. "Brother Yang, I'm going to change my clothes nearby." After saying that, Wang Qianqian rushed to the back of a nearby tree. This action scared Xu Meng. Didn't she think of the little devil makeup she had changed before, especially the little devil tail that she still remembers now? She wanted to persuade Wang Qianqian not to do this, but she couldn't hold her back at all. Forced to be helpless, she followed with a hard scalp. But the result was good. Seeing that it wasn't the little devil makeup, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It was like this, waiting for Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian. Couldn't control it at all. Since they couldn't control it, Yang Ling felt that if I didn't go to hell, who would? He reluctantly accepted the fierce impact of various visuals when the 2 girls were swaying in front of him. In addition, maybe he was a little tired from killing so many monsters before. Yang Ling took a bottle of purified water in one breath at this time and felt a little relieved. The situation was like this. So, after a long time after the transformation, when Sun Yanji in the base ordered to start the Sky Eye system to capture the picture of Yang Ling and the 2 girls' dress became the second shock to Sun Yanji, Xu Guan, and a group of staff. Yang Ling and the 3 of them played too much, and people couldn't evaluate it well. Also, knowing that Sun Yanji transferred the picture of locking Yang Ling and the 3 to the president's mobile phone and put it on display in the headquarters conference room, Xu Guan couldn't help but cover his face for Yang Ling. "Nianji, does this count as infringing on the hobbies and privacy of the 3 of them?" "I can't help it. My dad can't resist the high-level executives of the guild. If they don't transfer the picture to show the strength of the 3 now, they are afraid that they won't be able to seal their files." After Sun Yanji finished speaking, he added awkwardly, "I knew that Yang Ling had that kind of hobby in Yuchuan City. Who would have thought that Xu Meng would also cooperate so much besides Wang Qianqian? He can't say that, after all, their relationship is there." "That's right, but what do you think the high-level elders at the headquarters think?" But he didn't say that he had to let the 2 of them be together. "And President, you can't forget the original intention." Xu Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. The headquarters meeting was a group of high-level old men and old ladies, but most of them were holding their breath. It was a sin. These are the three newcomers, whose files our president sealed. If outsiders know about it, will our agreed wolf guild still want face? Look at this dress, how immoral and unbearable. And the three of them are actually enjoying it. Look, that kid's big hand is touching a girl's butt. I can't watch it, I really can't watch it. As an elder of the guild, I feel ashamed for these young people. The voices of discussion became one piece, and finally, without exception, they all turned into sharp swords and aimed at President Sushingye. Sushingye became the target of public criticism in minutes. Even if he usually had a reputation for majesty, he couldn't resist the critical offensive of a group of high-level executives. Everyone, be quiet, everyone, listen to me. Listen to what you say. Listen to how shameless the things these three young people have done are. Are we old guys going to be proud of their behavior? These words are a bit unpleasant to hear. Young people, it's normal to think a little bit. Where is it normal? President, look at it yourself. Oh, the girl dressed as a rabbit wants to melt into that kid's arms. President, is this what you think is normal? It's an insult to the guild style, an insult to the guild style. Sushingye was completely collapsed at this moment. He listened to his daughter Sunyenji, and wanted to see how strong Yang Ling and the three were so that these elders would shut up. But who would have thought that the three people wouldn't be fighting monsters at all at this time? Not to mention that they didn't fight, they were actually holding hands and stepping on the green donkey. Everyone, what you see in the live video is not the point at all. The point is, do you know where the three of them are now? The conference room was slightly quiet. An elder asked, where are they? They are in the core depths of the Lishan nearby area. The high-level executives were stunned. Really? It's not been a month, has it? They actually dare to go to the core depths. Didn't I tell you that Yang Ling is a hidden profession, a domain town master? If she doesn't have the ability, do you think she would dare to take two girls to the core? President, how many levels is Yang Ling now? According to Nianji, she is already level 16. The one named Shumeng is the highest level among the newcomers in the base, level 17. The other one named Wang Zhenqian is level 16 like Yang Ling. The high-level executives pondered for a while. This level is okay, they are leveling up quite fast. President, let's assume that their levels are not bad, but how can you prove that the area they are in now is the deepest part of the nearby area? It's simple, you'll know when they encounter enemies later. That's right. A group of high-level executives thought that they might as well endure the immoral behavior of the three little guys first and see the real situation of their encounter with the enemy. But who would have thought that after another 5 minutes, they didn't encounter any monsters? On the contrary, the actions of the three once again made the high-level executives in the entire venue unable to hold back. If you want to ask what happened now, it's easy to say. The main reason is that Yang Ling and the three felt hungry. They were so excited when they first entered the core depths that they brushed a large number of monsters. They were all immersed in excitement. Now that they calmed down, they suddenly thought that although it was a little late, they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Since they were going to the deepest part of the core, and even planned to fight the final boss, it would be too unlike them to go there hungry. So, the three of them discussed it together. They prepared to cook in a relatively clean place. Naturally, as usual, Yang Ling went to Baikonju catering to arrange drinks and fruits, Shumeng went to prepare cooking seasonings with stone pots and bowls, and Wang Qianqian was washing vegetables and carrying meat. Everything was orderly and methodical. But this kind of behavior was completely incomprehensible to a group of high-level executives. President, are you sure they are in the core area of the nearby area? Are you sure they are not traveling in a scenic area? I'm sure. Mianji personally told me and personally transferred the picture. How could it be fake? Herr President, are you treating us like fools? Let's assume that they are 16 or 17 levels, but do you know that it's already outrageous for 16 or 17 levels to go to the deepest part of the Leeshan nearby area? And what are they doing now? They are actually living and cooking together like nothing happened. Not to mention that they are not stable and careful, they are actually so blatant. Should we say that they are stupid and don't know how to defend against monsters? Or should we say that they have a sacred sense of ritual for eating and must be regular and in place? Anyway, the high-level executives can't sit still now. Each of them turned into a sprayer and started spraying Su Xingye wildly. President, you can underestimate our strength, but you must not insult our intelligence. They are dressed like this, almost going to a hotel to do things. Not to mention that, how dare you tell us now that they are in the depths of the nearby area? Su Xingye, your daughter guarantees it with her personality. They are now in the core hell of the nearby area. According to their current location, they are probably in the high-energy zone. If they continue to walk forward, they will die young one day because of this arrogance. It's hard to imagine what they learned in school. We really think too much about this. How do you say this? We are sure that Yang Ling is very strong, stronger than expected and several times stronger. Then let's go deeper into this question. How much stronger is Yang Ling than several times stronger? Seeing that Sun Yanji had returned to the live image, Xu Guan said with a public expression, "Didn't you find that it's been so long? But then Yanji, you look even more beautiful than usual today. You really know how to joke." Thanks, Yang Lin. He thought Sun Yanji would say something like, "I'm your instructor or mentor, so don't be cheeky." Who knew she would just say thank you in the end? This is really unprecedented, unlocking a special vocabulary. Oh right, Nianji, where's old Shu? And why did you suddenly invite me to dinner? Is something up? I have no idea where he is. Su Nianji turned around and said, "Dao Shi, you're really something. You quietly took Meng Meng and Qian Qian to the core depths. Aren't you afraid something will happen?" Yang Lin became serious. "You knew about the three of us going to the core?" "Yeah, we happened to be testing the newly established Sky Eye system today, and caught your three's images. Luckily, nothing happened to you three. So, you saw us kill the poisonous mosquitoes?" "Yes, I didn't expect you three to be so capable, exceeding my expectations. So this meal is also a reward for you. Don't be so reckless in the future," Yang Ling said with emotion. "No wonder I always felt like someone was watching me." It turned out Sun Yanji was testing the Sky Eye system today. And when Yang Ling mentioned that he felt watched along the way, Sun Yanji was definitely surprised. The Sky Eye system is silent, and you could still sense it. "I can't say I sensed it, but I felt something." Your perception is strong enough. But just strong perception isn't enough. Nianji, you still need to help me brush up on knowledge related to nearby dungeons, especially intelligence information about powerful enemies. Tell me everything you know. Okay, same as before, 30,000 points per day. That won't work, I'm too poor to afford it. Where are you poor? Because of your Qianguang squad, the entire base's points have inflated, and you still have the nerve to say you're poor. Anyway, I don't have points. Nianji, just say whether you'll pay or not. You're really shameless. Then continue for free, all right. I really owe you. Whether you owe me or not is another matter. Just then, Yang Ling suddenly realized that Sun Yanji really didn't have that cold feeling from before, especially the faint blush on her face, which was constantly exuding a breathtaking beauty. It's quite comfortable to get along with her now. Not long after, Xu Guan entered, and then his two younger sisters, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, also arrived. This table of people was finally complete. Because of the familiarity these days, the atmosphere between the few people was quite lively. At the same time, from the chat during this meal, young Lin obtained some unexpected information. What? That guidance device is only activated after killing a warrior. Little brother, what did you think? It's lucky you destroyed the guidance device. If it was someone else, I estimate Nianji would have gone berserk long ago. Since the topic has come up, let me briefly mention the killing battle. According to Sun Nianji and Shu Guan, after the killing battle is activated, each newcomer will be marked with the coordinates of the guidance device. To activate the guidance device, you need to carry the key allocated to each team by the base. If you can activate the guidance device within the limited time and eliminate the monsters, you can then obtain the points card in the treasure chest inside the guidance device, and then add up the scores to rank the teams. The event was originally like this, but it was postponed for more than half a month because of Yang Lin and his team. And not only was it postponed for half a month, but Shu Guan now also said, according to my discussion with Nianji, your Qianguang squad will not participate in the killing battle the day after tomorrow. Why? Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were a little unconvinced. I said, two little sisters, you and little brother should leave a way out for others. Even Du Wenzu, who was easily killed by you. If this gets out, I estimate it will scare the other newcomers to death. There's no way around it. His own Qianguang squad is indeed too out of line. In order to make this event more intense and give other newcomers hope, Yang Lin and his team very considerately accepted Shu Guan's proposal. But Shu Guan was also unambiguous about giving compensation. Compensation is easy to say, Nianji will be yours in the future. He'll let you freeload Sun Nianji for free. Sun Nianji was so angry that if Yang Lin and his team weren't there, he would have been kicked out by this guy with 1 foot. In any case, this meal was quite enjoyable. As for the following days, the newcomer base launched the killing battle as scheduled. Although the Qianguang squad where Yang Lin, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian were located did not participate, they obtained a lot of points and benefits from Sun Nianji. Perhaps because of the constant contact with Sun Nianji, in the Yang Ji's big events in the base group chat at night during these days, intimate photos of Yang Lin and Sun Nianji continued to increase, such as Yang Lin stroking Sun Nianji's thighs in black silk, or the two kissing affectionately, or the two snuggling together, you messing with me and me messing with you, and so on. There were countless of them. No need to describe how enthusiastic the atmosphere of the newcomers' discussion was and how outrageous Yang Ji's beastly index had reached. But if you ask if the photos really happened, you don't even need to think about it, definitely not. It's purely someone with ulterior motives at work. As for who the culprit is, Shu Guan said he didn't know. The other party's technique of misplaced shooting was too clever to be found. He's just an adjutant. You can't expect an adjutant to turn into a detective to solve this matter, right? This led to Sun Nianji's eyes being basically filled with a little resentment every time he taught Yang Ling knowledge related to nearby dungeons. At the same time, the Greedy Wolf Guild suddenly encountered some trouble, but this trouble suddenly made things interesting for Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian. In recent days, the atmosphere at the Greedy Wolf Guild headquarters has been quite tense. From time to time, a batch of fully armed elites would be transferred to a certain place to carry out missions, and the frequency was quite high. Even the headquarters meetings were held once a day, and when the frequency was high, they were held 2 or 3 times a day. Now guild leader Su Xingye's catchphrase has become, they, the Dragon Gate, are simply bullying people too much. Speaking of this, the perspective turns back to the Li's Han newcomer base. Since Yang Lin and his team had previously attacked the final boss nearby, his relationship with Sun Nianji was inexplicably better than before. Sometimes, Sun Nianji's phone would move over first without Yang Ling taking the initiative to call. Then either Yang Ling would take Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian to find Sun Yanji, or he would meet Sun Yanji alone. And often when Yang Ling met Sun Yanji alone, various hot photos of him and Sun Yanji would fill the Yang Ji's big events in the base group chat at night. Because of this, Xu Guan has been teasing Yang Ling a lot recently. Little brother, is Nianji's black silk getting more and more eye-catching recently? Little brother, you have to work harder and strive to let Nianji teach you until dawn as soon as possible. What nonsense! Yang Ling was too lazy to argue with Xu Guan. Just today, 10 days after killing Du Wen, he finally raised his level to 19 nearby. After returning to the base, Yang Ling conveniently called Sun Yanji to the tea house. There was nothing else, just wanting to learn more about nearby dungeons. Who made learning so happy, so fascinating, and so addictive? As for Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, the two of them have recently become obsessed with a game called All Prosperous Bar in a street arcade, so they didn't follow Yang Ling. Originally, everything was fine between Yang Ling and Sun Yanji in the tea house, but who knew that when Sun Yanji's phone rang, when he saw the name of the caller, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and a kind of coldness and oppressive pressure from the past suddenly surged out. Yang Ling, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little tired now. I won't go back upstairs this time. Can I make it up to you later? Nianji, if you're tired, just rest well. We are so familiar, don't apologize all the time, making us feel estranged. Okay, thank you for your understanding. At this time, Yang Ling was bored drinking tea alone in the tea house. In addition, out of curiosity about who Sun Yanji answered the phone from and why he became like that, he simply dialed Xu Guan's number. Old brother, where are you? Are you free to come to the tea house for tea? In less than a minute, Xu Guan jumped out. Old brother Xu, you appeared too fast. You weren't tracking me, were you? Don't talk nonsense, I just came to a street to stroll around. You suddenly called, so I just paid for your appointment. What's wrong? What happened to Nianji? I don't know. He answered a phone call and suddenly his aura was fully activated. He should have gone back now. Old brother, let me ask you. Yes, it's my first time being confessed to, and I've also thought about it. I think I have a good impression of my husband, so I agreed. Fut Lin Yu's ordinary words caused countless people to break down on the spot, and the old blood in their hearts couldn't be stopped. In this day and age, confessions are done via text message, and the key is that the dragon girl agreed. If I had known it was so easy to pursue the dragon girl, why didn't I try it this way in the first place? At this moment, countless men felt like they had lost $1 billion. So uncomfortable, so heartbroken. Ji Feihong was almost ready to give up on life. Lin Yu, why did you agree to him? You are now the core of Dragon Gate, shouldering the important task of Dragon Gate's rise. You're still young, romantic feelings can wait. But, Uncle Ji, I think my husband is pretty good. Seeing his own dragon girl affirm him so much, Yang Lin felt that he had to agree. Uncle Ji, actually, I also think I'm pretty good. You have to trust the dragon girl's judgment. Ji Feihong's eyebrows were almost twisted in anger. Don't try to get close to me, kid. I'm not familiar with you. Lin Yu hesitated. Uncle Ji, I'm serious. And my husband promised me that he can accept a long-distance relationship. Why do you want to stop us? Ji Feihong's mood was depressed. What is all this mess? This? How am I going to explain this to the sect leader and the higher-ups? A long-distance relationship. I might as well kill myself. The news about Yang Lin and Dragon Girl Lin Yu being boyfriend and girlfriend quickly spread to Flower Tree City. In the Martial Arts Academy of Flower Tree City, many people from the 3 departments, 8 palaces, and 12 gates were gathered, holding academic seminars and development exchange meetings. Now, upon hearing that Yang Lin and the dragon girl had gotten together, they were all shocked. What? They completed the agreement of lifelong commitment with just a few messages. Are you kidding me? They are already so intimate that they can send each other private photos from the Jade Chamber at will. And what's with the passionate kiss in public? For a time, all the higher-ups in the martial arts academy were. The reason they came to Flower Tree City was to learn more about the Zhengguo dragon girl. Naturally, they also fantasized that a talented young man from their own forces might have the opportunity to marry the Zhengguo dragon girl in the future. But now, they hadn't learned much about the dragon girl's information, but the dragon girl herself had been snatched away by Yang Lin. They didn't understand, they couldn't understand. Did Yang Lin know the dragon girl before? Did he really take down the dragon girl with just a few messages? They had watched the dragon girl's simulation battles and observed her behavior, but they hadn't seen that she was a love brain. How could she be so easily taken down by Yang Lin of the Greed Wolf Guild? Investigate. Investigate Yang Lin's information. It must be said that Yang Lin's simulation wasn't strong. But it couldn't be denied that he had previous experience and performance. Plus, he was now entangled with the wrong girl. Naturally, more people wanted to know Yang Ling's information. But soon, they discovered that the files of Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian were all locked internally by the guild, all SSS-level encrypted. Not allowing the higher-ups of the martial arts academy to deeply ponder Yang Ling's strength. This kid was definitely more than just a battlefield reaction genius. In the simulation battle at the time, Yang Ling definitely held back and had many trump cards. So now, most people didn't believe that he had taken down the dragon girl with just a few messages. Yang Ling must be very strong, especially strong, comparable to or surpassing the dragon girl. Only then would the dragon girl be infatuated with him. Similarly, thinking of this, the higher-ups of various forces couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Why were super talents like Yang Ling and the dragon girl always from other people's families? Why didn't their own families produce such monstrous geniuses? Greed Wolf Guild Headquarters, Guild President's Office. Guild President Su Xingye had just finished dealing with some matters at hand and was resting while drinking tea. Suddenly, Xu Jingdao's phone call came. After hearing Xu Zhengdao say that Yang Ling had hooked up with the Dragon Gate's Zhengguo dragon girl, he couldn't calm down for a long time. What was going on? He had just let Yang Ling take his 2 teammates to the newcomer station. How did he suddenly start a sweet, dog food-filled romance with the Dragon Gate's dragon girl? No, suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Su Xingye was so anxious that a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He dialed his daughter Su Nianji's phone at the fastest speed. I'm about to start the second test of the newcomer station. What's going on with you? Nianji, I'm asking you, just now Uncle Shu said that Yang Ling and the dragon girl hooked up. Oh, that's right, that's how it is. Su Xingye became even more anxious upon hearing this. Nianji, if he hooks up with the dragon girl, what about you? What about me? Dad, why are you suddenly bringing me into this? Nianji, it's come to this, don't pretend to be stupid with Dad, okay? I've always heard Shuguan say that you and Yang Ling are developing well. Now he's suddenly entangled with the dragon girl. Dad, I have nothing to do with him, okay? Don't listen to rumors, especially Shuguan. Can you get the truth from her mouth? Yang Ling and we don't have that kind of development. Su Nianji said this, her eyes falling on Yang Ling's back in front of her. She felt a little aggrieved. Since coming here, Yang Ling first had a night of entanglement with the Star Moon Saintess of the Mao Tu Gate. Then, she didn't know how he tricked the Dragon Gate's little lowly Lin Nan. Now, it was even more outrageous. He tricked the younger sister, and even packed the older sister together. The two of them were even shamelessly kissing in public. Next time, if you touch me again, I should chop off his claws. Su Nianji had just muttered this in her heart, when she heard Su Xingye ask, Nianji, do you really not have any feelings for Yang Lin? Dad, I said I don't have any feelings, why are you still asking? TSK, listening to your tone, you can't fool Dad. Nianji, I'm telling you, if you like someone else, I definitely have to examine them for you. But I'm very satisfied with Yang Ling. Nianji, if it really doesn't work, be bold and force him a little. It's not impossible to use force to get him. Su Nianji snorted coldly. I'm not as shameless as you. I'm hanging up, I have things to deal with later. Without giving Dad Su Xingye a chance to speak, Su Nianji hurriedly hung up the phone. At this moment, her heart was even more chaotic. So much so that Su Nianji couldn't help but think, from what point did her relationship with Yang Ling start to become intimate? Like when she first saw the intimate photos of herself and him flying all over the newcomer base, she would still care about it at first, but gradually, she seemed to have completely gotten used to it. Then, she even had a little expectation for him to ask her to teach him every day. No. I never expected it. It was purely because I saw that this guy wanted to improve, so I was his mentor. Yes, that's how it is. It's just that this guy's courage seems to be getting bigger and bigger recently. At first, he would just get close to me, then he would put his arm around my waist. Even a few days ago, his big hand obviously became more presumptuous. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I was unconsciously bewitched by this guy, so I didn't resist? I have something I want to talk to you about. At this time, the dragon girl Ling Yu had already been called away by Jiyu Feihong. Yang Ling walked to Su Nianji's side and opened his mouth. Su Nianji stabilized her mind and asked, what is it? It's like this, I've been thinking about it seriously. Now that the dragon girl is also one of our own, I think it's a bit inappropriate to continue to stick to the four-way competition for this second item. Since we've all obtained 4 experience penalty offset scrolls, wouldn't it be more reasonable to maximize their effectiveness? Su Nianji noticed that Yang Ling habitually put his arm around her waist when he spoke. In an instant, a faint pink color quickly bloomed on her cold cheeks. Nianji, why are you still walking away? Oh, I was just thinking about something. Yang Ling, just get to the point. Actually, it's like this. I've discussed it with the dragon girl, Meng Meng, and Qian Qian. I want to do a big upgrade plan, and I need your help. Su Nianji was very collapsed at this moment. She knew that as long as Yang Ling said he had any ideas or big plans, it would definitely not be a good thing. Currently, the 4 newcomer teams had already entered the vicinity, and as one of the people in charge, Su Nianji was working as a staff member in the temporary communication room, communicating and guiding Yang Ling and the others. As for what Yang Ling's big plan was, simply put, he wanted to integrate the 4 newcomer teams and completely wipe out the entire Yao Hu vicinity within the limited 48 hours. So now, the first thing that Yang Ling's 3-person team did after entering the vicinity was that Yang Ling established a temporary legion in his own name and sent legion invitations to the Dragon Girl team in the vicinity. Before level 35, you can only establish a primary legion. The primary legion can accommodate up to 10 teams. Compared to a team, the experience gained by each person after the legion kills monsters will be less, but the effective range for distributing experience is 10 to 15 times larger than that of a team. In short, if you form a team, teammates within a 500-meter radius can gain experience when team members kill monsters. If you change it to a legion, this 500 meters will become a radius of 5,000 meters, or even wider, so that every Legion member can effectively gain experience. You, Yang Lin, are so strong, why don't you just take Shumeng and Wang Qianqian and take off on your own? Please, he is very strong, but the strength and health of the monsters in the vicinity have an upper limit. Exceeding this limit is called useless damage. You can crush a different dimensional monster in 10 to 20 seconds. The joint efforts of the other 3 5-person teams take about the same amount of time. So, since you can't widen the advantage in terms of speed, why not just bring all 4 teams together and clear the vicinity with high efficiency? According to Yang Ling's prediction, even if his own 3 people worked non-stop for 48 hours, they could only break through 1.5 to 2 levels at most. But if all 4 newcomer teams joined forces, it would definitely not be a simple addition of 4. It could be 8 or even 12. Again, never underestimate the elite of the 4 newcomer teams. Every newcomer who comes here is not a loser. Just as Yang Ling sent a Legion invitation to the Dragon Girl team in the vicinity, the Dragon Girl Lin Yu chose to join without even thinking. Her younger sister Lin Nan had no opinion on this, but the other 3 newcomers refused on the spot. Captain, didn't we agree to compete? You can't just tie us to her chariot because you like Yang Ling. I also object to the Legion. They only have 3 people. How can their efficiency in killing monsters compare to ours? We'll suffer too much if we join their Legion. The Dragon Girl Ling Yu completely ignored these objections. I know you're not convinced, but my husband said he'll make you happy. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can meet him later and tell him in person. The 3 teammates who objected were about to cry. What kind of captain was this? Once she had a man, she didn't even care about her teammates. They wanted to quit the team, but they didn't dare. Even if they were strong, compared to the Dragon Girl, they were nothing. Now, they could only endure it until they followed the Dragon Girl and Lin to meet Yang Ling and his group. Yang Ling, you're too despicable. You're relying on your relationship with the Dragon Girl to share our points. That's right. If you have the ability, let your own team work alone. Why do you have to drag us down? Yang Ling smiled lightly. In an instant, the 3 newcomers who objected in the Dragon Girl team all turned into small dishes on the ground. You have to know that the Dragon Girl is my girlfriend. That's why I'm giving you the opportunity to quickly gain experience. Don't be ungrateful after getting the benefits. At this moment, the 3 newcomers who objected were lying on the ground, looking at Yang Ling with eyes no less than looking at a god. They were also elite powerhouses selected from the newcomers, but when they faced Yang Ling, they were instantly pressed to the ground by 5 negative statuses. If Yang Ling had killing intent, then the 3 of them would be fish on the chopping board at this time. You're so strong. What kind of abilities are these? Yang Ling, you're too outrageous. Yang Ling only used an instant to make the 3 newcomers realize what it meant to be there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. Even the little lowly Lin Nan couldn't help but say, I told you on the way that Brother Qianba is very strong, but you didn't believe me. I believe it now. Let's remove the status first. Yang Ling withdrew his hand, and the 3 newcomers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, a pile of level 25 thorn insects suddenly out in front of them. Looking at the number, there were 10 of them. Their health was 22,000, their attack was 500 to 600, they were as tall as adults, and their whole bodies were green like flies. Although they had wings on their backs, they could only jump and glide, not fly. The Dragon Girl Ling Yu was about to attack when Yang Lin reached out and stopped her. As Yang Lin's domain unfolded, 5 negative statuses plus the Crimson Blade swept across, plus the entry kill and the tail kill, in just 20 seconds, this group of thorn insects all died on the spot. This scene completely stunned not only the three newcomers, but also the dragon girl Ling Yu and the little lowly Ling Nan. It was only because Yang Lin stood in place the whole time and didn't move, and his two teammates Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian didn't attack at all. Otherwise, this killing speed must be increased by another 10 or 8 seconds. Husband, you're too strong. I didn't even understand, and these monsters were already dead. Saying that, but compared to your crisp and neat battle, I'm still a bit lacking. Ling Yu shook her head. Husband, your combat ability is terrifying. Newcomers of the same level can't last 8 seconds in front of you. SOSO. Dragon Girl, next we are going to join forces to force the other two teams to join the team, okay? I'll listen to my husband. While the three newcomers who had originally objected were shivering, the Dragon Girl Lin Yu simultaneously called the temporary communication base. This is the communication base, please speak. I'm Lin Yu. The Dragon Gate team is officially joining the temporary legion established by my husband. Please transfer the total communication authority here to the Greed Wolf Guild. What? The veteran, who was still doing communication and guidance for the Dragon Girl and her group, almost spat out blood. He pointed at Sun Yanji in the vicinity and said, "Are you Greed Wolf Guild even human? Not only did you seduce the Dragon Girl in our sect, but now you're forcibly letting the Dragon Girl and her group join you. How unreasonable are you going to be?" The temporary base suddenly became lively again. You Greed Wolf Guild are too deceitful. I can see that you're relying on Yang Ling to bewitch the Dragon Girl, so you're doing whatever you want. Xu Zhengdao, don't just sit there drinking tea. You have to give an explanation today. Old Jiyu, what can I say? It's the Dragon Girl who wants to be sick, what does it have to do with me? Jiyu Feihong was unwilling. He reconnected with the Dragon Girl Lin Yu. Dragon Girl, what exactly are you doing? Don't you know that this competition is also related to the interests of our Dragon Gate? I know, but compared to my husband, I'm far behind. I know the difference in strength between me and him, so I once again request that the total communication authority of Dragon Gate be transferred to the Greed Wolf Guild. You've grown wings. What exactly are you obsessed with that kid? Uncle Jiyu, please respect my husband and please respect my choice. Jiyu Feihong had no choice, he was weak and listless. The transfer of total communication rights by 1 or 2 veterans made the Purple Mouse and War Wolf families feel happy that the Greed Wolf and Dragon Gate were fighting again. But soon, the Purple Mouse family discovered that the team formed by the Greed Wolf and Dragon Gate was heading towards the Purple Mouse team. You? What are you Greed Wolf going to do? Sun Yanji helplessly said, "Don't worry, you'll know in a moment." About 10 minutes later, the Purple Mouse communication channel Changzhen said, "The Purple Mouse team plans to join the Greed Wolf's temporary legion. Please transfer the team's communication authority to the Greed Wolf Guild." Changzhen, what exactly are you doing? Sorry, I'm not Yang Lin's opponent. He's too terrifying, even more terrifying than the Dragon Girl. Inside the temporary communication base, except for Xu Zhengdao, Granny Gui, and Sun Yanji, everyone else was sweating profusely. Yang Ling is very terrifying, even more terrifying than the Dragon Girl. Please transfer the Purple Mouse team's communication authority to the Greed Wolf Guild. Oh my god. The Purple Mouse team's veterans couldn't sit still. Xu Zhengdao, what exactly do you Greed Wolf want to do? You said it was a points speed competition, what temporary legion is that Yang Ling establishing? Xu Zhengdao pretended to be calm. Even if he establishes a legion, it doesn't seem to affect their scoring, right? Nonsense. It's a temporary legion, how can you tell who's first, second, third, or fourth? Who said you can't? Didn't Changjin say he wasn't Yang Lin's opponent? The situation is very obvious. Our Yang Ling's team is first, the Dragon Girl's team is second. As for third, Gao Jingwei's voice contained a lot of bitterness, because if he didn't do this, his team would be surrounded by 3 teams at the same time. Although they wouldn't attack, in this situation, his team couldn't even touch a hair of the monsters. Was it better to join the Legion to kill monsters together and share experience, or to follow behind the 3 teams and eat farts? Gao Jingwei lost and chose the former. However, he chose the 2 veterans of the War Wolf military department, which was obviously different. The entire communication room was in an uproar. Xu Zhengdao, the main person in charge of the Greed Wolf Guild, became the target of accusations and scolding from the other 3 families. You Greed Wolf are so capable. Relying on the Dragon Girl's support, you're using force to coerce other teams. Do you even have any shame? It was supposed to be a good speed competition, but you're messing around with these monsters. What exactly do you want to do? Xu Zhengdao was also exhausted by all this. I know you're angry, but don't be angry. Nianji, tell them what Yang Ling wants to do. Of course, it's to kill monsters faster, collect resources, and kill the final boss. Okay, then you Greed Wolf say, how are you going to do this newcomer battle in the end? If it really doesn't work, just hold a personal battle, or a team battle at the end. Let's just treat the vicinity as a simple trial. There was no other way, everyone in the temporary communication room could only compromise in this way. After observing the situation on the total points chart for a long time, someone said, I've noticed that their 4 teams are moving and collecting very quickly after unifying. Indeed, and the various resources and special monsters marked on this path are also very complete. Su Nianji added to this, according to Yang Ling and the Dragon Girl's ideas, they plan to join forces to sweep the entire area within 48 hours. Everyone gasped. Yahoo vicinity hell wasn't small, could they do it? If they maintained their current sweeping speed, they might really be able to do it. Alright, let's just treat it as a high-intensity training session for them to unify. Gradually, the atmosphere in the communication room improved a lot. But suddenly, the communication, for some reason, seemed to be interfered with, and even the equipment was affected. Fortunately, it only took less than 3 seconds to fully recover. What happened? I don't know, maybe it was electromagnetic interference, but it's already fine. The communication staff only thought it was a small episode, and no one delved into it. But no one thought that in the deepest part of the Yahoo vicinity core, above the final boss's lair, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. The original tranquility was suddenly broken at this moment. A surging and violent destructive energy poured down from the spatial crack like a flood. Soon, these energies transformed into vines, which swept and wrapped around the huge corpse scorpion below with unparalleled speed. The corpse scorpion began to struggle violently, but no matter how hard it tried, even using its tail stinger to stab, it still couldn't break free. Gradually, the corpse scorpion gave up struggling. Not only that, but it could also be seen with the naked eye that the life energy within the corpse scorpion's body was being rapidly drained. And the body, which was originally the size of 2 tanks stacked together, slowly withered. When it withered to a certain extent, even the outermost shell turned into powder. This little bit of life energy is not enough, too weak. A playful but pleasant girl's voice sounded from within the spatial crack. Before long, more destructive power was seen pouring out from the spatial crack, then transforming back into vines and extending in all directions. Ordinary scorpion monsters, as long as they were wrapped by the energy vines, would soon turn into ashes. When the number of ordinary scorpion monsters that died reached nearly 200, the spatial crack suddenly opened a little wider. Immediately, a pair of fair and rounded eyebrows and legs stretched out from inside. Yang Ling in the Yao Hu vicinity was now the commander-in-chief of the temporary legion. He concentrated on issuing advance, retreat, and kill orders to each action team through Sunyanji in the communication base. First, he himself was a group. With 5 super negative statuses working together, even if the monsters in the Yao Hu vicinity were a bit higher in level, they couldn't do anything in front of him. And Shumeng and Wang Qianqian, who had been following him, became the mobile core in addition to Yang Ling's dispatch of each group's actions. Wang Qianqian could share, Shumeng could mark monsters, resources, organs, traps, etc. So now, the task of the two of them as a group was also very simple. With Wang Qianqian flying, Shumeng marked the large area designated by Yang Lin at the fastest speed. If they encountered monsters along the way that weren't too large in number, such as 3 or 5, they would definitely kill them along the way during the marking process. The remaining groups were fine, they just listened to Yang Lin's dispatch, and were responsible for killing and collecting according to the marks left by Wang Qianqian and Shumeng. Among them, it was definitely necessary to mention the other 3 who formed a group alone. First of all, there was the Zhengguo dragon girl Lin Yu. She was a true Valkyrie, an imposing figure on the battlefield. Wherever her sword swept, no monster was complete. Whether it was her strength or her aura, no one could match it. Especially as she entered a state of battle, she was completely different from her daily life. Secondly, there was the Purple Mouse's Changzhen and the War Wolf's Gao Jingwei. In Changzhen's case, thunder broke all laws. Because no one of the same level could match her, even after hearing the name of the Zhengguo dragon girl before the newcomer battle, she didn't move at all. At that time, she felt that even if she couldn't compare to the Zhengguo dragon girl, the Zhengguo dragon girl shouldn't think about taking her down so easily. But now, she found that she was wrong. If she had to make a comparison, the Zhengguo dragon girl's strength belonged to the wall of the battlefield. And his strength was more in line with the masters of the martial arts world. These two were not in the same class at all. As for Yang Ling after that, it made Changzhen vomit blood. When he heard the communication channel say that Yang Ling was leading people to surround him, he was still a little disdainful. He even wanted to find Yang Ling to fight if he had the chance. Now it was even better that he took the initiative to find him. Then Changzhen found that his proud thunder magic couldn't hurt a hair of Yang Ling, and Yang Ling didn't even need to do anything. A few negative statuses that moved with his heart almost made him kneel on the spot. He was convinced. Facing Yang Ling, it was impossible for Changzhen not to be convinced. At the same time, it also made him understand one thing. Everyone thought that Yang Ling had hooked up with the Zhengguo dragon girl with a text message, but now they understood that he and the Zhengguo dragon girl could be together because of his heaven-defying capital. Others were based on the Zhengguo dragon girl, which was purely to eat soft rice. On the other hand, Gao Jingwei, he didn't directly confront Yang Ling or the Zhengguo dragon girl. As a dream eater, he was good at illusions and then used dream carvings to kill enemies. At first, he also thought that he could touch Yang Ling, and even felt that he and Yang Ling were of the same kind. However, this person had the biggest advantage, which was to judge the situation and measure himself. He didn't meet Yang Lin, but he saw Changzhen being surrounded by several teams. After hearing Changzhen say that Yang Lin was a monster among monsters, he knew that his level was too far away from Yang Lin. He could fight Changzhen to a draw, but Changzhen was deeply trapped in the abyss of despair when he faced Yang Lin. If he still didn't understand the gap, it would be purely for nothing. The remaining 3 groups were the 4 people who left Changzhen's team, the 4 people who left Gao Jingwei's team, and the 4 people who left the Zhengguo dragon girl's little lowly Ling Nan. Among them, it was very necessary to mention the little lowly Ling Nan. Her sister was now with Yang Ling, So the three teammates around her couldn't help but gossip. Ling Nan replied to this, "Actually, I had a duel with Yang Ling before, but unfortunately I lost." The three teammates didn't feel surprised about this, because not long ago, they were like three small dishes. He was powerless in front of Yang Lin. "Little Nan, does that mean you'll have a powerful brother-in-law in the future?" "This? Compared to brother-in-law, I'd rather call him Brother Qianba. And not long ago, Brother Qianba also said that I'm his person in the future." The three teammates were shocked. "Besides your sister, you're also his person. Little Nan, are you really planning to do that with your sister? What are you trying to say?" It's nothing. Anyway, it's fine if you're willing. After all, your brother-in-law is so powerful." "Of course he's powerful. And Brother Qianba said that when he gets the 25 evolution scroll for the newcomer station, he'll leave 2 spots for my sister and me." She didn't dare to tell anyone about these things that she lost the duel before, because she was afraid of losing face. But now that the matter between her sister and Yang Ling was raging, especially since her teammates were afraid of Yang Ling when they mentioned him, Lin Nan didn't feel ashamed anymore. On the contrary, Lin Nan felt very proud. After all, what complicated thoughts could a little lowly have? Awesome. I heard that the 25 scroll for first place in the newcomer station is worth over 100 million. Little Nan, if you follow your sister and your brother-in-law into the scroll dungeon, your strength will increase by at least 1 level. Hee, I'm also looking forward to it. Also, among these 8 groups, besides Yang Ling, the Dragon Girl, Chang Zhen, and Jiao Jingwei, the strongest was really the little lowly Ling Dan. Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian weren't bad, but they couldn't stand the fact that this little lowly was a professional dual form. When she was in close combat with Scissors, the Cartwheel, the Big Windmill, and the Program Energy Cat were crazy and hard to hit. The impact was not only dazzling, but the attack damage multiplier was even more terrifyingly high. After switching to ranged, the scissors in her hand directly turned into a knife cannon. The crazy bombardment was no less than holding a large caliber Gatling with modified special bullets. She could easily flatten the area in front of her. At this time, even Wang Qianqian's flying profession was useless. The continuous knife cannon could flatten half the sky in a short time. It was only Yang Ling, this heaven-defying god, who could directly press Ling Dan to the ground and rub her. If an ordinary professional came over, they wouldn't be qualified to take down this powerful little lowly. In the above, after talking about the basic situation of the 8 groups, Yang Ling, as the commander-in-chief, definitely had requirements for everyone, that was, within 48 hours. Because he didn't want to waste the experience penalty scroll, so besides taking time to eat and sleep, don't think about anything else. If you're a professional, and you don't even have this bit of perseverance, you can go home and sell sweet potatoes. At the same time, everyone clarified the current goal, that was, to wipe out the entire Yao Hu vicinity within 48 hours. But no one knew that something was quietly happening in this vicinity. Time passed quickly, and 12 hours had already passed, but all the newcomers in the Yao Hu vicinity were still rapidly carrying out the sweeping operation. It really had to be said that the level of improvement of the group organized by Yang Ling was quite fast. Everyone had now risen from level 20 to level 21. If the various teams were allowed to act on their own, let alone 1 level, at most half a level, or close to half a level, they could burn incense and worship. However, for the newcomers participating in the operation, the level improvement, including the resource harvest, was actually secondary, because during this period, everyone realized one thing. When a group of people was gathered together by a big hand, the work efficiency was completely doubled, and doubled again. Similarly, under such circumstances, plus Yang Ling's appropriate high pressure, everyone's combat experience soared straight up. It was only because they didn't want to fall behind others, only because they didn't want to perform too poorly and be despised by others, that everyone was full of energy. The effect of everyone's sweeping operation was even more significant. Of course, since there was appropriate high pressure, there must also be appropriate relaxation. Seeing that everyone had been acting continuously for so long and hadn't eaten anything, so after 12 hours, under Yang Lin's guidance, after clearing the last batch of monsters in the current area, he gathered everyone together to live and cook. That's right, it was living and cooking. Next, watching Yang Lin and his group take out various meats, vegetables, tables, chairs, benches, cooking equipment, etc. From the professional space, let alone Changzhen and Gao Jingwei, even the dragon girl was dumbfounded. Husband, did you usually move the kitchen when you were acting? That's a must. People are iron, rice is steel, you'll be hungry if you don't eat a meal. We'll have a Brighton feast later, then we'll have the strength to fight. Then, in order not that old hag, what did you determine? Will they be all right? Can they return safely? Nianji, don't be anxious. My judgment of fortune and misfortune is indeed accurate, but I can't predict the future. However, based on my judgment, all three of them are blessed individuals and won't die easily. So even if they encounter trouble, I believe they can turn danger into safety. Old hag, are you comforting me? Silly child, why would I lie to you about this? I clearly sense the strong fortune on them, they won't give up so easily. So what you need to do now is not despair and cry, but to wait patiently for their return. Otherwise, Yang Lin, whom you like, will laugh at you for crying. I don't like him, okay. I do like Yang Lin. The old hag smiled with a kind face. She gently stroked Sun Yanji's hair and said, I also think highly of that kid, I think you two are a good match. It was also to ease Sun Yanji's emotions, to divert Sun Yanji's negative emotions, the old hag continued to open up. I'm not stupid, how could I not see it? It's just that I'm a bit useless and slowly fell into her trap, and she's just a heartless playboy, seducing women all day long. The old hag said with a gentle face, then you still like her? By the time I came to my senses, it seemed too late. I don't know why, I'm very concerned about her every day. All right, if you like her, just like her, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But your skin is thin. I guess you might not be able to compare to the few little girlfriends around her. Old hag, how can you say that? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Usually, I see you getting along well with him. At least I'm old, how could I not see that Yang Lin also seems to like you? Maybe he really just likes your thin skin. Sun Yanji's expression began to be a little at a loss when he heard this. At this time, he happened to see Xu Zhengdao passing by. The old hag quickly asked, Zhengdao, how is the situation with the exorcists? Hearing such a question, regardless of Xu Zhengdao's reaction, Sun Yanji's expression immediately began to be anxious and nervous. Xu Zhengdao took a breath and said, fortunately, it's better than expected. Although the consciousness hasn't shaken the barrier yet, it's not without effect. If it continues, it should be able to disintegrate the barrier. Listening to Xu Zhengdao's words, Sun Yanji pulled the old hag's hand with obvious force. The old hag gently patted Sun Yanji's hand to signal her not to be nervous, and replied, listening to you say that, my heart is also slightly relieved. Xu Zhengdao looked at the old hag, and then at Sun Yanji, with a solemn expression, I think that Kid Yang Lin is blessed by heaven, he will definitely be able to return safely with Meng Meng, Qian, and the dragon girl. Boom, suddenly, there was a shocking loud noise. Immediately, Xu Zhengdao, the old hag, and Sun Yanji in the field quickly looked at the source. It turned out that the sound just now came from the collision between Xu Shi and her sister, and then they heard someone shouting, it's working. Cracks have appeared in the barrier, and it will be destroyed soon. At the same time, a staff member at the communication base shouted, "Good news! Good news! The communication equipment has recovered for a few seconds, and the dot matrix shows that the newcomers are all still there, none of them have disappeared." Successive good news spread throughout the entire communication base like a huge wave. For a time, everyone began to be excited. At this moment, the old hag also looked at Su Nianji with a smile and said, "Nianji, look, I said they have a lot of fortune, right?" Su Nianji said excitedly, "I believe Yang Lin and the others will definitely return safely. I will wait for them to come back, definitely." The perspective returns to the spiritual realm. With the appearance of the mysterious girl and the strange abilities she displayed, currently, except for Yang Lin and the weak dragon girl, everyone else is either unconscious or completely paralyzed on the ground, unable to fight back. At this moment, the girl is obviously sure of everyone in the field, and the smugness and mockery on her face are vividly displayed. As for Yang Lin, her eyes are fixed on the girl who appeared in front of her. "Who exactly are you? We have no grievances with you, why do you want to kill us?" Listening to Yang Lin's question, the girl chuckled twice and said, "Who am I? Didn't you already know? I am not you humans, but you are not a demon either, and you have the means to control demons." The girl shouted, "Control demons? It's just some means. But as for the question you want to know, I have no obligation to answer you. But you and they will all become my food. Just thinking about this feeling is quite good. Can we shake hands and make peace? If you need anything, I will try my best to satisfy you. I don't think we have to fight to the death." Yang Lin said this because she wanted to buy time to observe her. Having witnessed the means the girl had shown earlier, she was not sure whether the girl standing in front of her was her main body or a clone. If it was the main body, that would be fine, but if it was a clone, exposing her trump cards too early would not only be detrimental to her, but also to all her teammates. As for the girl, the excitement on her face became even more intense after hearing this sentence. "You're really interesting, you actually want to shake hands and make peace with me. You're a human, do you know what you're saying?" Yang Lin said calmly, "I know that although you are not human, you are an intelligent life form. Since you have intelligence, then you can communicate. I don't think there's anything worth mocking in what I said. Heh, it seems you really don't know my identity. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I am the sin in the eyes of you humans, and my name, I named myself Yeguang. Are you satisfied? Sin? You're called Yeguang. You humans are really greedy. I've already told you so much, but you still want to keep asking. I'm very uncomfortable, so." Yeguang dragged out a long shadow, and suddenly cast several vine snakes condensed from fierce energy, abruptly stabbing towards the dragon girl in the field. Although the dragon girl was already extremely weak, she still responded. Her two-handed giant sword slashed horizontally one after another, crushing the several energy vine snakes into powder with the force of thunder. But correspondingly, the dragon girl's current state is even worse, and the sound of her panting has begun to become more rapid. On the other hand, Yeguang suddenly widened her eyes. You actually. No wonder I felt you were so fragrant and special. So you, this woman, are actually a Dharma. I'm so lucky to have encountered a Dharma in its developing stage and weak as soon as I descended into the human world. This is simply too great. As long as I can devour your blood energy, I will definitely be able to successfully transform to a higher level." Yeguang was so excited that Yang Lin was even more confused. What sin and what Dharma? Regardless of sin or Dharma, she's obviously so weak, but she still wants to protect me. I can't help but be moved in my heart. Dragon girl, don't worry, I'll deal with her. You save some strength and then cooperate with me. Husband, it's settled like this. Yang Lin didn't say anything more. At this moment, she had stood in front of the dragon girl and everyone else. After such a long time of judgment, she could say with 100% certainty that the non-human girl named Yeguang in front of her was her main body. And since it was the main body, she might have a chance to fight. No, it wasn't might, she had to have a chance to fight. Seeing Yang Lin step forward, a trace of disdain flashed in Yeguang's eyes. To be honest, I really hate you, this man. The aura on your body makes me feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Yang Lin didn't speak, but quickly unfolded her domain. On the other hand, Yeguang looked like she had seen a joke. This man in front of her, even though his companions had fallen, and he was only at a certain level, actually said he was going to deal with her. Especially the few negative states that the man cast on her next, this made Yeguang feel even more amused. She was the sin in the mouths of humans. As the sin, even if she couldn't completely immune abnormal states, how could a man with such a low level in front of her want to limit her with just a few abnormal states? It was simply a daydream. On the other hand, Yang Lin, as her domain unfolded, all 5 negative states were applied naturally, and naturally, she also saw Yeguang's health. Yeguang, special existence, level, health, attack. She never expected that the health of the non-human girl called Yeguang in front of her was unknown. You, this guy, are really laughable. I know you lost your strength in the battle just now, but with just this little ability, you actually want to deal with. Wah, fut. Before she could finish her words, Yeguang only felt like she had been hit by a heavy hammer. The next moment, she felt a tightness in her chest, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. You? What did you do to me? Those are not important. What's important is that we are now mortal enemies. The moment Yang Lin acted, the entry kill took effect directly. The 25% quarter of the current health kill directly caused the word -1.5 million health to appear above Yeguang's head. Subsequently, Yeguang's health also changed from the original series of question marks to 4.5 million. Every 6 million, actually as high as 6 million health. Even if Yang Lin was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but gasp. However, at the moment, she knew that she had no time to be surprised and hesitate, and as her momentum rose, the red blade slashed across the spot, and the whole person followed closely into a state of full blood energy burst. In the bloody mist surrounding Yang Lin's body, a pair of blood-red eyes that shook the world suddenly opened. At the same time, a red line directly connected to Yeguang's body. You are actually the legendary. Why? Since you are why do you want to get involved in sin and punishment? No, you can't be real, you definitely can't be real. Seeing herself connected by the red line of the immovable king, Yeguang began to struggle violently. She began to rejoice that the man in front of her, regardless of whether he was or not, was still at a low level, and his strength was still very weak. So this man couldn't limit her. You want to break free? I won't allow it. The blood energy on Yang Lin's body burned and burst even more violently, and her voice was like the cold wind blowing out of the wine cellar, as if it could penetrate into the bones and soul. Yeguang was in a state of shock just a moment ago. She never expected that the existence of the man in front of her seemed to exceed her cognition. But she was also very fortunate, because the man in front of her, regardless of whether he exceeded her cognition or not, was ultimately limited in level and strength. So even if she was frightened, she felt that it was not difficult to break free from the man's restrictions with her own strength. And in fact, it was indeed so. As she continued to struggle, the red line connecting Yang Lin's immovable king was indeed tightening inch by inch. It looked like it seemed that it would break and shatter at any time. But the next moment, with Yang Lin's shout of "I won't allow it," Yeguang seemed to instantly fall into an ice cave hell. The entire field could now feel the ferocity, an explosion of Yang Lin's super-violent burning and bursting blood energy. And the red line, that originally seemed to be about to break and shatter, not only instantly repaired, but the intensity of the restriction was also increasing steadily. You're going to risk your life to restrict me here. Ye Guang was extremely afraid. She could see that Yang Lin was completely risking her life at the moment. At the same time, what made her even more afraid was that she clearly felt that her health was constantly disappearing again and again. How long could Yang Lin fully burst and burn blood energy? She didn't know, but Ye Guang knew that she definitely couldn't withstand the consumption. Previously, controlling the demon swarm nest had already consumed about 30% of her power, and another 30% of her power was divided out to maintain the barrier again. She originally thought that she could easily harvest these professionals in the field with 40% of her strength, but how could she have thought that the man in front of her actually had such restrictive means? What was even more terrifying was that the man in front of her was obviously carrying the momentum of not letting her die. It was really scary. No, she couldn't risk her life with this man. It was the most correct choice to retreat now. Because Ye Guang hadn't forgotten that in addition to Yang Lin, there was also a Dharma who was accumulating power, that is, the Zhengguo Dragon Girl. Once the Zhengguo Dragon Girl recovered for a period of time, then Ye Guang knew that she would definitely become a living target that couldn't move, and she would definitely be brutally hacked to death by the Zhengguo Dragon Girl, one knife after another. I can't die here, I must escape, I don't want to die here. Ye Guang also burst out her own energy, regardless of everything. It was also during this period that Ye Guang discovered an even more desperate situation for her. The barrier she had set up was being attacked. She didn't know who was attacking, but the vast and grand aura that was transmitted made her know that the barrier couldn't last long at all, and then it would automatically disappear, because her energy supply was not in place. Thinking that there would definitely be humans coming to support from the outside, Ye Guang was now even more desperate. In the current situation, except for escaping, there was a way to survive, otherwise it was a certain death. But the man's restriction in front of her was too strong, so strong that even if she struggled desperately, she still couldn't break free. I was wrong, let me go, I was really wrong. I was blind and provoked you. Please let me go, I don't want to die here. Why do you still want to restrict me? You dog man, do you have to put me to death? After Ye Guang begged for mercy in vain, the desire to survive obviously stimulated her potential. Compared to the previous struggle, she was even more hardworking and even more violent. At the same time, she also clearly saw that in order to restrict her, the eyes, nostrils, and ears of the man in front of her were beginning to bleed. Ye Guang was simply going crazy. You hateful man, are you stupid? Just to restrict me, you have to risk your life to this point. What if you restrict me? How much will you have to pay yourself? Could it be that you don't even cherish your own life? Listening to Ye Guang's struggling roar, Yang Lin's face there was no expression at all, but her eyes were terrifyingly cold, so terrifying that Ye Guang's soul couldn't help but tremble. If she could act again, Ye Guang vowed that she would never provoke this terrifying man. If she could still live, she would never want to have any connection with this terrifying man for the rest of her life. At the same time, Ye Guang also saw with extreme fear that the dragon girl, who was still panting, slowly stood up from the ground. Not only did she stand up, the two-handed giant sword she held in her hand was also erupting with a storm-like power that shook the soul. The dangerous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Ye Guang had tears in her eyes. I don't want to die, I worked so hard to come here, I don't want to die. Why can't you let me go? Dragon girl Ling Yu, she didn't listen to Ye Guang's pleas at all. As her two-handed giant sword bloomed with a strong light, the entire sky suddenly darkened at this moment. Suddenly, The heroic soul that didn't know where it existed stirred the dark war bones. Suddenly, tears moved, and the classics were extremely clear. The knights not only trembled the earth, but also rushed straight into the clouds. What followed was the fluttering military flags erected on all sides, as well as the golden songs and iron horses with a vast number of tigers. As the dragon girl saw, the earth-shattering shouts of killing filled the entire vicinity. The golden songs and iron horses of the entire army were dispatched, transforming into a steel torrent, igniting the entire battlefield, and vowing to shatter all the enemies in front of them. Seeing this scene, Ye Guang was even more terrified and panicked. What kind of abilities were these? No, she couldn't die here. She begged for mercy desperately, she begged bitterly, but soon everything was submerged in the torrent of golden spears and iron horses. But sin is sin after all. It clearly endured such a large and fierce attack, but it was still not annihilated. However, the appearance of his clothes and bloodstains all over his body was not explaining what kind of cruel ravage he had endured just now. I don't want to die here, do you know how hard I worked to come here? I must not die here. Ye Guang tried her best, she was still struggling bitterly. She didn't believe that the man on the opposite side, who was restricting her and bleeding strangely, could still persevere with her. But it was at this moment that a loud noise from the periphery made Ye Guang spurt out a second mouthful of blood again. No one was clearer than Ye Guang at this moment. Because the energy supply was not up to par, the barrier on the periphery had been broken. This meant that soon, human support would rush here. Especially when he also saw the dragon girl dragging her weak body, and raising the two-handed giant sword she held in her hand again, Ye Guang finally made a decision. Even if she wasted 90% of her cultivation, as long as she could escape, everything would be worth it. With a crash, a vast energy spread from the center of the field. Ye Guang, she chose to self-destruct. In order to leave a glimmer of life for herself, she gambled her life and gave up 90% of her cultivation. As for the result, neither Yang Lin nor the dragon girl discovered that a weak energy group frantically drifted away from the battlefield. After returning to the original habitat of the final boss, this energy group tried its best to drill into the space practice that was about to close. After the high-level officials of the communication base arrived at the nearby battlefield, everyone was frightened by the scene in front of them. The destroyed mountains and forests, the collapsed earth, and what was even more harmful was that the corpses of the broken demons were piled up into small mountains one after another. There was no need to think about what a cruel battle had taken place here before. Among them, needless to say, the four heads of the Purple Rat Sect, Chenlong Sect, Greed Wolf Guild, and Jianlang Military Department were the most nervous. Why ask? Wasn't it because the newcomers of the four families were all here? Even if one of them died, it would be an unparalleled and huge loss to the family's power. Where were the newcomers? In the center of the battlefield, all the high-level officials came to the center of the battlefield through a large number of demon corpses with uneasy and nervous feelings. But the next scene once again made everyone's scalps tingle. Looking around the field, only Yang Lin was standing there. But she was also the most shocking. To put it bluntly, Yang Lin had now completely become a bloody person. In addition to her eyes, ears, and nostrils, part of the skin around her body was injured on the outside because the blood energy burst was too violent. What was even more nervous was that Yang Lin was standing there motionless, and it was not clear what her condition was. As for the other newcomers, except for the dragon girl Lin Yu and some vague consciousness guarding Yang Lin, all of them were in a coma. Quick, check the condition of these newcomers, I hope they are all right. A group of high-level officials quickly and carefully entered the field to conduct an inspection. Fortunately, it's just severe fatigue and consumption that has entered a coma. The people are fine. I also have no casualties here. I'm the same, just a coma and a few days of rest and recuperation. Seeing that most of the people were fine, the oppressive atmosphere in the field was definitely half lighter. And when everyone went forward, only Yang Lin and the dragon girl were left. Yang Lin didn't know what the situation was, but at a glance, she knew that the situation was not optimistic. As for the dragon girl, there were no wounds around her body, but she was exhausted to the extreme and unusually weak. When she saw someone coming, she could hear her say in a low voice, "Help me see, my husband, what's his situation?" Jiu Feihong of Chenlong Men couldn't bear to look at Yang Lin. He lowered his voice and said, "Dragon girl, don't worry about your husband, he's fine." The dragon girl's face was pale, and the events in her eyes were now a blur. "Really? My husband is still fine. Of course it's true, I won't lie to you. That's good." After saying this, the dragon girl couldn't hold on any longer and entered a coma like all the other newcomers. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became silent. And the eyes of all the high-level officials were now on Xu Zhengdao, the old hag, and Sun Yanji. Only because of Yang Lin's inhuman appearance, whoever knew him felt that there was basically no possibility of surviving. Even Xu Zhengdao and the old hag thought the same way. Although they didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of them. Clearly, they were not far from the standing Yang Lin, but Xu Zhengdao and the old hag couldn't bear to continue forward. "Nianji, please accept our condolences." Xu Zhengdao and the old hag had been with Sun Yanji for so long, how could they not know that Sun Yanji liked Yang Lin? But now, facing such a scene, they didn't know what to say. As for Sun Yanji, her delicate body was trembling, and tears were sliding down from her beautiful eyes. There was no kiss on her pretty face, but there were two morbid blushes. "Uncle Xu, what are you talking about? Why should I accept our condolences? An old hag, why are you sighing?" Xu Zhengdao didn't know what to say. He turned his head away. The old hag gently raised Sun Yanji's hand and said, "Nianji, Grandma knows you like him, but it's already like this, you have to learn to accept it." "Old hag, I don't understand what you're saying." Sun Yanji now raised her hand and wiped away the tears on her face with her sleeve and said, "Yang Lin is fine, he won't be fine. He said that it's just a combat loss of contact, there will definitely be no problem." The old hag didn't know what to say. She could only pat Sun Yanji's hand comfortingly. Looking at Sun Yanji again, her tears were even more turbulent. She raised her eyes and looked at the surrounding high-level pigs and said, "Yang Lin, he is very strong. You have also seen it before, right? He is so strong, how could something happen? Why don't you answer me? Yang Lin, he is still alive, he is not dead, she is not dead." Sun Yanji, she is now like a helpless little girl standing in the field, tears completely turning into a river. The high-level officials, of course, know what Sun Yanji's identity is, and no one thought that in addition to the dragon girl, Sun Yanji actually also likes Yang Lin, this kid. If it was normal, this would definitely be a big melon, but now, no one dares to meet Sun Yanji's gaze in extreme sadness. At the same time, they are also regretting Yang Lin in their hearts. She is indeed a talent. The on-the-spot adaptability that can be remade into a textbook template during the simulated battlefield amazed everyone. Then, defeating Changzhen nearby let everyone know that Yang Lin's true strength may even be no less than or surpass the dragon girl. Furthermore, looking at the chaotic situation of the battlefield at the moment, Yang Lin, as the temporary regiment commander, can lead and organize the newcomers to complete the killing of thousands of demons without a single casualty. And they know how powerful this kid's wealth has become. But only this ending is too regrettable. All the newcomers survived, but he himself, unfortunately, it's too unfortunate. It was in the midst of everyone's sighs and emotions about Yang Lin that Sun Yanji in the center of the field finally staggered, and walked slowly to Yang Lin, and then, Sun Yanji was very careful, and hugged Yang Lin into his arms with incomparable care. And this scene looked quite cruel. Zhu Jiao once really couldn't bear to see the young people's life and death parting. It was just that Sun Yanji's whole body suddenly shook, and then he heard him shout in an urgent voice, "Uncle Shu, old hag, Yang Lin, he is still alive." It could be clearly heard that Sun Yanji's voice was mixed with great excitement and joy. This was obviously not a lie or a joke. The surrounding high-level officials were shocked. No way. Looking at Yang Lin from the outside, his whole person is almost inhuman, but he is still alive. Xu Zhengdao and the old hag looked at each other, and after a series of inspections and confirmations, their shocked expressions were no less than discovering a new world. Yang Lin, he was so badly injured, but he is really alive. Yes, he is not only alive, but he is also living well. This kid's vitality is so strong. When the surrounding high-level officials heard Xu Zhengdao and the old hag's words, they all rushed over in a rush because they were too surprised. What kind of heaven-defying evildoer is this? After the high-level officials figured out Yang Lin's situation, one by one was really about to be stupid, only because Yang Lin at this moment is inhuman to look at again, but in fact, he is just standing and sleeping. That's right, the other newcomers are tired, weak, and declining, and one by one has fallen into a coma, but Yang Lin he is just purely too exhausted and entered a dream while standing. Speaking of this, it must be understood that coma and sleep are two completely different concepts. How exaggerated is this kid going to be? Didn't you notice? The life energy in his body is so huge that it is almost a furnace. It's incredible. Yes, the few wounds jumping on his body, if we come later, I'm afraid they have already healed automatically. The high-level officials, you are acting me. Looking at Yang Lin, who was sleeping while standing, his eyes were full of light. Xu Zhengdao, the head of the Greed Wolf Guild, saw the situation and quickly pushed everyone aside. Don't think I don't know what you are planning in your hearts. I can tell you that Yang Lin is a key talent cultivated by our Greed Wolf Guild. No one wants to dig up the wall. We are just looking. Why are you so anxious? Stop talking nonsense. Your eyes are not right, one by one with bright eyes, and you still say you have no idea. Old Shu, I have never seen such a selfish person as you. It's not that Yang Lin is fine, we are not happy for him, for you. You are using the heart of a villain to seize the father of a gentleman. A group of people were arguing. In such a situation, and Ran took these newcomers back to the communication base nearby. Now the newcomers have been sent to the medical room for unified recovery and recuperation. However, the appearance of Sin is of great importance and cannot be ignored. However, if you want to understand the specific situation, you must suffocate what happened on the scene. So this question fell on the dragon girl, only because the other newcomers were in a coma, and it would probably take 1 or 2 days or 2 or 3 days to wake up. Although Yang Lin was fine, she had lost so much blood, even if her body's recovery ability was strong, she would have to replenish her qi and blood properly. But also, given that the dragon girl was too exhausted and needed to be teased, the high-level officials unanimously decided to wait until the next day. At that time, they would hold a meeting to ask the dragon girl to determine what exactly happened in the vicinity at that time before speaking. The topic returned to Yang Lin's side. Since she was taken back to the communication base, because she was still sleeping, Sun Yanji naturally became her personal caregiver. Also, because of Yang Lin's identity, even if the construction of the communication base in Yaohu was not so luxurious, but Sun Yanji's solo residence for Yang Lin was still quite complete in terms of various living conditions. Sun Yanji's mood today was unusually ups and downs. It was the first time in her life that she was so heartbroken for a man. But fortunately, the result was very good. So after taking Yang Lin back to the solo residence, she felt that it was very, very, very necessary to take good care of Yang Lin. The first thing was definitely to wash away the bloodstains all over her body, otherwise, how could she sleep comfortably on the bed? Although she had no relevant experience, but Sun Yanji resolutely took on this important task. In order to better help the sleeping Yang Lin clean the bloodstains, he accompanied her in light clothing into prison, otherwise, how could he help Yang Lin clean well? Also, although he knew that Yang Lin's recovery ability was quite strong, in order to avoid any accidents, Sun Yanji also carefully checked every inch of Yang Lin's body. As a private nurse, he felt that he had to be careful in case there were still wounds in any place that were infected and inflamed. In addition, thinking that Yang Lin had been teasing himself in various ways these days, Sun Yanji felt that it was a good opportunity to take revenge. Who told this man to be glib? Then bite this man's lips. Maybe the revenge was too heavy. After Sun Yanji's multiple retaliations, Yang Lin's lips in her sleep were slightly swollen. Let you tease me usually, you deserve it. Sun Yanji did not feel ashamed of her behavior at all. Then he took Yang Lin to the bedroom. Now Yang Lin needed to rest well. At first, Sun Yanji wanted to leave, but after careful consideration, he decided to stay. Since he was now a private nurse, it was right to stay by this man's side to take care of him at all times, right? Like what? It was not easy to be alone with this man, and he wanted to see this man's face more, and occasionally he wanted to continue to retaliate against this man, etc. There was no such thought at all. This was work. Since it was work, he had to be responsible. So during Yang Lin's sleep, Sun Yanji had been in front of this man. When he was really sleepy, Sun Yanji lay down next to Yang Lin, but he didn't expect that Yang Lin still had the habit of hugging things to sleep when he dreamed. So in order for the patient to rest better, Sun Yanji reluctantly acted as a pillow. Although it was a bit shameful, he couldn't stand the fact that a guy in a dream was occasionally a little restless, but it was said that it was for work, and Sun Yanji felt that it was not impossible to endure it. Otherwise, when would this hateful guy Yang Lin be able to recover his body? Time soon came to 9 a.m. The next day. When Yang Lin got up from the bed, he was full of energy and refreshed. You finally woke up. I cooked porridge and will bring it to you now. I'm not hungry, Nianji. Tell me, how are Meng Meng, Qianqian, and the dragon girl? Don't worry, everyone is fine, but because they are too exhausted, they are all receiving recuperation in the medical room. You should drink the porridge and replenish your body first. And when Sun Yanji brought over the specially cooked porridge, Yang Lin refused to reach out. I'm not Meng Meng and Qianqian, I'm too lazy to feed you. Nianji, if you're too lazy to feed me, do you want to feed other men? Get out. Although he pretended to be full of disgust on the surface, Sun Yanji's actions were more honest than anyone else. Halfway through, Yang Lin wanted to take a spoon to drink the porridge himself, but Sun Yanji became jealous instead. Why am I so inferior to Meng Meng and Qianqian? You actually want to do it yourself for me to drink porridge. Yang Lin sighed at this. His own Nianji, although cold on the surface and usually pretending to be indifferent, in fact, the vinegar jar in her heart is higher than anyone else. The slightest bit of wrong and the vinegar smell overflows. But the more this is the case, the more Yang Lin feels that his own Nianji is really cute. Clearly, when they first met, the aura was so strong that people didn't dare to look at him directly. Who would have thought that in just a short time, Nianji in front of him would almost become a little wife? Of course, now that people have woken up and the porridge has been drunk, what needs to be done next is definitely to go to the recuperation room to see the situation of Meng Meng and Qianqian, otherwise Yang Lin can't really rest assured. And on the way to the recuperation room with Sun Yanji, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something. Nianji, do you remember that we have an agreement? When did I make an agreement with you? Isn't it? Who said before that as long as I get the first place in the newcomer station, then I will give you a diagnosis. Now some people don't want to pay the bill, right? Su Nianji was stunned. He vaguely remembered that there was such a thing, but at that time, you said that. I don't seem to have explicitly agreed to you, right? Hey, you really plan to deny the bill? I didn't deny the bill. I clearly remember that I didn't explicitly agree to you. No matter what you remember, I'll just ask you one sentence, will you give it now or not? Su Nianji couldn't help but give Yang Lin a blank look and said, where are you asking? You are clearly in a definite tone. Just treat it as if I agreed to you before, okay? I'll give you a diagnosis. Yang Lin looked at his own Nianji's big intestine eyebrows wrapped in black silk and nodded slightly. That's more like it. After saying that, he lay directly on the long chair, and his head unceremoniously borrowed Su Nianji's diagnosis. Su Nianji's words, his pretty face flew sheer, muttered in his mouth, I have never seen such a shameless man as you. Hey, now you have seen it, right? You are really not ashamed at all. Why should I be ashamed? Anyway, I just need to enjoy it. The shameful thing is left to my own Nianji. Get out, you stinky man. The two of them were talking and laughing like this, and naturally, they mentioned the matter at the Lieshen base. Su Nianji said at this time, after dealing with batch after batch of new professional careerists, I can transform to a higher level, and then I can descend into human cities without any scruples. Aren't mere humans just my toys? Because I thought of these good things, even if I'm being beaten now, Yu Guang can grit his teeth and persevere. HMPH, when he saw the Cyclops rushing towards him carrying a huge stone pillar, Yu Guang gritted his teeth. After enduring the pain and crawling up from the ground, he fled in a panic. Don't rush, take your time, it's just a Cyclops. After escaping outside the lair of the final boss, he released his energy, and the Teng snake began to continuously kill the surrounding monsters, and then used the life energy of these things to repair himself. With a goal, people will not be confused, and with faith, the future will only be bright. After finally regaining some physical condition, Yu Guang repeated what he had done before. Once again, he returned to the lair of the final boss, the Cyclops. At this moment, Yu Guang is definitely not a fragile and seriously injured girl. Now he is more like the legendary brave man, who challenges the Demon King again, and again without being discouraged, with unwavering faith and perseverance. Even if the damage caused to the Cyclops is limited each time, Yu Guang has never thought of giving up. It's almost there, it's almost there. As long as there are no accidents, it will take at most 2 days to completely kill the final boss, the Cyclops. A bright future awaits me. After a rather long battle in the scroll dungeon, Yang Ling's mood is quite excited now. If I have to make a summary, it's that after being a professional careerist for so long, it's the first time I've made such a rich profit. The explosion rate is 100%. And every time it's double. Who wouldn't be excited about this? The level 25 special evolution dungeon is itself the ultimate professional evolution. Even if the materials are cheap, each piece basically starts at a price of 500. Look at the thousands of evolution materials in the professional space now, and then think about the massive harvest after sweeping the entire space of monsters. This mood can no longer be expressed in words. Husband, another batch of goat-headed monsters has appeared in front. Deng, just kill them directly. As Yang Lin issued the order, the batch of goat-headed monsters in front of them has become a delicacy in the eyes of the 5 people. As for the 5 people themselves, they are like bulldozers. One trip crushes a batch of goat-headed monsters into. Do you know what is called strong, and what is called domineering? This is it. As Wang Qianqian and Ling Dan quickly stepped forward to collect, the group once again had 18 pieces of Feiguang stone, a rare evolution material, in their account. In addition, it must be said that after the 5 people entered the scroll space, they actually wanted to directly advance to the final boss as quickly as possible and then achieve a quick clearance. But after discovering that the evolution materials were so powerful, why would they quickly clear the level? A full sweep is the only way to live up to the value of this scroll dungeon. Just like that, the dungeon that could have been cleared in 24 hours, after another 24 hours of continuous struggle, the 5 people only completed about 3/5 of it. At this time, young Ling saw that the 4 girls around her were too tired, so she decided to set up camp and rest. Listening to her, it seems that except for the final boss, which may be a hard fight, ordinary monsters are not a threat. It's definitely stable. Regarding this question, Long Nu looked serious and said, ordinary monsters are indeed nothing, but the difficulty of the final boss has increased by more than 5 times. I know this. After all, in addition to the hidden porcelain pendant of the scroll, the porcelain pendant in front has also greatly increased the final boss's health, attack, and defense. But with the 5 of us joining forces, he should be more than enough. Qianba, you are too confident. Although you and my sister are indeed powerful, we are now in the abyss and facing a final boss with a difficulty increase of more than 6 times. Can that be easily solved too? Xiaonan, don't worry. If we think it's really difficult, we can also give up. After all, according to the normal progress, we have actually achieved the clearance conditions in a disguised form. As long as we leave the dungeon now, the rewards will be settled immediately. Little lowly Lin Nan nodded, that's right. The number of monsters we killed has already exceeded the standard. That final boss is just a big stepping stone. It would be a pity if we can't take it down. According to my prediction, if we can take down the final boss, we should get 2 special props. Because special props were mentioned, the girls also became interested and started talking about it one after another. It was under such circumstances that 3 camp tents were set up. It was said that we should have a good rest, so we can't treat ourselves badly. We had been carrying the kitchen before, but now we also moved a bedroom along the way. After that, the 5 people delineated the current camping area within a suitable distance around. After installing the portable warlock alarm device, we can finally safely return to the tent. Young Ling rests for a while every time. Of course, he is no exception. Although he is not sleepy, it is quite comfortable to lie on the simple bed in the tent with his legs crossed. According to the previous discussion with everyone, the scheduled rest time is 5 hours, so just enjoy these 5 hours slowly. However, just half an hour after the time passed, Yang Ling heard subtle and slight footsteps outside his tent, and then heard Shumeng whisper, Yang Ling, are you asleep? No. Yang Ling opened the tent and asked, Meng Meng, why are you here? Shumeng blushed and said, I'm actually not very tired. I can't sleep lying there, so I want to talk to you. Come in. Yang Lin warmly greeted his little Qingmai into the tent. Although it's good to lie in the tent alone, as a man, who can refuse to have a little Qingmai by his side? It just so happens that I'm not very tired either. Meng Meng, you came at the right time. Let's chat. Shumeng responded, took off her shoes, and sat on Yang Lin's bed without any politeness. Including her, she also snuggled up to Yang Lin. It must be said that Yang Lin's tent is still very big. It was said that he would not treat himself badly, so even if it is camping in the wild, the details must be in place and the space must be in place. Not to mention that there is one more Meng Meng in the tent, even if there are a few more, there is enough space. Meng Meng, are you really not tired? We are going to do a speed run later. You can't rest well. I'm really not tired. Long Nu is so strong along the way, and your restrictions are so powerful. I'm basically just assisting with the fight. Half an hour of rest just now is enough. Okay. As for now, let's find a topic to chat about. Okay. Since we are talking about chatting, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Okay, ask. Seeing Yang Ling agree, Xu Meng said coquettishly, Yang Ling, do you think you liked me a long time ago? Hey, Meng Meng, why are you still asking this question? Xu Meng shook Yang Ling's arm and said, will you answer me? You always had my photos on your phone before. I heard that if a boy likes a girl, he often makes mistakes when looking at the photos. Then let me ask you, have you made any mistakes? Yang Lin couldn't help but smile at this question. Meng Meng, who taught you these words? What's our relationship? Hearing his little Qingmei's unique coquettish tone, Yang Lin looked at her fair and round thighs and suddenly said, Meng Meng, there are some grass seeds on your legs. Can you help me take them off? Okay, I'll help you take them off now. At this moment, Xu Meng's blushing face was even redder, as beautiful as the clouds blooming in the evening, and she had already closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her breathing was slightly rapid. Just as Yang Lin wanted to see if there were any other places on Xu Meng's legs that were stained with grass seeds, he didn't expect to hear slight footsteps outside the tent again. Brother Yang, are you asleep? Ah, Qian, that's great. Brother Yang, you're not asleep. I suddenly remembered that Brother Yang needs a pillow when resting outside, so I specially came to bring you a pillow. Inside the tent, Xu Meng quickly separated from Yang Ling by a circle. Yang Ling could see that the hair on his little Qingmei's body had become worried. Soon Wang Qianqian also arrived inside the tent. Seeing Xu Meng, she was a little surprised. Sister Meng, I heard you say in a daze just now that you were worried and wanted to patrol around. I didn't expect you to be here with Brother Yang. I just came over to take a look. It's you who wants to come over and send Brother Yang a pillow. Brother Yang said a long time ago that he is not used to resting outside. There are many monsters. I forgot about this earlier, so I came to send Brother Yang a pillow. Xu Meng pinched Yang Lin and said, so you can't sleep outside without a pillow. Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. He was just saying it casually. Who would have thought that Qianqian would remember it? Wang Qianqian asked with some shame, then Brother Yang, do you still want it now? Qianqian, I've recovered very well at this time. We'll talk about it later. Okay then. Tell me whenever you want it. Okay. Then the three of them chatted in the tent. Anyway, the three of them have always been together, so there's nothing restrained or unrestrained. Long Enyu and Ling Nan are still resting in another tent. Considering that the estimated time for action is 4 hours later, so Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian took out playing cards and prepared to play Dao de Zhu to kill time. However, after only playing 2 rounds of Dao de Zhu, they suddenly heard movement outside the tent. Thinking that something was wrong, the three of Yang Ling stopped the playing cards in their hands and began to listen. Then the footsteps moved away and then closer. Husband, are you asleep? Why do I hear some noise in your tent? It was Long Enyu. As soon as Lin Yu came over, Wang Qianqian and Xu Meng subconsciously looked at Yang Ling. Long Enyu, don't open the tent first, or I'll be a little shy. Why are you still shy? It's like this. I have something I want to say to my husband, but I'm afraid. Then tell me. It's like this. After we kill this scroll dungeon, Xiaonan and I will return to Longmen. After that, we may not be able to be with my husband for a very, very long time, so I want to ask my husband, what do you need me to do for you now? If you need it, I can actively cooperate with my husband. Being stared at by Meng Meng and Qianqian in the tent, Yang Lin was really a little embarrassed. Hearing her clear her throat, he said, Long Nu, we are only temporarily separated. There will be opportunities to see each other again in the future. And isn't there a saying that goes like this? If love between two people lasts for a long time, it doesn't matter if they are together day and night. Husband, this saying is really well written. I like it very much. But after hearing what my husband said, I want to stay with my husband even more now. Can I come in now? Okay. After Long Nu entered the tent, she was stunned. So Meng and Qian, you are also here. Qian and I have nothing to do, so we came to find Yang Lin to play Dao De to kill time. Wang Qian nodded. Long Nu, if you want to be alone with brother Yang for a while, Mingjie and I can give you time. It's okay. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me, otherwise it will make me seem very special. And I also like to be lively with everyone. Hearing this, Xu Meng thought for a moment and said, Long Nu, can you play mahjong? Yes, Xiaonan taught me how to play mahjong. Okay then. The four of us can just make a table to play mahjong. Yang Lin had no power to refuse, but she couldn't figure out how this good rest time had turned into playing Dao De and mahjong again. Forget it. It's rare to see my girls so happy, so let's make a table to play mahjong. But this matter is not over yet, because after playing mahjong for only half a round, I suddenly heard movement outside the tent. Thinking that something was wrong, Yang Ling and the three stopped the playing cards in their hands and began to listen. Then the footsteps moved away and then closer. Husband, are you asleep? I heard you say in a daze that you were not at ease and wanted to patrol around. I didn't expect you to be here with brother Yang. I just came over to take a look. It's you who wants to come over and send brother Yang a pillow. Brother Yang said a long time ago that he is not used to resting outside. There are many monsters. I forgot about this earlier, so I came to send brother Yang a pillow. Xu Meng pinched Yang Lin and said, so you can't sleep outside without a pillow. Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. He was just saying it casually. Who would have thought that Qian would remember it? Wang Qian asked with some shame, then brother Yang, do you still want it now? Qian, I've recovered very well at this time. We'll talk about it later. Okay then. Tell me whenever you want it. Okay. Then the three of them chatted in the tent. Anyway, the three of them have always been together, so there's nothing restrained or unrestrained. Long Nu and Ling Nan are still resting in another tent. Considering that the estimated time for action is 4 hours later, so Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qian took out playing cards and prepared to play Dao De to kill time. However, after only playing 2 rounds of Dao De, they suddenly heard movement outside the tent. Thinking that something was wrong, the three of Yang Ling stopped the playing cards in their hands and began to listen. Then the footsteps moved away and then closer. Husband, are you asleep? Why do I hear some noise in your tent? It was Long Nu. As soon as Lin Yu came over, Wang Qian and Xu Meng subconsciously looked at Yang Ling. Long Nu, don't open the tent first, or I'll be a little shy. Why are you still shy? It's like this. I have something I want to say to my husband, but I'm afraid. Then tell me. It's like this. After we kill this scroll dungeon, Xiaonan and I will return to Longmen. After that, we may not be able to be with my husband for a very, very long time, so I want to ask my husband, what do you need me to do for you now? If you need it, I can actively cooperate with my husband. Being stared at by Meng and Qian in the tent, Yang Lin was really a little embarrassed. Hearing her clear her throat, he said, Long Nu, we are only temporarily separated. There will be opportunities to see each other again in the future. And isn't there a saying that goes like this? If love between two people lasts for a long time, it doesn't matter if they are together day and night. Husband, this saying is really well written. I like it very much. But after hearing what my husband said, I want to stay with my husband even more now. Can I come in now? Okay. After Long Nu entered the tent, she was stunned. So Meng Meng and Qianqian, you are also here. Qianqian and I have nothing to do, so we came to find Yang Lin to play Dao De Zhu to kill time. Wang Qianqian nodded. Long Nu, if you want to be alone with brother Yang for a while, Mingjie and I can give you time. It's okay. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me, otherwise it will make me seem very special. And I also like to be lively with everyone. Hearing this, Xu Meng thought for a moment and said, Long Nu, can you play mahjong? Yes, Xiaonan taught me how to play mahjong. Okay then. The four of us can just make a table to play mahjong. Yang Lin had no power to refuse, but she couldn't figure out how this good rest time had turned into playing Dao De Zhu and mahjong again. Forget it. It's rare to see my girls so happy, so let's make a table to play mahjong. But this matter is not over yet, because after playing mahjong for only half a round, a little Lori with sleepy eyes and holding a pillow also came to the tent. After taking a look at the four people who were playing mahjong, little Lori Lin Nan came to Yang Lin's legs, lay down, and fell asleep. She actually slept quite soundly. Forget it. It's not bad for the rest time to turn into entertainment time. At the same time, Yu Guang was still fighting tenaciously. Although he was covered in wounds and scars, he never intended to give up. The final boss's health was getting lower and lower, and lower and lower. At most one day, at most one more day, and he can kill the final boss and completely control the entire space. Occasionally, he would also think of the previous matter of Yao Hu approaching. Although it was very painful, he had actually let it go. Blame it on myself for being careless and rashly showing up without knowing the opponent. But in the future, it won't happen again. He learned to be very obedient. After controlling this space and recovering some strength, he would definitely develop steadily and cautiously. If he couldn't transform to a higher level, Yu Guang guaranteed that he would never be reckless again. As for that hateful man, he didn't want to meet him again in this lifetime, but he definitely had to curse him in his heart, curse him fiercely. But what exactly should he curse? Then curse him to be infertile and unlucky. Who told him to almost beat himself to death? By the way, curse him to not report when going to dungeons, fall on flat ground when walking out the door and break his head, and not run into the house when it rains. It was in the midst of a strong curse on that man, and in the midst of being beaten by the Cyclops every time, that Yu Guang saw the light gradually appearing. He will soon be able to seize his own future. Over at the temporary communication base of Yao Hu, the high-level executives and those newcomers, who had experienced life and death with Yang Ling, and others were definitely paying close attention to the real-time intelligence of the scroll dungeon for a long time. When they saw Yang Ling and others doing a speed run of the monsters, they were all filled with emotion. As expected of Yang Ling and Long Nu, they are too strong, really too strong. After finally seeing that the real-time situation was gone, they combined the time and speculated that Yang Ling and the five were finally going to stop and have a good rest. Okay, this is very possible. After all, after watching the five people's speed run, not to mention whether the five people are tired or not, everyone at the communication base is tired. After a long time passed, just as some high-level executives were about to give up, someone suddenly said, "They have entered the core area." Immediately, someone around echoed, "Have they finally entered the core area?" According to the previous situation, the 5 of them obviously planned to sweep the entire area. Their strength is there, so it's not surprising that they sweep the entire area. As for now, although they have entered the core area, it will still take a long time to see the final boss. Everyone deeply agreed. After all, even if the monsters in the core area are also a constant level 25, they are definitely stronger than the monsters outside. In addition, the 5 people still have to sweep the entire area, so it will definitely take a long time to see the final boss. But who would have thought that only an hour had passed when the connection terminal suddenly showed that the 5 people had currently arrived at the lair of the final boss, the Cyclops. In an instant, everyone was excited. Are they not planning to sweep the core area? It looks like they are going directly to attack the final boss. But the difficulty of this final boss has increased by at least 6 times, and it is still the Abyss difficulty. Are they confident? A group of people were talking about the walls of the 5 people and the walls of the final boss in excitement and worry. But in the next moment, look quickly. According to the display, the 5 people have already fought with the final boss, but before even a second has passed, the intelligence shows that the final boss, the Cyclops, has been successfully killed. What? Solve the battle in 1 second. Impossible. Even if the difficulty is not increased by 6 or 7 times, even if they are stronger, it is impossible to solve the battle in 1 second. Is there something wrong with the intelligence? Or are we seeing things? But the intelligence is not wrong. We are not seeing things. The 5 of them really killed the final boss in just 1 second. Everyone in the entire communication base was shocked. In fact, time had passed for more than a day. Yang Lin, Long Nu, and others, because of their strong alliance, even after sweeping the entire area, had finally arrived at the core area. However, what surprised the 5 people was that after entering the core area, they didn't see many monsters, but they saw patches and patches of corpses. What's going on? Are there other people in this scroll dungeon besides us? Yang Lin and Long Nu immediately activated their senses, and Wang Qianqian entered a flying state to observe the surrounding situation. But unfortunately, they didn't sense or discover the aura and traces of other professional careerists. And in principle, the scroll was activated by the 5 of them, so there would definitely be no other professional careerists who could intervene in this scroll dungeon. These monsters have been killed. Then what are we going to kill? Meng Meng, don't worry. I think the deaths of these monsters are quite strange. The group of people carefully observed the surrounding dead monsters at this moment and soon discovered that, judging from the bloodstains, these monsters seem to have been killed not long ago. But judging from the condition of the corpses, they seem to have been decaying for a long time. This is too strange. By the way, the ultimate and above scroll spaces are not like normal dungeons and nearby scroll spaces of this level. Monsters die and that's it. There is no such thing as refreshing. So now it is unclear who killed the monsters, and such suspicious situations have appeared. It is really puzzling and confusing. Brother Yang, is it possible that the final boss wandered out and killed these monsters? Wang Qianqian's words did give Yang Ling and others a new idea, but it was quickly rejected by everyone. Qianqian, we can't completely deny it, but at least so far, we haven't heard of the final boss actively killing the surrounding monsters. What my husband said is right. If this situation really occurs, then it is the peripheral monsters who actively set foot in the final boss's lair. Otherwise, the final boss will definitely not actively attack, because the lair is equivalent to the core of the dungeon or something like that. Xu Meng thought for a moment and said, could it be that the monsters rebelled? For example, they wanted to replace the final boss's position, so they fought with the final boss. Then the final boss couldn't stand it and chased after them to bite them, and finally it became like this. That's right, Meng Meng. Yang Lin smiled sideways. No wonder you chase after me and bite me like a puppy every day. Your assumption has a considerable degree of rationality. You guy. Shumeng was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and said, "Do you believe that I will bite you now? Okay, there are many people here, so it's not convenient. I'll give you a chance in the future to satisfy you." Seeing that Shumeng was unrelenting and was about to pounce on her, Yang Lin quickly surrendered and said, I was wrong. Let's not joke now. The cause of death of the monsters is unknown. What should we do if something really happens? HMPH. Since we have already said this, I will spare you this time for the time being. It's okay to joke, but the cause of the monsters' deaths must be investigated. It is not enough to investigate the situation with the batch deaths of the monster groups in the current range. Then let's continue to go deeper to see if we can discover any intelligence. As a result, the group began to march quickly while being vigilant. However, as the number of dead monsters discovered increased, the whole thing seemed to become even more confusing. It shouldn't be. Could it be that the final boss ran out and killed all the monsters in the core area? Who knows? Basically, we haven't discovered a few living monsters. 99% of them have been killed. Qianba, what should we do now? Looking at the corpses of these monsters, I suddenly feel a little scared. Xiaonan, don't be afraid. Aren't we all here? How about we simply go deep into the final boss's lair? If we discover that the situation is not right, then we will choose to retreat as soon as possible. Long Enyu and Shumeng looked at each other. Then they all nodded to express their agreement. Since everyone has come, and everyone was still excitedly talking about what good things they could get after killing the final boss on the way, if they rashly retreat now, everyone's psychology will definitely be unwilling. Just like that, the group of 5 began to go deeper again. At this time, it would have been more convenient to let Wang Qianqian fly, but considering that the situation was unknown, Yang Ling gave up this plan. As a man, he must ensure that in an unknown situation, Wang Qianqian followed the meat pain. Roughly calculate the total number of monsters in the core area. We have killed at least 1,000 fewer monsters, earning 1,500 to 20 million less. Yang Ling covered his heart. Although he said that money is like dung, he felt a little heartache when he heard that he had earned so much less. This is not a luxury villa that has been lost for nothing. Even a big landlord can't stand such a waste of money. You guys said that, and I feel angry. Let's go and smash the final boss. The money we lost must be made up for with the rarity of special props. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the group began to quickly gather towards the final boss's gathering place. Just as they were about to reach their destination, Long Enyu suddenly said, Wait a minute. What's wrong, Long Enyu? Husband, I vaguely heard the sound of fighting in the final boss's lair just now. Although it disappeared quickly, I'm sure I did hear it. What about now? Is it gone? Maybe the final boss killed the surrounding monsters, and is going crazy in the lair alone. Let's go and take a look. Finally, the group of 5 arrived at the final boss's lair. Then the 5 people saw that the final boss, the Cyclops, was in a rage. The thing looked like it had just driven something away, and was cursing in the lair. Moreover, the Cyclops was covered in wounds. It seemed that he had also caused injuries to himself while cleaning up the surrounding monsters. But what was even more wonderful was that the current Cyclops only had a small section of health left. It was less than 15% of the total health. Long Enyu, Meng Meng, Qianqian, Xiaonan, God help me too. Husband, why are you so happy? Long Enyu. Yang Ling had the ability to start a knife or finish a kill. The final boss had so little health that she should be able to kill him directly in seconds. Silly, Brother Yang is very strong, super strong. At this time, Long Enyu thought of the scene where Yang Ling killed Yu Guang with 1.5 million health with one knife nearby. Before Long Enyu could react, Yang Ling had already rushed into the arena to engage in an encounter with the Cyclops. The battle began. Without waiting for the Cyclops to go crazy, Yang Ling's entry kill and finishing kill instantly sent the Cyclops away. The battle ended in 1 second before and after. Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian didn't feel anything about this scene. They were used to it. But Long Enyu and little Lori Lin Nan were so shocked by this scene that their hearts began to beat violently. 3 rays of light appeared in the middle of the arena. One of them could be clearly seen as malachite, a universal purification material. As for the other 2, it was obvious that they were 2 special props. Yang Ling strode forward and just put away the things. Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, Long Enyu, and Lin Nan had just walked out of the dark. Before they could get together to be excited and happy, suddenly, with the appearance of a familiar girl in blue and green clothes and covered in injuries in the arena again, both sides fell into eye contact and silence at this moment. Sometimes the world is really too small. Yu Guang had just had a good fight with the Cyclops. After his efforts to be beaten and abused these days, the Cyclops' health bar had been ground to the extreme by him. At this time, he had seen the light and was about to firmly grasp the future. But just now, he had another fight with the Cyclops. After being severely beaten, just as he was about to escape in a panic to prepare for another battle later, he heard a shrill scream from the Cyclops in the final boss's lair. What's going on? Why is the Cyclops' roar so tragic? Yu Guang always felt that the roar he heard was like telling the unwillingness of death. So he stopped escaping and looked at the final boss's lair, puzzled. Could it be that something happened there? After staying in place for a long time, he finally chose to risk going back to take a look. It was also as he got closer and closer to the final boss's lair that he, as a sinner, could more clearly sense the painful aura of death in the lair. The Cyclops is dead. Even if he didn't see the real scene, his instinctive perception told Yu Guang that he was sure that he was not wrong. That Cyclops is now dead. Why? Isn't there still a section of health left? Why is the Cyclops dead? At this time, Yu Guang thought of a great possibility. I have fought with the Cyclops many times, but where is that thing's recovery ability as strong as mine? And I can also absorb the life energy of ordinary monsters to recover. Where does that Cyclops have this ability? So the answer came out. After dozens of battles with himself, the wounds on the Cyclops' body accumulated and gradually triggered various effects such as bleeding, tearing, and erosion. So it is not surprising that he suddenly died when he reached the critical point in the end. After figuring this out, Yu Guang was moved to tears at this moment. It's not in vain that I have been beaten these days. Now I can finally absorb the life energy of the Cyclops, and then use this as a base to completely empty the entire space. Completely with 1.2 million points of excitement, Yu Guang endured the pain and appeared in the lair of the final boss. But what did he see? That man who made him afraid, that woman who could summon Jin Ji Tai Ma, and 3 teammates besides men and women. No, how could they appear here? I may have been beaten too much and lost too much blood, so I have hallucinations. That's right, it must be like this. Thinking that he had returned to the Sea of Fetal West before and then tore the law to descend here, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to capture his traces. So now he must be dazzled and have hallucinations, so he saw that man and his teammates. Although Yu Guang thought so in his heart, he realized that this hallucination was too real. As a woman who was recommended by both hands of Fedina, the fragrance on her body was too good. As for the terrifying man, when the terrifying aura like a nightmare directly pressed over, his heart was trembling violently. Is it real or fake? Is it fake or real? Unable to tell, Yu Guang was panicked and couldn't tell. Time seemed to be frozen. Yu Guang didn't know what to say when facing that hateful and terrifying man, the alien. And then, just as he forcibly cheered up his spirit and re-illuminated the alien in front of him in an instant, he suddenly fell into despair. It's real. That man, the alien, they are not hallucinations. They are actually real. Could it be that because I didn't kill myself last time, so they were unwilling and used some means to track me down again, so they wanted to cut the grass and root out the roots? That's right, that's how it is. They must want to come over to cut the grass and root out the roots, and I must not die here. And I have worked so hard for so many days, and I have been beaten so badly that I am almost unrecognizable. I have paid such a big price, but this group of damned humans, they robbed my monster and turned all my efforts into a joke in an instant. Damn it, they are so damn it. Yu Guang's heart ached badly now, but at the same time, she also knew that she must evacuate as soon as possible, otherwise the next fate would definitely be the same as the Cyclops' corpse lying on the ground. Yang Ling, Long Enyu, and the others were saying that they wanted to take a good look at the two newly obtained props, but where would they have thought that a person would suddenly rush in from outside the arena? After taking a closer look, not only Long Enyu, Xu Meng, and others, but even Yang Ling couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his heart tighten. It was Yu Guang. He didn't expect Yu Guang to appear here. In the shortest time, whether it was Yang Ling or the girls of Long Enyu, they were quickly thinking about a question. Didn't Yu Guang explode before? In that situation, if he could still survive, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle, but it was definitely as difficult as ascending to the sky. But now he appeared again. Although looking at Yu Guang's appearance, he was in blue and green clothes and covered in blood, Yang Ling and others still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. They had not forgotten that when Yu Guang first appeared before, he had drawn a miserable girl's appearance as a clone. Who knew if the Yu Guang in front of him would still be a clone? Did he appear? Is it to test a few of us? I must first figure out the situation. Yang Ling forcibly stabilized his mind. At this moment, his spirit was highly concentrated. He had to confirm whether the one who appeared in front of him was Yu Guang's main body or a clone. Long Enyu and others felt hairy. Is this Yu Guang so persistent? Could it be that she used some means to escape last time? Because she was not satisfied, she used some means to lock onto our group, and now she is taking advantage of this time to chase after us here, and take revenge or something. I dare not think about it anymore. No matter what the situation is, Long Enyu, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Ling Nan all suffocated their weapons and entered a state of preparation at the first time. But at the same time, something that Yang Lin and the 5 people could not have imagined suddenly appeared. At this moment, Yu Guang looked at this side as if he had seen a ghost. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes, and his expression was pale, as if he was scrambling and fleeing in a panic. Huh? He ran away like this. He is considered an old acquaintance anyway at that time. We will be frightened by the spiritual man he hates and despises. He quickly said, Sister, although you usually say I'm stupid, I will never tell outsiders about this kind of thing, or that pet egg. I definitely won't tell outsiders. I don't want to be despised and hated by Brother Qianba. Yes, that's right. And it's not early, let's go to the ancient book. He said the journey is far, and he will take the opportunity to return to Dragon Gate tonight. After Yang Ling sent off the dragon girl and little Lori Ling Nan, he returned to his temporary residence. Now only he, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Sun Yanji knew that they would return to Dragon Gate tonight. He must have asked Sun Yanji about this question. Sun Yanji went back to Uncle Shu and said that Yaohu is near. Originally, even if it is the industry of our guild, everything here is naturally the family's. He and Granny Gui are busy with the departure of the high-level forces of Brother Song, so if we want to leave, we have to wait until tomorrow. Yang Lin doesn't care about this. This newcomer battle has been very rewarding. Confusedly obtained a dragon girl and little Lori, leveled up 5 levels, and also obtained a beautiful girl pet plus Nirvana body. Just thinking about it makes me feel that these things are quite dreamy. Yan Yu is in a good mood, not to mention leaving tomorrow. She doesn't care if she stays for a few more days. But there are also things that she cares about. In fact, until now, she is still worried about the new moon saintess of the Mao Tuo sect. Who would have thought that the star moon saintess would run over in the middle of the night to have a good time with herself? After it was over, the star moon saintess not only used some method to make herself temporarily forget the bedsheet memory, but even ran away quickly. Can you say that you don't care about this? Yang Lin was quite confused. According to his feeling towards the star moon saintess at the time, he must know her, and that kind of knowing is deeply rooted in the bone marrow and soul. Not to mention his heartless sky eye, it was given to him by the star moon saintess. But when did he meet her? Could it be 18 years ago? But at that time, he had just been born for a short time. He must ask his parents carefully when he returns to Yancheng to see them, to see if his parents have any impression and memory of the star moon saintess. In addition, Sun Yanji also asked Yang Ling, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian another question. It is obviously inappropriate for Yang Ling and the others to return to the newcomer base with their levels. Because the level is too high and they have undergone secondary evolution, they will not get experience in the vicinity, and they will not even lose a hair. So he really wanted to know whether Yang Lin and the others would immediately choose to return to Yancheng for a half-month vacation after arriving at the base. Yang Lin, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian all knew it well. Sister Nianji, we will definitely stay at the base for a while. That's right, I want to stay at the base for a while like Sister Meng. Although Sun Yanji was delighted, she still tried to remain calm and said, You can't go to the vicinity, what are you doing at the base? Yang Lin said with a dark face, Aren't you afraid that someone will feel lonely when we leave? Who is lonely? Don't talk nonsense. Okay. After returning to the base, Meng Meng and Qianqian and I will fly back to Yancheng. Nianji, you will spend half a month by yourself at the newcomer base. Sun Yanji was anxious, her face flushed red, although she didn't say anything, but a pair of hands secretly clenched Yang Lin's clothes tightly. Look, Nianji's skin is too thin. She obviously wants the 3 of them to stay, but she is too embarrassed to say it. Hearing that the 3 of them are leaving, she is sad again. But I have to say that this look is really cute. Anyway, Yang Lin loves it to death. Don't worry, Nianji, we won't leave. We will accompany you for half a month. Although we can't go to the vicinity, you can find us a few ordinary level scrolls, right? Yes. And when you have time, you should also guide Meng Meng and Qianqian. Otherwise I'm afraid they will only focus on having fun and forget the essence. Yes, I'll listen to you. Nianji, there's one more thing. What's the matter? Yang Ling saw that Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were chatting about other things very intently, so he leaned close to Sun Yanji's ear and said something in a low voice. Soon Sun Yanji gently punched Yang Ling in the chest with great coquettishness, adding, Shameless. I won't let you get it easily. Yang Ling's eyes were full of fine blood. Easy or not, we'll see the real chapter in action. And also on this night, when Yang Ling and Xu Meng were watching variety shows until very late, and it was time to go back to the bedroom to sleep, an unexpected person called. It was Xu Guan. Yang Ling didn't expect that this brother Xu would call him when he was sleeping. And to say that after Xu Guan came to Huashu City and Yaohu, Yang Ling laughed a lot when he heard about this old brother's heroic deeds. Obviously his father, He Gu Feihong, was a deadly enemy, but who would have thought this brother Shu was so promising that he abducted the daughter of his father's deadly enemy? Just thinking about it makes me feel funny. But don't get me wrong, Shu Guan said that he abducted her, but in fact, the two of them are in free love and married. The above things are just mentioned casually. And Yang Lin is really curious about what Shu Guan is calling for at this time. By the way, he wants to confirm some things. The phone was quickly connected. Little brother, I heard my dad say that you are coming back tomorrow, is that right? Yes, that's right. Brother, are you calling so late just for this? Not just for this, actually, I have a big surprise waiting for you here. A big surprise? That's right, a super big surprise. Of course, don't ask this time, otherwise there will be no surprise. Yang Lin sweated and said, okay, I'll witness the big surprise you gave me after I get to the base. At this time, Yang Lin was just about to ask about his confusion, but Shu Guan took the lead in changing the topic. Little brother, let me ask you, how are you and Nianji now? Have you got him? Brother, I really want to ask you about this. Earlier in the base group chat, the photos and messages of me and Nianji were all made by you, right? Hey, Shu Guan pretended to be courteous and said a few times, little brother, am I not doing this for your own good? Look, Nianji is beautiful and has a good family background. I'm just helping you be a matchmaker. Are you going to blame your brother now? Hey, how can I blame my brother? Nianji is very good and very cute. I like her very much. I was also saying that I would go back and thank you. That's great. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say these words? No, brother, wait a minute, why are you the most excited about the development between me and Nianji? Oh, I'm excited, mainly because I think you are a good match. A beauty loves a hero, and a hero loves a beauty. I'm anxious if I don't put you together. Shu Guan certainly wouldn't tell Yang Lin the truth, saying that the main reason he did this was to want a vacation. If he really said it, wouldn't he be spat on by Yang Ling and Sun Nianji? After figuring out this matter, Yang Ling was quite concerned about the big surprise that Shu Guan said. He was also thinking about trying to get some information from Shu Guan, hoping to discover a little bit of information beforehand. However, Shu Guan's mouth was very tight. No matter how Yang Ling tried to get information, he didn't reveal any information at all. Little brother, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Wait until tomorrow. You'll know after you come back tomorrow. Alas, okay, then I'll wait until tomorrow. But brother, don't waste my feelings. Don't tell me it's just a joke after I've been looking forward to it for a day. Don't worry, brother won't joke with you. Just enjoy this surprise when the time comes. Then the two sides ended the call. Anyway, Yang Ling's mind was full of the big surprise that Shu Guan said. It was with the expectation of a big surprise that Yang Ling went to bed. Although he had been singing and advancing smoothly in the scroll space copy, and had received great rewards, it was really tiring. Yang Ling must have a good sleep, after closing his eyes now to quickly make up for the surprise. It's just that even she herself doesn't know how long she slept. Suddenly, she felt like her whole person was weightless. The next moment, her whole person was floating in the void. What's going on? Aren't I sleeping? This feeling of weightlessness and dizziness, am I dreaming? Yang Ling tried hard to figure out the situation around him. After spending a little time, his whole person's state finally stabilized. At this time, he saw a figure vaguely appearing in the white void. He was too familiar with that figure. Almost subconsciously, he shouted, "New Moon Saintess Lu Xiao." Seeing that he didn't get a response, Yang Ling controlled his state and quickly approached the other party. But he never expected that just when he came to the New Moon Saintess Lu Xiao, Just as he stretched out his hand to touch everything in front of him, everything suddenly became clear like a wave of clouds. It was also at this time that young Lin realized that he was actually suspended in the sky, and below him was a grey-red, magnificent, and incomparably prosperous night city. The whole city was too big. It's not so prosperous, right? Moreover, looking at the appearance below, the technology is by no means ordinary, and it can be said to have reached the point of subverting imagination. If I could go down and take a look. As soon as he thought about it, young Lin immediately found himself falling rapidly. But before he could react, the fall stopped, and the prosperous night city below instantly changed. He didn't know what happened, but at this time, the city had begun to be riddled with holes, only because he also saw various fighters and grand battleships in the void that he couldn't name. The two sides were fighting fiercely. It didn't take long for the city to disappear, leaving only weak ruins. And looking at the distance, it wasn't just one city that was like this. Almost all hells have been affected. Is this a war? When did it happen? It seems that there is no such record in the Alliance history. Even the warships in fantasy have come out. Has technology in history reached such a level? Although he was puzzled, seeing the impact and destruction suffered by the world below, young Lin's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. Even if he wasn't anything, he wasn't a compassionate person. But watching the prosperous city and the grand world being destroyed, and countless humans lingering like pigs and dogs, as a human being, his heart couldn't be unmoved. And then? What will happen then? I don't know how long it took, just like a glance of 10,000 years. Slowly, in the ruins where young Lin's vision was located, he saw humans struggling to survive again. Then, based on the bottom of the current location, he saw countless people beginning to gather in the ruined city below. Is this to rebuild the city? But the world has already been broken into this state, can it really be built? Looking around, there are not many resources that can be used in the world of Soki. Even the most basic land has almost all been decided by the third ruler. Under this circumstance, let alone construction and development, can the most basic planting be maintained? It's difficult to keep people from starving to death. I don't know how long I watched it. Young Lin himself didn't know. He only saw the ruins below bit by bit, and actually gathered more and more survivors. They gathered from all over the world. And in the dark, young Lin also got some intelligence information, as if it were instinct. These humans who came here are the last hope of the world. And what they are now gathering together to create is also the last glorious city of mankind. The city is built first, relying on the advanced technology initially left behind. Although it can't reach the point of glory and prosperity, it temporarily uses various soilless cultivation and planting. It still allows these people to have a basis for survival. It's just that should it be said that misfortunes never come singly, or is it the end of the world? The Hope City that was originally built has not been good for a while. Hot volcanoes and earthquakes occur frequently, causing a large number of humans who have developed a little bit to lose again. It seems that there is still a tendency to intensify. What should I do? This question is not only what young Lin is thinking about now, but also what the surviving humans have to consider. Then, in young Lin's witness, the remaining humans in the difficult environment in the last city of hope, they built a Tower of Babel. That's right, it's the Tower of Babel. I don't know what this tower is for, but I can see that with countless people shedding blood and sweat, the Tower of Babel is getting higher and finally goes straight into the clouds. At the same time, young Lin also saw batches of scientific researchers and staff working hard in it day and night. And then, just when young Lin was curious about what these humans wanted to do by building the Tower of Babel, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear, young Lin, are you still sleeping? Get up, be careful that your whole person grows on the bed, and becomes a lazy god. It was Xu Meng. Why is he here too? Maybe it was because he suddenly wanted to wake up. At this time, the Tower of Babel in Yang Lin's eyes was tending to be blurred. But he really wanted to know what the Tower of Babel was, so he instinctively grabbed the scene that was about to disappear. Stupid, then he felt that he seemed to have touched something delicate and indescribable. You guy, I kindly called you to get up, but you want to bully me, Meng Meng. Yang Lin woke up and looked at his little green plum, Xu Meng, with a flushed face. He couldn't help but have a black line on his face. So it really is Meng. So what? Is this your reason for bullying me early in the morning? Xu Meng said while tidying up the clothes in front of him, with a somewhat superior expression. Meng Meng, don't get me wrong. I was dreaming just now. Let me tell you, I also saw the Tower of Babel in my dream. It's quite strange. Yang Lin, what are you talking about? What Tower of Babel? There is no such thing. But I really saw it. Okay, you saw it. You're talking nonsense early in the morning. What Tower of Babel? If you don't get up again. Halfway through the sentence, Xu Meng looked at Yang Lin, who lifted the quilt. After being stunned for 3 seconds, he turned around with a whoosh. While running out in a panic, he continued, get up quickly, wash up, tidy up, and eat. We'll take the opportunity to return to Lieshan later. Get up is get up, what are you running so fast for? It makes it seem like I have ulterior motives for you. Obviously Xu Meng's people can't be seen anymore, but his voice still came into the bedroom. You know whether you have ulterior motives yourself. Don't be shameless early in the morning. Yang Lin was speechless. What is this? Forget it, get up first, wash up, tidy up, and eat. Then ask Nianji about the Tower of Babel to see if he knows. In addition, today is the day to return to the Lieshan base, so after Yang Lin finished tidying up and eating breakfast, it was time to go to the tarmac to leave. Because he was still worried about the things in the dream, so Yang Lin simply pulled Sun Nianji to his side and sat with him. As for Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, they were side by side so that they could chat easily. At this time, Yang Lin opened his mouth and said, Nianji, I had a dream last night, and I have a lot of confusion, so I want to ask you something. Hearing that Yang Lin had a dream, not to mention Sun Nianji, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian were curious. Yang Lin, what dream did you have? Brother Yang, what dream did you have? Why do you look so solemn? Being questioned by Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, Yang Lin responded, how should I say it? It's a bit complicated. I seem to dream about the earliest time. At first, I thought it was the Alliance's development history, but in the end, I realized that it didn't seem to be very strange. Sun Nianji smiled and said, then what kind of dream is it? Let me put it simply, I arrived in a place with incredibly advanced technology in my dream. The cities there surpass the current cities by at least 10 times, no, 15 times more than that. There are hundreds of floors of skyscrapers, and all kinds of luxurious vehicles shuttling back and forth. Especially at night, the lights are bright and as bright as day. This Sun Nianji, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian didn't know how to respond. Everyone has had dreams like this. In their opinion, Yang Lin may have imagined future cities or something like that. But listening to Yang Lin continue, it's just a pity that after the war started, there were fairy-like fighters everywhere in the sky, and even the sky battleships in comics and movies came out. In the end, the world was basically destroyed. Okay, the 3 girls, Sun Nianji, all entered a state where they couldn't hold back. Yang Lin, you're quite sympathetic. Sun Nianji didn't want to dampen Yang Lin's enthusiasm and said, you wouldn't have had a hero dream of saving the world when you were a child, right? Nianji, I'm very serious, and Meng Meng and Qianqian, I'm not kidding you. But Brother Yang, isn't that just a dream? Absolutely not a simple dream. You may not know that in the beginning of the dream, I saw the star moon Saintess Lu Xiao. It's only now that I understand that everything I saw seems to be her guidance to me. It's just a pity that she didn't pay attention to me at the time, and I don't know what she wanted me to see those pictures for. Hearing that the star moon Saintess also appeared, Sun Yanji and the others couldn't help but pay attention. Yang Lin, you weren't seduced by him again, were you? Nianji, why do you ask that? Why else? He can do that to you at night. Who knows if he's guiding you in your dream with good intentions? Don't worry about this. Even if I say he's guiding me, it's just my unilateral subjective guess. But the dream itself is very real, and I also saw a Tower of Babel at the end of the dream. The Tower of Babel, that's right, that Tower of Babel seems to be the last hope of mankind. In the end, many scientific researchers were studying something in it. It's just a pity that I didn't get to see the end. At this time, Sun Yanji subconsciously looked at Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, mainly because he had never heard of the Tower of Babel. Whether it was the cities under the current alliance, or the dozen or so space cities in the space battlefield, he had never heard of such an existence. As for Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian, they also shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know what this thing was. Yang Lin, so your current confusion is that I'm confused about whether this thing exists in the alliance, and what exactly does this thing do? No, I haven't heard of it or received any relevant information. And you said earlier that it's very prosperous, but as far as I know, the alliance seems to have just entered its strongest state not long ago. So what you saw in your dream doesn't seem to be history, maybe it's the future. Yang Lin was puzzled and said, if it's the future, it doesn't seem like it. Because the land in the superscale war world has basically been destroyed, and the climate has changed. It's impossible for humans to plant without hundreds, or even thousands of years of adjustment. Humans will be extinct in 1 or 200 years under that kind of situation. Yang Lin, Xu Meng said at this time, is there a possibility that it's a world you imagined yourself, or a space? I don't know either. If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you. What I'm most entangled in now is that Tower of Babel. Obviously, humans have fallen to that point, but they have gathered all the last technology to build a tower and then go to do research. You say that if the world is on the verge of extinction, what can humans research to save themselves? This, who knows? We are not scientific researchers. Sun Yanji and the others couldn't guess what those people wanted to do. Forget it, it seems that my question is indeed profound. If I can see the star moon Saintess one day, maybe he can solve my doubts. As for now, let's not dwell on dreams and find another topic to chat about. And to talk about other topics, of course, it's Xu Guan's phone call yesterday. Don't let me tell you 3. Brother Xu called last night and said that there will be a big surprise when we go back today, but in the end, he didn't tell me what the big surprise was. I didn't get any information out of him. It's okay not to mention Xu Guan. As soon as Xu Guan was mentioned, Sun Yanji almost exploded. What big surprise can that kind of person give you? He can't give you another girl, right? Nianji, look at you, you're still angry with Brother Xu. If it weren't for him, could our relationship be like it is now? Sun Yanji was still a little unconvinced. I should thank him, but when I think of his hateful face, I can't help but want to beat him up. Don't. If you really beat him up, wouldn't it make us look very affectionate? Nianji, you have to learn to be grateful. Okay, I'll listen to you and let him go. Is that right? If it weren't for Brother Xu doing his best, Nianji, maybe you would still be glaring at me and looking at me coldly. Where would there be the sweetness and sourness of this moment? Sun Yanji was angry and said, so that's what I'm like in your heart. What do you think? When we first met, Your aura was aggressive and the way you looked at people was cold. At that time, I was thinking that this woman would definitely not be able to marry. Whoever marries her would be unlucky. Pu Kai, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian next to him couldn't help but laugh silently when they heard this. Su Nianji's cheeks flushed red, and she stared at Yang Lin angrily and said, "Then why did you approach me? Can't I want to take revenge on you? Look, isn't it good now? The longer I get along with you, the more I feel that Nianji is cute. Hey, I'm really sorry, you're going to be unlucky in the future. It's okay, I'm not afraid. But Nianji, you can't run away. Who told you to fall into my hands? HMPH, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you." The transport plane arrived at the Lieshan newcomer base at a score of 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Needless to say, the person who picked up the plane was Xu Guan. He first had some simple small talk with his father Xu Zhengdao and Granny Gui before returning to Yang Lin's side. "Little brother, I miss you so much." "Brother, don't think about the big surprise first." "Little brother, look at you, there must be a big surprise, but not now. You have to wait until tomorrow at least, right? This time, the most important thing I should do is to help you settle down and wash away the dust." Without saying a word, Xu Guan sent Yang Lin and the others to the private room of the cafeteria. But Yang Lin was worried about the big surprise. While Su Nianji, Xu Meng, and Wang Qianqian were chatting, he privately inquired, "Brother, are you really not teasing me? One day is not enough for you to prepare a big surprise. Do you know that I've been looking forward to it all the way?" I know. But little brother, let me tell you, my big surprise is extraordinary. It's not appropriate to show it at this point. You have to be patient for a while. How about we meet at the tea house at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?" Seeing that Xu Guan had said it to this point, Yang Lin could only nod and agree. Although he still didn't know what the big surprise was, but then Xu Guan told him another more private matter. The reason why it's said to be private is that it mainly involves Su Nianji. "Little brother, do you still remember that I mentioned earlier that there is an executive in the guild headquarters named Liu Qianwu?" Hearing Xu Guan ask this, Yang Lin thought for a while and replied, "I remember, you said that he is naturally charming and wherever he goes, men and women can't move when they see him." "That's right, I guarantee you that Qianwu does have this kind of charm. It's hard for anyone to not be moved when they see him." Yang Lin was greedy and said, "So what? What does it have to do with me?" "It has too much to do with you. Do you know that recently Qianwu has been showing great interest after knowing about your various affairs with Nianji at the base?" "Brother, can't you use a proper word? What do you mean by various affairs? Isn't that because you were messing around with photos in the group?" "Little brother, that's not important. What's important is that Qianwu seems to be a little restless when he hears that Nianji is on good terms with you. Let's put it this way, based on the grievances between him and Nianji, I feel that there is a great possibility that after the newcomer training ends, once you reach the headquarters, who knows how he will create an intersection with you. At that time, if you are infatuated with him or fall into his trap, there is a high probability that you will be directly drowned by Nianji. I don't even know him, and I haven't even seen his photos. Little brother, believe me, if you dare to have a relationship with Qianwu, Nianji will definitely kill you, I guarantee it. My words are definitely not alarmist. So what? So you have to be careful. It's okay how you mess with Nianji, but don't provoke Qianwu in the future. He has been constantly inquiring about you from me these days. I'm afraid for you now. Don't worry, brother, you've said it to this point. I have a sense of proportion in my heart. Even for Nianji, I will definitely not provoke her. Liu Qianwu is born with charm, and men and women are crazy about her." Xu Guan said seriously, "So Liu Qianwu has become a disaster for the country and the people in Yang Lin's heart. But in modern times, she is just talking about it. From the bottom of her heart, she really doesn't think that kind of woman can have anything to do with her. On the first day of returning to the Lieshen base, Shu Guan's dust-washing banquet was very good. There were not many opportunities to enjoy the food during the days of the newcomer station, so naturally the dust-washing banquet made Yang Lin quite happy. But what made Yang Lin even more concerned was the big surprise that Shu Guan was going to give him at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. This 1,000 rebellions and 10,000 rebellions lasted until 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. After Yang Lin tied it up in Soki, he went to the tea house on a street to keep the appointment with excitement. Because he came early, Shu Guan hadn't arrived yet, but Yang Lin wasn't in a hurry. He casually ordered a pot of tea. By the way, he ordered a plate of peanuts and a plate of melon seeds. But what he never expected was that the waitress here was actually an acquaintance who had supported him a few times. Qi Xiaowan, why are you here? Lightning Strike Squad Captain Qi Xiaowan had said before that this girl's strength was not ordinary. The 12 daggers pinned on her snow-white thighs were deadly, and they were not used for joking. To say that this girl came here to be a waitress for a little bit of points, Yang Lin wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Especially when Qi Xiaowan came to serve tea, it was like a glimpse of a startled goose walking out of time, and people who saw him couldn't help but take a few more glances. A modified ancient costume dress, especially the skirt on the lower body, is shorter than the traditional one, which perfectly shows her slender and beautiful legs. Thinking of Xiaowan's already somewhat weak appearance, she is now dressed like this. Coupled with the waves in her eyes, it can be said to be charming. I see you, Lian. The most important point is that Qi Xiaowan's 12 daggers have always been on her thighs, so no matter where he appears, it often makes many boys look at his skirt. Even if he is wearing ancient costumes now, the skirt that is just right, and not too long, is still suggestive because of the 12 daggers. As for Qi Xiaowan seeing Yang Lin, he didn't seem surprised. I heard from Deputy Officer Shu earlier that you like to come here for tea when you have nothing to do. It turns out it's true. Drinking tea is just a pastime. I'm just curious why you're still working as a waitress here. Where are your teammates? Regarding Yang Lin's question, Qi Xiaowan replied generously, the newcomer teams are all temporary teams. As for the Lightning Strike Squad, because we have all passed the 20th episode and there is no experience in going to the vicinity, the 4 of them chose to return to Yancheng for vacation after the team disbanded. As for me, I don't plan to go back for the time being, so I came to the tea house to work as a waitress when I have nothing to do. So that's how it is. Yang Lin suddenly realized, I said your team is not bad, how can you not be short of points? It turns out you want to find something to do for yourself. Yes, that's it. Yang Lin, the tea and water have been served. If you need anything, just call me at any time. Okay, I know. Then Qi Xiaowan returned to the front desk to wait for new guests. Yang Lin, on the other hand, slowly drank tea, peeling peanuts and carving melon seeds one after another. However, it was already 10 past 10, and Shu Guan still hadn't brought him a big surprise. He couldn't help but dial Shu Guan's phone number. I'm sorry, the user you are calling is not available. Please try again later. Yang Lin was a little speechless. He said he would meet at the tea house, but now he can't be found. What is brother Shu busy with now? When a few more minutes passed, Yang Lin dialed Shu Guan's number again. After still no one answered, he simply called Sun Yanji. After asking, he found out that Shu Guan seemed to be dealing with some matters in the reconnaissance section, and asked if he wanted to notify the reconnaissance section doctor for him. Regarding this, Yang Lin felt that brother Shu was busy now, and it was inappropriate for him to urge him to keep the appointment like an idle person. Then he might as well wait a little longer in case he contacted him again. In this way, Yang Lin slowly drank tea for another 20 minutes. He didn't wait for Xu Guan, but waited for Qi Xiaowan, who came to add tea. Yang Lin, are you waiting for someone? I see that your tea is almost halfway through after such a long time. I'll help you refill it. Okay, then thank you. Qi Xiaowan smiled lightly and said, You're welcome. While carrying the teapot, she came over to refill the tea. But who would have thought that if she wasn't careful, the girl's leg would touch the side corner of the booth, and her whole person would lean forward and fall over. The situation happened too suddenly. Yang Lin was sitting in the booth and didn't have time to get up, but Qi Xiaowan's face almost completely fell into Yang Lin's legs. This made Yang Lin almost embarrassed. If outsiders saw this posture, they would misunderstand. Are you okay? Thank you, Yang Lin. If you hadn't held me, I guess my knees would have hit the ground. Don't mention these things. I see that the tea seems to be on your arm. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just slightly red. I'll go back and apply some ointment. Qi Xiaowan stood up with a red face and bowed to Yang Lin again to express her apology. Then she went back to the back room to deal with the burn. The above things were purely an interlude. Yang Lin was very surprised that Qi Xiaowan was working as a waitress here, but because the two of them were not very familiar, so even if he helped Qi Xiaowan, he didn't take it to heart. It was also 5 minutes after this incident that Xu Guan finally called. Little brother, I'm really sorry. I originally wanted to go to the tea house to meet you earlier, but I suddenly had a fire here, and I couldn't leave at all. Brother, you're so busy. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy. I don't even have time, so little brother, don't blame me. How about we go to the hot spring on a street tomorrow afternoon? I'll apologize to you in person. It's not that I'm busy, wife, I'm innocent, you can't just make things up. When you called and told me to get my butt over to Ugly Ox Hollow, I ran faster than anyone. How can you say I was attracted to the blood enchantress? Then where's the sealing scroll? Ah, you lost it. Old Yang, why don't you lose yourself too? Wife, I'm really wronged, that sealing scroll really is lost. Wasn't it all for you back then? I just sealed it casually, and then even I don't know where I dropped the scroll. Zhongyu is glaring at him. He stared at Yang Ji for a long time before finally saying, looks like you're not lying. I believe you. Yang Ji wanted to cry but had no tears. Wife, how many years have we been together? For you, I haven't had even a hint of flirtation with any other woman in my life. You suspecting me now makes me feel very uncomfortable, you know. Can't I make a joke? When did I say I didn't believe you? I really didn't suspect you. What I'm really concerned about is the situation on the space front and Mount Lee. Old Yang, haven't you noticed that the aura sensed at the front and on Mount Lee is the same? Yang Ji pondered for a while, then said, I roughly understand what's going on. What's going on? Someone on Mount Lee may have moved the scroll that sealed the blood enchantress's core essence. Now someone suddenly broke into it and startled the blood enchantress's main body outside the front line. That's why there's such a commotion, right? What then? What are you going to do? Don't panic. Since the sealing scroll has been opened, it means that whoever entered it must be our son. No one else has my inherited essence to activate that seal. Yang Ji, it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said that, Zhongyu immediately got anxious again. You old Yang, our son entered the scroll that sealed the blood enchantress's core essence, and you're actually. Yang Ji was helpless. Wife, I told you not to get anxious, why can't you understand human language? Since it's a scroll that I sealed, even if it's lost, as long as it's opened, I can track it down and mobilize the source at any time. Divine Sovereign Heavenly General, if I sense that things aren't going well inside, don't worry, I'll personally bring our son out. Zhongyu finally felt much more at ease. You said it yourself. If anything happens to our son, old Yang, you can watch me fight you to the death. I know, my stinky wife, you. Who are you calling stinky wife? Believe it or not, I'll drown you right now. Okay, I was wrong, I apologize to you, okay. As for now, calm down and observe the situation. If necessary, we'll both consider how to take action. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I'm telling you in advance, if anything happens to our son, I'm not done with you. I know, wife, I understand. At the same time, it had been nearly 7 hours since Yang Lin, Xu Meng, and their group entered the scroll space. In the room of the Sai Shimen twin sisters, the elder sister, Qin Mu Cheng, who was originally resting and sleeping, suddenly woke up. The younger sister, Qin Mu Ying, was studying some dungeon strategies and things to pay attention to by the bed. Sister, you're awake. Mu Ying, I feel Lang Jun is summoning me. Another big drop of sweat slid down the back of Qin Mu Ying's head. She just couldn't understand her sister. How obsessed is she with the so-called Lang Jun? But looking at her sister's current condition, for some reason, her complexion is rosy, much better than her previous sickly appearance. Mu Ying, I feel like I can easily unfold the water mirror. Lang Jun needs me. Sister, are you running a fever? Have you forgotten that your water mirror incantation only works on me? And are you sure your water mirror can lock onto a complete stranger? Good Mu Ying, he's not a stranger, he's our Lang Jun. In the future, we'll both be serving him, so even if I haven't met him, my instinct tells me that I can definitely lock onto him. Qin Mu Ying didn't know what to say. Her sister is sick. She's almost gone crazy for a so-called destined Lang Jun. However, the next situation actually exceeded her younger sister's understanding. Before she could even stop her, Qin Mu Ying clearly saw her sister first point in the void, and then lock onto a scroll space dungeon. She could clearly see a man was leading 3 delicate and beautiful girls, constantly clearing out monsters. Qin Mu Ying looked closely. Putting aside the fact that 1 man and 3 women were in some scroll space, the space itself was filled with blood and miasma. Even through the water mirror, she could feel the fierce aura within. Where is this? Good Mu Ying, where it is doesn't matter, but I saw Lang Jun. It's him, he's our Lang Jun. Sister, you can find your own Lang Jun, but don't help me find one. Good Mu Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? Did we not say before that we would serve 1 Lang Jun? Sister, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to take a good look at Lang Jun. Just as Qin Mu Cheng was concentrating all her attention on the man's figure in the crystal display, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then she saw her father rushing in with a look of anxiety. Mu Cheng, Mu Ying, something big has happened. I need to go online now. Qin Ming, the father of the twin sisters, originally came to notify his two daughters that he needed to attend an online emergency meeting, and if his two daughters had anything to do, they could temporarily go to the elders of the Saishi men for help. But when his gaze fell on the crystal screen in the room, he was so surprised that his mind went blank in an instant. Qin Ming knew that his daughter Qin Mu Cheng was physically weak and chronically ill, but he also knew that this daughter's profession was quite strange and unpredictable. Guan Jing, that was his daughter Qin Mu Cheng's profession. She could see some strange things through the water mirror, and she could also trigger some miracle-like things through the water mirror. To describe it specifically, he, as a father, might not be able to express it, but to say that he was used to seeing things like a team acting in a scroll space through his daughter Qin Mu Cheng's water mirror. At least in this family, in the cognition of him as a father, and he didn't feel strange. But this time was different, because Qin Ming saw someone through the water mirror, who he had been very concerned about recently, that was Yang Lin. As the master of the Saishi men, although he had not personally gone to Huashu City and Yahoo recently, his subordinates had reported about Yang Lin one after another. Yang Lin's battlefield reaction ability was unmatched. Yang Lin easily hooked up with the Zhengu Dragon Girl of the Dragon Gate. Yang Lin's file was the top secret of the Greed Wolf, and he had enough strength to crush the Dragon Girl, and even easily captured the Sin he encountered nearby, and so on. He had been hearing these news about Yang Lin recently, so naturally he must have received the various photos of Yang Lin that his subordinates had sent back. So now, when he saw Yang Lin's figure displayed on the crystal screen, Qin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. As for further understanding the situation of the scroll space displayed by the crystal, her shock climbed to 10,000 points again. Her daughter Qin Mu Cheng's crystal had the ability to observe in real time like ordinary image videos, and could also clearly detect various related information of the scroll itself, including monsters. As it was now, after seeing Yang Lin leading 3 delicate girls killing a large number of incredible monsters, she, as a father, didn't react for a long time. It clearly showed a level 25 ordinary scroll space dungeon, but the level 25 Dragon Creek warriors appearing in the crystal actually had more than 200,000 health and several thousand attack power. Was this definitely an ordinary scroll space dungeon? Was it definitely not an error in the content displayed by her daughter's crystal? Mu Cheng, is the intelligence information on your crystal correct? Dad, my view mirror incantation can't be wrong. Isn't this absurd? A level 25 Dragon Creek warrior, at most has 20,000 health, and an attack power of 1,000 is already quite good, but now it's too outrageous, right? Hearing her father say this, Qin Mu Ying asked at this time, Dad, don't you have very urgent things to do? How do you still have time to pay attention to my sister's water mirror? Qin Ming calmed himself down, then heard him reply, I do have important things, but before I say it, do you know who the boy displayed in the water mirror is? Before her younger sister Qin Mu Ying could shake her head, her elder sister Qin Mu Cheng had already excitedly said, Dad, he's Mayan Mu Ying's Lang Jun. Hey, Mu Cheng, do you know what you're saying? Dad, you believe me, my instinct and fate tell me that he's Mayan my sister's Lang Jun, there's no mistake. Her younger sister Qin Mu Ying was speechless at this moment. After all, her sister had always been like this, wanting a man for herself, she had to drag her along. At this time, she was still planning to ask her father for help, wanting her father to talk to her sister properly. Who would have thought that her father's face would suddenly become extremely serious? Mu Cheng, whether he's your Lang Jun or not, I don't know, but I'm very clear about his identity. Dad, what's Lang Jun's identity? Qin Muying also asked curiously. Isn't it? Dad, you also know this man's identity. Yes, his name is Yang Lin, a super rookie with a top-secret file in the Greed Wolf Guild. You may not know that Zheng Guo's dragon girl, who caused a lot of noise some time ago, is infatuated with him and has become his girlfriend. Moreover, this man is very strong. In Yahoo, he led 4 rookies to kill thousands of monsters in one fell swoop, and even forced the suddenly appearing Sin to self-destruct. Her younger sister Qin Muying was stunned after hearing her father's words. Her elder sister Qin Mucheng was undoubtedly even more excited after hearing these words. Dad, so Lang Jun is so amazing. I knew my Lang Jun wasn't an ordinary person, and he can even kill Sin. How strong. Mucheng, didn't you hear just now? Dad said he has a girlfriend. Dad, does that have anything to do with him being my Lang Jun? Qin Ming, as a father, didn't know how to answer after being asked by his daughter like this. It was because he had been listening to his daughter saying Lang Jun for so long that he himself had gotten used to it. It was just that now his daughter suddenly said that Lang Jun was still that Yang Lin, which made her mood quite complicated. Also, in order not to make this daughter who was sick in bed sad, Qin Ming didn't explain so much. At the same time, after learning that his daughter said that the crystal display information was completely correct, she put more attention on Yang Lin in the picture. The so-called rare opportunity had always heard his subordinates say that Yang Lin was a monster that day, so why not take the opportunity to see and understand him well? And as the Dragon Creek warrior group in the crystal fought with Yang Lin's team for a period of time, Qin Ming, the master of the Saishi men, found it difficult to not have a clear understanding of Yang Lin. Monster, he really deserves to be a monster. Is this the on-the-spot kill? Moreover, his restriction ability is actually able to be exaggerated to such an extent even when the monsters are super-armored, which is really incredible. Also, these monsters are actually comprehensively improved and obviously have anti-magic, but under his command, the attack of the entire team is so organized. He is a talent, just like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looks at him, the more satisfied he is. Do you think Lang Jun is very powerful? Yes, he is indeed very powerful, but the rumors are not false. He is the core of this team. Without him, even if the other 3 teammates are very powerful, they can't last long. Dad, you said he is a member of the Greed Wolf Guild, then. Then can you help me propose marriage later? My sister and I want to marry Lang Jun together. Qin Ming was shocked. At the same time, her younger sister Qin Muying said anxiously with a red face, Sister, don't just think of one thing and do it. I'm still young, I don't plan to marry. Muying, don't you want to marry Lang Jun with me? Also, Dad, why do you look so surprised? You are the master of the Saishi men, proposing marriage shouldn't be difficult, right? Qin Ming wiped his cold sweat and said, This? How should I say it? Yang Lin's identity is confidential. Currently, the entire Alliance high level knows of his existence, so I don't know how many Forces girls want to get in touch with him. So Mu Cheng, even if you say you want Dad to propose marriage for you, this matter is also very difficult. It's okay. My key ability tells me that he is my Lang Jun, there's no mistake. So even if many people like him, he will definitely marry me. Seeing that his daughter was so expectant and happy, as a father, Qin Ming really didn't want to disappoint his daughter, who had been sick at home for a long time. Lang Jun, not Lang Jun, let's not talk about it first. It's rare to see my daughter so happy, let's just verbally agree first, and then talk about the subsequent things later. Okay. Then I'll go and mention this to the president of the Greed Wolf Guild. Thank you, Dad. Qin Mucheng was happy now, but her younger sister Qin Muying was not happy at all, because she didn't plan to serve a man with her sister in the future. However, She also knew that her father was temporarily appeasing her sister, so she didn't plan to continue arguing with her sister about marrying together for now. After that, the three people's gazes all returned to the crystal. And as Yang Lin and his group continued to kill towards the top of the Crimson Highland, the team encountered a new group of monsters again. Typhoon, level 25, crazy bull warriors carrying big machetes appeared in large numbers, close to 40. Not to mention their health, each one broke through a terrifying 400,000. This scene made Qin Ming, the master of the sect, couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. So exaggerated, can this team still cope with the monster group that day as easily as before? Also, the duration of the anti-magic ability on these monsters is becoming more and more entangled, but the interval is becoming shorter and shorter. Thus, it also represents that the attack ability of this team will be greatly reduced. The fact is just as he thought, because of being restricted by Typhoon's anti-magic, even if Yang Lin's restriction ability greatly reduced the mobility and aggressiveness of these monsters, it must be much more tricky than before, right? I want to help Lang Jun. Suddenly, Qin Mu Cheng said this, and Qin Lin and Qin Mu Ying were both startled. Mu Cheng, I know you're worried, but I remember your ability can only be attached to Mu Ying, right? Yes, sister, don't mess around, otherwise you'll suffer a heavy blow if the attachment fails. Qin Mu Cheng shook her head and said confidently, he's my Lang Jun. My instinct tells me that my attachment ability can take effect on Lang Jun. Sister, are you really that sure? Yes, I believe it. It can only be said that Qin Mu Cheng's obsession with the so-called Lang Jun is too deep. Her father Qin Ming and her younger sister Qin Mu Ying wanted to stop her but found it difficult. In the next moment, they saw a clear light appear on Qin Mu Cheng's body, and then this clear light had been invested into the crystal. Qin Ming and Qin Mu Ying, who were present, knew the movement now was actually Qin Mu Cheng sending her divine soul to Yang Lin through the water mirror. When they saw Qin Mu Cheng's spiritual shadow appear behind Yang Lin in the water mirror, Qin Ming and Qin Mu Ying almost forgot to breathe. Mu Cheng, he actually attached successfully. Dad, is this Yang Lin really the husband destined for my sister? Mu Ying, now is not the time to say this. I don't know what strange space dungeon Yang Lin has entered, but I know that Mu Cheng is now attached to him. As long as something happens to Yang Lin, Mu Cheng will also die. This? What should we do? Dad, don't worry, let's observe first and see if my sister's attachment effect can link with this Yang Lin. There's only this way now. I hope it can take effect. After all, if something goes wrong with Yang Lin, Mu Cheng, Qin Ling didn't finish speaking. As a father, her eyes were fixed on the crystal. Qin Mu Ying was also afraid that something would happen to her sister, and she was worried. As for the next few minutes, when they saw the effect shown by Yang Lin linking with Qin Mu Cheng's attachment ability, Qin Ling and Qin Mu Ying were almost shocked. To tell the truth, let's switch the perspective back to Yang Lin's side. As she led her three girls closer and closer to the top of the mountain, the monsters that appeared continued to climb to new heights in terms of health, attack, and quantity. It was definitely difficult, because the comprehensive strength of the monsters had skyrocketed, and the damn anti-magic mechanism had too short intervals. The time it took for them to kill a batch of monsters now was longer than before, not to mention the difficulty was also conceivable. It was just that none of the four people, Yang Lin, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan, had expected that a bright light would suddenly appear in the field, and then they saw that behind Yang Lin, there was actually a beautiful, wandering, 18 or 19-year-old girl's spirit. That girl, although she was in a spiritual state, she was surrounded by a layer of soft light. Her face had a sweet smile, and her eyes, as beautiful as stars, were filled with surprise and happiness. As soon as she appeared, she quickly flew around Yang Lin twice, and then her whole body pounced into Yang Lin's arms. Lang Jun, I finally met you. But how should I say it? This girl was excited, but in the next moment, her spirit passed through Yang Lin's body. It was obvious that the spirit could not touch the physical body. This situation made the misty girl's eyes start to well up with tears. As for asking what Yang Lin and the others thought, who would have expected to add a spirit? Moreover, that pleasant, melodious, and moving Lang Jun almost made Yang Lin's body go limp. However, for Yang Lin, the appearance of the spirit girl was not the point. The point was that the feedback information given by the profession itself after the spirit girl appeared. The current comprehensive damage of the professional is additionally increased by 1 time, the state effect that the various restriction abilities of the professional itself can produce is enhanced by 1 time, and the blood volume, defense, and mental recovery effects of the professional itself are all temporarily increased by 1 time. Gulu hearing these feedback prompts given by the profession itself, Yang Lin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of excited saliva. Yang Lin is currently level 25 and has 5 restriction abilities, so her base damage is 25 multiplied by 8.5. If you continue to calculate, adding Shihong 5 times is 1062.5. If you don't enter the full burst and link with the benefits brought by the spirit girl, then the damage per second is 2125. If you fully burst, then the damage per second of linking with the girl is even more terrifying, and can reach 4250. Of course, saying damage is useless, because in ordinary dungeons, a level 25 monster has how much health? Only 20,000 or so. But now the scroll space dungeon is special, and the health of the monsters in front of you has been raised to 400,000, so relatively speaking, even if the bird damage is higher, it seems a bit insufficient. But the biggest benefit of linking with the spirit girl is completely reflected in the 5 super restriction abilities. It was said before that the monsters in this space have a defense bar, have super armor, and the strength has increased geometrically. Yang Lin can only restrict the monsters by 50%. But now, with the spirit girl, this 50% restriction effect is directly pulled to 80%. Look at the Typhoon warriors who are charging in the field. When the restriction ability is increased from 50% to 80%, they are almost as clumsy as walking elephants. Although they were surprised by the sudden appearance of the spirit girl, Yang Lin seized the opportunity to let Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan quickly clear the batch of monsters in the field in the shortest time. Next, he can take a good look at who the spirit girl is. After a period of time, after the monsters attacking in the field were almost killed by Cinnabar, Yang Lin let the spirit girl fly in front of him. During this period, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan must have couldn't help but come over. Girl, what's going on? Why did you appear in a spiritual state? And you call me Lang Jun. Lang Jun is Lang Jun. My key ability and instinct tell me you are the Lang Jun destined for me. Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan were extremely surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a destined Lang Jun in this world. Qin Mu Cheng, on the other hand, couldn't care about the reactions of the people present. She, like a ghost, floated around Yang Lin twice, and then said excitedly, Lang Jun, I have a younger sister. Then let my dad go to your Greed Wolf Guild to propose marriage. Then our sisters will marry you together. Now, not to mention Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan couldn't help but spray old blood in their hearts. The suddenly appearing spirit girl took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. She also wanted to bring her sister to marry Yang Lin together. And listening to Qin Mu Cheng's supplement, my sister and I are twins and have a very good relationship. We will definitely serve Lang Jun well then. Is that so? Thinking of twins and looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, maybe it was too hot, Yang Lin couldn't help but loosen his mouth. At this time, he was about to speak, but Xu Meng took the lead to open her mouth worriedly and said, Why are you so excited when you hear about twins? Meng Meng, don't talk nonsense. Who is excited? Aren't you excited? Asked Qianqian and Xiaowan, look how red your face is now. Do you really think we can't guess what you're thinking? Nonsense, am I that kind of person? I just feel that the climate here is a bit uncomfortable. How long can your attachment ability last? Is the consumption big? This? Qin Mucheng thought for a while and said seriously, in the past, when I was attached to my sister and went to dungeons, the consumption was relatively large. But I don't know why, when I'm attached to Lang Jun, I'm very clear. Okay. Let's not think about these messy things for now. Just as the group was about to move forward, Qin Mucheng said, Lang Jun, the scroll space you are in is quite special. My dad said before that it is very strange, and according to the current situation, the final boss is probably not easy to deal with. It is indeed not easy to deal with, but if we don't kill the final boss, it will take a considerable price for me and Meng Meng and the others to get out. But now with you, it will be 30% easier than before to deal with the final boss. Thank you, Lang Jun, for recognizing me so much. Well. Seeing Qin Mucheng suddenly fall into a state of thinking, Qi Xiaowan asked curiously, Mucheng, what did you suddenly think of? Yes, I'm thinking that it's not enough to rely solely on my attachment. I want to try to see if I can pull my sister over too. Xu Meng was startled. You can still pull your sister over. I haven't tried it before, because I've always been acting with my sister. Now I'm attached to Lang Jun, I'm just thinking that if I change my thinking, can I pull my sister over too? Yang Lin was very interested now. Qin Mucheng's attachment made him so strong. If his twin sister came over together and attached to himself, maybe he could really temporarily improve his various abilities again. Mucheng, then how exactly do you do it? Lang Jun, wait for me, I'll personally use my ability to try it. As for Qin Muying, the younger sister, who was still in the Sai Shen Men, she was worried about her sister's physical condition. Sister, she has attached over, and through the battle just now, that Yang Lin seems to be indeed more powerful than before, but I'm afraid my sister can't hold on. When Qin Muying was still thinking about this, where would she have thought that a white light would suddenly envelop her body, and then before she could even exclaim, her divine soul was pulled over from the crystal by her sister Qin Mucheng from across the air. When Qin Muying opened her eyes again, she found that she had become a spiritual state, not to mention she was also attached to Yang Lin's surroundings with her sister. Lang Jun, I succeeded. Look, this is my sister Qin Muying. Amazing, Mucheng. I didn't expect your ability to be able to do this. Mucheng, you're too exaggerated. Is this profession so outrageous? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there is such a profession in the world. Listening to Yang Lin, Xu Meng, and the others praising her one after another, Qin Mucheng was extremely happy now. It was her sister Qin Muying, who was almost stupid now. Not her own sister, she could also do this kind of thing. Not only was Qin Muying surprised, but Qin Ming, the master of the Sai Shi Men, also had a complicated mood. She was now watching her two daughters attached to a man through the water mirror, and they seemed to be getting along quite harmoniously. And what was even more exaggerated was obviously still behind. In the scroll space dungeon, Yang Lin, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan were already surprised enough by the appearance of Qin Mucheng, especially after knowing that Qin Mucheng's attachment ability could greatly improve Yang Lin. It was already incredible and unbelievable. But who would have thought that it hadn't been long before, under Qin Mucheng's leadership, a second floating spirit girl soon appeared around Yang Lin, and she was carved out of the same mold as Qin Mucheng. If it weren't for the difference in their hair, it would be really difficult to distinguish who was who. Lang Jun and everyone, this is my sister Qin Muying. Qin Mucheng happily introduced her sister to Yang Lin and the others. It was her sister Qin Muying herself who was still a bit dazed now, because in the past, whether it was a static dungeon or a spirit static, her sister would attach to her body, and then the two sisters would fight together with the team. From beginning to end, Qin Muying had never thought that one day she would turn her divine soul into a spirit like her sister, and then attach to a man together. At the moment, let's not talk about what Qin Muying thought. Anyway, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan had already sighed. They quickly went up, and although they knew they couldn't touch the spirit, they couldn't help but reach out their hands to try to touch Qin Muying. It can only be said that the impact and charm of twins is really great. When there was only Qin Mu Cheng, her hardware conditions were already no less than any one of Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan present. Now that there was another twin sister Qin Muying, this double beauty effect, this impact, not to mention men watching and being unable to hold back, even girls couldn't help but want to look at them more and touch them. What do you want to do? Her sister Qin Muying saw Xu Meng and the others circling around her. Even though she knew that the other party couldn't touch her, she still felt a bit hairy in her heart, mainly because she was intimidated by the bright light in their eyes. At this time, her sister Qin Mu Cheng spoke up, Mu Ying, they are people by Lang Jun's side, they have no malice. Sister, let's not talk about this. How did you pull me over? I was just trying. I didn't expect it to really succeed. Yang Lin asked at this time, Mu Cheng, if there are other people, can you pull them over together? Sorry, Lang Jun, I can't. My sister and I are twins, so we have a certain degree of commonality. So, after trying and verifying, I have this stupid method. Hearing that twins would have a common mind, I have finally seen it. Then Lang Jun, is my sister helping you now too? Hearing Qin Mu Cheng ask this, not to mention Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and even her sister Qin Muying, who had just been forced to accept the status quo, couldn't help but look at Yang Lin directly. Yang Lin first took a deep breath, and then nodded heavily. It's more than helping me, it's simply making me dare not imagine. It really must be true. Yang Lin at this moment his mood had actually been a huge wave for a long time. He originally thought that Qin Mu Cheng, this wandering witch girl, would be able to make him feel good just by hanging on him. Now that they are twins together, in this situation, to put it in the simplest terms, Yang Lin felt that he could already become a god. Under the effect of the twins' joint attachment, the damage per second they provided was no longer 2, but now it was 5. If the restriction ability was doubled under one state of the twins, now it directly became 3 times. Also, their own blood volume, defense, amazing related, etc., also changed from 2 times the effect to 4 times the effect. In this situation, if they still can't become gods, then it's impossible. Of course, just saying it doesn't show the effect. You'll know after a real battle. Under Yang Lin's leadership, the group continued to advance towards the top of the mountain. It didn't take long before they encountered another battle with a group of Dragon Creek warriors. But this time, there were no more suspense and fancy things. After 20 or 30 Dragon Creek warriors rushed over in one breath, Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan had just guarded and entered a state of battle. And then not only the 3 girls saw it, but even Qin Mu Cheng and Qin Muying, this pair of top-quality twin sisters, were shocked to discover that the powerfully enhanced Dragon Creek warrior group was all firmly pressed on the ground by Yang Lin's restriction ability, without any resistance at all. Not to mention the speed of their health dropping was even more explosive. Specifically speaking, Yang Lin's realm space restriction ability only exerted 50% of its effect. When Qin Mu Cheng attached over, the restriction ability exerted 70% to 80%. And after the twin sisters also attached, this restriction ability directly exploded. At least in this space, not to mention what the final boss is like, anyway, ordinary monsters have completely lost the opportunity to struggle. As for saying damage, without considering the full burst state, the damage per second is generally 1062. After being blessed by the twin sisters, the damage per second directly becomes 5312. If you still dare to fully burst, the damage per second directly breaks 10,000. It can be said that even if a professional of the same level 25 has passed the hurdle of the second evolution, as long as they dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Lin, they will evaporate in 2 seconds in the current situation. So the battle in front of them can no longer be called a battle, it is completely Xumeng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan's patching show. They easily reaped the lives of the 20 or 30 Dragon Creek warriors in the field in a very easy way. Lang Jun, you are too amazing. No wonder my dad said that the dragon girl is infatuated with you. Mu Cheng, so your dad also told you about this? Yes, I also just found out. Now that I have the honor to see Lang Jun so amazing with my own eyes, I am even happier. My Lang Jun is so awesome. Similarly, her sister Qin Mu Ying, who was attached to Yang Lin's surroundings, had a complicated mood. Can I say a few words? Okay, Mu Ying, what do you want to say? Sister, I must state my situation. You can find Lang Jun, but can you not count me in? Qin Mu Cheng was a bit puzzled. Good Mu Ying, didn't we agree to marry one Lang Jun? Sister, I was coaxing you before, can't you hear it? However, if you say she is powerful, then she is indeed very powerful. In Qin Mu Ying's heart, she definitely respects Yang Lin's ability as a god. He can restrict, can enter the field to kill, and can kill the final knife. Moreover, the true damage ignores the special mechanism of the monsters. She can't even dare to think about this kind of thing. However, admiration is admiration. After all, she is not familiar with Yang Lin. She can't just let her sister grow a man and put herself in it too. Yang Lin opened his mouth at this time. Actually, I don't know much about your sister's affairs, but no matter what, you are now a great help to me. I am very grateful. So, let's not say anything else, it's always okay to be friends, right? I have no objection to being friends, but only to this extent. How your sister treats you is her business. I can't control it, but there are so many women around you. I won't be like her and stick to you. Hey, good Mu Ying, are you really unwilling to marry Lang Jun with me? Sister, I beg you, don't be obsessed with this matter. I don't hate him, and I don't have any prejudice against him, but finding a partner is a big deal. How can I marry him with you? Qin Mu Cheng's eyes were a bit lost. I'm not afraid that we will be separated later. What is separated? Just your body, forget it, let's not talk about this. Aren't you going to kill the final boss? Are you going to take action now? Of course we are going to take action. With you two sisters here, the chances of winning will directly increase by 1 time. Let's go to the highest point and do the final boss. As for Qin Ming outside the crystal, he definitely couldn't hear what Yang Lin and the others said to his 2 precious daughters, but now the strength they showed with his 2 daughters completely exceeded his imagination. A group of level 25 Dragon Creek warriors, even if their health is so heaven-defying, are a nightmare in the nightmare and an abyss in the abyss for any team of the same level. But now these nightmare abysses have completely become a roadside, like a roadside that will also bark twice. These Dragon Creek warriors are good, as soon as they appear, they lose all resistance. Saying they are fish, it's already burning your eyebrows. Sunian only responded, but you suddenly said you encountered the main body and killed it. In this way, the 50-second restricted area outside of Chisha Kongju has become a great opportunity for space frontline professionals. Yang Ling understood after thinking about it. Before entering the sealed scroll, he didn't expect that the blood demoness was sealed inside. Because of this, when he brought Xumeng and a few other girls into it, it would definitely alarm the sealed blood demoness. Naturally, The Blood Demoness clone remaining on the space front line, let's just call it a clone, would definitely cause a commotion, thus alarming the entire alliance. As for now, as the Blood Demoness becomes a pet, and has a mind of its own, it goes without saying that the Blood Demoness clone originally remaining on the space front line will naturally step into death. And disasters like this, even with but you can imagine how abundant the energy scattered when even a small clone dies. So just now, Shu Guan's description of the opportunity there as a starlight feast was not an exaggeration at all. After understanding all of this, Yang Lin scratched his cheek and said, I didn't expect that I would unintentionally do a great thing for the alliance. Little brother, as long as you want, you can become popular throughout the entire alliance again because of this. Old brother, forget it, forget it. If I continue to be popular, I'm afraid I'll be secretly photographed even when I go to the toilet. In that case, how can I enjoy the pleasure of being a second grandpa in the future? You guy, others can't wait to get more credit, but you're pushing this good thing away. It's not like that. What if Nianji and Meng Meng are troubled because of me? That's true. Old brother can understand your feelings. You must quickly tell the president about this matter. Nianji was worried about you to the point of wanting to die earlier. Now that you're finally out, quickly appease him a bit, lest he take a knife and chop me. After saying these words, Shu Guan ran out of the dormitory in a flash. And seeing brother Shu leave, Yang Lin looked at Sun Nianji, who was wrapped in black silk stockings beside him. He was like a domineering president, not being polite at all. He pulled this aloof beauty into his arms and put her on his lap. Sun Nianji felt the heat in Yang Lin's eyes, and she couldn't even maintain her most basic aloofness. She said with a delicate tone, You guy, do you want Meng Meng and the others to see me like this and laugh at me? They rely on you in many ways. If they dare to laugh at you, I won't let them freeload in the future. Get lost, do you treat me like a kicking machine or your mom? Yang Lin smiled, what's wrong with that? Who told us to be our own people? I'm too lazy to talk to you, too lazy to talk to you. I'm going to show you something now. I want to see if you'll say anything. At the same time, Yang Ling activated the pet imprint on the back of his left hand. Yang Ling, what are you doing? You'll know when you see it yourself. Sun Nianji certainly knew about Yang Ling's pet imprint and pet space. At this time, she thought that the previous faint light had already hatched, but who would have thought that after she looked into the pet space, in addition to seeing the faint light pet egg, she now saw a red pet egg. Yang Ling, where did this red pet egg come from? It's the Blood Demoness. I've taken it as a pet. Sun Nianji cursed wildly in her heart, the Blood Demoness, one of the 10 great disasters. Now Yang Ling has actually taken that kind of thing as a pet. This kind of thing is no longer something that mortals like her can understand. Yang Ling, what extent are you going to defy the heavens? Nianji, let's not talk about defying the heavens for now, but you have to keep the Blood Demoness thing a secret for me. I don't want everyone to shout and beat her after the Blood Demoness hatches. No matter what, it's my pet. Don't worry, how could I say such a thing? I'm just thinking that your pet is already drunk. Now another disaster is coming. In the future, won't you want to turn the world upside down? Yang Lin joked, I don't know if I'll turn the world upside down, but if Nianji turns you over, you're shameless. Aren't you a little bit ashamed? We've known each other for so long. Who knows you? I don't know you. Just as Sun Nianji and Yang Ling were flirting, who knew that the phone would suddenly ring at this time? Because he didn't care, and didn't want to leave the warmth with Sun Nianji, Yang Lin answered the phone casually. Then the person on the other side said, Zhong Jun, okay, it's Qin Mucheng. Yang Lin absolutely didn't expect that Qin Mucheng would call so soon after he left the space. What's going on? The warmth in his arms immediately turned into ice. Not only did it turn into ice, but his foot was also stomped on hard by Sun Yanji, who stood up. Yang Ling, that voice is very nice. It sounds like a beautiful girl. You know so many beautiful girls. It's not like that, Nianji, listen to me. There's a reason. Before Yang Ling could finish speaking, Qin Muqing's voice came again from the phone. Lang Jun, what's wrong with you? Is it inconvenient to answer the phone? Or should I call you again later? There was no way. Yang Ling could only temporarily restrain himself and chat with Qin Muqing briefly. If he really chatted too much, he was afraid that the little vinegar jar beside him would drown him. After Qin Muqing was satisfied, Yang Ling originally didn't plan to tell Sun Yanji about the Sheshaman sisters, but now he had to tell his own Nianji, otherwise this little vinegar jar would explode. Nianji, actually, it's like this. The person who just called me was Qin Muqing, the daughter of the Sheshaman sect master. Sun Yanji was stunned for a moment. He had never heard that Yang Ling had any relationship with Sheshaman, and the daughter of the Sheshaman sect master would actually call Yang Ling Lang Jun. I'm telling you, you probably won't believe it. I and Muqing met in the previous scroll space. Impossible. Sun Yanji said, you know each other, so you know each other. Why do you have to tell such a lie? Nianji, what lie am I telling? Meng Meng and I were originally in the scroll space dungeon, but who would have thought that a spirit girl would suddenly fall from the sky? After asking, I found out that she was the daughter of the Sheshaman sect master. Sun Yanji felt that her IQ was being insulted by Yang Ling. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest. Seeing Sun Yanji pouting and about to leave, Yang Ling pulled him back. I swear to God, I really met Qin Muqing in the dungeon space, and she called me Lang Jun as soon as she came up, and also said that I and her were destined by heaven. Actually, I myself am more inexplicable than you. If you really don't believe it, you can ask Meng Meng and the other three. It's true. Of course it's true. Muqing's profession is Guanjin Master, and her ability is the Book of Attachment. Not only can she attach herself to clothes, but she can even pull her twin sister over from the water mirror outside of space to attach clothes together. Meng Meng and I were also able to handle the scroll space dungeon more easily thanks to Muqing and Muying. Sun Yanji was a little hard to believe that there was such a profession and ability. What's our relationship? Why would I lie to you about this? Nianji, do you know that they attached themselves to me like this, and my overall strength tripled on the spot? At that time, even I myself was frightened. Even I myself couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying profession and ability in the world. Sun Yanji nodded. Then she seemed to be thinking about something for a long time. She said, Qin Ming, the sect master of Sheshaman, I remember that she does have a pair of daughters, but as far as I know, one of the daughters has not left the house for many years because of her physical condition, and according to the information from our side, this sick daughter seems to not be able to live for much longer. At most, there is only 1 year left. What, Yang Ling? I'm not cursing her, and I'm not saying this on purpose because I'm jealous. That's the information I got. Don't you have the other party's phone number? Call and ask. It would have been fine if Sun Yanji hadn't said this, but after hearing this, Yang Ling definitely couldn't sit still. The two had only known each other for a short time, so it was a bit far-fetched to talk about feelings, but this girl's ability to attach clothes was really amazing and earth-shattering. It was no exaggeration to say that Yang Ling really couldn't bear to part with her. But now, she had a physical condition and hadn't left the house for many years, and her lifespan was less than a year. Thinking about when Qin Muqing appeared earlier, although she was in a spirit state, she seemed to be quite active, and didn't feel like she was sick. Even if she took a step back, even if the one with a physical condition was her sister Qin Muying, Yang Ling still couldn't bear to part with her. It was still because mooching and mooing, as twins, could resonate. The effect produced by their joint attachment was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was clearly 1 + 1 = 4 = 5. Earlier, after understanding their abilities in the scroll space, Yang Ling even fantasized about the future of being able to kill the heavens and the earth, but who would have thought that there were still these things? In short, let's call and ask. With complicated feelings, Yang Ling dialed Qin Mooching's phone. The Alliance online meeting is actually a virtual space created by using the special network of the Alliance's general non-public evaluation, so as to convene a meeting of 46 power holders, who show images on the front line and in the rear. Under normal circumstances, it will not convene all power holders to hold a meeting, but this time the blood demoness incident is no small matter. Convening a meeting is a must. Of course, Su Xingye, the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, suddenly received a call from Xu Guan. Originally, he didn't want to answer it. After all, the Alliance Power Holders meeting was in progress. It was very inconvenient to answer a call at this time, and he had told the Zhu high-level officials before the dedication meeting not to look for him unless something big happened. But who would have thought that after hanging up Xu Guan's call, this kid didn't seem to want to stop and started one after another. There was really no way. Su Xingye could only choose to answer. As soon as he answered, listening to Xu Guan's report on the phone, Su Xingye gradually couldn't hold back. He absolutely didn't expect that there would be such a thing. After listening to Xu Guan's entire report, the first thing Su Xingye did was to pass the message to the neighboring Liu surname. Now quickly notify all the elite professionals of Greedy Wolf Kongju to rush to the 52nd restricted area outside of Chisha Kongju. Liu surname, the city lord of Greedy Wolf Kongju, is also the father of that character Demoness with 6,500 in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Old Su, are you crazy? All the forces haven't moved yet, and you're sending our people to die. The main body of the blood Demoness is on one side, and the remnant body of the blood Demoness in the 52nd restricted area will soon collapse into vast energy. If you don't send people there, our people won't even be able to eat the fart. Liu Xing was shocked. Where did you get the news that the blood Demoness in the 52nd restricted area is just a remnant body? Xu Guan just called and said that my good son-in-law killed the main body of the blood Demoness in the sealed scroll. This kind of thing won't be joked about. Liu Xing suddenly realized. Are you saying that Yang Lin kid killed the main body of the blood Demoness? That's right, so you quickly issue an order to Kongju. We have to take a big share of this pie. I'll issue the order right away. While Liu Xing was secretly issuing the order, her mood was also quite complicated. She had heard too much about Yang Lin recently. Now almost all the high-level officials of the Alliance knew that that kid was the dragon among men. As for her own president, when he heard about Yang Lin, he directly used the 3 words my son-in-law. The reason why she was entangled in this was because she knew that the president had a daughter, but she also had a daughter, and she was also called the character Demoness. As a father, who wouldn't want their daughter to marry a strong and invincible real man? So after Liu Xing issued the notification order, he whispered from the side, Old Su, I remember that your daughter has always disrespected men. When did that Yang Ling become your son-in-law? Old Liu, what do you mean by saying this suddenly? Could it be that you still want to intercept him? Hey, I didn't say that. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just thinking that Qianwu is not young anymore, and it's time to find a man to calm her down. Old Liu, Old Su, don't get excited. What are you getting so excited about? The online meeting is in progress now. Su Xingye gritted his teeth. Okay, Old Liu, you want to play like this, right? But you have to know that my Nianji is not ordinary and outstanding. I know, But my Qianwu is not bad either. Dry. Seeing his vice president and city lord like this, Su Xingye felt a little suffocated in his heart. He had to ask Nianji to hurry up and make things difficult after the online meeting was over. It would be best if he could directly have grandchildren descend into the world in one step. At the same time, in the online meeting room, a white light flashed, and the last person, who had been absent all the time, Qin Ming, the sect master of Sheshaman, arrived. The perspective turned back to Qin Ming's side. As soon as he went online, as expected, everyone in the meeting room pointed the finger at him. Old Qin, something happened to the disaster, but you, as the sect master of Sheshaman, are so negligent. This is not right, right? Do you know how long everyone has been waiting for you alone? Does your Sheshaman really want to do things so specially? Qin Ming, do you still have the sense of duty as a sect master? Do you know that if the disaster is not controlled well, it will cause great damage to the entire front line and the entire alliance? Listening to everyone's criticism, Qin Ming didn't care. On the contrary, he said, everyone, please be safe and don't be impatient. The reason why I went online so late, in fact, it was delayed by a great happy event. Qin Ming, can you have some face? A disaster has already appeared, but you're still mentioning a happy event. That's right, what I'm talking about is a happy event, and it's about the disaster. To tell you directly, the so-called disaster, the so-called blood demoness, has been completely settled. Because of my good son-in-law, now everyone doesn't have to worry about this matter. Hearing this, the entire online meeting room suddenly boiled over. What, the blood demoness has been killed? Old Qin, when did you have a son-in-law? Who is she? She can actually kill a disaster. Impossible. If it's a disaster, besides the Gui Ren couple, who else has this ability? Old Qin, don't tell such outrageous lies. Listening to everyone's words, Qin Ming smiled and looked at everyone and said, I know you don't believe it, but I have evidence. You have evidence? That's right. I have a clear image record of how my son-in-law killed the main body of the blood demoness. This is a major event related to the victory or defeat of the alliance. How can I joke with you? Hearing that Qin Ming also had an image record, the power holders in the field must have also been eager to see it. Then what are you saying? Hurry up and release the image. If you don't release it, how can we determine whether it's true or false? Can you hurry up? Don't talk nonsense. Okay, I'll release it right away. Next, you all have to open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Seeing Qin Ming unfold a small cube condensed by energy, everyone at the meeting was in a complicated mood, just because Qin Ming didn't seem to be joking. Moreover, as the sect master of Sheshaman, he wouldn't take this kind of thing as a joke for the sake of emotion and reason. So this Qin Ming, could it be that he really has a strong and heaven-defying son-in-law, and he also killed the main body of the blood demoness? At the same time that the small cube was unfolded and the image was displayed, Liu's surname, the vice president and city lord of greedy Wolf Kongju, frowned and looked at Su Xingye. Old Su, didn't you just say that Yang Ling settled the blood demoness? How did it become Qin Ming's son-in-law in a while? How would I know? Don't tell me that this Yang Ling also has an affair with Qin Ming's daughter. Su Xingye's mood was even more anxious now. Xu Guan's report just now confirmed that Yang Ling had attacked the blood demoness. Now Qin Ming, the sect master of the Four Gods sect, insisted that it was done by his son-in-law. Could it be that Qin Ming was talking about Yang Ling, and Yang Ling was his son-in-law? But Yang Ling has never been to the Four Gods sect. It's impossible to have seen Qin Ming's daughter. How did this all come together? At this moment, everyone in the online meeting focused their attention on Qin Ming. As the small cube in his palm was activated, a blue light flickered, and an image quickly appeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide to see that they were seeing a scene of a four-person team fighting monsters. It was unclear whether it was a dungeon nearby or a scroll space, but what made everyone frown was this four-person team was directly processed into a shadow state. In other words, everyone only saw 4 black shadows in the monster group, and the processed black shadows didn't show any actions, weapons, abilities, or damage details. Seeing this, everyone in the field was naturally very dissatisfied. Kinming, what are you doing? If you're releasing an image, just release an image. Why are you hiding information and intelligence? Look at what you're saying. The reason why this image is processed into a shadow state is mainly to protect the identity of my son-in-law. Otherwise, what if you all think about him every day? Stop talking nonsense. Let's not talk about whether you're processing it into a shadow state or not. Didn't you say that it's an image about the blood demoness? You should just get to the point. To this, Kinming explained, it's not that I'm not getting to the point directly. It's just that this image is recorded through special means. In short, you'll know when you watch it next. The final boss is the main body of the blood demoness. Everyone was obviously dissatisfied with Kinming's explanation, but as the monster group in the image gathered in the middle, a new focus of attention was immediately discussed, just because the image, although it processed the identity, actions, and damage of the four-person team into a shadow state, the relevant information and intelligence of the monsters could still be seen clearly. Am I seeing things? These monsters, they are clearly only level 25, but their health is as high as 200,000. Is it fake? Is there an extra zero? If it's really as high as 200,000, wouldn't each of them be equivalent to a small boss? Everyone, look quickly. These monsters actually have special mechanisms. It seems that there is a high probability that. For a while, the 40-odd people in the online meeting were discussing it because this image, no matter how you looked at it, was not ordinary and outrageous. A level 25 monster has more than 200,000 health. Even the abyss level is not as deep as your abyss. Moreover, a level 25 monster also has a special anti-mechanism. That's simply outrageous to the extreme. Kinming, don't you need to make some explanations? This image is not specially fabricated by you. It's too absurd. The online meeting we are holding now is mainly to solve the disaster problem. Old Kin, you're doing well. What's with this fake image? Kinming smiled and spread his hands and said, I knew that you would definitely not believe it when this image was released, and you would also question it in many ways. But I can now tell you very responsibly that this image is real. As for the location where it happened, it's in a level 25 space scroll. Impossible. How can a level 25 space scroll monster have as much as 200,000 health? Moreover, this special anti-mechanism it often only appears on monsters in high-level and high-risk areas. How can monsters of level 25 have such virtue and ability? Kinming hugged his chest and said seriously, I said you can question it, but don't doubt the authenticity of this image. I can guarantee, with the reputation of the sect master of Sheshaman, that this image is absolutely not mixed with any water. If you still don't believe it to this point, then I have no way. Kinming has said it to this point, and although everyone in the field still has doubts about the image, they have no choice but to continue to shift their attention to the image. However, at this time, someone asked a question, Kinming, I do have something I want to know. Let's assume that this image of yours is real. Then can you tell us what is the approximate level of this four-person team? 50, 60, or 70? This question, it's okay to tell you. Actually, it's only a four-person team above level 30. Kinming certainly knew that Yang Lin and the others were level 25. The reason why he said above level 30 was to prevent people from associating it with Yang Lin. Who made this kid Yang Lin's reputation too great in the entire alliance. But even so, it still made everyone online sigh. Are you kidding me? The monster's health has reached 200,000. Needless to say, the attack and defense must have reached a terrifying level. Even if you let a level 30 team with a full configuration, can they deal damage? Old kin, even if you want to hide the identity of your son-in-law, you don't have to count the levels so low. Qin Ming replied, I wanted to deceive you, but have you forgotten that space scrolls above level 45 can have unlimited levels, but low-level space scrolls below level 45 cannot exceed 10 levels at most? Hearing him say this, all the high-level officials suddenly realized. Don't say that these high-level officials in the field are really not low in level. After this time, it is inevitable that they will ignore and forget the secondary details. Looking at the level 25 monsters in the image again, they know that the highest level of this 4-person team is only 35, and it is absolutely impossible to exceed 35. If that's the case, then it's amazing. A private team with a maximum level of 35, they really dare to act in this scroll space. Not only are they acting, have you seen it? They only used a few minutes to kill the previous 20 or 30 monsters. It's too incredible. How high is the damage of this private team? If it were replaced by other private teams with a level 35 online, even if dozens of monster groups with soaring health stood still, they wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly, right? While there was a lot of discussion in the field, some people now couldn't help but secretly envy Qin Ming, because this guy said earlier that the leader of the 4-person team in this image was his son-in-law. If the image information is true and the monster information is true, then how heaven-defying should his son-in-law be? On the other hand, Qin Ming was obviously very satisfied with the reaction of everyone in the field. After all, his daughter and Yang Lin were interacting and calling each other Lang Jun. Was there a problem with this son-in-law that he, as a domineering father, had? At the same time, the sound of discussion in the field suddenly became louder again. Everyone was originally paying attention to the image. Moreover, everyone was speculating on how strong the 4-person team was. But who would have thought that after this 4-person team killed the monster group and rested for a while, when they encountered a new battle with the monster group, a new situation actually appeared? From the perspective of everyone in the online meeting, they didn't know what the 4-person team in the shadow state did, but they clearly saw as soon as these 4 people came into contact with the new monster group, the monsters in this group quickly stuck to the ground like docile little sheep, obediently waiting for the butcher's knife to fall. Because of this, the speed at which the 4 people killed the monster group earlier was already fast enough, and now it was naturally even faster. What happened again? Could it be that the 4 people used some special props? It's not clear whether they used props or not, but this situation makes me unconsciously think of a person. Are you talking about Yang Lin? That's right, it's Yang Lin. Although I didn't see Yang Lin fighting with the city monsters with my own eyes, after hearing about her, her restriction ability is extremely powerful. If she is among these 4 people, I can accept it. Hearing this, Qin Ming, who released the image, was unconsciously shocked, but she pretended to be calm and let these people guess casually. As for whether there is Yang Ling in the private team and whether it is Yang Ling leading it, it is now obvious that a new discussion has appeared at the meeting. I have also heard that Yang Ling's restriction ability is extremely powerful. After all, this matter has spread. But how many levels is Yang Ling at now? It's barely close to half a month since the end of the rookie battle. She can only level up 1 more level at most, 2 levels at most. That's what I'm saying. If there is Yang Ling, there must be her 2 teammates, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian. And according to the time calculation, their levels are at most 26 or 27. In this case, even if an extra teammate is added, is their overall level too low? The problem lies in the level. Originally, everyone determined that the level of the four-person team must be pulled to the top configuration of entering this space, level 35, or not too far away. But if they guess Yang Ling, then the gold content of this four-person team will directly go to a higher level. And thinking about Qin Ming's words, he said that the leader is his son-in-law. Does Yang Ling have a relationship with the Four Gods sect? Thinking that Yang Ling already has an unclear relationship with the dragon girl of Zhengguo of the Dragon Gate and the daughter of the president of the Greedy Wolf headquarters, even if we don't talk about the dragon girl of Zhengguo for the time being, just say that the daughter of the president of the headquarters, Sun Yanji, has a relationship with Yang Ling. In this case, the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, how can he send his son-in-law to Qin Ming's hands for nothing? For a time, Su Xingye, the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, also became the focus of attention of the audience. As for what Su Xingye was thinking, he was slightly annoyed. He didn't expect that the development of the situation would exceed his expectations. As for Liu Xing, the vice president and city lord next to Su Xingye, he was also concerned. So privately, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Su, when Shiguan called earlier, didn't you ask how many people Yang Ling and the others entered the space?" "I didn't think of this at the time." "Then you should confirm it now. Look, our son-in-law is about to be snatched away by Qin Ming's old kid." If Liu Xing had said our son-in-law earlier, Su Xingye would definitely not have agreed, but now he couldn't care about these things. In order to obtain more accurate information, he didn't call Shiguan, but called his daughter Sun Yanji. The phone was connected in a short time. "Dad, what's the matter with you looking for me?" "Nianji, I'm holding an online meeting now, but there's something I want to confirm again. Was what Shiguan said earlier true? Also, how many people were in Yang Lin's team when they entered the scroll space?" What Shiguan said earlier was true. As for Yang Lin's team, there are now a total of 4 people. The case is solved. It's undoubtedly his own son-in-law. But what made Su Xingye worried was what was going on with Qin Ming's old kid. He asked with a casual question, "Nianji, do you know if Yang Lin has a relationship with the Four Gods sect?" He didn't have it before, but he has it now. What, he has it now? Dad, I only found out now that Qin Muqing, the daughter of the sect master of the Four Gods sect, has the ability to attach clothes. When Yang Ling was in the scroll space with the team, that Qin Muqing crossed the space through the ability to attach clothes. Not only her, but also her sister Qin Muying participated in the scroll space attack together. Su Xingye heard this and looked up at the image. He still didn't understand. "Nianji, I have the image of Yang Ling and the others attacking the scroll space here. Although Yang Ling and the others have been processed into a shadow state, the displayed shadow state is still 4 people, not 6 people." "Dad, you don't know. Qin Muqing's ability to attach clothes is in a spirit state when she attaches clothes. So the processed image in the shadow state can't see the existence of 2 spirits. That's how it is." After talking to his daughter, Su Xingye understood everything. When she told Liu Xing about this, Liu Xing was also not happy with Qin Ming at this moment. "Qin Ming, this old kid is clearly trying to snatch our son-in-law. Hey, you also want to snatch him from me?" "Old Su, I'm snatching him for our Greedy Wolf's family affairs, but Qin Ming's old kid also wants to get involved. Can you stand it?" Su Xingye felt even more suffocated in his heart at this moment. It's a good thing that his son-in-law is popular, but it's not good if he's too popular and everyone is thinking about him. The above is back to the image in the field. As the 4-person team advanced, everyone in the online meeting followed this team to the top of the mountain, the place where the final boss was entrenched. Just one glance made everyone move. As expected, it was related to the blood demoness. The vast blood pool and the monstrous evil spirit would be strange if it wasn't the blood demoness. At the same time, as expected, as the blood in the blood pool surged, the true face of the blood demoness appeared in the field. At the same time, everyone watching the image couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. Thinking about the highest level of the private team being 35 and encountering something like the blood demoness, even if they are heaven-defying, can they really survive? However, who would have thought that the blood demoness had only appeared for a minute, but the next moment, what the blood demoness did made all the high-level officials in the online meeting fall into reality. What is the blood demoness doing? She actually knelt directly in front of the private person. This scene was no less than throwing a nuclear bomb into a calm lake. Not to mention the lake water, even the bottom of the lake would be completely annihilated. Isn't the blood demoness a disaster? What is she doing now? Is she here to be funny? Kinming, are you sure this is not a funny video? Are you sure this is a live recording? Kinming nodded. I'm 10,000% sure that this is a real thing. Even after Kinming confirmed it, the power holders in the field were still chanting impossible in their hearts and mouths. The blood demoness, who they considered to be one of the 10 great disasters, easily kowtowed and knelt down to people. This situation is something that even they wouldn't dare to fantasize about in their dreams. But Kinming actually said that this is the truth. As for the next thing that made everyone in the field unable to hold back the most, it was not clear what happened specifically, but it was obvious that the blood demoness, who was terrified and frightened, suddenly showed a bit of relief on her face. Then the blood exploded, and all the blood rushed towards her body. After a period of time, when the blood color in the image faded, there was nothing else alive in the field except for the 4-person team, and a blood-red egg the size of an adult. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Kinming again. They were waiting for Kinming to explain. Everyone, don't be surprised. That blood-colored egg is the energy body left after the blood demoness was destroyed. Hearing Kinming say this, all the high-level officials took a breath of cold air. Let's assume that this image is real, but how can you, Kinming, be sure that what's below is the core source of the blood demoness? You ask me how to be sure. This question is difficult to answer. I really can't answer it for a while, but I can definitely tell you that what was destroyed is the core source of the blood demoness. Old Kin, according to what you said, only the remnant body of the blood demoness is left in the 50-second restricted area of Shishakongju. That's right, that's exactly it. Everyone suddenly realized something at this moment. However, before they could think too much, the city lord of Shishakongju, Yu Hongwen, suddenly received an offline call. Thinking that the location where this disaster appeared was outside of Shishakongju, so Yu Hongwen, the city lord of Shishakongju, was of course the initiator of this online meeting. Because of this, his offline call was naturally very important. After all, no one could say for sure that what was being reported might be the situation in the 50-second restricted area. Yu Hongwen himself would definitely not avoid it, and directly chose to attack. City Lord, the Sky Eye system we have deployed outside of Kongju is monitoring a high-level professional team, with the banner of the 4-Snake Kongju rushing towards the direction of the 50-second restricted area. What? The team of the 4-Snake Kongju. That's right, logically speaking, they should have come to our Chasha Kongju to gather first, but they are rushing to hurry, not to mention that even our monitoring system is asking them, but the 3 girls looked at each other, still unsure of what to do. So, in the end, they had to focus their attention back on the Gloomlight pet egg until the moment the shell broke. When they saw the specific appearance of the Gloomlight that hatched, the 3 girls' mouths all dropped open. Newbie Base, Tea House Street. Shuguan had now left, leaving Yang Ling and Sun Yanji alone together. Yang Ling didn't hesitate and immediately placed Sun Yanji on her lap, and then the two of them began to select and screen the personnel files sent over by Shuguan. In Sun Yanji's words, as long as Yang Ling took a fancy to someone, in addition to the Skylight Squad actively lobbying, the guild would definitely offer enough temptation to allow the fifth girl to successfully join the Skylight Squad. But how should I put it? Although these people were indeed good, perhaps Yang Ling's standards were a bit too high for the current her. She would subconsciously compare each person with Xu Meng and the others, which resulted in round after round of screening, and so far, there was no one who could completely catch her eye. How is it? Haven't you picked out a new one yet? It's not that I have such high standards. I mainly hope that the last team member can have some subsidiary abilities while being strong, so as to comprehensively improve the team's combat effectiveness. Su Nianji couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "You still say your standards aren't high. You're demanding to this extent. How many can meet your criteria? It can't be said that way. After all, in addition to comprehensive strength, we also have to examine the other person's personality and character. If the selection is too careless, not to mention what I'll think, wouldn't it be irresponsible to Meng Meng and the others?" Got it. But I thought you would take a few more glances at those particularly pretty ones. I didn't expect you to treat everyone equally. Yang Ling slapped Su Nianji's butt hard and said, "What are you talking about? There are so many pretty girls in the world, do you really think I'll take one every time I see one? HMPH, haven't you always been like this? Remember, in the future, you can't say these things randomly. I'm a good man with principles. I don't know what kind of person you think I am in your heart. Believe you and I'll see a ghost." Just as Yang Ling was about to continue screening the personnel files, at this moment, his pet imprint received intelligence feedback. The incubation degree of the Gloomlight pet egg has reached 100%. Because Gloomlight belongs to the Sin category, and because of the professional's own profession, Gloomlight will undergo new changes in form after breaking out of the shell. Nianji, Gloomlight has hatched. That's a good thing. Why do you look so worried? It's a good thing that Gloomlight hatched, but I just received pet imprint intelligence feedback that Gloomlight seems to be undergoing changes in form. Her human form is very beautiful. She's actually going to undergo new changes in her human state. Yang Ling was worried at this moment. According to her expectations, Gloomlight should just hatch like that. Gloomlight looks so beautiful, and has excellent comprehensive conditions. It's pleasing to the eye and comfortable to take her out, not to mention it's also impressive. But what if some new changes in form occur? Wouldn't that make her, the master, uncomfortable? Scroll space, Zuma ruins. Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan hadn't recovered for a long time. Even after a while, they still thought there was something wrong with their eyes, and they all rubbed their eyes. Finally, they accepted the reality before them. No way, he is Gloomlight. Sister Meng, I don't think we are mistaken. He is Gloomlight. Qi Xiaowan couldn't help but pinch herself at this time. It could only be said that there was no mistake. She was Gloomlight. Although the scene before them was unbelievable, the three girls finally accepted it. But how should I put it? The former Gloomlight was an extremely beautiful woman with peerless looks and a slender figure. But now, Gloomlight had actually turned into a 3-year-old girl with fair and tender cheeks and skin that could be broken with a touch. The current Gloomlight looked like a delicate porcelain doll, especially her big, flickering eyes under her long eyelashes, which exuded a kind of watery spirit. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but want to hug her and pinch her. So small, even smaller than Xiaonan. So cute. Qianqian, Xiaonan is a lowly. She can only be said to be a young girl. Although she's not the big Gloomlight, you can still see the atmosphere and shadow of the big Gloomlight in this little Gloomlight. Sister Meng, Xiaowan, this little guy will definitely be a jazz beauty when she grows up. Please, Qianqian, she was originally a jazz beauty, okay? After accepting the state of the little Gloomlight, the eyes of Xu Meng and the other two in the field lit up. They didn't even eat their meal, and rushed forward to rub and pinch the little Gloomlight's face. The little Gloomlight couldn't bear it anymore and pouted, "Are you bullying me? Be careful, I'll tell my master on you later." "Little guy, who's bullying you? We're just joking with you." "Is this how you joke? My face is about to be pinched off by you. Then we'll be gentler. I'm hungry, I want to eat." As soon as they heard that the little Gloomlight wanted to eat, the three girls smiled and quickly added a chair and tableware for the little Gloomlight. This action made the Blood Demon G, who was still an egg, feel uncomfortable. Seeing that everyone liked Gloomlight, the Blood Demon G pet egg couldn't help but bump into the dining table and roll onto the ground, looking very aggrieved. "I almost forgot about her." Xu Meng sighed and quickly went forward to help up the Blood Demon G pet egg. However, seeing the Blood Demon G pet egg's appearance, she was now too aggrieved and didn't want to leave the three people in front of her. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, "Okay, don't be angry. After you hatch, we'll also add a chair and tableware for you, how about that?" Qi Xiaowan also came over to help and gently stroked the Blood Demon G eggshell. After a long time, the Blood Demon G finally calmed down. Because the three were puzzled by Gloomlight's state, so, during the meal, Xu Meng tried to open her mouth. "Little Gloomlight, why aren't you the way you used to be? Why did you become so small after hatching?" The little Gloomlight seemed very satisfied with the food on the table and ate voraciously. She said vaguely in her mouth, "What do you mean so small? Did you want me to be very big after hatching?" "It's not that we necessarily wanted you to be very big, it's just that the three of us are curious. Will you still grow up in the future?" "I don't know. You have to ask my master about these things." "What about the Blood Demon G? Is she my sister?" We're just asking. Will the Blood Demon G be like this after hatching too?" "Of course, I know what she'll look like after hatching better than you." Hearing what the little Gloomlight said, the three girls' eyes lit up. One little Gloomlight was already so cute. If there was another one, it would definitely be fun to tease them. Of course, they couldn't just focus on having fun. There were some important things that Xu Meng and the others also wanted to know. "Little Gloomlight, do you still need to absorb life energy later?" "I don't need it, but my sister needs it." "Then can you increase experience by killing monsters?" "No, however anxious the master is, my sister and I are just as anxious, then." "How much ability do you have now? Can you blow up the final boss of this space?" "That's a must. I'm super powerful. Just the final boss of the current space is just a matter of me moving my fingers." Xu Meng and the others each asked a question, and generally understood the situation of the little Gloomlight. Of course, they also wanted to see how strong the little Gloomlight really was. So, after a little discussion, they decided to let the little Gloomlight handle the final boss. "Little Gloomlight, you said it yourself that you're very powerful. Then, when you see the final boss later, let you handle it, how about that? Who are you looking down on? Don't say I'll personally take action, even my sister, Little G, can easily kill the final boss here even if she hasn't differentiated." "Little G? Who's Little G?" Suddenly hearing the little Gloomlight say something about Little G, Xu Meng and the others almost didn't react. After a second or two they suddenly thought of the full name of Blood Demon G. Only then did they realize, "So you call your sister Little G? Is there a problem?" "No problem, of course there's no problem. It's just that we think it's quite cute." "Then can we call you Little Light?" "Whatever you want. It's just a name." "Then Little Light, will you fight the final boss next, or will your sister Little G fight?" "I'll do it. Otherwise, you'll doubt my ability again." That would be embarrassing for the master, you know. Ah, this. I didn't expect this little guy to still care about young Ling's face. Okay, little Gloomlight has already said it to this point, so let him handle the final boss. As for the three of us, we'll just stand by and watch. If we feel something's wrong, we'll take over and help in a timely manner. That's what Shumeng and the others were thinking now, but they would soon know how outrageous this newborn little Gloomlight really was. After a meal, Shumeng and the others carefully cleaned up the dining table, chairs, and pots and pans. After everything was ready, they took the little Gloomlight and the blood demon G-Pet egg and rushed towards the final boss. Speaking of which, if they hadn't alarmed the nearby monster groups in the two large camps, Shumeng and the others really hadn't planned to make a fire and cook. According to their plan, they were going to clear the level in one go. As for the current situation, it was also pretty good. Final boss's lair. The monster camps on both sides were all flattened. That was good. After eating, they could go directly to the final battlefield. After a while, the group came to the Zuma Temple ruins. Here, Shumeng and the others saw the final boss, Zuma Hierophant. This guy looked like he had a lot of majesty. In fact, he was indeed very majestic. If other teams of the same level came here, under the blessing of the Abyss difficulty, the aura of the dark silver forest would definitely make them feel frightened. But when Shumeng and the others saw Zuma Hierophant, before they could speak, the little Gloomlight spoke first. Is it okay to kill him? Will you admit that Wu's strength is very strong? Shumeng responded, oh, that's right. But little light, you have to be careful. He's the final boss here. He's very powerful. Gloomlight looked at Shumeng with the eyes of an idiot. Then, she, a small one, strode towards the Zuma Hierophant who was still sleeping. For a time, Shumeng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan all raised their hearts to their throats. Is it about to start fighting? Does this little Gloomlight really have the confidence to easily kill Zuma Hierophant? Zuma Hierophant slowly opened his eyes after hearing the footsteps. According to the process, he should release his pressure fiercely to strongly deter the humans who dared to break into his territory. Then, he would use his venom and flames to burn these ignorant humans into poisonous slag. But he never expected that he had only just opened his eyes when his huge body, along with the chair under his butt, was knocked over by an invisible force. Zuma Hierophant didn't even have time to get up and react. Immediately afterwards, 30 static dew wax seals were suspended in the sky above his head. At this moment, surging energy surged wildly within the ruins. The powerful blood energy fluctuations almost made people completely suffocate. Zuma Hierophant didn't even have time to roar. In the next instant, he was bombarded 300 times in a row by countless death energy that broke through the sky. Under the power of the turbulent annihilation, the space was almost torn apart. In the face of such an earth-shattering and majestic power, Zuma Hierophant had no other way out, but to turn into chicken powder. On the other hand, the little Gloomlight was just standing there easily, watching Zuma Hierophant die like watching an ant. Glug glug glug. Shumeng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan swallowed their unbelievable and nervous saliva. They knew that the little Gloomlight was a sin. They also knew that the little Gloomlight must be very strong. But there had to be a limit to how strong she was, right? This was still the final boss of the level 25 special Abyss difficulty. He didn't even have a chance to resist, and was directly blasted into slag by the little Gloomlight. How is it? Is my power still okay? At this time, the little Gloomlight turned around. Her chubby little face had 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts smugness, 3 parts happiness, and 1 part excitement. Shumeng and the others quickly wiped their cold sweat. Little light, you're too amazing. You scared us. That's natural. If I can't even handle this low-level thing, that would be embarrassing for the master. This. Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan wanted to cry. With their strength, they could definitely kill Zuma Hierophant, and it wouldn't be too difficult. But even so, they would never dare to say that Zuma Hierophant was a low-level thing. But Little Light could, and this little guy really had the capital. So, compared to this, if their psychological endurance was a little worse, they wouldn't immediately fall into inferiority. What's wrong with you? Could it be that you can't beat this guy? Qi Xiaowan returned, how is that possible? It's just that we are not as powerful as you. So you're saying you're weak? Xu Meng was embarrassed. Who said we are weak? It's just that we are a little bit worse than you. Oh, actually, even my sister can easily do it. Hearing what the little Gloomlight said, the blood demon G-Pet egg in the field jumped happily to express its agreement. Seeing this situation, they knew that these two pets were really against the heavens. As expected of the original forms of sin and disaster, they were indeed as perverted as Yang Ling. Just as Xu Meng and the others were still entangled, the little Gloomlight spoke again. That thing dropped some things after it died. As soon as they heard the word things, Xu Meng and the others immediately became energetic. So it dropped treasure. It's been a long time since we've encountered that. Hurry up and see what it is. After taking the dropped props and looking at them, Xu Meng and the others' eyes lit up. They didn't expect it to be a top-quality item. To be precise, it was a pair of top-quality soulmate cherished accessories. When two people wearing the accessories fought together, all attributes would increase by 3%. Don't underestimate this 3%. The more it went to the later stages, the more effective it would be. It's just that this soulmate is. But in the blink of an eye, they saw the little Gloomlight. Qianqian, Xiaowan, don't say I feel that it's quite suitable to give one of these accessories to Little Light, and one to Little G. I also think it's quite suitable. I also agree. Although Little G hasn't hatched yet, it's okay to let Little Light keep it for now. So, Little Light wore a very delicate little wind chime on her neck, which was quite beautiful and matched the little Gloomlight's young girl state very well. The other soulmate was also temporarily kept by little Gloomlight. Let him send it to Little G later. Finally, everyone was happy. After another period of time, the special purification space began to clean up the battlefield. Xu Meng and the others, as well as the little Gloomlight and the blood demon G-Pet egg, were also teleported out. Outside the teleportation array, Yang Ling and Sun Yanji had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, around the teleportation array, warlocks had been arranged. Not only that, but Sun Yanji had also specially sent a group of staff to guard the periphery. The reason for doing this was because Xu Meng and the others brought 2 pet eggs when they entered the special evolution dungeon. In the middle, they learned that there was a problem with the Gloomlight pet egg. Yang Ling was afraid that something big would happen, so he did this as a precaution. However, what Yang Ling never expected was that Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan returned safely. The blood demon G-Pet egg was also fine. Only this Gloomlight pet egg. As soon as the master came out of the teleportation array, the little Gloomlight happily hugged Yang Ling's leg and rubbed her chubby little face against it. Not to mention Sun Yanji, even Yang Ling himself was dumbfounded. Are you Gloomlight? Yes, master. Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. Weren't you very big before? How did you become so small now? Gloomlight was a little aggrieved. Then how big should I be according to the master's wishes? Yang Ling didn't even know how to answer this question. Because it was unbelievable, he specially held the little Gloomlight in front of him. Looking left and right, he marveled in his heart. Her appearance was indeed still Gloomlight's appearance. Although the little gloom light was only 3 years old, anyone who saw her knew that she would be a jazz beauty when she grew up. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the state and attributes of gloom light after hatching. With this thought, Yang Ling said to Sun Yanji and Xu Meng and the others, "This matter is indeed beyond my imagination. But it's not a good place to talk here. I'll first put the blood demon G into the pet space, and then we'll talk about Gloomlight's matter back at the dormitory, okay? Since that's the case, I'll have people remove the warlock's room here now." Sun Yanji was about to change people over, but who would have thought that as soon as the blood demon G pet egg heard that it had to return to the pet space, it immediately became anxious. It also began to rub Yang Ling's leg with its eggshell. Yang Ling said in a sweat, "I know you don't want to return to the pet space, but isn't there no way now? Gloomlight hatched, so it's easy to say. What about you? For the time being, stay in the pet space for a little longer. I'll guarantee that you'll absorb more life energy later and hatch, how about that?" Hearing Yang Ling's guarantee, the blood demon G happily returned to the pet space. As for the aliens present, they all returned to the dormitory. Even Yang Ling, the master, wanted to see what state and ability the little Gloomlight was in now. The subsequent results could only be said to be amazing again. After returning to the dormitory, whether it was Xu Meng and the others or Sun Yanji, they were all interested in the little Gloomlight's attributes and abilities. Anyway, they were all her own people. Yang Ling didn't intend to hide it from them. The little Gloomlight was very well behaved and sat on Yang Ling's lap, eating chocolate. Yang Ling stroked the little guy's head while pulling up the little guy's attributes. Gloomlight, the highest level is 25. The 4 basic attributes were shockingly high. It was already against the heavens and exceeded ordinary people. However, considering her identity, it wasn't abnormal. What really surprised Yang Ling and the others it was the various abilities that Gloomlight currently possessed. First, Annihilation Imprint. Static Wrinkle System, launched the power of collapse to carry out super-range destructive strikes against enemies. Second, Limited Domain. Launch a barrier to forcibly limit the enemy, ignoring the opponent's level and strength. The barrier will not break unless it is a matter of life and death, or the barrier is actively withdrawn. Third, Space Shuttle. Consumes a huge amount of blood energy and spirit to forcibly shuttle through space. Fourth, Incarnation outside the body. Separating a certain amount of blood energy and energy from the main body can create one's own incarnation, so that the main body's soul can be attached to it. At the same time, the more the creator of the incarnation invests, the more it can resonate with the main body and exert stronger strength. Note: the death of the incarnation slightly affects the main body, and will not cause huge backlash to the main body. Fifth, when the level reaches level 40, it will definitely comprehend it, and there is also a chance to comprehend other new abilities. After reading the little Gloomlight's attributes, all the girls sighed with emotion. As expected of Sin, the current newborn is only level 25 and is already so exaggerated. It is difficult to imagine how terrifying she would be if she continued to grow with Yang Ling, the master. As for the little Gloomlight's abilities, Annihilation Imprint and Limited Domain were easy to say. However, even Yang Ling was quite interested in this space shuttle and incarnation outside the body. Little Light, to what extent can your space shuttle be used at present? Hearing her master's question, the little Gloomlight swallowed the chocolate in her mouth and opened her mouth to say, "As long as I have enough blood energy and space coordinates, I can quickly reach the opposite side through space." Sun Yanji said excitedly, "So this is still a bit vague. How do you say it specifically?" Specifically, the little Gloomlight raised her childish little face and thought for a long time before finally adding an explanation. Every position in the world has its own coordinate point. As long as my blood energy can withstand the consumption, I can go to any coordinate point. Yang Ling seemed to have thought of something at this moment. In other words, taking our current coordinates as the starting point, as long as you have been to a place and recognized the coordinates, you can achieve rapid travel, right? Yes, that's how it is. So you're quite quick to act. I feel like you can be a messenger for the whole world. It's just that I don't know if you can take people through space. Master, I can't take living things. They will be torn apart by spatial induction. That's a pity. I was still saying that if you could take people through space, then if I wanted to go to other forces in the future, that wouldn't be much easier. Master, don't feel regret. Although I can't take you through space, as long as I have the other party's coordinates, just like the master said, I can be the master's messenger. Yang Ling's face was full of black lines. Little light, you may not know that communication is developed now. Except for a few places without signals, most areas don't need to use messengers. What does it matter? Could it be that communication can also transmit objects? In addition to being a messenger, I can also help the master send things. The little Gloomlight's words made Yang Ling's expression suddenly change. This did get to the point. In the future, she could completely let Gloomlight run around more and actively coordinate. In that case, no matter where she was, as long as there were things she wanted to send or things she wanted to receive, she could let Gloomlight handle everything. Awesome, too awesome. However, what Yang Ling was thinking of now was just the fur of this ability's use. Because she absolutely didn't expect that Gloomlight's ability was also a super talent unique to Gloomlight, different from other sins. In fact, it was a conceptual existence. It was precisely because of this ability that Gloomlight could directly run from the Taishi Sea to the rear of the human race. Similarly, it was only later that Yang Ling gradually realized how heaven-defying, terrifying, and super-thrilling it would be to let Gloomlight do space logistics. After talking about the little Gloomlight's third ability, everyone's focus was now on her incarnation outside the body. Wang Qianqian was definitely the most excited about this ability. Little light, how many clones can you create now? In principle, I can create many. The upper limit is infinite. However, the more I create, the greater the pressure the main body will bear. Moreover, I can't be too distracted. So, if I really need this ability, creating one is enough. Xu Meng smiled and said, "Can you create one now and let us see it?" "I can." The little Gloomlight didn't decline. As she closed her eyes, a ray of clear light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Then, this ball of clear light continued to change. After about 10 seconds, the clone officially appeared. It could only be said that it would have been better if it hadn't appeared. After it appeared, no one in the audience could hold back. The reason was because the clone created by the little Gloomlight was actually the appearance of the big Gloomlight. It was one thing for the clone to be the big Gloomlight, but she was also naked from head to toe. It had been said before that the big Gloomlight was a top-quality oil object. Now, she suddenly appeared in front of them. It was okay for Nianji and Meng Meng and the other girls, but the impact on Yang Ling, the master, could be imagined. Little light, I have to criticize you about your clone. After these words came out, how could she be naked? Look, your main body is so small, but the clone you drew is so big. This is not appropriate. Master, don't worry. Clothes and everything can be drawn with energy. That's good, that's good. Master, do you want me to create a few more clones now? As soon as she heard these words, before Yang Ling could respond, Sun Yanji and Xu Meng and the others had already set their sights on her. Yang Ling quickly coughed twice and said, "No need, there's no need. Master, I already know that you're very powerful." Then, Master, I want to eat chocolate again. It's very delicious. No problem. I'll buy you as much as you want. Thank you, master. At the moment, after understanding Gloomlight's situation, needless to say, they were definitely even more looking forward to the Blood Demon G's situation. In addition, the 2 months at the Leeshan newbie base were basically coming to an end. For the last 2 days, young Ling didn't take the girls around her to the scroll space. Instead, she quietly enjoyed 2 days of comfortable life. Just 2 days later, the Greed Wolf headquarters sent a special plane to take all the newbies from the newbie base back to the headquarters in Yuncheng to prepare for the grading assessment of all the newbies. And it was at the moment when Yang Ling took Xu Meng and the others into the Greed Wolf headquarters building that he didn't even know what happened. He suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Then, he saw the number 100 turning into 99 in the void. The Greed Wolf headquarters was really not generally lively today, because it was equivalent to welcoming new people. Just looking at the various welcome banners around, the atmosphere made people think it was the new year. And then look at the 100 or so people who came from the newbie base. Each and every one of them was radiant. They really ate this set. Because of what? Because they obviously felt that the headquarters attached great importance to the newbies. Among them, let's not talk about how others were first. Yang Ling, since she stepped into the headquarters range, she inexplicably felt her heartbeat start to accelerate. It was completely unprovoked and inexplicable. What's wrong with me? Why is it so strange all of a sudden? While feeling confused, Yang Ling unconsciously thought of the time when she arrived at Huashu City during the Newbie War. At that time, she sensed Lucy Yao, the new moon saintess of the Mao Tong sect. So, she had always been concerned about it in her heart. Although she didn't completely have a face-to-face, clear exchange or communication with that Star Moon Saintess in the end, she still had contact and intersection with the Star Moon Saintess after all. It's just that the feeling now was obviously different from the feeling at that time. It was difficult to describe specifically, but Yang Ling could vaguely feel that her heart seemed to have some instinctive caution and tension. It wasn't enough to say that she sensed danger, but it was also a bit unrelated to say that good things were coming. Yang Ling, wait a moment. I have to go to the secretary department to submit the information of all the newbies. I can't be with you for the time being. You can take Meng Meng and the others to the subsequent grading assessment. Hearing what Sun Yanji said, Yang Ling smiled and replied, I know. Just be busy with your own things. The grading assessment is a trivial matter. Sun Yanji nodded. Anyway, your team is so strong. You can do whatever you want later. It's about time. I'll go to the secretary department first. After saying goodbye to Sun Yanji, Yang Ling took Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Qi Xiaowan, and a few other girls and followed the large group to the headquarters' internal large martial arts field. The grading assessment was there. As for how to assess it, let me briefly mention it. In fact, it was to use a simulation device to assess the team's comprehensive strength, and then determine the team's potential level. Of course, don't be anxious when you see the simulation device. Because Yang Ling won't participate in this grading assessment. Not to mention that he won't participate, Xu Meng and Wang Qianqian won't either. Qi Xiaowan is enough to represent the team with the little Gloomlight. Originally, their Skylight team was just here to go through the motions. Moreover, Sun Yanji also said on the way that the difficulty might be very difficult for ordinary teams, but for their Skylight team, it was no different from children playing with mud. It was just to release 20 or 30 level 20 monsters in the simulation battle. The faster the team killed them, the higher the evaluation of the team's grading would be. In this situation, not to mention 20 or 30 level 20 monsters, even if it was all level 30 monsters, Qi Xiaowan alone would be enough to deal with them. The reason for letting the little gloom light show her face was actually to let everyone know that there was a little pet in the Skylight team. Otherwise, if they took a young girl with them wherever they went in the headquarters, they couldn't explain it to others every day, right? In addition, if you want to ask if the grading assessment is important, the reason why everyone said that was because although the newbies participated in the grading assessment in the form of a team, after all the teams participating in the grading assessment were graded, only 10 to 12 could be left. Don't forget that there were also the newbies from the previous 3 sessions in the headquarters. This was equivalent to the upper grades. Please like, subscribe, forward, and reward to support the Mingjing and Jianjian columns. And when they arrived there, they realized that the scene was by no means ordinary lively. In addition to the newbies from the previous 3 sessions, I am now considered a veteran guild member. Among them, there were also many internal personnel and staff from the Greed Wolf headquarters. Adding up this total, there were probably no less than 1,000 spectators for a small grading assessment. And after these newbies just arrived inside, it was simply a buzz. Many veteran team members from the previous 3 sessions directly. You ask them what they are doing. That is definitely to recruit new team members. This is like the recruitment of clubs after entering university. He doesn't care whether you are suitable or not, he will stabilize you first and let you leave an impression. This is also very difficult for Yang Ling, not to mention that he is surrounded by Xu Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Shi Xiaowan, these 3 beautiful women. If this is on the street, everyone will definitely envy and hate Yang Ling, this man. But now, for those veteran team members who have come for help, Yang Ling, this man, should stand aside first. Whether he can pull 3 beautiful women is the most important thing. Anyway, the newbies who can join the Greed Wolf Guild will not be too low in strength. As long as they can recruit a top quality, the emotional value provided in the team in the future will be worth it. This has led many people to talk to Xu Meng and the other 3. Yang Ling, on the other hand, is watching the fire from the other side, watching these people being ruthlessly and severely rejected by his own 3 girls. There is a team, so I don't consider transferring teams. Sorry, I am not interested. Sorry, no one is leading you. Go find someone else. Seeing those who sent invitations return in frustration, Yang Ling is secretly calling it enjoyable. After a long time, his own 3 girls dispersed the people around them. Xu Meng couldn't help but say to Yang Ling, did you see that? We are very popular. Yang Ling smiled sideways, what? Do you want to go to another team, Meng? You guy, I won't go to another team. I want to say that we are so popular, can't you contact us more? Be careful, one day I won't pay attention to you. Meng, which day will you not pay attention to me? I am so scared your sister. Looking at Yang Ling's teasing face, if the occasion was not right, Xu Meng would have left 2 rows of teeth marks on this man's arm. Wang Qianqian and Shi Xiaowan were laughing along with them. The atmosphere between the few people was unusually good. However, just after Yang Ling and his own 3 girls had been playing around for a while, he just raised his head and immediately saw a row of words floating in the sky above his eyes. He didn't know what it was. He was still wondering in his heart. God knows that 100 has turned into 99. What is this thing? Yang Ling's expression was shocked. As the confusion escalated, his whole person almost didn't tell the truth. Brother Yang, what are you looking at? Wang Qianqian, who was next to him, was a little curious. She hugged Yang Ling's arm and shook it gently and asked. After Yang Ling reacted, he tried his best to calm down his mood and asked, Qianqian and Meng, Xiaowan, did you 3 see anything in front of you? The same? The 3 girls looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, following what Yang Ling pointed to, they quickly shook their heads. Xu Meng was a little worried and said to Yang Ling, You wouldn't have too much pressure, and have some illusions, right? There is nothing in the place you are pointing to. Nothing at all. Could it be that you didn't see a big number in the void? No number at all. Qi Xiaowan said hard, really, I didn't see anything at all. Brother Yang, are you sure you are not seeing things? Seeing that his own 3 girls didn't seem to be lying, Yang Ling simply rubbed his eyes hard. Good fellow, the number was still there. That 99 was half an adult tall. It was definitely not generally obvious. Because the matter was too strange, even if he saw it, Yang Ling couldn't help but feel confused in his heart. Could it be?